The purple lion thunder source howled, using all of its strength to break free of that silver-white spear of will. A massive hole had been torn through the right side of its body as its entire right leg had been cut off. Chi. The severed right leg of the purple lion thunder source immediately turned into a pure arc of electricity, imprisoned by the laws of thunder that were fused onto Lin Ming's spear. It was instantly absorbed and thrust into the Skylock array. A thunder source was known as immortal and indestructible. However, that immortal and indestructible part was only the crystal nucleus of the thunder source. For instance, the crystal nucleus of the purple lion thunder source was located in the head, and the rest of its body was only a condensed form of energy. If it were destroyed, then it could be formed from energy once more, although it would require a long time to do so. The purple lion thunder source howled in utter sorrow. Its hatred towards Lin Ming reached the limits of possibility. However, it was also extremely afraid of the thunder laws contained within that spear of will. As the purple lion thunder source saw that silver-white spear of will once again tremble and hum, a sliver of fear finally enveloped its heart. It turned around and escaped to the north. The purple lion thunder source fled. With its speed, if it decided to run away, then there was nothing Lin Ming could do about it. Moreover, the silver battle spirit was far from being able to seal it. The endless lightning that filled the skies began to recede. A massive amount of lightning light was captured by that silver-white spear and transformed into energy that was absorbed into the Skylock array. The heaven and earth origin energy, the power of thunder, as well as the infinite starlight in this dimensional realm flushed towards the sea of energy that Lin Ming was within, causing the energy around him to wildly surge. A moment later, all of the thunder in the sky vanished, and the night sky became calm once again. The moon was bright against the dark clouds, and the night wind still blew as gently as before. All that remained were the shades of lightning in everyone's pupils to remind them of what had just occurred. It was like everything just now had been a fleeting dream. A silver rank battle spirit that surpassed a divine sea supreme elder had appeared, as well as a seemingly peak heaven-step thunder soul from the Sea of Miracles. The battle between these two existences had left everyone dumbfounded. In the end, that thunder soul from the Sea of Miracles had actually been defeated by Lin Longjin. Too many shocking scenes had happened tonight. This had surpassed their scope of understanding. What is that sound? A martial artist's mind stirred. He could hear a faint drumming sound in the air. As he said this, the other martial artists present also pricked up their ears. Pong! 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 That sound was just like a great beating drum. However, the sound was faint and lingering, as if it came from the distant horizon. What is that sound? Are those footsteps? Every time this powerful and rhythmic beat sounded out, it left a great impact in everyone's heart. Although it wasn't as majestic as the heavenly notes that contained a bit of the Great Tao's charm, every single beat caused the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to surge, as if they contained some sort of unspeakable power of laws. Pong! 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 The beating sound became increasingly loud until it rang out like thunderclaps in the ears. A deep red mass of light began gathering within the Skylock array. Every time this beat rang out, a brilliant burst of light came from within the red mass of light. Look at the Skylock array. It's that red light. Is that a heart? Lin Longjin is finally reforming his body. Martial artists shouted out, horrified. After a martial artist's body was decomposed and began the process of forming the spirit body, it would all start with the heart. That heavy rhythmic drum had been the sound of Lin Ming's heartbeat. In the legends, when a powerhouse neared the peak of martial arts, they could rip their heart out, and it would still beat for several hundred thus years without end. This was because their heart would spur the laws of the world. Although Lin Ming's heart still couldn't reach such a boundary, he still had the ability to quicken the heaven and earth origin energy. He's finally began to form his spirit body. All of those calamities just now have all been overcome by him. He's simply not human. Why are there so many fantastical phenomena appearing as Lin Longjin is crossing life destruction? Can it only be because his foundation is so solid? Everyone couldn't help but wonder this in their heart. All of these things that occurred around Lin Ming ran counter to everything they knew about martial arts. Perhaps he has an inborn divine body like the extreme violet Dantian, or maybe he has something like an inborn thunder soul. It's hard to explain just what is happening. There were far too many strange secrets on Lin Ming's body. Although it wasn't uncommon for a genius to have secrets, Lin Ming's secrets were just far too mystical. Although a first-stage life-destruction martial artist was said to be required in order to decompose every part of their body and reform a spirit one, nobody could be reborn so thoroughly as Lin Ming had been. Even his brain and skeleton had reformed. This could truly be referred to as life after destruction. After the heart formed, next were the blood vessels. The cells that had been floating around in the thunder energy began being pulled together by some supernatural power. These cells had all undergone transformation through energy, which thoroughly changed from their most fundamental basis. As the blood vessels began to form, it first appeared like translucent crystal, so clear to the point that one could see the energy circulating within. The shining energy finally converged into blood, looking like pale gold mercury, both viscous and profound. This was new blood. It did not seem like blood, but rather flowing liquid energy. After the blood appeared, sections of bones began to form. These bones looked as if they were carved from exquisite glass, shining with a radiant crystalline light. Not only had Lin Ming inherited the tough and indestructible qualities of a body transformation martial artist, he also inherited the true essence containing characteristics of a life-destruction martial artist. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if someone took one of Lin Ming's bones and polished them a bit, they wouldn't need to be refined too much before they turned into a low-grade heaven-step treasure. After the skeleton formed, the surrounding flesh and organs began to form. After the physical form was transformed by energy, every ounce of flesh looked like blood-red jade without the slightest hint of impurities. After being transformed and condensed through the essence energy of the world, every inch of flesh could hold a massive amount of energy within it. Chi. Golden thunder came shooting down from Lin Ming's head and wrapped around his body, forming a tight net of thunder that looked like a thick cocoon. Lin Ming was within this cocoon. He was like a butterfly, undergoing the final phase of his transformation. Strips of muscles, layers of skin, all of it slowly gathered on until the eyes, facial features, and limbs formed. Finally, his long black hair and lashes reformed, shining with a glorious energy. Lin Ming's entire body was naked. His knees were pressured up against his chest, wrapped by his arms, as if he were a newborn baby curled up in a cocoon of lightning. His eyes were closed, and his expression was light, as if he was asleep. Although he had a heartbeat, he didn't breathe. In this form, his body was naturally able to absorb the heaven and earth origin energy from the liquid energy that surrounded him. His looks became more handsome and perfect, his face more edged and strong. His straight eyebrows slanted towards his temples, and his skin seemed as if it were a work of art carved from the most precious jade. His back was tall and broad, and his legs were long and slender. His heels were solid and powerful. Every subtle line of his muscles was filled with a powerful and dominant beauty. At this time, his entire body could be called perfection. He was in a deep sleep for 8 to 10 hours as he completed this final phase of his transformation. None of the surrounding martial artists left, all of them staying to bear witness to this momentous event. Slowly, the first ray of sunlight rose from the east, piercing through the morning mist and illuminating the land in a deep purple luster. Purple air comes from the east, an auspicious sign for a lucky day. Yang Yun looked up towards the slowly rising eastern sun, an incomprehensible smile on his face. A new golden era is arriving. I truly anticipate what the future really holds. However, I fear that the world that awaits you isn't as happy as you think it may be. Yang Yun said to himself, smiling as he watched the distant thunder cocoon that Lin Ming was within. Then, he said with a faint whisper, perhaps you might have the qualifications to become the key to this golden era. Oh! After the sun rose, it arced towards the west. By the afternoon, more than half of the second day had passed. To a martial artist that had lived for over 1,000 years, This was only the time it took for meditation. For many martial artists, crossing life destruction, forming their spirit body was an extremely long process. Some might even use an entire month of time. Last night, Lin Ming had used a mere quarter hour to form his body. However, the subtle facets of the transformation actually required a much greater amount of time. In the evening, the skylock array suddenly trembled. All off the scattered rich heaven and earth origin energy began to rush back towards the skylock array like a surging tide. Chi chi chi. Lightning sparked. Heaven and earth origin energy formed a violent and wild whirlpool. After a martial artist successfully crossed life destruction, the excessive energy in their dantian would spread throughout their body, then becoming empty of energy. And after the human body transformed into a spirit body that could contain true essence, their body would also have an energy deficit. This would cause them to crazily absorb heaven and earth origin energy from them surroundings, filling them with an energy several times that of before. This was also a reason why a first-stage life destruction martial artist was so much stronger than a late revolving core martial artist. Normally, a martial artist required several days to absorb energy. For Lin Ming, even though the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy around him was already as rich as it could be, his foundation was extremely solid, and thus he needed far more energy. Lin Ming's body was like a bottomless pit. A massive cyclone of energy appeared in the sky, forming a funnel at the center that stretched down into the skylock array, and constantly gathering heaven and earth origin energy at that point. Lin Ming greedily absorbed all of this energy from his cocoon of thunder. After a quarter hour passed, the surrounding heaven and earth energy was nearly completely absorbed. At this moment, that cocoon of thunder also burst out with a myriad brilliance. A faint echo of the heavens sounded out again, and the breath of the great Tao seemed to blow through the world, mystical and cast as if a divine dragon were being born. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the cocoon. The cocoon turned into countless arcs of thunder that scattered away. With the glorious sunset fading behind him, Lin Ming appeared floating high in the air, wrapped in an untouched white robe. Handsome and beautiful, his temperament was ethereal and sublime, as if he weren't of the world. His steps were calm. As he walked on the wind, his black hair danced in the wind, whipped up by the frenzied heaven and earth origin energy. His eyes were as deep as the stars, and as one looked into them, it was as if one could see the mysteries of the heavens within, making one easy to be lost within his gaze. At that moment, Lin Ming was soaked in the rays of the setting sun, a peerless talent with a divine appearance. This image branded itself into the hearts of the watching martial artists forever. "This is really incredible," the sublime smelting divine kingdom princess Wuxia Qingyun said. She couldn't help but acknowledge that at this moment, Lin Ming was filled with an infinitely alluring charm. Beside her, Wuxia Qingfeng faintly smiled. "He truly is a peerless genius of this era. If we can somehow win him over to our sublime smelting divine kingdom, our benefits will be endless." As he spoke to her, he turned to his beautiful younger sister, his bright smile widening. The audience of tens of thousands of martial artists was left silent. Lin Ming fluttered high in the sky, the infinite magnificence of the setting sun illuminating his white clothing from behind, leaving a tapestry of light upon it. At this time he was like an immortal lord descended from the heavens. "Ha ha ha! Very good." A hearty laugh sounded out. Sherbai flew over. Today was a day that would be recorded in the annals of history. Lin Longjien had a high chance of becoming a future powerhouse that would be the highest under the heavens. And the location he had crossed his first stage of life destruction at was the Forsaken God Clan. As long as Lin Ming didn't perish in the future, then the Forsaken God Clan would have endless benefits. Lin Ming waved his hand and placed the Skylock array tools in a special spatial ring. He respectfully bowed towards the approaching Sherbai and clearly said, "I, Lin Ming, will carve Patriarch Sherbai's graciousness in my heart." The Forsaken God Clan had played a pivotal role in Lin Ming's successful crossing of life destruction. This could even be considered a life debt. Otherwise, Lin Ming might have died under the Azura Divine Kingdom's hands. Although this was only a simple pledge, to a martial artist like Lin Ming with an extraordinary will, This pledge was far more than enough. Shibai slapped Lin Ming's shoulder, all smiles. The reason he had paid such a great price to help Lin Ming wasn't just to repay a favor, but also because he was optimistic about Lin Ming's future prospects. He would definitely be a peerless powerhouse that could reach the late Divine Sea and live for 10,000 years. To the Forsaken God clan, that meant that they would be protected for another 10,000 years. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Yang Yun rode over on his divine carriage. He stood up and cupped a hand across his chest. He was also an unrivaled genius of his era. It was just that compared to Lin Ming, he was short a bit of his ethereal temperament, but with an extra point of the noble and free energy of a king. Thank you, Brother Yang, for the God-transforming pills. Lin Ming nodded in return. Although he hadn't accepted Yang Yun's invitation to join the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming still had a very good impression of Yang Yun. As Lin Ming glanced at Yang Yun's dantian, he discovered that even though he broke through life destruction, he still wasn't able to clearly see Yang Yun's cultivation. Yang Yun and the Nine-Furnace Guard practiced a secret technique to conceal their cultivation, making it difficult to see their dantian. That is a very strange and useful cultivation method. If I could learn it, then it would be extremely useful to me. As Lin Ming thought this, he checked inwards at his own body. As he carefully searched through it, he found that the Death Reaper curse that the second demon envoy left within him had completely vanished. The Death Reaper curse was a cruel and ruthless curse that was cast at the end of one's life. In exchange for completely burning their own life, soul, and blood essence, they could give a sacrifice to the Death Reaper. This curse would kill the bearer in 100 days. The only method to undo this curse was if the bearer of curse became stronger than the caster, unraveling it with their own strength. Lin Ming finally obtained this strength after successfully crossing life destruction. Thus, the Death Reaper curse was naturally eliminated. As he looked at his dantian again, he was impressed to discover that a layer of azure origin energy fog covered his dantian. Also, this fog connected his dantian to his flesh, faintly combining as one. This was the symbol of a true life destruction martial artist. The faint dantian was directly connected to the body, unlike a revolving core martial artist where their dantian was connected to the body through meridians. And Lin Ming found that the energy in his dantian was far too rich. I'm already at the peak of the first stage of life destruction. As soon as he crossed the first stage of life destruction, he reached the peak. However, this was also reasonable. Lin Ming's cultivation was originally far more than enough. It was just that his physical body was far too tenacious because he practiced body transformation and opened the 8 inner hidden gates. It had made it extremely difficult to decompose his body, forcing Lin Ming's cultivation to be compressed to the extreme. Then, with a great number of heavenly treasures combined together, he had finally made his breakthrough. His strength had soared in return. What? This is... As he looked through that azure fog, Lin Ming was startled to find that within his dantian, there was actually a 2-inch high sprout growing on top of the black hole revolving core. 2 young and luscious leaves stretched out. One of these leaves was red and one of these leaves was gold. These were the young leaves that symbolized fire and thunder. The fire leaf was in the shape of a heart, intertwined with the golden totem symbol that represented the fire laws. As for the thunder leaf, that was in the shape of a sword, with the 9 heavens thunder soul twisted around it. The heretical god sprout moved to my dantian? When Lin Ming had first obtained the heretical god force, the memories of the realm of the god supreme elder had stated that the heretical god seed would move to a martial artist's dantian once it was opened. This was because a martial artist's central focus point would at that time shift from their heart to their dantian. However, for Lin Ming, the heretical god sprout had only shifted to his dantian after he crossed life destruction and formed his spirit body. Lin Ming guessed that this was related to the body transformation technique he cultivated. In the body transformation path, the heart was the most important part of the body, and that was likely to be why the heretical god sprout had stayed there until now. The heretical god sprout is actually growing on top of my revolving core crystal nucleus. I have no idea what sort of change that will bring about. Lin Ming looked at the heretical god sprout, feeling a bit gripped and apprehensive. It had actually chosen to grow on top of the revolving core crystal nucleus, He had no idea just how it would influence his future cultivation. As Lin Ming was examining himself, Shibai also discovered that Lin Ming had reached the peak of the first stage. That meant that Lin Ming was only a step away from reaching the second stage of life destruction. This caused him to be ecstatic. He had never heard of this type of situation before. Little brother Lin, you broke through straight to the peak of the first stage of life destruction? Lin Ming nodded. It's likely because I used too many precious materials and reached this boundary by luck. I'll have to consolidate my foundation before continuing. Shibai laughed. Very good. Solidify your foundation. Good preparation is the key to success. Once you break through your shackles, you will soar into the skies like a dragon, unstoppable. And what is rare is that your character is good and your will is tough. You are most suited for practicing martial arts. If Lin Ming had to say what he excelled in, it wasn't his martial talent or perception, but rather his heart of martial arts and solid will. The martial intents that Lin Ming had obtained were all closely related to these two. Before Lin Ming could speak further, a golden brother and sister duo came walking over. They were the sublime smelting divine kingdoms Wuxia Qingfeng and Wuxia Qingyun. Congratulations, brother Lin, for successfully crossing life destruction. Your future potential is limitless. Wuxia Qingfeng crossed an arm across his chest. Brother Lin is truly an unrivaled grace of heaven. I'm really feeling the pressure here. Sir Lin, congratulations. Wuxia Qingyun lightly whispered. Lin Ming had long ago known the background of these two. He respectfully greeted them in return. Since he still had to stay on the Sky Spill continent for a long period of time, it would be beneficial for him if he formed good relations with these important characters of the four divine kingdoms. These past few days I've heard that Brother Lin has been collecting medicines, spirit plants, and wood spirit jade. I just happen to have prepared some. It's just a minor gift. Brother Lin, please accept this. Wuxia Qingfeng pulled out a wood spirit jade box as he spoke. There was a specially carved slit in the box so that Lin Ming could investigate the inside with his perception. There was a piece of million-year wood spirit jade as well as a massive number of precious medicinal plants. A conservative estimate of this wood spirit jade box was 300,000 spirit essence stones in total. To the current Lin Ming, these things were naturally useful to him. He needed this and more in order to complete his study of alchemy. Regardless of whether it was crossing life destruction or opening the 8 inner hidden gates, all of that needed precious medicines. Just as Lin Ming was about to speak, Wuxia Qingfeng suddenly said, Brother Lin absolutely must not refuse. I only wish to make a good friend, nothing more. Since Lin Ming had gone into seclusion, there had been a good number of people seeking to meet him. They all wished to become friends with Lin Ming, and Wuxia Qingfeng was no exception. If Lin Ming really could defeat all the life-destruction martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom, then his future achievements would be limitless. Wuxia Qingfeng had originally prepared to send out this gift only if Lin Ming defeated the Azura Divine Kingdom. But now that he saw all the phenomena that occurred as Lin Ming crossed life destruction, he had changed his mind. Giving Lin Ming a gift and befriending him now would be much better than to be one of the endless others that would follow if he won. Then I'll have to thank you, Brother Wuxia. Lin Ming accepted the wood spirit jade and medicinal materials. He really did need these things, and he had also accepted Yang Yun's God-transforming pills before this. If he refused to accept Wuxia Qingfeng's gifts, then he would certainly grow suspicious in his heart. This wasn't a result that he wanted. Haha, Brother Lin is too polite. Brother Lin has the life of a peerless emperor. In the future, you might even become the highest under the heavens. At that time, you'll just need to take care of this little brother a little. Wuxia Qingfeng jokingly said. As everyone was in a congratulatory mood, a harsh voice suddenly cut through it. How pompous! Don't you know that you only crossed life destruction? It's like you think you broke through the divine sea or something and not the first stage of life destruction. In the Sky Spill continent, there are at least 50,000, if not 80,000 martial artists at the first stage of life destruction or above. Even this dimensional realm has a bunch of them. This place is literally covered in them. So what's the big deal with you? This caustic voice caught everyone's attention. Everyone looked over to see that the one speaking was a black-clothed youth. His hands were crossed over his chest, a look of disapproval on his face. This person was Situ-Chuan, who had been badly beaten by Lin Ming. After he had been humiliated by Lin Ming, he had seen Lin Ming as his competitor. But now, he could only watch on as the gap between them grew more and more wide. There was simply no chance at all that he would ever catch up. This possibility caused Situ-Chuan to both hate and be jealous of Lin Ming, making him openly taunt him. Humph! Who cares what sort of worldly phenomenon occurs during your breakthrough? The first stage of life destruction is still the first stage of life destruction. Do you think you can really defeat the life destruction powerhouses of my Azura Divine Kingdom? As Situ-Chuan spoke, 7 or 8 martial artists began appearing from the dark behind him, each one of them a high-stage life destruction powerhouse. Their foundations were also incomparably solid. Without a doubt, all of these individuals were destiny decree masters. Lin Ming saw the red-clothed little boy and the great demon envoy among them. They both had a 6-stage life destruction cultivation and were in the top 100 ranks of the destiny decree. But among these people they were obviously not the strongest. The one who gave off the most unfathomable feeling was a handsome young man that stood in front of everyone. He wore a large black robe and his feet were bare. His 2 eyes were bright and clear like a spring sky, and he gave off a light and vibrant feeling from head to toe. Just looking at him made one's heart twist. Lin Ming completely disregarded Situ-Chuan and looked straight at this black-robed man. Toward someone like Situ-Chuan, Lin Ming was simply disinclined to waste breath on him. It wasn't that Situ-Chuan was waste, but he was just far too young. For those geniuses of the younger generation to challenge Lin Ming, they would need to be at least 40 years old. He is Situ Luosha, Lin Ming thought. Because Situ Luosha hadn't been hidden, he had heard this man's name. Situ Luosha was silent. Facing Lin Ming, he felt pressured but was also filled with fighting spirit. Although the process of Lin Ming crossing life destruction had been grand and massive, it was still unknown just what his combat strength was like now. He could only find out through true battle. He would not be threatened or intimidated by this young man's aura. Lin Lonjian, it doesn't matter how talented you are. There is no meaning to it if you aren't allowed to grow any further. I want to see just how you'll manage to win this battle, Situ-Chuan angrily said as he saw that Lin Ming was obviously ignoring him. As Situ-Chuan spoke, all of the present martial artists then remembered the impending battle between Lin Ming and all the life destruction martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Because of the shock that came from seeing all the worldly phenomena that occurred when Lin Ming crossed life destruction, they had nearly forgotten about this event. They originally thought that Lin Ming would absolutely lose this battle, but now they began to think it was worth watching. After crossing life destruction, just what level did Lin Ming's true combat strength reach? While all sorts of wonderful miracles had occurred around him, the disparity of cultivation still couldn't be made up. Compared to the powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom, there were at least 5 small boundaries separating them. I wonder how Situ Luosha is compared to Lin Ming? I have no idea. Situ Luosha is rank 12 on the Destiny Decree. But that is only an estimation. After all, Situ Luosha hasn't publicly fought in the last 10 years. No one knows just how strong he has become in that time. While Lin Lonjian's talent is extraordinary and all sorts of phenomena occurred during his life destruction process, his true combat strength is still unknown. I can't say just how the battle between them will play out. Phenomena did not represent absolute strength. It only indicated that Lin Ming's strength was not ordinary. As to what degree his true potential had reached, no one was able to guess. Situ Luosha was also the same. The top 20 ranked martial artists of the Destiny Decree were mystical existences to begin with. They rarely fought, and even if they did, it wasn't an event that ordinary martial artists would ever have a chance to see. To a martial artist, a battle between top masters was a rousing and blood-boiling event. Much less this one was already filled with unbelievable suspense. Both of their strengths were unknown. On one side was the number 1 eternally rare talent of the Sky Spill continent, and the other was also a peak Emperor-level talent. The results were simply unpredictable. Without a doubt, this battle would truly become a grand event in the Sky Spill content's central region. Lin Ming faintly smiled at Situ-Chuan. Now that you speak of it, I remember now. I'm already at the peak of the first stage of life destruction. In order to break through to the second stage of life destruction, I'll need some more medicines and materials for support. With my own meager savings, it's not something I can afford. This bet with the Azura Divine Kingdom came just in time. I'll have you pay for all the medicines I'll need. After reaching the first stage of life destruction, the mortal body had already transformed into a spirit body. Although his body hadn't become much tougher, his cells had become more dense. When he crossed the second stage of life destruction, he would need to decompose his body even more thoroughly than the first time. And to Lin Ming, whose mortal body was as tough as a heaven-step treasure, all common sense indicated that the difficulty of crossing life destruction the second time would be far more difficult, that it should require even rarer medicines. But this actually wasn't true, because after crossing the first stage of life destruction, the entire body was reformed from energy and could store true essence. When crossing life destruction the first time, the Dantian was the center used to detonate true essence and disintegrate the body. This was just like using an explosive bullet to break apart a solid boulder. It would be impossible to break that boulder unless the energy of that bullet exceeded imagination. But the second stage of life destruction was different. This was because a martial artist could use all the true essence stored throughout their body as the foundation for detonating the energy. It was equal to using dozens or hundreds of explosive bullets to break apart a boulder. Wanting to shatter that boulder to fragments would be much easier. So, while a dual body and law martial artist would find it incredibly difficult to enter life destruction from revolving core, the following stages of life destruction were only slightly more difficult than an essence gathering system martial artist process. This wasn't strange at all. Otherwise, if a dual body and law martial artist found it increasingly difficult to cross life destruction every time, then the medicines they would need would reach such an exaggerated point that even the largest sects within the realm of the gods would vomit to death in disgust. There simply wouldn't be any martial artists that dual cultivated in body and law. Situ Chuan heard Lin Ming still recalling the bet and immediately laughed. You are already at the edge of death, and yet you're still thinking of a bet for medicine. What an idiot! Lin Ming glanced at the overly animated Situ Chuan. He was originally too lazy to bother with his nonsense, but that didn't mean he would let someone else freely step on his face. You're called Situ Chuan, right? You're quite the arrogant one. When the time comes, do you dare to follow me on stage and exchange a few moves? Lin Ming's few words caught in Situ Chuan's throat. Going on stage and fighting Lin Ming? Wasn't that the same as suicide? He wasn't even a match for Lin Ming before he crossed life destruction, much less at this time. Too scared. Lin Ming laughed. If you go on stage, I won't even use my true essence. I'll just use my finger to make a single move. If you can block it, then you can consider yourself as having won. What? Situ Chuan raged with anger. In front of so many people, he was actually being looked down upon. To use only a finger and make only a single move. And most importantly, he wouldn't use true essence. If a martial artist didn't use true essence, the power of their attack would be far too limited. This was because true essence was the fundamental basis for a martial artist's attacks. The reason that a revolving core martial artist's strength experienced a qualitative leap upwards once they reached the life destruction realm was because their body would become a spirit body and true essence would no longer be restricted to their dantian and meridians. This meant that their total amount of true essence would increase by several times. Naturally, the power of all their attacks would greatly improve, and even their endurance would be enhanced. Lin Ming not using true essence was the same as him not using the superiority of a life destruction martial artist. In other words, if Lin Ming placed this restriction on himself, that was basically the same as him not having broken through to life destruction. In front of so many heroes of the world, if Situ Chuan couldn't even win in this situation, then how could he still have any face to stay in the Sky Spill Continent's central region? Your bullying has gone too far. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? All right then, I will block your finger. Although Situ Chuan was arrogant and rude, he wasn't a fool who was swayed by his emotions. He agreed to the rules Lin Ming had set just now. He didn't think he could withstand any stronger attack from Lin Ming. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded out in Situ Chuan's ears. You are far too immature. Do you want to die? This voice was a true essence sound transmission. As it reached Sichuan, it rang in his ears like a thunderclap, causing him to shiver throughout his body and mind. The one who spoke was his father, the Azura Divine Emperor Situ Haoyan. Situ Haoyan had agreed with Lin Ming that this would be a life-or-death struggle. One could freely kill their opponent. If Lin Ming killed Situ Chuan, then he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The Azura Divine Emperor had countless sons and daughters. Those children of his with ordinary talent could die however they wanted, and the Azura Divine Emperor wouldn't feel anything at all. But Situ Chuan was an extremely talented son of his. The reason he was weak right now was because he was simply too young. As long as he could live through a few dozen more years, then with Situ Chuan's talent there was absolutely no problem for him to reach the 6th stage of life destruction. At that time he might even reach the top 30 ranks of the Destiny Decree. Before 100 years of age, he even had a faint hope of attacking the Divine Sea. The Azura Divine Emperor certainly didn't want to see such a talented son perish here. After being scolded by his father, Situ Chuan looked a bit afraid. Father, he has gone too far. Moreover, how can I not even keep off a single finger of his without true essence? If I cower and back down today, then how will I walk with my head held high in the future? The surrounding tens of thousands of martial artists stared at Situ Chuan, some of them with gloating expressions. Even if Situ Chuan could rid himself of this potential heart demon and reach the Divine Sea, this shame would still be remembered by everyone here today. It would never be erased. Situ Haoyan was deep in thought for a moment. He believed that if Lin Ming dared to say this, then he would have the confidence to win. But he didn't think that Lin Ming could use just a finger to kill his son. He swiped his spatial ring, and with a flick of his finger, a black light submerged into Situ Chuan's body. This is... Situ Chuan traced his chest. He could feel a layer of solid protective energy there. Demon God Heartguard Mirror? This was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's holy relics, a defensive quasi-saint artifact. The Demon God Heartguard Mirror was always held in Situ Haoyan's hands, and now he was using it to protect Situ Chuan. Situ Haoyan believed that with this, Situ Chuan should be able to block Lin Ming's attack. With the Demon God Heartguard Mirror, Situ Chuan became much more confident in himself. He urged his protective true essence to the limit. With the support of the Demon God Heartguard Mirror, his protective true essence contained a hint of a darkness attribute, as if it would swallow all. Situ Chuan looked at Lin Ming, grinning diabolically as he said, Lin Lanjian, let's exchange moves here. We don't have to wait for the battle 2 months from now. I want to see just what you can do to me. Demon God Heartguard Mirror. So it's the concept of darkness. Lin Ming looked at the true essence barrier. On the barrier, faint black patterned lines flowed across. Although the Demon God Heartguard Mirror only accounted for a small part of the Demon Emperor armor, it was actually the core of the Demon Emperor armor. Its value was higher than every other part of the Demon Emperor armor. The barrier of true essence contained the laws of darkness. In order to activate the Demon God Heartguard Mirror and display its true and complete strength, one needed to understand the darkness laws. Otherwise, one wouldn't even be able to use 1/10 of its power. With Situ Chuan's current level, he was obviously unable to display the use of these black patterns. Lin Ming stretched out his right index finger. He didn't use any true essence, but his index finger burst out with a brilliantly glowing silver light. He's not using true essence, right? So how come there's light shooting out? A nearby low-level martial artist asked, puzzled. That is a battle spirit, a silver-level battle spirit. It isn't true essence. A sect elder near that young martial artist said with a sigh. A silver battle spirit belonged in the domain of legends. He never thought that it would ever appear in his lifetime, much less with a mere first-stage life-destruction martial artist. The silver light gradually condensed until a silver-long spear appeared out of thin air. After a battle spirit stepped into the silver level, it no longer needed to be attached to objects. One could directly manifest it into reality to attack someone. Lin Ming also wanted to know just what degree of striking power his battle spirit had obtained. The demon god Heartguard mirror is something that I will take sooner or later, once I have enough strength. As Lin Ming thought this, he used his finger as a spear and pointed it out. Situ Chuan tightly gripped his fists as he faced Lin Ming's attack. He revolved his true essence to the limit. Whoosh! The dazzling silver light flashed. The swift, sharp, and incomparably fierce spear potential made it hard to watch this with wide eyes. Without any true essence and by just depending on a battle spirit, this attack was just like a sharp spear. Even though this strike wasn't aimed at any of the other martial artists present, they still felt as if a spear was being pointed at their foreheads. As for Situ Chuan, who bore the brunt of this attack, in this instant he felt a deep regret as if 10,000 arrows had pierced his heart. He was overcome by sorrow. Facing this tyrannical will, his martial arts will seem to tremble. All of his original confidence and momentum suddenly crumbled. He was unable to control the darkness laws to begin with, and now faults began to appear even in the true essence that he was pouring into the demon god Heartguard mirror. This was absolute suppression originating from a martial arts will. It was no longer just a difference in striking power. Pong! The demon god Heartguard mirror's barrier trembled. The silver light slowed for a moment and then ran through Situ Chuan's body. Situ Chuan gave a stuffy cough and flew backwards. Situ Haoyan moved, instantly appearing behind Situ Chuan and catching him. He quickly examined Situ Chuan's injuries with his perception. With the protection of the demon god Heartguard mirror, Lin Ming's attack had pierced through Situ Chuan's body, but hadn't managed to kill him. Even if Situ Chuan wasn't able to display the true might of the demon god Heartguard mirror, he still shouldn't have been in such a miserable situation. After all, Lin Ming didn't use any true essence at all. The combat strength of a silver battle spirit had truly exceeded Situ Haoyan's imagination. This sort of thing was originally something that should have existed only in the domain of legends. In the ancient texts, there were only a precious few rough and ominous descriptions of it. There had simply been no one who had ever seen it before. Lin Ming had a silver battle spirit, extraordinary speed, super strong defensive power, an incomparably solid cultivation foundation, multiple types of high-level martial intents, and even a deep understanding of concept and laws. Situ Haoyan broke down all of Lin Ming's superior aspects. These were all that he knew about. Perhaps he might have even more. With all of these factors superimposed upon each other, Lin Ming nearly had no weaknesses at all. His fearfulness lay in his all-around versatility. Every single aspect of battle was simply a strength of his. "We're leaving." Situ Haoyan lifted the unconscious Situ Chuan and turned, flying back to the Azura Divine Kingdom's tower. From the beginning to the end, Situ Yaoyue still hadn't appeared. She was Situ Haoyan's strongest trump card, especially prepared for Li Ming. No matter how many advantages you have, I want to see just what you'll do when you face an absolute suppression of cultivation against a 7th stage life destruction power. Against Yaoyue, who has an extreme violet dantian, and is also a peak emperor level talent. Just what can you possibly do? The Azura Divine Kingdom left, and the other Azura Divine Kingdom life destruction powerhouses left with him. The initial deadline for the match was 3 months. Only 1 month had passed so far, and there were still 2 months left. For a martial artist, 2 months weren't enough for a single round of closed-door seclusion. It was actually a very short period of time. No one left the dimensional realm. Everyone waited here for the distant day of the decisive battle to begin. The scene of Lin Ming defeating Situ Chuan with a finger was shocking, but most of the martial artists didn't change their views. Lin Ming's finger didn't contain any true essence, but he had used his silver battle spirit. A silver battle spirit was one of Lin Ming's trump cards. After using it, it wasn't too surprising that he would win. The key factor lay in all of Lin Ming's other superiorities. If they were combined together into a perfect whole, just what sort of absolute strength could he reach? The Azura Divine Kingdom had an inheritance that stretched back for 10,000 years, as their background was extremely deep. The masters they publicly showed had included the unfathomable Situ Luosha, and it was likely they had more hidden masters as well. Lin Ming would certainly find this battle difficult and dangerous. Perhaps he might even die here. Even so, None of the great influences dared to ignore Lin Ming. What if the Azura Divine Kingdom had no stronger masters available? What if Lin Ming's strength surpassed their greatest imaginations? If he could pass this trial, then he might have a chance of reaching the Divine Sea in 20 years. Once he broke through to the Divine Sea, he might even become the highest under the heavens. At that time, he would be able to rule over the world for 10,000 years. In the future, he might even be able to use just his strength alone to contend with an entire divine kingdom. Such a character had never appeared since Emperor Xianxia. Just who wasn't afraid of this? If they could form good relations with him, then they could obtain some benefits and shelter, letting them prosper for thousands of years or more. On the other hand, if they offended him, then even if he flipped his hand and exterminated a fifth-grade Holy Land, that still wouldn't be considered too big of a deal. Thus, even if the chances of Lin Ming winning weren't high, for the following days there were still martial artists of all backgrounds coming to pay him a visit. Lin Ming's residence was crowded like a city market. Every visiting influence naturally had to prepare some gifts. Although it was impossible for them to be filthy rich like the sublime smelting divine kingdom, and bring out several 100,000 spirit essence stones at once, bringing out treasures worth 20,000 to 30,000 spirit essence stones was still affordable for them. Because they knew that Lin Ming needed wood spirit jade and medicine plants and materials, these influences mostly gifted these things. Enough drops of water could eventually fill a bucket. With the gifts of several dozen influences added up, it was more than a small fortune. However, since Lin Ming had made a breakthrough to life destruction, he had continued to close up in training, refusing all visitors. Still, he didn't neglect these people or treat them coldly. All of them were personally received by the Forsaken God Clan's great elders, and all gifts were received. The world of martial artists had the custom of reciprocity. After receiving these gifts, if their own sect had someone make a great breakthrough, then others would have to gift them in return. But matters of the future belonged in the future. These treasures were actually very important to Lin Ming right now, and it could be considered timely assistance. Lin Ming sat within his chamber. Several jade slips were placed before him, all of them containing records of thunder attribute cultivation methods and the concept of thunder understandings from the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. The Eightfall Thunder Emperor had a talent gifted from the heavens. He had reached an extremely high understanding into the concept of thunder. With Lin Ming's current level, he was just able to practice this. Lin Ming planned to rapidly make up for his deficiency in the concept of thunder. Now that he also had a thunder spirit body, he actually didn't have a corresponding concept cultivation method to support it. This was simply wasting everything he had earned, as he wouldn't be able to display the full power of thunder. If he couldn't balance the concepts of thunder and fire, then his moves would always appear uncoordinated. Lin Ming had crossed the first stage of life destruction in a perfect manner. He had reached the large success of his spirit body, and every cell within him had been tempered. Even his will and soul now contained the attribute of thunder. Simultaneously, his battle spirit had evolved to the silver level. His strength had risen by astronomical levels. But Lin Ming was still genuinely determined to meet this battle 2 months from now with everything he had. Those that looked down on their opponents often suffered miserable fates. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't even know how strong the powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom were. Thunder, the power of death, the power of life. Above Lin Ming's 2 hands, a thunderball floated above his palms. The thunderball in his left hand was filled with a wild and tyrannical energy, while the thunderball in his right hand looked extremely soft and gentle, like a sphere of milky white light. Thunder was not just the power of death, but also the power of life. The so-called power of death describes when a bolt of thunder is able to split apart a towering tree or even kill an enemy, could even pierce through the endless void. However, the power of life was the ability for thunder to give birth to life. In the legends, the very first life forms were born when a bolt of thunder struck the ancient sea. Every single human body is even filled with countless tiny arcs of electricity. Their nerves and thoughts were all connected to these small arcs of electricity. When a monster underwent tribulation, they would be tempered by the power of thunder, making their bodies much more formidable. The power of life and the power of death were the first and second levels of the thunder laws. Lin Ming had touched upon the fire laws at time-worn Phoenix City. The first level law was burning heat, and the second level law was annihilation. Every level of fire laws corresponded to a different world in the God-transforming mirror. The God-transforming mirror had a total of 9 worlds, corresponding with the 9 levels of fire laws. Just how many levels were there in the laws of thunder? Without inheritances from the ancient times, it was simply impossible to enlighten oneself on the laws behind the concept of thunder. However, with his heaven-gifted talent, the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had been able to comprehend the first 2 concepts of the thunder laws. This by itself was proof that his talent was more than extraordinary. The Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left behind many different martial skills. Lin Ming only had 2 months, so it was impossible for him to practice all of them. He could only choose 2 different martial skills. These were the power of death, sword of judgment. Although this was a sword-based cultivation method, it could still be used with a spear. This was because the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's thunder attribute cultivation methods focused only on the laws and not the style itself. By thoroughly comprehending the laws, the myriad abilities were connected. The power of life, thunder battle form. To use the power of thunder to galvanize and enhance the body. This would make the body tougher and attacks stronger. This was impressively a type of supportive martial skill that could indirectly increase one's striking power. In order to use it, one had to have a thorough understanding into the thunder laws that gave birth to the power of life, as well as an extremely clear understanding of how the power of thunder was used in the body. Only then would a person be able to utilize the thunder battle form. If one didn't understand the power of life thunder laws, and carelessly fused the power of raging thunder into their meridians and organs, then they would only end up ruining their body. These 2 cultivation methods were the strongest abilities of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. Of course, they were also the most difficult to comprehend. The reason that Lin Ming dared to practice them in a mere 2 months of time was because he had full faith in the heretical God Sprout, as well as in his thunder soul. To the present Lin Ming, not only had all of his cells been tempered by thunder, even his will and soul contained the thunder attribute. In addition, with the heretical God Sprout supporting him, his affinity with thunder was even higher than the Eightfall Thunder Emperors. Even the young thunder attribute geniuses in the realm of the gods couldn't compare to him in this aspect. Time passed by slowly as Li Ming's understanding into the thunder laws subtly improved. Soon, 2 months breezed by. This time was simply too short for a martial artist to close up for. Little brother Lin. Just as Lin Ming finished practicing a new move, Shibai's true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Tomorrow is the day of the grand battle, and the Azura Divine Kingdom has already built the arena. It's about time for you to leave seclusion now. Oh, that was too fast. Cultivating was truly timeless. Lin Ming felt as if only several days had passed. After sitting up from his stone bed, popping noises could be heard from Lin Ming's joints, as if countless tiny arcs of thunder exploding within his body. Little brother Lin, how did your training go? Shibai hurriedly asked after the chamber's stone door opened. He had also looked over the jade slips that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had left behind. Because he wasn't a thunder attribute martial artist, he simply wasn't able to cultivate any of them. Lin Ming said, I was rushed for time, so I only practiced 2 martial skills. Which martial skills? The Sword of Judgment and the Thunder Battle form. Ha! Shibai was instantly startled. Even if he didn't look through the cultivation method jade slips that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor left behind, he would still know of these 2 martial skills, because the history of his family clan had a very detailed recording on these 2 martial skills. These were the unique and famous martial skills that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to walk through the world unrivaled. Yes, it was true that they were powerful, but it was also true that they were also undoubtedly the hardest to practice. While it was true that Lin Ming was a genius, just how much could he perceive in a mere 2 months of time? Shibai also couldn't help but worry a little. He had thought that Lin Ming would choose a few relatively simple concept cultivation methods. As long as one had a good enough foundation, one could easily learn them if they could control the power of thunder. He never imagined that Lin Ming's appetite would be so great that he would choose the two most difficult martial skills from the start. Shibai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but shut his mouth soon after, no longer saying anything. Tomorrow was the day of the battle, and any advice he gave now would be useless. He might as well let Lin Ming do as he pleased, so that he could reduce some of the unnecessary pressure around him. Come, your great war approaches. I shall provide you with a good place to rest your mind and soul, so that you will be prepared to meet the fated battle tomorrow. On the next day, morning had arrived and the dawn was just rising. Bustling sounds already covered the entire dimensional realm as groups of martial artists came out from their residences, gathering in streams of people as they walked over to where the Azura Divine Kingdom had built the arena. These martial artists were nearly all the heroes from the Sky Spill Continent's central region. Just from looking around, one could see revolving core and life destruction level masters everywhere. Xiantian realm martial artists were rare and Hotian realm martial artists were even lower. After all, this was the battle that symbolized the highest level under the Divine Sea. Let alone Hotian realm martial artists, even Xiantian realm martial artists only came for fun. The attacks would be incomparably fast, and they wouldn't even be able to see or understand the concepts and laws behind them. If they had come here, it was only because they were brought by their elders to widen their horizons. There are truly many heroic young elites in the Sky Spill continent. Just the 4 divine kingdoms themselves surpass our holy demon continent's super holy lands. Lan Xian flew in the sky, sighing. Duanmu-kun nodded. He came from a Fey super holy land, the divine wood holy land. They could also be barely considered a quasi-6th grade sect, but was just shy of coming close to one of the 4 divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms were not only powerful but they also had many 5th grade sects subordinate to them. This point alone far surpassed the divine wood holy land. In truth, in terms of total comprehensive strength, the Sky Spill continent was weaker than the Holy Demon continent. The Holy Demon continent had numerous races and there was war being waged all year round. The martial artists there that were constantly in life or death situations, progressing at a speed far surpassing those of the more pastoral Sky Spill continent. However, in terms of just the most powerful martial arts influences, the Sky Spill continent actually surpassed the Holy Demon continent. This was because of the existence of the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles produced a massive amount of resources from its center. The 4 divine kingdoms were bountiful and rich because of the Sea of Miracles. The Holy Demon continent had the corresponding eternal demon abyss. However, tens of thousands of years ago, a 6th grade sect that ruled over the Holy Demon continent had gathered 12 emperor-level powerhouses and wished to confine all the infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss with a massive array, saving it for themselves to guarantee that their holy land would have a boundless destiny for the next 100,000 years. The result was that a great claw had stretched out from the eternal demon abyss and killed all 12 emperor-level powerhouses, including even the holy lord of that holy land. On that day, that holy lord and his holy land perished. From then on, the eternal demon abyss was cursed. Any divine sea powerhouse that dared take a step into the blood slaughter steps would die, let alone be able to enter the 1,000-mile forbidden zone to search for lucky chances. The only exception was for those that had become a 12-winged heavenly demon. It was still 2 hours from the start of the battle, but the nearby martial field was already filled with people. The most favorable positions in the sky were occupied by the great figures present. Even the elders of 5th grade sects were only able to suspend themselves at a low altitude. As for revolving core powerhouses, they had to fall on the ground and watch from afar. Tens of thousands of powerhouses had converged within the dimensional realm, all of them here to bear witness to this great battle. The morning sun rose, radiant, and prismatic light spread throughout the world. At that time, a loud and clear phoenix cry rang through the heavens and earth. From afar, one could see 12 phoenix-like birds pulling a floating jade-green ship, slowing flying over. Each one of these birds was 100 feet long with a wingspan of over 150 feet. As they spread their wings and floated, a faint golden light sprinkled downwards. It was simply like a goddess traveling out in the world. That is the White Clan's fairy Snow Gale, The White Clan was a Holy Land-level family clan that lived at the borders of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. This family clan had a special bloodline. It was similar to the bloodline seal of the Forsaken God clan. Their power was not to be trifled with. And Fairy Snowgale was the Divine Sea Supreme Elder of the White Clan. In a battle between life-destruction-level powerhouses, a Divine Sea Supreme Elder had actually come to watch. When Lin Ming was preparing to cross life destruction, although it captured the attention of the world, it still wasn't enough to disturb any Divine Sea Supreme Elders. But later, all sorts of various phenomena had occurred as he was crossing life destruction, repeatedly confirming the truth that he was the eternally rare number 1 talent. If he could win this battle, then it was likely he would become the highest under the Havens. This matter was naturally worthy of a Divine Sea Supreme Elder's attention. After the White Clan's Fairy Snowgale arrived, a misty auspicious purple light appeared in the sky. From afar, an extraordinary and venerable blue-clothed old man flew over. He held a peach walking stick in his hand and rode on top of a green ox. This old man's eyebrows were so long that they hung at the corners of his mouth. He looked kind and elderly. From his head to his toes, there wasn't the least bit of pressure coming from him. He only seemed to be an old mortal man with an otherworldly temperament. That's Old Man Good Fortune. Heavens! He's still alive, a martial artist blabbed out. Shut up. A Divine Sea Supreme Elder's senses are beyond sharp. What happens if you manage to offend them? Do you want to die? Old Man Good Fortune is the oldest living Divine Sea Supreme Elder in the world. He is at the late Divine Sea realm. The last time that Old Man Good Fortune had appeared in the world was over 1,000 years ago. At that time, it was already said that he was over 7,000 years old. After not being seen for a long time, it was rumored that Old Man Good Fortune had died while meditating. No one ever imagined that he would reappear in the public eye today. Old Man Good Fortune came from no sect, nor did he have a family clan. He was like a wild crane leisurely flying through the world. No one knew just how strong he was. But rumors said that thousands of years ago, he had once fought the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's highest divine emperor, with neither side being able to emerge victorious. In short, he was a super powerhouse nearing the highest under the heavens. He was a character at the same level as the Nine-Furnace highest divine emperor and the great smelting imperial grand uncle Unfathomable. I never thought that Senior Good Fortune would also come to the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm to watch a fight between juniors. 2,000 years ago, I followed Master to pay respects to Senior. Today, for this junior to see Senior's magnificence again is truly a deep honor. As an exquisite voice rang out, a woman wearing white silk flew out from the jade ship. She was Fairy Snowgale. With Old Man Good Fortune's appearance, Fairy Snowgale naturally had to personally come down from her boat to pay her respects to him, faintly like a junior seeing a senior. This left all the surrounding martial artists speechless. This Old Man Good Fortune truly had a ridiculously high rank. Even Fairy Snowgale had to respectfully greet him as a junior. Ah, so it's White Fengfeng's disciple, Little Snow? Back then you had just crossed life destruction and were at the prime of your life. Now, in the blink of an eye 2,000 years already passed and you've reached the Divine Sea. Time truly flies by. I heard that in recent years your master has already passed away. What a pity! What a pity! Old Man Old Fortune shook his head. His voice filled with the vicissitudes of time. The surrounding martial artists were actually dumbfounded as they heard his words. All of them shocked silent. Having lived for 8,000 years, 2,000 years was actually just a blink of an eye. This left the surrounding martial artists dispirited. After all, most of them weren't even 1,000 years old yet. Especially when he said the words Little Snow. They really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be able to call Fairy Snowgale Little Snow, the only one with these qualifications was probably Old Man Good Fortune. After Old Man Good Fortune arrived, 2 more Divine Sea Supreme Elders also came. Although they were both characters with great backgrounds and it was nearly impossible to see them, once everyone saw a legendary figure like Old Man Good Fortune, they weren't surprised by anything else anymore. An hour soon passed with 4 Divine Sea Supreme Elders having arrived in this time. Even the direct disciples of a holy land rarely saw the divine sea powerhouse of their own sect, so how could they ever see a scene like today? With 4 divine sea supreme elders in attendance, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the grandest event in the last 1,000 years of the Sky Spill continent. This was a battle that concerned the future of someone with the potential to become the highest under the heavens. This sort of grand event could only be compared with a battle between 2 divine sea powerhouses. But a divine sea powerhouse would normally only take action when a war was being waged. At their level, once they fought and received internal injuries, those wounds wouldn't be something that could be cured by common medicines. It would possibly affect their life. Lian Lanjian has arrived. No one knew just who spoke this, but everyone's eyes turned towards the Forsaken God Clan's palace. From that direction they could see over a dozen powerhouses flying over. The ones in the lead were Shirbai and a masked old man, 2 of the Forsaken God Clan's Divine Sea Supreme Elders. There was still another Divine Sea powerhouse that hadn't appeared. He had likely remained in the Forsaken God Clan's Realm Heart Great Hall to operate the Dimensional Realms Array formation. The Forsaken God Clan had put out their highest elites for this battle. Closely following behind Shirbai was a young man. This young man was Lin Ming. He wore white clothes and every step he took seemed calm and tranquil, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. His makings were ethereal and his eyes were like the sky, bright and clear. That is the number 1 talent of the Sky Spill continent. He only looks as if he's 18 or 19 years old. Such a handsome young man might actually rank in the top 10 powerhouses of the Destiny Decree. That is truly incredible. Although most of the martial artists didn't think Lin Ming could win, none of them suspected that Lin Ming couldn't rank in the top 10 of the Destiny Decree. If he didn't have at least this strength, then challenging all the life-destruction powerhouses of a divine kingdom was suicide. Old Man Good Fortune looked at Lin Ming from a distance and exclaimed, "He is truly the number 1 rare talent of the Sky Spill continent. With a skeletal age of just over 20 years old, he actually declared war on all the life-destruction martial artists of a divine kingdom. The younger generation is truly astounding. Just over 20? Beside Old Man Good Fortune, a flash of astonishment appeared on Fairy Snowgale's face. When young martial artists' cultivation reached this cultivation boundary, it was very difficult to estimate their age from their appearance. For instance, Situ Yaoyue had practiced martial arts for over 60 years, but she still appeared like a young 18-year-old girl. Fairy Snowgale had only known that Lin Ming was very young, but she didn't know just how young he was. She vaguely guessed that he was in his 30s. But after hearing today from Old Man Good Fortune that Lin Ming's skeletal age was just over 20 years, how could she not be startled? To be more accurate, he should be around 21 to 24 years old. He is no older than 25 years of age. Fairy Snowgale didn't know how Old Man Good Fortune saw Lin Ming's true age, but since he said so, then this naturally wouldn't be wrong. To be at most 24 to 25 years old, then not mentioning his strength, just his peak first-stage life-destruction cultivation could already be considered unprecedented since ancient times. Even Fairy Snowgale herself had only broken through to the Revolving Core Realm at 25 years of age. The Revolving Core Realm was an entire large boundary away from life destruction. As Fairy Snowgale was shocked, the martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom also arrived. A massive black Godspeed boat flew over, covered with people from the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Godspeed boat was surrounded with an array formation that isolated all perception. It was impossible to tell just who was on the boat or how many people there were. The Azura Divine Kingdom had undoubtedly done this to hide their cards and pressure Lin Ming. Jage! Before the Godspeed boat came to a stop, a harsh grating voice came out from the Godspeed boat. "You little bastard! Your death day has arrived. After this battle I will capture you and refine your soul." These vicious words completely ignored the presence of Shirbai and everyone else there. A withered old man with stringy long hair appeared outside of the spirit boat. He was the Azura Divine Kingdom's emperor uncle, Situ Bonin. He had a bitter grudge against Lin Ming. As Situ Bonin appeared, he stared at Lin Ming like a vulture, his eyes as hard and sharp as swords. If an ordinary life-destruction martial artist were to be caught in this stare, their back would have become wet with a cold sweat. Lin Ming shrugged, confident. He had already expected this old monster to appear. You little beast. Make sure you cherish the rest of your time alive. Although this is a life or death struggle, this old man will make sure to order to the juniors to keep your cheap life alive. Then, I will capture you and bring you to the Azura Divine Kingdom and show you just what it means to feel pain worse than death. Normally, a Divine Sea powerhouse would consider their status and not say such malignant words publicly. But as Situ Bonin reached the end of his life, his personality became increasingly eccentric and strange. He simply didn't care about things like this. Shirbai frowned as he heard Situ Bonin's virulent words. He was prepared to retort, but Lin Ming smiled and casually said, "You old geezer, even if I didn't destroy your wisp of battle spirit projection, you have no one to blame but yourself for being inferior in style and technique. And since you tried to chase me down through the world and failed to do so, all you can blame is your own incompetence. Now you've become angry from shame and actually threatened to refine my soul? Then I'll wait for you. Let me see whether or not your disciples and followers have this ability." Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. What? Situ Bonin's battle spirit projection was extinguished by Lin Ming. I have no idea if that's true or false. From his words, this battle should have happened before he came to the Forsaken God clan. At that time, he was only a late revolving core martial artist? Could this even be possible? All of them only knew that Lin Ming had enmity with the Azura Divine Kingdom, but they weren't sure as to the details behind it. The deaths of the 3 demon envoys by Ruyu and the annihilation of Situ Bonin's battle spirit projection under Lin Ming's hands were certainly a disgraceful matter that the Azura Divine Kingdom wouldn't want to spread out. Thinking of it, it really is possible. If this were a frontal confrontation, then Lin Longian isn't Situ Bonin's match. But if it were a battle of battle spirits, then how could Situ Bonin possibly compare to such an abnormal freak like Lin Ming? That's right, if he could obtain a silver battle spirit at the first stage of life destruction, then when he was at the late revolving core realm, he should have had at least a large success bronze battle spirit or a perfect bronze battle spirit. The manifestation of a battle spirit can cut all existence into nihility. Everyone quickly reacted. It was likely that what Lin Ming said was true. Situ Bonin's ugly expression confirmed this point. After having this old scar picked at publicly by Lin Ming, his eyes had turned blood red and he was already on the edge of storming on stage. Good. What a good little beast. After you fall into my hands, I will have you suffer horribly for 1,000 years. Situ Bonin's voice contained an ice-cold killing intent. When a Divine Sea powerhouse revealed their killing intent, it was truly a terrifying spectacle. All of the life-destruction martial artists within 1,000 feet of him fell silent. But Lin Ming didn't hide the mocking smile on his lips. 1,000 years? Ha ha ha. I called you an old geezer, but do you happen to think you aren't one? You already have half a foot into the grave, you're nearly a corpse already. Even if I wanted to show you some pity and let you torture me a bit, just how long do you think you can still live for? All the surrounding martial artists shuddered as they heard Lin Ming's fearful words. Good heavens! Lin Ming's words were even more vicious than Situ Bonin's. He kept calling Situ Bonin an old geezer and poking at his words. To treat a Divine Sea Supreme Elder like this, Lin Ming's guts were larger than the skies. Did he really think he would win? If he fell into Situ Bonin's hands now, then his fate could be imagined. The truth was that Lin Ming didn't care either way. In any case, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He didn't mind further enraging this old Situ Bonin. Situ Bonin was completely livid. As a man near death, what he hated the most was others mentioning just how little lifespan he had left. This was his ultimate sore spot and obsession. If looks could kill, then Lin Ming would have died 10,000 times already. You little beast. I will have you know what it means to reap what you sow. I will show you the background of the Azura Divine Kingdom. There is no chance for you to win. None. You will die. Situ Bonin's voice trembled from his extreme rage. As he spoke, his voice became sharper and higher as he poured his true essence into it, until that final word of die that rang out through the world like a grieving thunderclap. Everyone who heard this felt pain in their heads. Revolving core martial artists couldn't help but cover their ears. This sound was like a demon that snuck into their brain, making them feel uncomfortable. Emperor uncle, it's time. Situ Haotian looked at his own strange and violent uncle who seemed as if he was on the verge of causing a ruckus and spoke a short reminder. He was afraid that this eccentric uncle of his would make some wildly radical move and accidentally harm someone that shouldn't be harmed. In this current situation where even old man good fortune was present, the Azura Divine Kingdom was unable to bully anyone. Once they harmed someone outside of the rules, they would have to give reasoning for that. Hee, that's right, the time is nigh. I really can't wait for this show. Situ Bonin licked his lips, his eyes full of a dark and ominous glint. I want to see just how long this little beast can be so flippant for. Xianxia King, come out. With Situ Bonin's shout, a demonic-looking man with sharp and long canines left the Godspeed boat. He held a steel trident in his hands. His skin was dark and his eyes were large like bells. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed like an evil ghost from legends. Jej. Xianxia King gratingly laughed, the sound harsh and unpleasant. He didn't fear Lin Ming, but instead roared out with bravado. Boy, I will use this steel trident to dig out your heart. Your warm heart blood should taste quite good. Lin Ming stared at this evil ghost-like man in front of him, a bit puzzled. Xianxia King? He didn't think that top-level powerhouses like the Great Demon Envoy would enter the stage first. It was impossible that the Azura Divine Kingdom had so many martial artists of that rank. For every one of them that died in this life or death battle, that meant they would have one less. Although the Azura Divine Kingdom had to win this battle at all costs, that didn't mean they would take a massive number of top 100 Destiny Decree ranked masters to waste Lin Ming's strength with their lives. After all, as long as these individuals were below 80 years old, they only needed to raise them a bit more and there was a chance they would reach the Divine Sea. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Ming had agreed to this revolving battle of attrition so easily. But he never thought that the first person to enter the stage would be this Xianxia King that he had never heard of before. This Xianxia King's cultivation was already at the peak of 5th stage life destruction and was just shy of reaching the 6th stage of life destruction. With his deep and profound aura, he was absolutely a top 300 ranked master of the Destiny Decree, or perhaps even in the top 200 rankings. There was no record of this person on the Destiny Decree. Was this person one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's hidden strengths? Just how much hidden strength did they have, and how much were they willing to waste on him to consume his strength in order to win this battle? This question flashed through Lin Ming's mind. But at this moment, he discovered something strange. Within the current Xianxia King in front of him, although his fires of life were vibrant, it actually seemed as if he had overdrawn his life potential. This was similar to the final radiance of a setting sun. This Xianxia King wouldn't live much longer. What was going on here? As Lin Ming had these suspicions in his mind, at this moment, Shirbai's true essence sound transmission resounded in his ears. Little brother Lin, your situation isn't good. If I'm not wrong, then this is a sort of slaughter puppet created through a secret demonic path technique. You're in danger. Puppet. Lin Ming frowned. In this battle with the Azura Divine Kingdom, he had challenged all the life destruction martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom. The so-called martial artist meant that they had to have a soul as well as self-awareness. Puppets applied if they were like corpsemancer martial artists who had altered themselves but still had their own souls. As for the other types of puppets, they couldn't be considered human. Otherwise, if a puppet technique Divine Sea Supreme Elder were to use their own puppet to deal with Lin Ming, then even if Lin Ming was stronger he would still exhaust himself to death. Did the Azura Divine Kingdom violate the rules? No. They did not break the rules. Shirbai bitterly said, shaking his head. This Xianxia King is a true human with his own soul and self-awareness. But, perhaps because his life was coming to an end or because he was severely wounded, in short he was something that would soon die. The demonic path sects have a secret technique that can transform the body of a dying person, making their life potential glow in that last moment before sealing them up with a special freezing technique. When they are needed for future battles, then this seal can be undone on the battlefield. Once the seal is undone, they might have at most another month to live. Because they know they will die, they will fight without fear of death. Moreover, some of them might even have a slave seal planted within them, making them brutal and ruthless, with every move overexerting their strength to take you out. That is, your opponent is likely someone that should have died 1 or 2,000 years ago. There is this sort of secret technique. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Those that practiced the righteous or orthodox path called the demonic path the misguided road. When following the demonic path, it was easy to fall into obsession, and there were even some arcane techniques that disfigured one until they didn't seem like a human or ghost. But even so, its power was undeniably formidable. This secret technique has a limit, cannot preserve an individual forever. 2,000 to 3,000 years is the limit. And the higher the cultivation of the material is, the more resources are required to create it, and the higher the failure rate is too. It is nearly impossible for this technique to work in a divine sea powerhouse. Thus, these types of slaughter puppets can be considered massive piles of spirit essence stones. The Azura Divine Kingdom has really laid down the capital for this fight. Little brother Lin, you must be careful. These puppets don't have long to live, so have altered themselves without scruples. In addition, they have recklessly overdrawn their life potential. Whether it is their defensive power of striking power, all of it is formidable. They are extremely difficult to deal with. I see, so that's how it is. I understand now. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his expression calm once again. The Azura Divine Kingdom's secret technique was no secret. There were many holy lands and sects that had heard of this before. Rather, this was the background of a divine kingdom. It wasn't surprising that they would take this out to deal with Lin Ming now. It was also because of this inheritance that a divine kingdom had accumulated over the years, that even though all sorts of miraculous phenomena occurred when Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, there were still very few people that thought he would emerge from this battle victorious. Hee. The Azura Divine Kingdom will definitely win this battle. Of course, this doesn't involve just the honor of the Azura Divine Kingdom, but also just who owns the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. And then again, they must kill their enemy Lin Longian. Otherwise, the Azura Divine Kingdom will have endless troubles in the future. It's impossible to estimate the background of a divine kingdom. These slaughter puppets are fierce, unafraid of death, and their bodies are as tough as a heaven-step treasure. It will require a massive amount of true essence to kill one, and this is also a revolving battle. I fear that Lin Longian won't be able to last until Situ Luosha steps on stage. How could one look down on the 10,000-year inheritance of a divine kingdom? Lin Longian is young, but he really hit the wall this time. Because of his impulsiveness, if he were to be defeated here, the price will be far too heavy for him. The terror of a slaughter puppet was not only their lack of fear in the face of death, but also their powerful physical defensive power. They had gone through all sorts of transformations to eliminate their ability to sense pain and could burn their life potential at any moment, giving them a high endurance. In a sense, they resembled corpse devils that did not feel pain nor know exhaustion. Even if one was stronger than them, it would require a massive amount of energy to kill them, possibly being injured in the process. Xianxia King, go and have some fun with that little beast. Situ Bonin ruthlessly smiled. Although he didn't expect Xianxia King to defeat Lin Ming, it was still enough to consume his strength and wipe that snotty and insufferably arrogant smirk off of his face. This type of slaughter puppet would not need to block attacks, only exchanging attacks head-on in the cruelest manner possible. If Lin Ming were to confront this slaughter puppet head-on, then his fate could be imagined. Although Xianxia King was a puppet, he still had his own mind and thoughts. He looked towards Lin Ming like a beast towards his prey. His eyes filled with a greedy and brutish light. He had been sealed up until now, so he had no idea what sort of person Lin Ming was or how strong he was. Xianxia King only knew that this youth in front of him was his opponent. Although Situ Bonin had warned him about just how fierce Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to take a first-stage life-destruction youth seriously. Hee, brat, your luck is so shit. You're only at the first stage of life destruction. Killing you would be as easy as ripping apart paper. As for me, I really hit the jackpot this time. Do you know how valuable your life is? As long as I can kill you, I will be rewarded with a 10,000-year peach pith. That is enough to nourish the fires of my life, so that I may live for another 200 years. These slaughter puppets' life vitality had already come to an end. Even a 10,000-year peach pith couldn't bring them back to life. But, continuing their existence for another 200 years, where they could recklessly play and enjoy their glory, was more than enough. This time was equal to 3 mortal lifespans. It was an extremely great temptation to them. Xianxia flourished his trident and stepped on stage. This area was not built from stone. It had been a several tens of thousand feet high mountain peak that had been forcibly sheared off by the great powers of the Azura Divine Kingdom, leaving behind nothing but a flat foundation that was as smooth as if it were butter sliced through with a saber. Of course, an array formation was built in to support it. On the plateau of this sheared-off mountain peak, the arena itself was hundreds of miles wide. Even if tens of thousands of people were to stand here, it still wouldn't seem crowded. Dang! A large bronze bell was rung. The ringing sound spread out for several hundred miles before fading away. The battle begins. Lin Ming held his red spear and took a sudden step forward, the rock exploding beneath his feet. With the void twisting beneath his feet, space seemed to lose meaning. He opened the heretical god force, his entire body revolving with true essence. After breaking through to life destruction, all of Lin Ming's cells had been reformed from energy, becoming able to store true essence. By adjusting himself with flow like silk, it was like his entire body was breathing in unison. As he stepped forwards, it was like an erupting volcano. After crossing through life destruction, not only was his endurance several times what it was when he was at the late revolving core, but his explosive force had also increased. This sort of full and hearty feeling left Lin Ming addicted. But now, only a cold killing intent shined in Lin Ming's eyes. This was not the time to hide his abilities, but to win this battle quickly like a flash of lightning. Chasing thunder! The heretical god sprout howled. On top of Lin Ming's long spear, arcs of purple gold lightning electricity sizzled. This thunder was like a purple divine blade that instantly passed through 10 miles of space. And on the outside of the long spear, there was impressively a silver-white shadow. This was the silver battle spirit. Once a battle spirit broke into the silver level, it could manifest into reality. Xianxia's pupils shrank. With his own strength, he could reach rank 200 on the destiny decree. If he disregarded all costs to use a special demonic path transformation ability, then he could even have a combat strength equal to rank 170 to 180. As a master, he was naturally able to discern the power behind moves. The reason he had been rampant before was because he had been a martial artist who had crossed through fire and waters, surviving through countless dangers. Facing a young little boy who was 4 small boundaries below him, his rampant arrogance had been a natural response. Even though Situbonin had warned him, he still hadn't thought Lin Ming had a chance of winning. But now, as he saw the power and potential within Lin Ming's spear, he immediately felt a fatal crisis approaching. His opponent was absolutely a top master that could not be judged by cultivation. Demon King Trident. Xianxia erupted in a roar. He simply didn't think of blocking this spear. He gripped his trident and poured his true essence into it, stabbing out at Lin Ming. On the dark and bleak trident, countless demonic phantoms began condensing. Each one was incomparably hideous and fierce, biting out at everything before them. Roar, roar, roar. All of the demonic phantoms converged into a massive demon that bit down at Lin Ming's chest. This was a purely offensive attack with no intention of blocking, all aimed at Lin Ming. As long as Lin Ming thrust out his spear, then even if he killed Xianxia, he would still be injured. Lin Ming could use his absolute speed and concept of space to attack Xianxia first, but Xianxia had already sent out his move. Because of how close they were, Lin Ming would still be struck by the shockwaves after the energy exploded. Under such a close-range strike, Lin Ming would suffer some minor wounds even with the Demon Emperor armor to protect him. Lin Ming had a tough physical body. A shockwave injury certainly wouldn't affect his combat strength, but if many of these light wounds accumulated over time, it would actually become extremely dangerous. The Azura Divine Kingdom had an untold number of powerhouses they still hadn't sent out, and the more powerful enemies were still behind. He had to maintain his peak condition before fighting the final master in this battle. This was the overwhelming advantage of a slaughter puppet. They could forcefully meet all attacks, but Lin Ming couldn't. Wuxia King knew this point and was trying to force Lin Ming to change the direction of his attack before he gathered enough potential. Once Lin Ming changed his attack, then he would consume even more energy and also create chaos in his body's true essence. "You little beast! I want to see just what you'll do." Situ Bonin's vulture-like eyes erupted with a thick killing intent. His face was full of a brutal and savage happiness. This move was to hit him where it hurt and to cause a loss to Lin Ming. No matter how much stronger Lin Ming was than Wuxia King, so what? In this situation where he was trying to use the least amount of energy, defeating Wuxia King, who didn't care about any damage he took, would be extremely difficult. When everyone thought Lin Ming would change his attack, at this moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp purple electric light. All of his muscles suddenly bulged and strength reached into his legs and waist, his spine bending like a divine bow. Lin Ming had opened the second of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Limit. This gate was located in the spine and was responsible for coordination, balance, and explosive power. Compared to the obvious functions of speed and endurance from the Gate of Wonder and the Gate of Healing, the uses of the Gate of Limit were much more inconspicuous. But at this time, with an eruption of energy from the Gate of Limit, Lin Ming's spine burst out with an unrivaled strength. Lin Ming's physical body strength was originally equal to 1 million genes. With the specialized support of the Gate of Limit, it now reached 1.5 million genes. With 1.5 million genes as the basis, Lin Ming threw out the long spear in his hand. It flashed out like a bolt of flaming lighting. This was a divine arrow that Lin Ming had shot out with his spine as a bow. It brought with it the sound of rumbling thunder as it howled through the void. This scene left all martial artists present dumbfounded. In an exchange between masters, they would rarely throw weapons. This was because essence gathering system martial artists relied on true essence to attack, not their physical strength. True essence came from the body, from the dantian. Only by holding a weapon in their hand would they be able to continuously pour true essence into it to display its strongest might. The so-called grades of treasure judged not the sharpness of a weapon, but their hardness and how much they could enhance true essence. Once a treasure weapon left the hand, no matter how high of a grade it was, the amount of true essence that could be poured into it was limited. If a treasure attack were to be shot out by a martial artist using their physical strength, just how could it compare to an enemy's complete strength? How much impact force would still be remaining in the thrown weapon? Not only that, but after a treasure was released, it could only fly in a single trajectory, becoming extremely easy to dodge. In addition to the loss of the weapon itself, this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. A martial artist that didn't have a treasure weapon would lose the sharp penetrative power in their attacks, causing their combat efficiency to drop by over half. This could even be called a very stupid act. Whoosh! The long spear broke through space, causing the air to tremble and issue out a terrifying sonic boom. On the other side, the demon phantom that Wuxia King summoned snarled, stretching out a giant demon claw and maniacally plunging down at Lin Ming's spear. "Once I separate you from your treasure, you'll just be nothing but weeds. With your strength limited, you won't be able to block my all-out attack even if you're stronger than me." Kacha! The demon claw collided with the red spear. But then a mind-boggling scene occurred. Wuxia King's demon claw was actually burst apart by that red spear. Just how terrifying was it if a 1.5 million gene boulder were dropped from the air? And if all of this strength was poured into a spear, the might would only be doubled. The long spear passed through without slowing, piercing straight towards the Demon King Phantom's front. Just what was this physical strength? In that split second, Wuxia King simply didn't have time to think about this. He thrust out his hands and the Demon King Phantom spat out a mass of black fog that enveloped the purple electric long spear. This black fog was able to corrode true essence. The power in that long spear was limited. As long as more true essence was melted away, it would exhaust itself in the end. But at this time, a silver light suddenly flashed out. In the next moment, the Demon King Phantom was directly stabbed through. This was the glory of a battle spirit. While Lin Ming had used 1.5 million genes of strength to shoot out this long spear, he had simultaneously poured his silver battle spirit into it. With both of these factors added together, the power of this strike was hard to imagine. Compared to this, attacks with thunder attribute true essence poured into them were nothing at all. Pong! The Demon King Phantom completely exploded. Xianxia King's eyes turned blood red. He couldn't even believe this was true. This was the power of a silver battle spirit. Although Situ Bonin had repeatedly warned him, he only knew of its terror after personally experiencing it. Energy erupted in his legs. He wanted to dodge this red spear, but in that moment, Xianxia King felt as if all of his movements had slowed down. Although it was only a little bit slower, in the face of that incomparably fast long spear, it was far more than enough. In the next instant, the long spear had stabbed into Xianxia King. Puff! His protective true essence was torn apart like paper. The long spear with 1.5 million genes of strength penetrated through Xianxia King's chest, shattering his ribcage and turning all of his organs to mush. The spear was unstoppable. With a rain of blood, it shot out the other side. In that moment, Xianxia King was like a small chicken that had been shot by a massive crossbow. The powerful impact force sent him flying backwards several miles before landing on the floor, bouncing and tumbling over and over for hundreds of feet before finally lying still on the ground like a dead dog. There was a keg-sized hole in his chest. His entire body had nearly been split in half, but the long spear's velocity still didn't stop. It instantly passed through 100 miles and pierced through a distant mountain peak as if it were made from tofu. The spear shot through the middle of the mountain, forming a large hole 10 feet wide within it. Pew. A tremendous amount of stone powder flew out from this hole. This stone powder was as fine as dust. With a slight breeze in the wind, the stone powder was blown into the air, turning the entire sky a hazy gray. As the martial artists present stared at the dusty sky filled with stone powder, all of their eyes widened, shocked, speechless. The spear had pierced through Xianxia King's 2 moves as well as his body. Not just that, but there was so much power left over that the spear had shot through a mountain, creating a massive tunnel through it and a cloud of dust to fill the sky. Just what kind of freakish strength was this? This was a treasure weapon that was thrown. It had an extremely limited amount of true essence within it. And looking at Xianxia King on the ground again, even though he had disregarded all costs to transform his body with demonic path techniques, making it so that he was as tough as a low-grade heaven-step treasure, he was still torn apart by that shot, as if he had been quartered to pieces. Xianxia King's death was too sudden. Many of the lower cultivation martial artists didn't even have time to react. The entire battle had only lasted for a few blinks of the eye. That Xianxia King, who could be ranked 200 on the Destiny Decree, and could possibly contend with a rank 170 to 180 master because of his various transformations, had actually been instantly killed by Lin Ming's spear. And this spear had been thrown. Throughout this entire process, not even the hem of Lin Ming's robes was touched. He had consumed only an insignificant amount of strength and true essence. The disparity was just too great. This is really surprising. The fabled silver battle spirit is stronger than I imagined. On the large jade ship, Fairy Snow Gale sighed with emotion. She was extremely envious towards this sort of strength. Haha, little Snow, you're only 2,000 years old. Once you temper your will some more, perhaps you'll be able to achieve it. Near Fairy Snow Gale, Old Man Good Fortune congenially smiled. Senior's joke is funny. This junior only comprehended a battle spirit at the Divine Sea Realm. I really do have no talent in this aspect. In my life, if I can reach small success bronze or large success bronze, that will already be a stroke of luck for me. As for perfect bronze or even the legendary silver, this junior doesn't dare to think about that. Fairy Snow Gale smiled as she spoke. Although her words were humble, she wasn't too far off. It was far too difficult to grow one's battle spirit. Haha, don't underestimate yourself. But really, this little fellow Lin Longjin is truly a rare heaven-gifted talent. Not only does he have a silver battle spirit, but his understandings into the concepts and laws are also startling. Besides the power in that spear just now, the reason it was able to strike Xianxia King was that it contained the concept of time. For him to fuse the mysterious and elusive concept of time into a spear that left his hand, that is indeed uncommon. Once a weapon left the hand, there were far too many disadvantages. Not only could the trajectory be predicted and dodged, but the concept and laws poured within would also be hindered. Lin Ming's spear had caused the flow of time around Xianxia King to slow down for the briefest of moments. But that was already enough time to kill him. The spear he threw was just far too quick. Fairy Snow Gale could clearly see the admiration and interest on Old Man Good Fortune's face, causing her mind to stir. Could it be that Old Man Good Fortune was thinking of sheltering Lin Longyan, or even receiving him as a disciple? If that were true, then there really wasn't anything the Azura Divine Kingdom would be able to do to him anymore. It had to be known that Old Man Good Fortune's strength easily surpassed any divine sea powerhouse within the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Palace had an ancient great array so that Old Man Good Fortune couldn't break his way in, but outside of that, 80 to 90% of the Azura Divine Kingdom's divine sea powerhouses wouldn't even be able to escape from Old Man Good Fortune's hands. Fairy Snow Gale came from the White Clan, so she was very happy to see someone that didn't come from the 4 divine kingdoms become the highest under the heavens. The birth of that sort of powerhouse would affect the stability of the Sky Spill Continent's central region, creating a chance for her family clan to benefit. Of course, if Old Man Good Fortune was really intending on protecting Lin Longyan, then being able to form good relations with him through Old Man Good Fortune was even better. Oh! As Fairy Snow Gale had all sorts of small thoughts running through her mind, Situ Bonan's expression actually became gloomy like water. He had personally transformed this Xianxia King over 1,000 years ago, and now he had been defeated so easily. This damned Xianxia King hadn't even been able to touch the hem of Lin Ming's clothes. He wanted to pull out Lin Ming's soul and refine his marrow, but now his plans had suffered repeated setbacks again and again. Situ Haoyan's eyebrows wrinkled together. In order to ensure absolute 100% victory, he had already arranged a good number of people to fight Lin Ming and wear him down in this revolving battle. But now, that slaughter puppet that had cost a massive amount of wealth to retain was actually killed by a single spear strike. In comparison, Lin Ming didn't even seem to be the least bit tired. This caused a sudden sense of unease to appear in his heart. Every slaughter puppet was a great wealth of their divine kingdom. Even though they had a deep background, they still couldn't afford to consume resources like this. This was the result Lin Ming desired through killing Xianxia King with absolute superiority. Although his endurance was monstrous, he still didn't believe he could go through an unlimited number of opponents in this revolving battle. He wanted the Azura Divine Kingdom to feel fear. He wanted every life-destruction martial artist who stepped on stage to feel fear. Fear to the point that they no longer dared to try wearing down his endurance. How could it be possible that a throne-long spear could be so powerful? Situ Bonan gnashed through his teeth. He had summed up the power of the long spear as being from the silver battle spirit. He hadn't considered Lin Ming's physical body strength at all. If a silver battle spirit is already so strong, then only the heavens will know what this little beast's battle spirit will grow to once he breaks through to the divine sea. This little beast absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Situ Yaoshi echoed from the side. At this time, Situ Yaoiwe stepped forwards. She softly said, "Your Majesty, please permit me to fight him. An ordinary slaughter puppet simply isn't Lin Longyan's opponent. And I do not wish to use such a dishonorable method to consume his strength. I wish to fight Lin Longyan in a battle when both of us are in our peak states. Only such a victory will be able to carve that winning faith into my heart and help me lay down the foundation for attacking a higher boundary in the future. I hope that your Majesty will grant me this." Situ Yaoiwe and the others had all been able to see everything clearly from within the Godspeed boat. Her words were filled with a firm confidence and determination. With her 7th stage life destruction cultivation as well as her extreme violet dantian, she didn't feel that the current strength Lin Ming displayed was any threat to her at all. Of course, she also guessed that Lin Ming hadn't shown his full hand yet. To be able to fight against such an eternally rare talent, She was truly looking forwards to this. As a proud and haughty genius, Situ Yaoyue didn't wish to use a revolving battle of attrition to wear him down in order to gain victory. To win this way was nothing but a kind of insult to her. Situ Haoyan frowned upon hearing Situ Yaoyue's words. He slowly and clearly said, "Yaoyue, you are nearly certain to become the successor to the imperial throne of my Azura divine kingdom. Every word you speak, every action you take, all of that is related to the future of my Azura divine kingdom. Your life now no longer belongs to just you. The Azura divine kingdom has trained you, spending countless resources to do so, and yet you want to engage in your so-called fair battle and use the future of the divine kingdom and your own life as a bet? Do you know what price we have to pay if we lost this battle?" Situ Haoyan's words became louder and more severe as he spoke. Although he didn't believe that Lin Ming could defeat Situ Yaoyue, it was best to be careful. If Situ Yaoyue were to perish here, then that was absolutely an immeasurably great loss that the Azura Divine Kingdom would not be able to afford. The Azura Divine Kingdom possessed several divine sea powerhouses. But the truth was that the greatest factor of a divine kingdom's strength was not their number of divine sea powerhouses, but the strength of the peak divine sea powerhouse they possessed. The reason that the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom could stand in front of the Azura Divine Kingdom and the Seven-Star Divine Kingdom was because the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom had their Imperial Granduncle and the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom had their highest Divine Emperor. Both of them were existences close to being the highest under the heavens. Although Situ Haoyan had used the title of highest under the heavens to encourage Situ Yaoyue, he didn't have any hopes that she would actually become the highest under the heavens. That was simply too unrealistic a goal, unless she managed to come across some unbelievable lucky chance. But she had hopes of becoming someone close to being the highest under the heavens. When that happened, the Azura Divine Kingdom would rise in status once more, and they would be able to obtain a greater portion of the resources from the Sea of Miracles. Situ Yaoyue's life was worth more than 2 ordinary Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Not to mention if they lost this battle and couldn't kill Lin Ming, then it would be difficult to withstand the price they would have to pay in the future. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yaoyue was wrong. Although she was unwilling in her heart, Situ Yaoyue could only obey. "Continue to send out the slaughter puppets. Everything we've saved up is for a day like this. Regardless, a national war won't erupt anytime soon. Compared to the price of losing this battle, some puppets are nothing at all." Situ Bonin clenched his teeth. Even a lion had to use its full force to capture a rabbit. In this battle, they had already planned to use their slaughter puppets and then imperial scholars in order to ensure absolute victory. Humph, he might not be injured, but that powerful attack just now might have been some specialized martial skill. He must have used a great amount of strength there. This time we will bring out a stronger puppet. I want to see just how long this little beast can last. The might behind Lin Ming's spear was far too extraordinary. Situ Yaoshi didn't believe Lin Ming had easily shot out that spear. Since they had already laid down their cards, Situ Yaoshi would not back down. She vowed to continue this to the end and consume as much of Lin Ming's strength as possible. 5 Poison King go? Situ Bonin ordered. Yes. The 5 Poison King was a thin old man with a sallow face, covered all over with age spots. When a martial artist cultivated to life destruction, they simply wouldn't have age spots. But these age spots on the 5 Poison King were left behind by poisons. His entire body was simply a giant container of poison. On the arena stage, Lin Ming's spear had already been retrieved by a deacon from the Forsaken God clan. This red spear's toughness had reached the standard of a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. There was absolutely no worry that he would damage it. In this period of time, Lin Ming had already opened the gate of healing and completely restored all the strength and true essence he had consumed, reaching his peak condition once again. The amount of energy he had consumed wasn't much to begin with. 5 Poison King and Lin Ming were several miles away from each other. To a mortal, such a far distance would make their opponent look like the size of a little bean in their sight. But to a martial artist, this distance was just a short sprint. And this sprint time was to give 5 Poison King some room to react. He obviously feared that strange spear that Lin Ming had thrown just now. As long as Five Poison King was struck by that spear, he didn't believe he had any chance of surviving. Quickly wrapping himself with true essence, Five Poison King hastily took out several black array flags and laid down a poison array. As a poison master and an array master, he could display his strongest combat strength by combining the two. By staying in this array formation, he could both attack and defend. As Lin Ming saw Five Poison King's extremely cautious movements, he smiled. Did this old fellow really think he was safe? Who? Five Poison King quickly laid down his array. In the blink of an eye, a purple fog emerged from the ground and completely enveloped him. This purple fog was Five Poison King's special defensive array formation that contained his particular poisonous true essence. If a martial artist broke through this array formation, then even if they had bodily protective true essence, as long as they were touched by this purple fog, then the poison would sneak into their body and injure them. You also don't seem afraid of death? Lin Ming walked forwards, one step at a time. Five Poison King quickly laid down a second array formation and another layer of purple fog appeared, making the defense even tighter. He said without emotion, "We are already dead. As long as we can wound you, that is enough to bring luck to our descendants. So that's how it is." As his voice fell, a shimmer of cold light suddenly burst out from Lin Ming's eyes. It looked as if he took a single casual step forwards, but several miles disappeared underneath his feet, making it seem as if he had teleported past the poison arrays. The two poisonous gas array formations that Five Poison King laid down weren't able to hinder him in the least. With Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space, if an array formation didn't have the space laws integrated into it, then it was simply useless in front of him. Chi chi chi. Purple thunder poured into his red long spear. The top-grade heaven step 9 Heaven's Thunder Soul burst out in all its radiant glory. Chasing thunder. A spear thrust out, quick as lightning, simply not giving Five Poison King the least bit of space to respond. In that instant, all the poisonous fog was covered by a net of crackling purple lightning. Five Poison King issued a roar and threw out the array disc in his hand. The array disc rapidly spun in the air, ready to explode at any moment. However, Lin Ming's speed was far too quick. Space distorted and he vanished in a twinkling light. A spear thrust through Five Poison King's body. Sizzling thunder charred his entire body black. And at this time, Five Poison King's body blew up without any indication. All sorts of poisonous blood and venom rained down in all directions. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he instantly drew back. Bang! Five Poison King blew up with his poison arrays. A terrifyingly potent poison shot out in all directions, causing a large hole to appear even in the array formation-supported mountain. Lin Ming had already retreated 5 miles away. His bodily true essence fiercely vibrated with a sizzling sound. This was the sound of his protective true essence colliding with the poison. What a strange poison can even pollute true essence. Lin Ming didn't have any expression. The silver battle spirit stirred and a spear of wool chopped out, instantly extinguishing the poison. The special characteristic of a battle spirit was that it could be attached to any object and could cut apart all. This included material objects, souls, force fields, energy, heart demons, true essence, and so on. Defeating Five Poison King in a single move hadn't exceeded the expectations of the martial artists present. He also killed him in a single move. How fierce! But Lin Lonjian was touched by the poison. I don't know if this will be a problem for him. Doesn't look like there's an issue. I don't know. The poison arts of the demonic path were extremely strange. Sometimes, after being poisoned, it wouldn't seem as if there was a problem, but the poison would suddenly manifest after a period of time, turning a martial artist's body into bloody pus. Of course, to the surrounding martial artists, someone with Lin Ming's strength certainly wouldn't be reduced to that sort of situation. However, coming under a slight influence was still likely. This was a revolving battle. As long as these minor influences accumulated, they would ultimately become fatal. This little beast, even the Five Poison King's explosion wasn't able to harm him. Humph! And so what? Every battle will consume some of his strength. I want to see just how long he can last. Whitebone King, go out. As long as you can wound him, then I will release your family clan from slavery. Throughout the centuries, the Azura Divine Kingdom had fought wars in all directions in order to conquer anyone who dared to challenge their authority. And the top powerhouses of these conquered influences would have a slave seal planted within them and then be turned into a slaughter puppet. Whitebone King was one of those powerhouses. His family clan had been a fifth-grade family clan, but the patron of his family clan had been enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom. Afterwards, their patron collapsed and the Whitebone King's family clan was implicated in the ensuing mess. Whitebone King was tall and broad. He wore an armor of bones, and as he walked the pieces struck and grinded against each other, emitting ka-ka-ka sounds. Because he had been transformed with all sorts of secret techniques and he also had a slave seal planted in him, Whitebone King didn't have any intelligence in his eyes. But Situ Bonin's promise seemed to stir a strange compulsion in his mind, awakening the memories deep within his heart. Kill! Whitebone King bit out this word. With chi-chi-chi sounds, countless bone spurs appeared from all over his body. He rushed towards Lin Ming like a cannonball. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with an interested light. The bone armor of this Whitebone King in front of him wasn't forged from the bones of others, but rather came from his own skeleton. A bone-transforming specialist martial artist was really unusual. However, this was far from being able to make up the absolute disparity in strength. Bang! With the sound of a collision, Whitebone King's frontal bone spurs all shattered. In the next moment, the long spear turned around and smashed into Whitebone King's head. Whitebone King's bone armor burst apart like shattered porcelain. His spine cracked and his neck twisted off. His head flew 1,000 feet away, crashing into the floor with both eyeballs burst apart. Lin Ming's figure appeared 1,000 feet away, a slightly numb feeling in his right hand. These bones were much harder than he had imagined. This was already the third match. Situ Haotian's eyes were cold. He vowed to disregard all cost to bring this revolving battle to its ultimate end. Crimson Blood Demon, your turn. Roar. A red demon covered in blood rushed onto the arena stage. These demonic path martial artists practiced all sorts of evil and dark mystical cultivation methods. Many times it was impossible to tell whether they were a man or ghost. However, regardless of what shape Lin Ming's enemy took, the gap in absolute strength could not be surpassed. The Crimson Blood Demon rushed forward in a suicidal manner, wanting to bring Lin Ming down with him. But Lin Ming shot his silver battle spirit imbued red spear forwards, and with the sound of rolling thunder it pierced through the Crimson Blood Demon's body like an arrow. The Crimson Blood Demon exploded in a shower of bloody rain. The long spear smashed into the arena ground hundreds of feet away, ripping a large crumbling hole into the array formation-protected arena ground. The Crimson Blood Demon's cause of death was nearly the same as Wuxia King's. The fifth match, Nightmare King. Situ Bonin's eyes were red with raging anger. He immediately sent out another master. Bang! Nightmare King's soul illusion attack was directly torn apart by Lin Ming's battle spirit. With a whistling sound, Lin Ming's long spear shot forwards. Nightmare King wanted to dodge it, but the concept of space and the concept of time within the spear made it unpredictable and unblockable. Nightmare King forcibly avoided having his heart pierced through, but nearly half of his body was ripped off by the spear. Nightmare King flew backwards, but Lin Ming stepped forwards, crossing through space and instantly appearing in front of him. Fist punched out. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Pong! The half-torn Nightmare King was simply unable to dodge this sudden attack. He instantly burst into a rain of blood. After Lin Ming crossed the first stage of life destruction, all of the cells in his body were transformed, activated by energy and now able to all breath in unison. The power of flow like silk had risen by a great boundary. With a single punch, even a 100-foot-tall boulder would be completely smashed into powder. The fifth match, victory again. So far, none of the martial artists that entered the arena stage had been Lin Ming's match. Sixth match, Earth-Bowing Monster. Seventh match, Black Iron Demon. Eighth match, Soul Eater. Ninth match, Green hair corpse puppet. Every new match was sounded with a new bell ring. Because the matches were too fast, before the first ring faded away, the next ring already began to sound out. Back and forth, this vibrant ringing bell sound echoed through the world, shocking everyone's minds again and again. This was simply a bloody massacre. No matter what strange demonic path techniques these slaughter puppets used, Lin Ming would finish the fight within 3 breaths of time. During this time, it was inevitable that Lin Ming would have frontal collisions with these powerhouses. According to all reasoning, although these collisions might not result in Lin Ming being wounded, they should at least create disorder in his true essence or cause his aura to be unstable. But Lin Ming continued fighting as if he didn't even know what exhaustion was. At least it was impossible to tell if there was something wrong with him from his exterior appearance. 11th match, 12th match, 13th match, 18th match. The Lin Ming on the arena stage had turned vicious and ruthless. At this time, he was like a true dragon that had awoken from a deep slumber. His powerful body seemed invincible to all attacks. All enemies that appeared before him were torn to pieces, completely swept away without any ability to resist. All of the surrounding martial artists were bewildered. These martial artists that died under Lin Ming's hands weren't some random cabbages. The lowest of them were at the peak 5th stage of life destruction, and there were even 6th-stage life destruction masters. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, they were characters that ruled the destiny decree of their eras. Some of them might have even been ranked in the top 100 of the destiny decree. And these people were chopped apart by Lin Ming as if they were vegetables and then tossed to the side, over and over again. Lin Ming only used several moves, but these moves, no one was able to dodge them. Every single one of these attacks contained a powerful strength. The consumption of energy shouldn't be minor. If a general martial artist was strong, they would still find themselves short of breath after using these moves several times. They would have no choice but to supplement themselves with medicines. But, no matter how good these medicines were, the supplemented true essence would have differences with their own true essence. Eating up enough of these pills would cause the energy within their bodies to turn impure, causing their combat strength to plummet. But Lin Ming hadn't even taken a single pill yet. And looking at his appearance, he didn't even have the least bit of disorder in his breath. Was he even human? 20th match. Bang! The demonic path slaughter puppet that stepped on stage had his head burst apart by Lin Ming's spear. Red and white brain mass sprayed onto the ground before immediately being charred by the power of thunder in the air. That demonic path martial artist's headless corpse plopped to the ground. There was a cold gasp of air from outside the arena stage. It had come from a slaughter puppet that knew it would only be dying by entering the stage. If he were just a normal person, then he wouldn't have dared to go on stage. Even walking into the jaws of death shouldn't be done in such a miserable manner. In fact, even the rest of the slaughter puppets were frightened by Lin Ming. After killing 20 people, Lin Ming's aura made him seem as if he were a wild, vicious beast from ancient times. The accumulated killing intent had formed an invisible energy field around him. Just by approaching him, one would feel pressured and find it difficult to breathe. Even Situ Haoyan was a bit deterred and made weak-hearted by Lin Ming's dominating aura. Every slaughter puppet that he sent on stage was a massive pile of spirit essence stones. Had the slaughter puppets he sent out even been able to exhaust Lin Ming's strength? As he looked at the perfectly calm Lin Ming on stage, Situ Haoyan lacked the assurance to continue like this. His eyes turned and his vision locked onto a red-clothed little boy. Imperial Scholar Xian, it's your turn next. Ha! The red-clothed little boy's heart shrank, a cold sweat suddenly streaming down his entire body. Your Majesty, The red-clothed little boy's strength was ranked 42 on the Destiny Decree. Although he was much stronger than those slaughter puppets that had gone on stage so far, he still lacked the courage to face Lin Ming head-on. Even an idiot could see that Lin Ming hadn't used everything he had so far. He went back and forth with the same 3 moves and was already on a rampage right now. The red-clothed little boy didn't think he had a snowball's chance in hell of winning. And, in a life-or-death battle, the red-clothed little boy didn't expect that Lin Ming would show him any mercy at all. He and Lin Ming had a particularly high number of grudges. What? You don't want to fight. Situ Haoyan frowned, a faint killing intent exuding from him. The red-clothed little boy gulped before falling to his knees. Your Majesty, please show mercy. It isn't that this official won't fight, but this official simply isn't that Lin Longian's match. I beg your Majesty to spare my life. This official has always faithfully served and worked for the Azura Divine Kingdom's best interests. Please allow me to continue doing so. Situ Haoyan sneered. Humph. I am now giving you your chance to faithfully serve. Have you forgotten just who it was that started this battle? As Situ Haoyan spoke, the red-clothed little boy paled until there wasn't a drop of blood left in his face. When Lin Ming had proposed a revolving battle that had been done to reduce the pressure on the Forsaken God clan. And the turning point for that had been the red-clothed little boy. He had taken advantage of his superior strength at the time to bully Lin Ming and declare the battle against him. He had even said that he would lose if he couldn't defeat Lin Ming within 10 moves. Finally, the result was that Lin Ming didn't dodge the battle. Once he crossed life destruction, he would challenge every life destruction master of the Azura Divine Kingdom. In a sense, the reason that this battle even happened was related to the red-clothed little boy. Now that the battle had become much more difficult than they had imagined and the losses were mounting, it was natural for Situ Haoyan to vent his anger on him. The red-clothed little boy's forehead was wet with sweat. He regretted his previous decision so much that his guts turned blue. How could he have spoken words so cheaply? This was really what they meant by careless talk causes trouble. He wanted to say that the one who finally agreed to this battle was Situ Haoyan himself, but he didn't have this courage. He feared that saying such words would cause Situ Haoyan to kill him right here with a single palm. It wasn't just the red-clothed little boy who was soaked in a cold sweat, but Situ Haoyan's elder disciple Situ Bai also felt his palms sweat. He was ranked 26 on the destiny decree. There was a chance he could defeat Lin Ming, but it was more likely he would suffer a ruinous fate. When he had been at the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall and Lin Ming had declared he would battle all the life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he too had participated in that with several cheap words he now bitterly regretted. He had even said that he wouldn't need anyone to deal with Lin Ming after he crossed life destruction. Situ Bai had said he could single-handedly defeat Lin Ming. Now that he thought back to those words, he really wanted to smash his head into a wall. Once the red-clothed little boy lost, wouldn't he be next on the list to enter the stage? Will you fight or not? Situ Haoyan glared at the red-clothed little boy. The red-clothed little boy wasn't part of the Situ family clan and had lived for over 1,500 years already. His chances of breaking through to the Divine Sea were near zero. If he died, then he died. It wouldn't too great a loss. I will fight. The red-clothed little boy grit his teeth. Compared to being directly executed here by Situ Haoyan, he might as well challenge Lin Ming. Perhaps he might have a slim chance of survival. Moreover, if he died in battle, then his family clan would at least obtain the shelter of the Azura Divine Kingdom. If they were executed because of him, then that would really be an injustice. The red-clothed little boy took a deep breath and flew off of the Godspeed boat. It's you? Lin Ming said with a faintly interested smile. He and the red-clothed little boy, who was an Azura Imperial scholar, could be said to have a very deep enmity. He had been chased by this little boy into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and had also been challenged by him in the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall. You challenged me 3 months ago and we set a date, but I never thought you would actually come. Although Lin Ming was smiling, his killing intent didn't diminish in the least. Cut the crap. Don't think that you will definitely defeat me. The red-clothed little boy placed all of his hatred onto Lin Ming. Ever since he met Lin Ming, that was when his unlucky fate began. He gave a loud shout and his body blew up like a balloon, his muscles sticking out. He grasped a thick lance in his hands. The only problem was that he still had the appearance of a little boy. It made it very awkward looking at him. Samsara Devil Arts. A 6-armed demon phantom appeared behind the red-clothed little boy. Each of the 6 arms held a magic tool, its face pallid and cruel. It looked like an immortal underworld king from the totems of the demonic path. The red-clothed little boy was ranked in the top 50 of the Destiny Decree. After using the Samsara Devil Arts, His aura suddenly shot up. Every martial artist in a 10-mile radius could suddenly feel a tremendous pressure pushing down on them. That is one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 great Imperial Scholars, Imperial Scholar Xian. A fierce character finally came out. This match should be worth watching. That's right. Although Imperial Scholar Xian shouldn't be Lin Longjian's match, he should still be able to support himself for some time. Either that or he'll be instantly killed. Now that would be truly frightening. The red-clothed little boy grasped the lance with both hands, a viscous chaotic and demonic energy revolving around the lance shaft. Just looking at this demonic energy made one feel as if their soul was falling for eternity. Concept of darkness? Lin Ming was slightly surprised. The concept of darkness had the attribute of devouring all energy. Its degree of mystery surpassed the concepts of the 5 elements and neared that of the concepts of space and time. For this red-clothed little boy to be able to comprehend this concept to such a degree, he really wasn't an ordinary martial artist. This was also the reason that he was able to stand out amongst all the 6-stage life destruction martial artists and rank in the top 50 of the Destiny Decree. Myriad Demons Samsara. The red-clothed little boy split into 6 forms, each one of them carrying a thick lance that curved like a snake. A deep and sticky darkness came shrouding down from the sky, swallowing up all the sunlight. It was like the entire dimensional realm had fallen into darkness. The immortal underworld king appeared high in the sky, its 6 magic tools smashing down at Lin Ming. This was the red-clothed little boy's strongest martial skill. He didn't dare to hold back against Lin Ming, otherwise he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Facing this massive blow, Lin Ming was calm as usual. He held his spear with a single hand and drew a crescent moon in the air. The space around the spear edge began to quietly collapse. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Ka. Countless cracks began to appear throughout the entire shroud of darkness, like a black mirror that was being broken apart. Back when he was in the time-worn Phoenix City's God-transforming mirror, Lin Ming had already comprehended the space laws to the point where he was able to rip apart the void. And at that time, the space there had been even more stable than now. The broken space fragments shot out, following Lin Ming's red spear around as he thrust it outwards. Space continued to collapse. At the same time, that immortal underworld king phantom was being torn apart by the space fragments. A fierce and grim light flashed over the red-clothed little boy's face as the 6 lance-wielding shadows around him thrust at Lin Ming's dantian. Puff! Puff! Space fragments cut into the red-clothed little boy and blood shot into the air. However, he had already held onto the determination to die. He was completely unaware of all the damage being inflicted to him. His every thought was locked onto Lin Ming. He would rather die than miss this lance strike. The concept of darkness can actually make the void sticky and limit my movements. Lin Ming was about to back away, but he discovered that the space around him had turned into something like a swamp. His movements were hindered, causing him to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. From the moment that he started this battle until now, he may have instantly killed his enemies so far, but in order to save his strength and also hide his cards, he had only been using 40 to 50% of his energy. After life destruction transformed his body, every cell within him had undergone a baptism of energy, and he had thoroughly formed his spirit body. Combined with his body transformation cultivation, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary life destruction martial artist to a nearly impossible degree. His peak strength had never been revealed. He flourished his long spear and opened the heretical god force to the limit, as well as galvanizing the power of the 8 inner hidden gates. All of the cells within his body began to breathe in unison. The energy that belonged to a life destruction martial artist burst out. At the same time, his silver battle spirit howled out and formed a silver-white divine spear on the outside of his own red spear. Lin Ming took a sudden step back and grasped the spear's end with both hands. He lowered himself, concentrating the power of his waist. With the support of the Gate of Limit, his spine tightened along his shoulder, gathering more and more power. His spear was like a red dragon about to leap out from the sea. And then, Lin Ming shot forwards. The void was torn apart like paper as the cold spear edge drew a scintillating brilliance through the darkness. See, with a light sound, a dazzling flash of silver-white light shot into the sky as a divine spear directly impacted through the 9 heavens. Billowing purple thunder and waves of surging flames followed, as if the entire world were falling apart. In that instant, the divine spear disappeared. The raging power of thunder and fire swept through the world, invincible and unstoppable. Ka-ka-ka. A crack several miles long appeared in the sheared-off mountain peak. The red-clothed little boy's expression was dull and listless as he stood suspended in the air. Behind him, the immortal underworld king phantom also appeared bleak as it floated in the air. Pong! The immortal underworld king phantom blew apart, and the red-clothed little boy's lance split in half. From the lance edge to the lance shaft, the lance was cleanly cut open. This crack spread to the red-clothed little boy's body, forming a grim crimson line of blood that continued up his arm, cut through his dantian, stomach, chest, neck, mouth, nose, finally arriving at his forehead. Then, that bloody line continued around his spine until it formed a complete circle. Next, underneath the eyes of everyone watching, the red-clothed little boy and his lance split in half, blood spraying into the air as his body and weapon dropped to the ground. As the audience saw the red-clothed little boy that was split in half as well as that heaven-step lance that was also the same, all of them were shocked speechless. They had guessed that Lin Ming was hiding his strength, but none of them imagined that his true strength would be so horrifying. That medium-grade heaven-step lance had been split apart from edge to shaft as if it were a radish. Lin Ming was like a juggernaut as he tore his way through all the matches so far without equal. Although everyone thought that the red-clothed little boy wasn't Lin Ming's opponent, they still believed he could last for a while. But, although he had managed to last until the second move, he was still instantly killed right afterwards. So now it seemed that the reason Lin Ming threw his spear against those slaughter puppets was because he was hiding his ability and saving his strength. Otherwise, he could simply have used an extraordinarily powerful attack like this. Who cared if it was a suicidal attack? Both attack and person would have been completely torn apart by his spear. He was simply a monster. As Situ Haoyan saw the red-clothed little boy's miserable death, the corners of his lips began twitching. His eyes swept over and he saw that Situ Bai's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his knuckles were gripped so tightly that they were white. Situ Bai thought he would have had a chance against Lin Ming, but now it seemed that fighting him was certain death. Garbage! Situ Haoyan spat out this word. Situ Bai was frightened so much that he fell to his knees, his entire body trembling. He didn't want to die. At this time, Situ Luosha stepped forwards and then kneeled on one knee. Your Majesty, please allow me to fight. As Situ Bai saw Situ Luosha volunteer, he suddenly let out a deep breath of relief, nearly collapsing to the floor. Sometimes, when a martial artist faced a life-or-death situation, their attitude might veer towards one of two extremes. One would be a desperado, not fearing death nor danger. They would mostly come from poorer backgrounds and rely on this sort of character to grasp lucky chances, finally arriving at a higher boundary. And then there were those that treasured their own life. These types of people would often come from large sects and would have enjoyed endless resources since childhood. They had already developed an inherent sense of superiority, so how would they be willing to die? Situ Bai was the latter. As a martial artist at his level, he had a life that would be several thousand years long. For as long as he wanted, he could enjoy a life more luxurious than that of any mortal king of this world, enough to satisfy for 100 lifetimes. Thus, he cherished his life, and this was also the reason that he found Situ Haoyan's eyes so unbearable. Humph! Situ Haoyan's cold cough fell like thunder in Situ Bai's ears. Situ Bai shook and he was nearly knocked to the floor. Situ Bai would rather be called garbage by Situ Haoyan or disappoint him than to die. As he recalled the bragging talk 3 months ago when he said he could pinch Lin Ming to death even after he crossed life destruction, he wanted to tear his own mouth out. In the end, Situ Haoyan didn't send Situ Bai on stage. Situ Bai was worth far more than the red-clothed little boy was. Situ Bai was just over 70 years old, not that much older than Situ Yaoyue. he had a small chance of reaching the Divine Sea in the future. However, because of today's mental attack, his chances of reaching the Divine Sea had become that much slimmer. Moreover, the most important point was that even though Situ Bai was more powerful than the red-clothed little boy, he wasn't that much stronger. If the red-clothed little boy could support himself up to Lin Ming's second attack, then Situ Bai would at most be able to withstand 5 attacks. The result would still be the same. Lin Ming's combat strength wouldn't be affected too much. As a Divine Sea powerhouse, Situ Haoyan was not an idiot. According to his original plan, even if Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue were similar in strength, or perhaps Lin Ming was even a bit stronger, his physical condition would suffer after having to continue through 20 to 30 fights. Small wounds or injuries would accumulate in his body. This was inevitable. He had prepared 20 to 30 slaughter puppets for the explicit purpose of wearing down Lin Ming at all costs. No one was able to fight like a mechanical puppet, never knowing exhaustion. However, after observing over 20 matches, Situ Haoyan was able to confirm that Lin Ming had a terrifying ability. And that was self-recovery. With Situ Haoyan's vision, he shouldn't have discovered this so late. But Lin Ming's restorative ability came from the Gate of Healing. It was from a cultivation system beyond Situ Haoyan's understanding. Even now, he was only able to generally speculate about this ability of Lin Ming's. He simply wasn't able to identify just why Lin Ming's regenerative abilities were so strong. Lin Ming's total energy within his body far surpassed that of a normal martial artist. Not just that, but he could also rapidly absorb heaven and earth origin energy from his surroundings, quickly supplementing any energy he consumed. This caused his endurance to reach a terrifying degree. Also, Lin Ming's physical defense and blood vitality were extraordinary, and he wore the Demon Emperor armor. Even if he was affected by an attack from those slaughter puppets, over half of those effects would have been melted away anyway. He would have only received a minor shock wound. If an ordinary martial artist were to continue this for 20 or more fights, these tiny shock wounds would accumulate and cause the blood energy within their body to be unstable, making their true essence chaotic. But Lin Ming's blood vitality was vibrant and exuberant. With the support of the Gate of Healing, his restorative ability was completely abnormal. Even minor wounds healed at ridiculous speeds. In other words, those 20 fights that Lin Ming had fought in before only had minimal effects on him. Even if Lin Ming consumed a bit of his energy, he was still constantly accumulating momentum. After so many battles in which he slayed his enemies, he had become like an ancient and wild vicious beast, ominous and dire, his momentum seeming as if it had merged with the world itself. These battles had caused him to reach the peak in yet another state. This damned boy! Situ Haoyan grimaced. He didn't blame himself for his stupidity, he was always careful. This method of using a revolving battle to wear down Lin Ming was reasonable and indisputable, but the one factor he never expected was that Lin Ming was actually such an abnormal freak. "Get out!" Situ Haoyan shouted at the insufferable Situ Bai. After obtaining this pardon, Situ Bai scurried away with his tail between his legs, absolutely scared out of his wits. At this moment, even facing Situ Haoyan was a form of suffering. He only hated that he couldn't grow another pair of legs and run away even faster. Situ Haoyan's sharp and brutal eyes swept over all the remaining martial artists. Even the several remaining slaughter puppets were frightened. Although they already came here prepared to die, none of them wished to face that vicious beast in human form, Lin Ming. The pressure that Lin Ming put out was simply too great. No one could see the slightest hope of themselves winning. This was like when a death-sentenced prisoner faced the guillotine, and their legs would finally tremble. It was because the cold shine of that guillotine blade was far too oppressive. This was the fear born from killing intent. A group of garbage. Situ didn't intend to send these remaining slaughter puppets out. The strongest of them was only a bit better than the red-clothed little boy. He didn't want to uselessly send them off and allow Lin Ming to accumulate even more momentum. The great demon envoy actually didn't lower his head. Instead, he looked back at Situ Haoyan with confidence in his eyes. From his eyes, Situ Haoyan could not sense any fear at all, but instead a trace of determination. The great demon envoy was not like these slaughter puppets. He was just over 70 years old and had a small chance of reaching the divine sea. In the face of certain death, it was extremely rare for him to maintain his calm composure. Demon 1, you seem as if you intend to step on stage? Situ Haoyan asked. The great demon envoy cupped his hands together. If your majesty needs, then this official shall go to battle. Oh? You aren't afraid of death. This official has repeatedly failed against Lin Longjian. Although I fear death, I also fear that my determination and confidence will be ruined. Good. Situ Haoyan showed an appreciative look. A martial artist that wanted to reach greater heights would first have to have a firm heart of martial arts. If they were someone like Situ Bai or the red-clothed little boy who trembled and faltered when facing a powerful match, then they could simply forget about ever reaching a higher boundary. Even if Situ Bai's talent surpassed that of the great demon envoy, when he attempted to break into the divine sea, he would encounter a heart demon that was birthed from his innermost fear of Lin Ming. A heart demon that was shaped like Lin Ming would have unbelievable power and control. It was likely that Situ Bai would be defeated by this heart demon and fall into obsession. In order to step onto the peak of martial arts, one had to strengthen their determination and their own beliefs. This was because when climbing upwards to the peak of martial arts, they would have to encounter endless difficulties to begin with. Situ Haoyan didn't intend on sending the great demon envoy to a battle he would certainly lose and die in. His eyes shifted to Situ Luosha, and he saw on him a similar determination. As Situ Luosha saw Situ Haoyan glance at him a second time, he pleaded once more, Your Majesty, please allow Luosha to go to battle. Situ Luosha was different from the others. Although he appeared solemn, he truly did have the confidence to defeat Lin Ming. This match would by no means be certain death for him. Out of all the people present, he was one of the peerless proud sons of heaven that the Azura Divine Kingdom was raising. There was no business of the Divine Kingdom that he had to handle. His only mission was to cultivate. As long as he remained focused, he had a great chance of reaching the Divine Sea Realm within 20 years. This is truly destined retribution. Situ Haoyan let out a deep breath. Situ Luosha was one of his outstanding ascetics. His value was even near that of a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. If he died, it would be a significant loss to the Azura Divine Kingdom. Situ Haoyan looked to the heavens and sighed. If he knew that this would happen, then he would never have become enemies with Lin Ming. But now the Azura Divine Kingdom was already riding the tiger. They were no longer able to back down. As a divine sea powerhouse and a dignified Azura Divine Emperor, it would be incomparably ridiculous for him to beg for mercy from a life-destruction realm junior. But, if this could solve the Azura Divine Kingdom's predicament, then Situ Haoyan would disregard all shame to do this. But now, the problem was that attempting to ease their enmity had no meaning at all. Apologizing now was in truth the same as admitting defeat and the same as saying that the Azura Divine Kingdom couldn't fight Lin Ming even if they disregarded all costs to do so. Losing their national prestige was one matter, but the key question was, could Lin Ming truly lay down this past animosity? If he were to become the highest under the heavens, would he not retaliate against the Azura Divine Kingdom? The Azura Divine Kingdom had tried to push Lin Ming into a dead end several times. Thinking about it, if Situ Haoyan were in Lin Ming's position, then he wouldn't let this go either. Oh! What's going on? How come the Azura Divine Kingdom isn't sending out the next match? After the red-clothed little boy was defeated by Lin Ming, an entire quarter hour passed without any reaction from the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat. There hadn't been anyone coming out to battle. Send your head. That red little boy was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's imperial scholars. Now even an imperial scholar has died. He was killed in just 2 moves by Lin Longjian. He wasn't even able to support himself for 5 breaths of time. That boy is simply a monster. Anyone who goes up against him dies. If I think about it, those life-destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom are probably scared out of their wits. They might just pack their bags and go home in a bit, so that they can cry themselves to sleep tonight. The one who spoke was a sublime smelting Divine Kingdom prince. His talent was ordinary and his words were like a scoundrel's. But, by relying on his sublime smelting Divine Kingdom's background, He didn't fear that his words would offend the Azura divine kingdom. That's possible, otherwise how could they delay for a quarter hour? The longer this goes on, the more beneficial it is for Lin Longyan. They are just giving him more time to restore himself to his peak condition. Are you just blathering on like an idiot because you can? What do you mean the longer this goes on the more beneficial it is for Lin Longyan? Haven't you discovered that, in these 21 matches, Lin Longyan doesn't even seem as if he has consumed any energy? Instead, his killing intent force field is accumulating more and more. One comes up then one dies, two come up then two die. All of the martial artists present were elite heroes of the continent. Even if their cultivation was low, they were still unrivaled peers of their sex generations. Their eyesight was naturally better than an ordinary martial artist's. Someone less than 30 years old who had just broken through to the first stage of life destruction had actually caused all the life destruction masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom to not even dare to fight him. Just what kind of boldness was this? Not just that, but this was a revolving battle, and the worst of these martial artists could be ranked 160 to 170 on the Destiny Decree, and the stronger of them could reach the top 50 ranks of the Destiny Decree. Even so, all of them had been completely killed off by Lin Ming. Not just that, but Lin Ming didn't seem to have consumed any energy. Instead, his killing intent only accumulated, every death superimposing on the last until it soared into the sky, seeming as if it was changing the world itself. Now facing this Lin Ming on stage, even the famed elders of 5th grade sex felt frightened, their scalps tingling in horror. The entire arena was already wrecked beyond repair. The sheared mountaintop was crisscrossed with fissures that were several miles long and hundreds of feet deep. If it wasn't for the Azura Divine Kingdom's array formation supporting the entire area, then this place would have long collapsed into the ground. Ruined meat, blood, and bits of organs were scattered all over the place. There were some corpses that weren't even taken away because of how miserable their deaths had been. The entire arena was filled with the strong, acrid smell of blood. However, the shaft of Lin Ming's spear was not stained with blood, and his clothes didn't even have the slightest bit of damage. His white clothes were as clean as fresh snow. He fluttered high and proud above the arena, his clothes waving in the wind and his hair flying in the air. His expression was light and breezy, as if he wasn't even worried about this life or death battle. With his handsome, jade-like looks and his leisurely manner, he was extraordinary and refined, like an immortal cavalier exiled from the heavens. Within the seamless heaven and earth, the ethereal and elegant Lin Ming stood high above the bloody arena that resembled an Azura slaughter field. This sharp contrast made one feel as if this scene was unreal, as if all this death before him had nothing to do with him at all. Time slowly passed. Soon, half an hour had passed and the Azura Divine Kingdom still hadn't set anyone out to battle. All of the martial artists were impatiently waiting. What's going on? Is the Azura Divine Kingdom admitting defeat? Many martial artists couldn't help but think this. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background was truly powerful. In a single breath they had sent out 20 slaughter puppets. No one dared to look down on the Azura Divine Kingdom's war strength. But now it seemed that Lin Ming was even stronger. It's time. Go to battle. Situ Haoyan nodded at Situ Luosha. Even if he was worried that Situ Luosha would fall here, he still had to send him to fight. After all, Situ Yaoyua's life was far more precious than Situ Luosha's. Be careful. If you cannot defeat him, then retreat. As long as you are alive, then I can protect you, Situ Haoyan said to Situ Luosha with a true essence sound transmission. Your Majesty, rest assured that I shall definitely defeat Lin Longyan. I will not disappoint your graciousness. Hearing that Situ Haoyan would guarantee his life, Situ Luosha was grateful. But he would not retreat. This battle was one he had to win. We've already been waiting half an hour, how interesting. Situ Haoyan is delaying time in order to break down Lin Longyan's momentum. On the Great Jade Ship, the White Clan's Fairy Snowgale saw Situ Luosha step into the arena and faintly smiled. This is the same as acknowledging that everything he did before this was in vain. Lin Longyan's hidden ability is too great. Situ Haoyan has really eaten it this time. When a strong opponent fell, It would carve a sense of intention in the victor's bones, a faith that they would win, creating a sort of invisible energy field that would drive them to victory. This would cause a martial artist to fight even more vigorously. Situ Haoyan obviously feared this. Old Man Good Fortune laughed. Situ Haoyan is so careful, but how useful will it be to waste this time to break down Lin Longjian's momentum? The accumulated faith that a martial artist gathered in himself would stay for a few days. It certainly wouldn't be broken in just half an hour. The most that Situ Haoyan did was diminish some of the momentum Lin Ming gathered, but he hadn't broken it. Under the attention of all, Situ Luosha finally grasped his spear and fell down from the Godspeed boat. He fell onto the mountain ring, distantly facing Lin Ming. It's Situ Luosha. Situ Luosha is finally fighting. As the impatient martial artists saw the black-clothed Situ Luosha slowly fly into the arena stage, all of their eyes turned wide as they locked onto him. I thought that the Azure Divine Kingdom would still send out some suicide troops to wear down Lin Longjian some more, but I never imagined they would directly send out Situ Luosha. Does this mean that the Azure Divine Kingdom still has hidden powerhouses it hasn't used? How could there be so many hidden powerhouses? 10 years ago, Situ Luosha was already ranked in the top 15 of the Destiny Decree. Now his ranking is 12 and no one still knows just how strong he is. I hear he is already nearing the Divine Sea Realm. He should already be the Azure Divine Kingdom's strongest life destruction martial artist. A battle between top masters could always make one's blood boil with excitement. Especially this battle between the mysterious peak-ranked Destiny Decree masters Situ Luosha and Lin Longjian. Situ Luosha's strength was an unknown variable, but so was Lin Ming's. Those with a discerning eye could see that he had never put his full force forth in any of the previous battles. There were likely many concept and laws and martial skills that he hadn't used. Unknown against the unknown. This was truly a battle that filled with heart with anticipation. Everyone wanted to know just what the limits of their strength were. Walala! A pair of massive black wings unfolded from behind Situ Luosha, keeping him suspended in the air. It wasn't strange for a martial artist to have a pair of treasure wings. Even Corpsemancer had his own pair. But Situ Luosha's pair of wings was different. It was not a treasure that had been refined, but a true part of Situ Luosha's body. These were wings of flesh and blood. Without a doubt, Situ Luosha had the bloodline of another species in his blood. It was probable that this even included a special bloodline seal ability. Lin Ming, with my peak 6th-stage life destruction cultivation, even if I emerge victorious against you, it is not a win for my martial path. But I will not hold back. In this battle I will kill you with everything I have. As Situ Luosha spoke, several thousand crimson-red blood-drinking seals suddenly flew out from his body. Then, a scene that startled Lin Ming occurred. These blood-drinking seals completely immersed into Situ Luosha's black wings. The blood-drinking seal tightly pasted themselves onto the feathers, causing the black wings to instantly become red like blood. This combat method, Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Without a doubt, this was a stylistic cultivation method that Situ Luosha had devised from the great desolate halberd art. He was the same as Lin Ming, a martial arts grandmaster who was stepping onto the path of creating his own set of martial arts. No matter how good others' cultivation methods were, they were still others. They might not suit someone else. For instance, Situ Luosha. By combining his special bloodline characteristics with the great desolate halberd art, he could display an absolutely stronger combat effectiveness. Truly worthy of being one of the Destiny Decree's peak-ranked chosen prides of heaven. Although Lin Ming's current talent far surpassed the standard of the Sky Spill continent, he still wouldn't underestimate the powerhouses of this world. This was because they were characters that stood out from a trillion or even hundreds of trillions of lives. Ding! A great bell that stood above the sheared-off mountaintop rang out once again, resounding through the dimensional realm. The fight had officially started. Situ Luosha acted first. Without any hesitation he grasped his long spear and turned into a black beam of light that shot forwards. His speed surpassed imagination. Countless spear shades filled the air, creating a brilliant tapestry that blinded the eyes. You want to compare speed? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. What he feared the least was comparing speed. Or, it was more accurate to say that he didn't fear comparing in any aspect. Whether it was physical strength, endurance, will, or anything else, it was enough to make his opponents vomit blood in frustration. Without opening the gate of wonder, Lin Ming only used golden rock shattering the void to create a series of phantom shadows in the air. The red spear in his hands wove through the universe, completely meeting all of Situ Luosha's spear shades together. Pung 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 pung. Like a crashing wave on a breaking shore, the entire mountain arena reinforced by the Azura Divine Kingdom's array formation began to violently tremble. Spear wind savagely hewed off massive chunks of stone before crushing them into powder. Clouds of broken rocks and dust began to rush into the clear skies. A black and red energy were like two flood dragons violently clashing in the desert, twisting around and staring down at the world with contempt. What speed! I can't even see clearly. All of the heroic young elites present had already retreated 10 miles out. With their sight, watching this battle from 10 miles away was no problem at all. However, they simply couldn't make out Lin Ming and Situ Luosha's movements. Their speed was just too fast. It wasn't just them, but even the famed elders of the various sects were blind as to what was happening. All they saw was a storm of black and red light weaving together in the skies. But as for the exact happenings, none of them were able to distinguish anything in that battle of extreme speed. It seems like they are evenly matched, an elder from a 5th grade sect said with uncertainty. Maybe, another 5th grade sect's highest elder echoed. He was also a destiny decree master, and yet he wasn't able to see just who had the upper hand so far. This was truly a disgraceful matter for him. Pong! Situ Luosha's 2 wings spread out. His blood-red wings seemed as if they were carved from pure ruby. After the blood-drinking seals were fused into them, they had become incomparably sharp, able to cut down several spear lights by themselves. A faint red light shot across the skies like a rainbow. 6 blood-red feathers quietly separated from behind Situ Luosha, circling around Lin Ming and aiming at his limbs, back and head, before shooting out together. Meanwhile, Situ Luosha stabbed his spear at Lin Ming's dantian. He's fast. An excited light flashed through Lin Ming's pupils. If he didn't open the gate of wonder then, just by using golden rock shattering the void, his movements were even slightly slower than Situ Luosha's. This was already enough to startle Lin Ming. It seemed as if Situ Luosha's special bloodline ability was also connected with extremely fast movement. Bang! A red long spear swept out, drawing a full moon completely around him. The blazing spear light completely blocked all of Situ Luosha's attacks. Kacha! The two collided for the first time. A fierce storm of true essence suddenly stirred up, causing raging true essence to fill the air. The array formation that held together the mountain seemed unable to bear this, and a crack several hundred miles long appeared within it. To Lin Ming and Situ Luosha, this arena was only a boundary. The true battlefield was in the sky. Bang bang bang. Thunder flashed, space trembled. Lin Ming took his dantian as the center and released a dazzling purple light. This was the glory of thunder. Wild and stormy thunder condensed, forming substantialized purple scales all over Lin Ming's body. Section by section, they covered his entire body. Arcs of electricity flashed from these scales formed from the power of thunder, deeply piercing into Lin Ming's acupoints, connecting him to the tyrannical power of thunder around him. The power of life, thunder battle form. This was one of the most famed techniques of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, using thunder as the power of life and changing the body, stimulating it to produce a greater strength. This was a type of supportive martial skill. In order to use it, one had to have a thorough understanding of the laws that formed its foundation. Otherwise, recklessly using this technique would not stimulate their life potential but would instead damage their organs and meridians. As the martial artists present saw Lin Ming's entire body began to be covered with purple scales, they didn't sense anything unusual. But the several divine sea powerhouses, especially the Forsaken God clan's elders and Patriarch Shirbai, were actually dumbfounded. This was really the thunder battle form, This was a unique skill that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had once relied on to walk the world unrivaled. Although the complete Jade Slip inheritance had been left in the Forsaken God clan, no one had been able to successfully practice it. The Thunder battle form was a lucky chance the Eightfall Thunder Emperor found within the Sea of Miracles. It was a Thunder attribute cultivation method found from ancient ruins that no one else had been capable of entering. Following the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, there were quite a few Thunder attribute martial artists that came from the Forsaken God clan. Some of them even had a Thunder attribute support sphere. However, they were only able to obtain a very small amount of harvests from meditating on the Thunder concept Jade Slips that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor left behind. They found it exceedingly difficult to practice even the intermediate Thunder attribute martial skills, let alone the Thunder battle form. 2 months ago, Shibai lent the complete set of Thunder attribute Jade Slips the Eightfall Thunder Emperor left behind to Lin Ming, adding it to the Thunder concept Jade Slips that Lin Ming already had. His intention had been to let Lin Ming grasp some of the basic techniques to control thunder as soon as possible in order to increase his own strength. He never imagined that Lin Ming would focus most of his energy on the 2 strongest cultivation methods of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, Thunder Battle Form and Sword of Judgment. He worried that Li Ming had been too ambitious, but he never even dreamed Lin Ming would successfully practice the Thunder Battle Form. If he had successfully practiced the Thunder Battle Form, did that mean he was also capable of using Sword of Judgment? This was a cultivation method no one in the entire Forsaken God clan had been able to successfully learn in the last several tens of thousands of years. Yet Lin Ming had only needed 2 months in order to learn it. Just what kind of talent and perception was this? Shibai found this impossible to understand. Lin Ming's talent in Thunder attribute cultivation methods surpassed the scope of his imagination. Chila. With a bursting sound, purple gold arcs of thunder crawled on the edge of the red spear. This was the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul. Until now, Lin Ming had never used this top-grade Heaven Step Thunder Soul. As the Thunder attribute martial artists in the audience saw the Thunder Soul on the tip of Lin Ming's spear, their eyes began to shine. That was a Heaven Step Thunder Soul. Not just that, but it was an extraordinary existence amongst all Heaven Step Thunder Souls. Such a grade of Thunder Soul could probably only be possessed by a Thunder attribute Divine Sea powerhouse. Lin Ming stepped on the void, instantly appearing in front of Situ Luosha. At such a close distance and by using the ghostly speed of golden rock shattering the void, Situ Luosha simply didn't have any ability to dodge. Thunder battle form combined with the attack of a top-grade Heaven Step Thunder Soul. Chasing thunder. A blazing electric light shook the heavens and earth. Lin Ming's strike seemed to stir the power of the world, causing it to envelop Situ Luosha, after crossing the threshold of life destruction. Now that Lin Ming used Chasing Thunder with a top-grade Heaven Step Thunder Soul, the entire space 10 miles around him seemed to have become a hell of thunder. Raging waves of purple electricity howled, drowning all of existence. All of the martial artists present paled. This thunder seemed as if it was pulled down from the thunder dominion that was above the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. It was truly world-shaking. If these dozens of famed 5th-grade sect elders were to be submerged in this sea of thunder, they would instantly perish and burn to ash. In the face of this overwhelming sea of thunder that covered the heavens, Situ Luosha erupted forth with a loud shout. All of the feathers on his body stood on end. At this moment, a high-pitched screech rushed out from his body, piercing through clouds and stones and spreading out for 100 miles. The 2 red wings behind Situ Luosha began to spin. A massive black hawk, phantom thousands of feet long, appeared behind him. This black hawk had 4 massive claws. It screeched out before soaring into the skies, spreading its broadsword like wings as it threw itself into the sea of thunder. Bang, bang, bang. A radiant purple light shined out for 100,000 feet, gorgeous and charming. Countless thunderclaps sounded out before melting into a single endless explosion. Many martial artists couldn't help but forcefully revolve their bodily protective true essence to block the terrifying sound waves. They were still shaken to the core, their ears in extreme pain, with some of them even bleeding from their eardrums. That black jaw shadow twisted and twirled inside that sea of thunder. In the moment before it was extinguished to nothing, It forcefully broke through the sea of thunder. He blocked it. Awesome! How powerful! That is truly worthy of a top-ranked Destiny Decree Master. The scene of Situ Luoxia and Lin Ming's battle was too shocking. The entire mountain was filled with deep crevices, and the aftershock energy waves from their collisions spread out dozens of miles. Situ Luoxia may be surnamed Situ, but the truth is that his identity is greatly related to the ancient Profound Hawk clan. This ancient Profound Hawk was otherwise known as the Black-Winged Roc. 100,000 years ago, it was an astounding ancient desolate vicious beast. A mature ancient Profound Hawk could easily hunt down a divine sea supreme elder, and Situ Luoxia has perfectly inherited the bloodline of the ancient Profound Hawk clan. Easily hunt down a divine sea supreme elder? How is that even possible? All of the present martial artists found this unbelievable. A divine sea supreme elder represented the peak strength of the entire sky spill continent to them. So how could they be easily hunted down? It's true. Legends say that 100,000 years ago, the laws of the world were different from the present. Afterwards, the heavens and earth changed, and those ancient desolate vicious beasts were never able to appear again. The so-called saint beasts we give now are just flattering titles touted by the ignorant. Perhaps they only carry a tiny trace of the ancient desolate vicious beast bloodlines. The Sky Spill Continent's central region had many ancient family clans that had an inheritance that continued for tens of thousands of years. In these family clans, there were some ancient texts that vaguely described the world of the Sky Spill Continent from 100,000 years ago. By combining this information together, one could speculate a number of things. These several sect elders were only casually discussing, and yet they disclosed such shocking secrets. Many young disciples had never heard of the strange matters of 100,000 years ago and were greatly interested. They wanted to ask more questions, when a terrifying sound of thunder resounded in the skies. This sound seemed as if it could shatter the skies and lift the seas. These young disciples paled. They hurriedly revolved their true essence to forcefully resist the sound. As they looked up, they saw that a nearly 10,000 feet long golden python had appeared behind Lin Ming. As this golden python twisted in the air, it resembled a living mountain ridge. As the martial artists present saw this golden python, all of them felt their scalps tingle with dread. In particular, the Thunder Attribute martial artists. They were completely floored. Li Ming had finally released the main form of the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul he had absorbed in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When Lin Ming was in the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion, this was the appearance that the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul had taken. Before crossing life destruction, Lin Ming was only able to rely on the heretical god Sprout to suppress that Thunder Soul. It was itself difficult to control. Now that Lin Ming's entire body was tempered by the power of thunder, and he was reborn, it wasn't difficult for him to control and galvanize the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul. Lin Ming evenly lifted the long spear in his hands. With rumbling sound, the 10-mile-wide Sea of Thunder appeared once again. But this time, the Sea of Thunder was not purple but a pale gold. The pale gold divine thunder seemed to contain an aura even more terrifying than the purple thunder before, as if it were capable of annihilating everything. All of the surrounding martial artists were dumbstruck. That localized Thunder Dominion had just been destroyed, and now a new one was already formed. Moreover, this Thunder Dominion was even more terrifying than the last one. With Lin Ming's strength, he was still unable to reproduce that pale gold lightning from the 90-mile range of the Thunder Dominion. But by using the top-grade Heavenstep Thunder Soul as a foundation, it was possible to reproduce a minor trace of the annihilating pale gold lightning within the purple Sea of Thunder. Chasing thunder. It was the same move, but the power had more than doubled from the previous time. Situ Luoxia's expression was grim. After an intense exchange, he now had to confront an even more terrifying attack. Even he found this somewhat difficult to withstand. A severe light flashed in his eyes. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood essence. This was the source blood essence of the ancient Profound Hawk clan. Blood essence quickly burnt up in the air. Soon after, Over 20% of the blood-drinking seals on Situ Luosha's black wings disintegrated. His entire body shined with a blood light, and the faint cry of a hawk seemed to emerge from his body. This sound was even more terrifying than before, and an even more solid, ancient, profound hawk phantom grew out from his body. This ancient, profound hawk phantom completely embezzled Situ Luosha in its center. In other words, Situ Luosha had himself manifested into an ancient, profound hawk as he soared into that sea of golden thunder. Chi chi chi. The ancient, profound hawk's feathers were divine swords that chopped apart the power of thunder. But at this time, with a terrifying roar, the massive golden python behind Lin Ming also dove into the sea of thunder, wrestling together with the ancient, profound hawk in a brutal brawl. Situ Luosha had consumed the blood essence as the price to summon a greater and more powerful ancient, profound hawk. The ancient, profound hawk forcefully tore apart the sea of golden thunder, colliding with the golden python transformed from the nine heavens thunder soul, causing it to retreat again and again. An eagle preying on a python. This is far too shocking. It's hard to imagine that this is a battle between life-destruction martial artists. The surrounding martial artists kept their eyes glued to the action. Even if they couldn't understand what was happening in such a high-level battle, it could still expand their horizons. Pa! The golden python was gripped by the ancient, profound hawk's claws. It was about to be torn in half. Lin Ming moved at this moment. The nine heavens thunder soul was only a part of Lin Ming's combat strength. How could he allow things to end like this? With a step forwards, he instantly crossed thousands of feet. Lin Ming instantly appeared in the sea of thunder as he thrust out the red spear in his hands. But at this time, the spear point was burning with a blood-red fire. Chasing sun. In the last 20-some fights, Lin Ming had only ever used the concept of thunder and had never used the concept of fire. But now the alarming flames combined with the sea of thunder, creating a titanic detonation. Lin Ming's spear carried a vast and explosive true essence force. It smashed into the back of the ancient, profound hawk. Kra! The ancient, profound hawk issued a sad and mournful screech. It flew backwards and smashed into a mountain. A side of the mountain collapsed in a rumbling avalanche. Giant stone boulders the size of a palace broke off and were tossed into the air. Situ Luosha knelt on the ground, propping himself on one knee with his long spear as he vomited blood on the ground. His face was pale like paper. One of the black wings on his back was broken, half of it collapsed and dangled at a strange angle. This was the result of Lin Ming attacking the back of the ancient, profound hawk. Is it over? The martial artists present held their breath. The battle between the two had changed too quickly. Situ Luosha was prevailing, but in the twinkling of an eye, Lin Ming's spear of fire had stabbed out and completely changed the situation. The ancient, profound hawk phantom that Situ Luosha summoned had shattered, leaving Situ Luosha with a broken wing and blood flowing from his mouth. Above the great jade ship, Old Man Good Fortune saw the battle play out before him and sighed. Lin Longjien decomposed his body with thunder, turning it into the most basic tiny units. These tiny units were then tempered with thunder before being reformed. He has already long fused the power of thunder into his body, and his compatibility with it has reached a terrifyingly high degree. Even the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's famous unique techniques were successfully and easily learnt by him. To display a part of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion's glory is impressive enough, but I never thought he would also have a similarly deep understanding into the concept of fire. It's just incredible! On the sheared and shattered mountain peak, Situ Luosha knelt on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was barely supporting himself with his black long spear. He looked up, his stubborn eyes locked onto Lin Ming. Even though he had been severely wounded, his eyes were still burning with a brilliant and fiery fighting spirit, unwilling to concede. Or perhaps it was because conceding was also insignificant. Because this was a life-or-death struggle. Lin Ming waved his long spear and pointed the top towards Situ Luosha's forehead. Although he had a decent impression of this Situ Luosha and they had no previous enmity, in this life-or-death battle, Lin Ming had no intention of showing empathy or compassion to his enemies. As a martial artist of the Azura Divine Kingdom, Situ Luosha was already destined to be his enemy. To show benevolence to the enemy was to be cruel to himself. If Situ Luosha had won this fight, then Lin Ming's fate would have been to suffer a life worse than death. Spear light surged. A faint trace of pale gold thunder sizzled on Lin Ming's spear point. Situ Luosha also stood up. Behind him, over 30% of the thousands of blood-drinking seals broke apart, covering his entire body in a blood fog once again. This was likely to be their last clash. But the victor of this match was already clear at a glance. Situ Luosha will certainly lose. No kidding. The disparity is too great. At this point, even a Xiantian realm marshal could see where the direction of this battle was leading. Lin Ming obviously had a great deal of strength left over, but Situ Luosha was now spent. A bow with no more arrows. With these two completely inverse conditions, the gap was obvious. Stop! As Situ Luosha was preparing to burn his ancient profound hawk blood essence and risk his life once more, Situ Haoyan's cold voice suddenly shouted out. This shout was like billowing thunder. Some of the martial artists flying in the air were nearly knocked unconscious from the shock. We admit defeat in this match. Luosha, withdraw. With a distortion of black light, the black-robed Situ Haoyan appeared in the skies above the battlefield. His calm and indifferent pupils overlooked the fierce battle between Lin Ming and Situ Luosha without any emotion at all. But from his eyes, one could sense an indescribable dignity, as if the words he spoke were the commands of heaven. However, Lin Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of these eyes with their inviolable majesty. Instead, his mouth curved in a satire-filled smirk. Withdraw? This is a life-or-death struggle. For every two people on this arena stage, only one is allowed to leave alive. Now that Situ Luosha has lost, he can withdraw, but if I were to lose, then I should let you do with me as you please? What sort of reasoning is this? Facing Situ Haoyan's pressure, Lin Ming was still able to loudly retort to a divine sea supreme elder. This courage left all the heroic young elites present ashamed at their own inferiority. This was not a question of just being psychologically frightened. The key issue was that a divine sea supreme elder held an aura within them that naturally formed a force field. Just looking at them could scare someone witless. Shwa! A white shadow instantly appeared in the distant arena skies, directly confronting Situ Haoyan. This was Shirbai. Since we set a life-or-death struggle, you must understand the rules of a life-or-death struggle. If you wish to change your mind now and say that this is a simple friendly spar, then that is also fine. Little brother Lin will not kill your people, but you can forget about taking away little brother Lin. Shirbai was also worried about the background of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Even if Lin Ming seemed outrageously powerful at the moment, he still didn't dare to have 100% confidence that Lin Ming would be the one to finally emerge victorious. Thus, he put forth these conditions to ensure his absolute safety. But how could Situ Haoyan possibly agree with Shirbai's suggestion? If he cancelled this life-or-death battle, then that meant admitting defeat ahead of time. Everything he had done before now would all have been in vain. 1 million spirit essence stones or equivalent heavenly materials. Situ Haoyan was unambiguous as he directly spoke out the sky-high price. But his intentions were clear. He intended to trade this price for Situ Luosha's life. Your Majesty! Situ Luosha's heart twitched. At this moment, he felt nothing but the greatest shame and humiliation of his life. As a 6th-stage life-destruction martial artist, he had been completely suppressed by a mere 1st-stage life-destruction junior. Even after combusting his blood essence, he still wasn't able to injure his opponent. Finally, he had to depend on His Majesty, the Divine Emperor, to lay down his pride and redeem his life with spirit essence stones. Situ Luosha had never felt this utterly incompetent. To someone like him who was almost insufferably arrogant, this would undoubtedly be a significant setback to his future martial path. 1 million spirit essence stones to buy the life of a future divine sea powerhouse. Your plan is quite good, Shirbai taunted. Back in the confrontation at the Realm Heart Great Hall, Shirbai had feared that Situ Haoyan would become mad and lose all reasoning. But now, Shirbai didn't fear Situ Haoyan at all. A massive number of influences had tried to win over Lin Ming in these past few days, including the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, Holy Land Sects and Family Clans and many others, all of them sending gifts in great heaps. Of course, Shirbai didn't expect that these influences would help the Forsaken God clan if the Azura Divine Kingdom were to wage war against them. But what Shirbai could affirm was that they wouldn't join the side of the Azura Divine Kingdom in a war. Also, the Death Reaper curse that the Azura Divine Kingdom had used to track Lin Ming had been eliminated from his body. Even if a great war were to break out, them wishing to kill Lin Ming would not be easy at all. Those influences would not do something so thankless in exchange for fatally offending the future highest under the heavens. As long as those other influences didn't help the Azura Divine Kingdom, then by relying on the absolute defenses of this dimensional realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom would have to continuously weigh over just whether or not they should try to invade this land. After all, they didn't have a top-level supermaster like the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's highest divine emperor. 1.5 million. That is my bottom line, Situ Haoyan said with finality, his expression extremely gloomy. And if we don't agree? Shirbai asked back. Then use your spear, Situ Haoyan coldly said. His eyes filled with a murderous intent. Although a divine sea powerhouse's value far surpassed 1.5 million spirit essence stones, he was still a proud and lofty divine emperor. Just because he was willing to yield once didn't mean he would be coerced into making endless concessions forever. Good, then I agree. The one who spoke was Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Emperor appearing had already been showing sufficient face, and he had also made enough concessions. In any case, killing Situ Luosha and enraging this Azura Divine Emperor to the point where he might do something crazy was of no benefit to him. Moreover, Situ Luosha's attitude wasn't too bad. Lin Ming had neither injustice nor enmity with Situ Luosha. And most importantly of all, Situ Luosha had already been surpassed by Lin Ming. In the future, it was impossible for him to ever be his match again. And 1.5 million spirit essence stones worth of materials was also enough to move Lin Ming's heart. Could be called a pie falling from the sky. The Azura Divine Emperor has lowered his head. Yeah, to Situ Haoyan, yielding in front of the eyes of everyone here is probably worse than paying 1.5 million spirit essence stones. This is a divine sea supreme elder lowering his head to a first-stage life destruction junior. This sort of thing has probably never happened in the entire 10,000-year-plus history of the Azura Divine Kingdom. This Lin Lanjian is too horrifying. When he reaches the divine sea in the future, he will be like a dragon ascending to the heavens. He will rule the entire Sky Spill continent for 10,000 years. Hey, that's not necessarily true. This type of character might ascend upwards, just like Emperor Sakya did in the past. It was unknown just who said these words, but it left all of the heroic young elites excited. To them, the elusive realm of the gods was a land filled with infinite appeal. All of them wished to go to the legendary realm of the gods described in the ancient texts to broaden their horizons. But that was actually impossible for them. Ascending into the realm of the gods was far too difficult. The 22nd match ended once more with Lin Ming's victory. But this time, Situ Luosha wasn't without achievement. He had forced Lin Ming to use the power of the Thunder Dominion here twice in a row, and he also used the main form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Soul as well as the explosive power of Thunderfire with Chasing Sun. In such an intense battle, it was inevitable that Lin Ming would have consumed some energy. What a good seedling! A dual thunder and fire law explosion. Those two concepts were perfectly combined together. That should have been a martial skill that he created himself. Old Man Good Fortune praised without hesitation. Normally, a martial artist only had a single attribute physique, skilled in just a single one of the 5 elements. It was extremely rare to see a dual attribute physique. And as for someone like Lin Ming, who had an extremely high talent in both aspects of thunder and fire, this was the first time that Old Man Good Fortune had seen something like this. Thunder and fire. Those aren't part of the domain that I'm skilled at. Old Man Good Fortune stroked his beard, slightly shaking his head. Oh! Fairy Snow Gale's heart stirred as she heard this. Listening to Senior Good Fortune's meaning, are you planning on accepting him as a disciple? Although Senior may not be proficient in the concepts of thunder and fire, you understand the concepts of space and time. In that alone, you are absolutely the #1 master in the entire Sky Spill continent. And Lin Lonjian also has excellent achievements in the concepts of space and time. If he can obtain your guidance, that would be an amazingly extraordinary lucky chance. As for Old Man Good Fortune's name and birth, perhaps no one knew besides him. People only knew of his title. In the superstitions and beliefs of the world, Good Fortune had always represented the great Tao, represented the boundless universe. The axis of space, the eons that passed since ancient times, the universe was the fusion of space and time. It was said Old Man Good Fortune's nickname had come from this. In terms of the concepts of space and time, no one was able to reach him. It was exactly because of his deep understanding towards these mysterious and elusive concepts that Old Man Good Fortune was considered someone close to being the highest under the heavens. Rumors said that he once even fought the 9-furnace highest divine emperor in fierce combat until they reached a standstill. Although the 9-furnace highest divine emperor did not have the strength of the highest under the heavens, he could actually be called the one that possessed the most authority under the heavens. He had the unreserved support of an entire divine kingdom at his back, and yet he still wasn't able to defeat a wild and free-spirited crane like Old Man Good Fortune, someone who didn't even come from a sect. From this alone, it could be seen just how powerful Old Man Good Fortune was. Accept him as a disciple? Ha ha! Old Man Good Fortune chuckled as he shook his head. Useless old me already has a foot half into the coffin, so how could I teach such an eternally rare talent? When he steps into the divine sea, or perhaps even before he steps into the divine sea, his strength will already surpass mine. What use is there in me teaching him anything? Surpass senior in strength before the divine sea? That's impossible. Fairy Snowgale's eyes widened like saucers. She didn't speak out of respect to Old Man Good Fortune, but because she sincerely believed in her words. Old Man Good Fortune was a late divine sea powerhouse, and with his achievements in the concepts of space and time, he could be called unrivaled within the world. Fairy Snowgale could also barely accept if Lin Ming became the highest under the heavens after breaking through to the divine sea. But for him to do so before that, even she felt this was far too overstated. The disparity between life destruction and the divine sea is enormous. Aren't Senior Good Fortune's words a bit too exaggerated? If it wasn't for these words having come out of Old Man Good Fortune's mouth, then Fairy Snowgale would have only snorted in contempt. There is no exaggeration. Little Snow, you must remember that an Emperor powerhouse is not the same as a Divine Sea powerhouse. A Divine Sea martial artist is an Emperor-level powerhouse, but an Emperor-level powerhouse isn't necessarily a Divine Sea martial artist. In the Sky Spill continent, an Emperor-level powerhouse was only a title, not a true name for a cultivation realm. When a martial artist had reached a certain level of strength, they would then be recognized as an Emperor-level powerhouse. Although there was a massive disparity between life destruction and the Divine Sea, there were still some heaven-gifted individuals who could contend with a Divine Sea powerhouse at only the life destruction realm. Such a person would equally be able to obtain the title of Emperor Powerhouse. In particular, there were 8th-stage life destruction martial artists. These were extremely rare and precious talents whose strength far surpassed all other martial artists at their level. After crossing life destruction 8 times, they might even be more powerful than an early Divine Sea powerhouse. Senior Good Fortune, are you saying that Lin Lonjian will be able to cross 8 stages of life destruction? Thinking about it, Lin Ming being able to cross life destruction 8 times was well within reason. But it was just that since ancient times, there were less than a handful of Divine Sea powerhouses who had crossed life destruction 8 times. This caused Fairy Snowgale to feel as if this were all very unreal, like a dream itself. The 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, and even Old Man Good Fortune himself had only crossed 7 stages of life destruction. For the last 100,000 years, every 8th stage life destruction Divine Sea Supreme Elder had become the highest under the heavens. However, the highest under the heavens wasn't necessarily an 8th stage life destruction Divine Sea martial artist. For instance, the most recent highest under the heavens was Emperor Xianxia, who had crossed 7 stages of life destruction. Emperor Xianxia's strength lay in his comprehension of 7 different martial intents, and then fusing these 7 different martial intents together. With these 7 martial intents combined with his 7 stages of life destruction, he had reached enlightenment under a Bodhi tree and had finally broken through the martial void. In terms of the power of his spirit body, Emperor Xianxia far surpassed that of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. Normally, an emperor-level talent had 1 or 2 aspects that they could claim to be the best in within the entire continent. Those that excelled in 3 or 4 aspects could be called the rarest talents within the world, someone who would eventually become the highest under the heavens. And Lin Ming was certainly this case. It was simply impossible to find out where his flaw was. He had lasting endurance, formidable strength, extreme speed, an incomparably solid foundation, as well as a profound understanding of concepts and laws. As long as Lin Ming could cross 8 stages of life destruction, then he would be unrivaled in this world. At this time, atop the Azura Divine Kingdom's God speedboat, Situ Haoyan was indifferently standing there. In front of him, the wounded Situ Luosha was kneeling. "You may leave." Situ Haoyan waved his hand and then took a deep breath. The situation had eventually taken a turn for the worst scenario possible. Now he only had 1 card left in his hand. That was Situ Yaoyue. He couldn't help but acknowledge that of the 22 masters that he had sent to battle, besides Situ Luosha playing a minor role, all of the rest had died in vain. "Luosha, this will be your life's greatest obstacle. Pass it and you will reach the Divine Sea. Fail, and you will be forever stranded as you are." The best chance for a martial artist to attack the Divine Sea realm was before they were 100 years old. If they couldn't accomplish this, then their chances of success would lower more and more with every following year. After they reached 200 years of age, it was basically impossible for them to ever hope of breaking through on their own. Then, if they still wished to step into the Divine Sea, their only chance would be to go out and adventure for their own lucky chance and use that lucky chance to make their breakthrough. This sort of lucky chance was certainly not easy to find. But since ancient times, there had been countless life destruction powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent, and some of them were sure to find their own lucky chances. As long as one found a good enough lucky chance, a 5th stage or even 4th stage life destruction martial artist could also break into the Divine Sea. In fact, within the Sky Spill continent, there weren't that many less 5th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses than there were 6th stage life destruction Divine Sea powerhouses. Of course, their strengths were on 2 completely different levels. Situ Luosha still had 20 to 30 years to make his breakthrough. For Lin Ming to defeat him here was truly a great setback to him. If he failed to overcome the heart demon of Lin Ming, then he would fail any breakthrough he attempted. But if he could overcome his heart demons, then he might experience a nirvana of the soul and step even further on his road of martial arts. Situ Luosha clenched his fists and silently withdrew. Then, a young woman wearing black armor and with very slender legs slowly walked forwards. She kneeled in front of Situ Haoyan and requested, "Your Majesty, please allow Yaoyue to go to battle." Looking at Situ Yaoyue, the Azura Divine Emperor helplessly shook his head. He was silent for a while before sighing, saying, "I never thought that I would ultimately have to place all my hopes on you. It seems that everything done before this only had a limited effect. If he had to come up with any effect that the 20 slaughter puppets and the red-clothed little boy had, that would be that they had discovered Lin Longyan's abnormal endurance. This could at least be given as good advice to Situ Yaoyue. Yaoyue, you must remember not to engage him in an extended battle. Your endurance is far inferior to his." Situ Haoyan was very clear that if Yaoyue had fought those 22 battles, although she could win, her consumption of energy would have been enormous. In this aspect alone, she had no way of comparing with Lin Ming. Yaoyue understands. Above the arena stage, Lin Ming's white clothes were still as spotless as before. He flew proud and high in the wind, naturally revealing an aura as if he defied the heavens. At this time, he seemed to have become one with the world itself. After defeating Situ Luosha with absolute superiority, all of the martial artists began to look at him with awe in their eyes. This was a peerless talent. In the future, it was extremely likely he would become the master of the entire Sky Spill continent. Even Situ Luosha has lost. He was a peak Destiny Decree powerhouse and had never used that ancient profound hawk bloodline of his either. The Destiny Decree had never accurately ranked him, but I think that with Situ Luosha's strength, he could at least rank 7th or 8th on the Destiny Decree. The Azura Divine Kingdom's background is already so strong, and yet they can't withstand such a monstrous genius like Lin Lanjian. The slaughter puppets that the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out were definitely one of their killing moves. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find themselves exhausted in a revolving battle. However, they had actually been useless against Lin Ming. The Azura Divine Kingdom is in danger. It seems more likely they will lose this battle. It might even be possible that they no longer have any other cards to play. With events having reached this step, more and more people favored Lin Ming. After defeating Situ Luosha with such massive superiority, Lin Ming absolutely had the qualifications to place in the top 3 ranks of the Destiny Decree. As everyone was talking, a young woman flew off from the Azura Godspeed boat. This woman was extremely tall, not any shorter than Lin Ming. She wore a set of black armor, an extremely exquisite and delicate work that wrapped around her chest, shoulders, and waist, revealing a pair of creamy and thick thighs. This woman flew until she was only 200 feet away from Lin Ming before stopping there. Fluttering high in the air, her black hair danced in the wind. Her perfect skin seemed as if it were carved from jade, and her bright pupils were a pale red, as if they were twin blood moons. Her bright red lips were curved up, revealing a devilish charm. She was gorgeous and fascinating, making all others seem inferior. This woman, as all of the heroes saw Situ Yaoyue, they were surprised. At first glance, Situ Yaoyue looked like a fairy from heaven. But looking closer, she resembled a demonic immortal seductress that had escaped from the 9 nether hells. Her smile revealed an evil killing intent, as if her looks could kill. That woman is horrifying. There were many heroic young elites present that couldn't help but shiver in fear. Normally, such a stunning beauty that could bring a kingdom to its knees would have these heroic young elites dreaming and fantasizing about her in their minds. But facing Situ Yaoyue, they couldn't stir up the least bit of courage to do so. It was like they were afraid that she would see through their thoughts and they would draw a calamity onto themselves. What is her cultivation? I can't see, a life destruction martial artist said, bewildered. He was a first-stage life destruction martial artist, and yet he couldn't see through Situ Yaoyue's cultivation. How could he not be surprised? 7th stage life destruction. Beside him, a sect elder deeply sighed. This era of juniors was simply too fearful. This magnificent woman with her 7th stage life destruction cultivation would surely step into the divine sea in the future. Perhaps she would become an existence nearing that of the 9 furnace highest divine emperor. Compared to such a character, he was only like a dim flame next to her radiant woman. There was just no comparison. 7th stage life destruction. Heavens! The young man who spoke before couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The most common divine sea supreme elders of the Sky Spill continent were at the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction. There were only 7 or 8 known 7th stage life destruction martial artists. Of these, nearly half of them were characters approaching the highest under the heavens, and as for the other half, it was only because their cultivation was lacking. Once their cultivation stepped into the late divine sea realm, they too would likely become powerhouses at the rank of the 9 furnace highest divine emperor. In fact, on the Destiny Decree issued by Destiny Grasp, the top 3 ranked martial artists were all at the 7th stage of life destruction. But these 3 people had extremely special circumstances. They were already over 1,000 years old. They were originally 6th stage life destruction martial artists that had failed to reach the divine sea and had then gone out to seek their own lucky chances. Finally, they didn't manage to break into the divine sea but did successfully stumble their way into the 7th stage of life destruction. To them, this was not anything good, because a heavenly material that could help a person break through to the divine sea could only be used once. Using that material a second time would have nearly no effect. As for those martial artists that had broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction on their own, the heroic young elites present had never heard of any. Of course, the sublime smelting divine kingdom and the 9 furnace divine kingdom surely had their own 7th stage life destruction elites. But these individuals were all being secretly trained, and none of them had ever been exposed, so no one knew of them. As of now, Situ Yaoyue was the first of these hidden elites that had been exposed. She was a peak talent that had relied on her own strength to break into the 7th stage of life destruction. She was likely even more powerful than the first 3 ranked masters of the Destiny Decree. Everyone knew that the Azura Divine Kingdom's background was formidable and they had hidden masters, but no one knew what degree of strength these hidden masters had. They could only make vague guesses without basis. They had all thought that Lin Ming had more or less won, but now it seemed as if Lin Ming was the one in danger instead. All those that can arrive at the 7th stage of life destruction are peak talents originally, and Lin Longjian is 6 small boundaries away. The disparity is just too great. Jumping boundaries to fight was not new or terrifying. Since ancient times, there had always been life destruction talents capable of fighting divine sea martial artists. But what was horrifying was when those they fought were similarly geniuses. Thus, was there any chance that Lin Ming could win? All of the martial artists couldn't help but have these doubts. To them, Situ Yaoyue was like an unreachable mountain peak, impossible to overcome. Shirbai also felt his palms go wet with sweat. He never imagined that the Azura Divine Kingdom's final card would be so terrifying. Lin Ming was in a crisis. Although you just fought with Luosha and immediately fighting you may be a bit unfair, I will not go the least bit easy on you just because of that. A devilish smile still hung on Situ Yaoyue's face. As she slowly spoke, her voice was misty and alluring, like a siren from legends that could cause fleets of sailors to be lost in illusion. I also do not need a woman to go easy on me, Lin Ming calmly replied, his voice signaling his sharp opposition. Ha! How interesting! In the 100-mile-wide area, Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue were only standing 200 feet apart in the air. To a top master, this distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross. Once the two fought, this would absolutely be an earth-shaking event. Back away! Everyone back away! Retreat several dozen miles or else you might be affected. A sect elder began to direct the young elites of his sect to withdraw. Although they all hoped to be closer, the martial artists present knew just how serious the gravity of the situation was, and they all retreated together, not stopping until they were over 20 miles away. They stood there, breath abated, their sight completely concentrated on the movements of the two as they anticipated the violent and raging fight that could erupt at any moment. This battle was simply too exciting. It would be the greatest battle in the Sky Spill continent for the last 1,000 years. A soul-stirring, blood-boiling battle that was more breathtaking than a duel between Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Ding! With the ring of the Great Bell, Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue still didn't move. They kept their distance of 200 feet, both of them looking down on the other. Situ Yaoyue's armor was covered with extremely fine patterns. Lin Ming, who had an extremely high understanding of inscription symbols and arrays, could see that this armor was actually a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. A defensive high-grade Heavenstep treasure was several times more precious than an offensive treasure. There were even many Divine Sea Supreme Elders that didn't have one. Yet Situ Yaoyue was able to wear this. From this alone, it could be seen just how deep the inheritance of the Azura Divine Kingdom was. The two people faced each other for several dozen breaths of time. Then, Situ Yaoyue smiled, a brilliance that could cause nations to tumble. She said with a low and strong voice, "My name is Situ Yaoyue. Remember it well." As she smiled, the myriad stars seemed to dim down, as if they had all been eclipsed by her smile. The starlight was swallowed? Lin Ming looked towards the sky, a trace of interest flashing over his face. A mere smile had been able to dim the starlight. Was this the law of darkness? How could the sky have turned dark? All of the martial artists present had been completely concentrated on Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue. They didn't even know when, but at some point the bright moon in the sky began to pale, until the moon and stars completely vanished. A thick cover of darkness slowly enveloped the world, as if some invisible ancient vicious beast had devoured the heavens. What is going on? All of the martial artists present paled. Their vision hadn't been affected by this darkness. But the sudden fall of gloom had caused all of them to feel a trace of fear. "Look behind that woman!" A martial artist suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone followed his eyes, and saw that behind Situ Yaoyue, all of the darkness seemed to gather together, forming a pure sea of black chaos. The sea surged, mighty waves of pitch black tumbling about. Deep within that sea, a blood-red demon moon slowly began to rise. All around that crimson demon moon, a sparkling purple light shone. This strange scene shocked everyone present. What is that? Is that an illusionary attack used by that woman? It's not an illusion. A life-destruction old man from a Holy Land family clan took a deep breath as he saw the sparkling purple light in that sea of black chaos. That is the extreme violet dantian. The extreme violet dantian can become a sea of purple. It is a special inherent trait that one is born with. The dantian does not need to form a revolving core in order to store a massive amount of true essence. As for the demon moon phenomenon behind that woman, that is the projection of the extreme violet dantian into the world. That is a sort of domain. Extreme violet dantian? Domain? That was a dantian variation that many supreme elders of ancient times had. It was said that 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, the highest under the heavens at that time also possessed the extreme violet dantian. When an ordinary martial artist trained their dantian, besides the immediate area outside of the revolving core crystal nucleus, the other regions of their dantian were mostly empty. At most, there would be some true essence mist floating about. But for an extreme violet dantian martial artist, these regions were filled by the so-called purple sea. The purple sea was in truth liquefied energy. In other words, an extreme violet dantian martial artist had a total true essence quantity several times that of an ordinary marital artist. So that's the extreme violet dantian. No wonder that woman can step into the 7th stage of life destruction. The heroic young elites all had complex emotions crossing their faces. Some were jealous, some were resentful, and some were awed. Normally, a martial artist that could step into the 7th stage of life destruction had to have some sort of special characteristic. For instance, the 9-furnace highest divine emperor had an inborn combat spirit divine body, and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle had a king dragon vein. But just by having a single outstanding aspect, it was unlikely for one to become the highest under the heavens. One had to have at least several areas in which they surpassed all others. After all, someone who could be the highest under the heavens was only born every 8,000 to 9,000 years. The Azura divine kingdom indeed cannot be underestimated. Without any sign or smoke, they've managed to cultivate a peerless talent with an extreme violent dantian, and they've also managed to keep her out until the last moment on stage. I wonder just how Lin Longjien will be able to stop her. Near the sublime smelting divine kingdom's side, Ouya Qingfeng's expression was quite peculiar. Although he was vaguely aware that the Azura divine kingdom had a number of ascetics they kept hidden around, he wasn't sure just how powerful Situ Yaoyue was. If she could maintain her talent, then she had a chance of becoming someone close to the highest under the heavens. At that time, she would be able to lead the Azura divine kingdom so that they could stand on equal footing with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. This was certainly not good news to the sublime smelting divine kingdom. Lin Longjien is in danger. Besides his foundation being extremely solid, he doesn't seem to have a special divine body. To many martial artists, Lin Ming was undoubtedly a freak of nature. Whether it was strength, endurance, battle spirit, speed, or comprehension of concepts, he far surpassed all other martial artists at his level. But Lin Ming seemed as if he was missing a little something special, such as a divine body, divine bloodline, or variation dantian. This was because back in ancient times, there were many supreme elders that had similar divine bodies or variation dantians that they used to rule the Sky Spill continent. As long one had a divine body or a variation dantian, they had the justification and public belief that they could have incredible achievements. On the contrary, without these things, then just talking about solid foundation, moves, cultivation methods, or comprehension of concepts, all of that would seem pale and weak. This would cause people to not help but wonder just what Lin Ming would rely on to advance into the top 3 of the Destiny Decree as a first-stage life destruction martial artist. With his foundation, perception, or battle spirit. Lin Longjien, you have killed 21 of my Azura Divine Kingdom's people before this, and now, I shall be the one to collect their blood debt. Let me see just how you'll block my attack. As Situ Yaoyue spoke, she withdrew a 9-foot-long spear from her spatial ring. The spear shaft was black and the spear blade was red. This was also a high-grade heaven-step treasure. Nearly every martial artist of the Azura Divine Kingdom used a spear. Situ Yaoyue was no exception. A peerlessly exquisite woman, who seemed as if she were only 18 to 19 years old and had a slender body with a beauty that could cause kingdoms to fall. She actually wielded the spear, the weapon known as the King of Weapons. This sort of scene left a great visual impact that caused others to exclaim in awe. Lin Ming also raised his spear. Thunder wildly danced off of the spear edge. On one side was a graceful beauty and on the other was a handsome chosen pride of heaven. These two individuals battled with spears. This was a struggle between kings. At this time, Lin Ming directly summoned the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul, causing arcs of pale gold electricity to writhe on his spear. Seeing Lin Ming summon this thunder once more, Situ Yaoyue laughed out loud. Is this your Thunder Dominion attack? What a pity. Your Thunder Dominion is useless against me. Words are useless. Come and test it out yourself. Lin Ming took a sudden step forwards and the power of thunder burst out from his spear. The entire sky began to be covered with a faint pale gold Thunder Dominion. Arcs of lightning crashed down like electric snakes, annihilating all, chasing thunder. With a thrust of his spear, a 10-mile-wide Thunder Dominion enveloped the skies. It was unavoidable. Situ Yaoyue's lips curved up in a tempting smile. She lifted both her hands and the sea of black chaos behind her suddenly exploded into the heavens. The blood-red demon moon began to shine even brighter. Extreme violet domain, God-burying sea, sparkling purple seawater gushed out, forming a tide that reached into the vault of the heavens, vast and endless. Situ Yaoyue stood above those tumbling tides as if she were a mythical siren. Bang! The purple sea and the pale gold Thunder Dominion collided with each other. In that moment, the sky separated into 2 obvious sides. Lin Ming's side was a brilliant gold flaming divine light, as if a sun itself were rising on his side. As for Situ Yaoyue's side, it was a thick and sticky darkness that was only accentuated by the crimson light from that blood-red demon moon on the purple sea tides. One light, one dark. The struggle of these 2 terrifying energies seemed as if it would split apart the skies. This is terrifying. I can't believe that this is a only battle between life-destruction powerhouses. All of the other martial artists present paled. The extreme violet Dantian truly lived up to its reputation. But what was more mysterious was Lin Longjien. He was actually able to overcome such a great disparity in cultivation boundaries and fight with her. 9 Heavens Thunder Soul. Lin Ming stretched out a hand, and the top-grade Heaven-step Thunder Soul hiding within the heretical god sprout suddenly burst out. Its form was that of a golden python. As the golden python manifested in the world, it broke into the purple sea, turning over and over, wanting to tear that sea apart. Situ Yaoyue's expression was cold as she suddenly thrust her spear outwards. Law of darkness, storm of annihilation. Along with this spear, dozens of black water columns shot up from that purple sea, forming a terrifying black storm in the air. The 9 Heavens Thunder Soul miserably cried out again and again as it collided with this black storm. Lin Ming was surprised. This black storm actually had the ability to swallow the energy of a top-grade Heaven-step Thunder Soul. Return! Lin Ming recalled the 9 Heavens Thunder Soul with a wave of his hand, retreating backwards in the meantime. Bang! The Thunder Dominion was completely crushed, all the golden light swallowed by darkness. The purple sea rolled backwards, flowing back behind Situ Yaoyue. I already said that your Thunder Dominion is useless against me. Situ Yaoyue's lips curved up in a taunting smile. Her extreme violet domain was a sort of force field with the effect of swallowing all. It could even weaken and swallow an energy attack. With Situ Yaoyue also fusing the law of darkness into it, its devouring attribute reached the limit. Unfortunately, Situ Yaoyue could not utilize this swallowed energy. This was because the property of this energy did not match her own. Swallowing this energy into her body would cause her own energy to becoming impure, just like swallowing pills. Lin Lonjian is a bit worse. Although this is just a probing strike, that was enough to separate who was better and who was worse. This is a life or death struggle. Lin Lonjian is in danger. Awesome! The extreme violet dantian lives up to its reputation. The martial artists present held their collective breath, staring unblinkingly at the two figures in the skies for fear that they would miss a wonderful scene. Behind Lin Ming, the golden python had clearly dimmed down, and its golden pupils were looking at that black sea with a hint of fear. If you cannot break my extreme violet domain, then all of your moves will be swallowed by my god-burying sea. Situ Yaoyue was already smirking as if she had won. The extreme violet domain was the ability she was the most proud of within her repertoire. This time it's my turn to attack. Situ Yaoyue raised her high-grade heaven step spear high in the air. A blood-red light directly impacted into the sky, like a column that supported the heavens. The bright red demon moon above the god-burying sea became even brighter, incandescent, as if it had been lit on fire. Energy surged into Situ Yaoyue's entire body, as if she had become one with the sea behind her. Her aura was like a surging, like a tsunami, boundlessly majestic like a great mountain. Demon moon seal. The blood moon suddenly dropped down, appearing right behind Situ Yaoyue. Her clothes danced in the air and her black hair fluttered like 3,000 threads of silk, making her appear like a moon goddess. However, this beautiful scene was unable to stir up even the slightest appreciation from the crowd. This was because Situ Yaoyue's dominant killing intent was nearly sharp enough to cut off one's fires of life. Situ Yaoyue slashed out with her spear. With a surge of energy, that round blood moon shot towards Lin Ming. As it flew forwards, it was like the sky split apart in its wake. The array formation that supported the mountain peak was split apart like tofu, rumbling and crumbling to the ground. Facing this strike, Lin Ming revolved his energy to the limit. The heretical god Sprout fiercely trembled as the thunder battle form crept over his entire body. Buzz! Lin Ming thrust towards the blood moon with all his strength. Kacha! Bloody waves surged into the heavens, blotting out the skies. Lin Ming was completely submerged within this raging tide. He was swallowed up? He'll die! The stormy energy and choppy blood waves completely cut off all of the watching martial artists' perception. They simply did not know what Lin Ming's present situation was. Even a powerful ancient vicious beast would die horribly if they were submerged in such a terrifying energy. This sort of energy caused chills to crawl up everyone's backs, even though they were dozens of miles away. This was simply like a blood pond had been raised from the depths of hell. Bloody waves tumbled as before, but with a harsh piercing sound, a silver-white divine blade thrust into the skies. This was Lin Ming's silver battle spirit. The silver battle spirit cut the blood moon in half. An azure spear light shot out from the choppy waves. It compressed together, shooting towards Situ Yaoyue. Puff puff! A spear light pierced through the god-burying sea. The intense collision formed a violently spinning storm that spread out for several miles. However, it was still inevitably being swallowed up. By the time that spear light reached Situ Yaoyue, it only had half of its strength left. Situ Yaoyue merely chopped down with her spear, easily blocking Lin Ming's spear light. Lin Ming stood in the distance. His clothes had been melted by that blood energy just now and great portions of them were in tatters. For a martial artist, their clothes were next to their skin, within their bodily protective true essence. If clothes were damaged, then that was proof that Lin Ming's protective true essence had ruptured just now. That boy was submerged in those blood waves, and even though his protective true essence shattered, his true body was actually unharmed? That defensive power is horrifying. It doesn't matter how horrifying it is. Everything is useless against Situ Yaoyue, an extreme violet domain that can project into the world. Fused with the darkness laws, it can devour all energy. Even Lin Longyan's attack is weakened by 50%. Situ Yaoyue is invincible within the extreme violet domain, and her attacks are also powerful, even more so than Lin Longyan's. If he can't break through the extreme violet domain, then he will lose here. Situ Yaoyue had the blood demon moon behind her for attacks and the extreme violet domain for defense. Without a doubt, Situ Yaoyue was worthy of being called the #1 junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Above the Godspeed boat, Situ Bonin was watching the fight with glee and excitement in his ruddy old eyes. Good, very good. I haven't seen her for several years, but Yaoyue's strength has exceeded my expectations. That little beast will definitely lose here. Besides Situ Bonin, Situ Haoyan's tight face also relaxed a bit. However, he still couldn't lay down the worries in his heart. Although they had the advantage right now, he would not feel at ease until they finally achieved victory. Oh! An offensive and defensive ability. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had met many such similar opponents in the past. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys puppet faction's Magubuyu also had an offensive and defensive three-dimensional fighting system. Such an opponent was extremely difficult because they simply didn't have a weakness. In order to break such a system, one could only attack it with absolute force and tear it apart. Ho! Lin Ming released his aura to the limit. Energy revolved within his body and his force fields erupted. The Azura force field and the Death God force field, these dual force fields were released together. Power surged out in all directions, setting off a terrifying storm. The Death God force field was able to extinguish life vitality. The Azura force field was able to suppress a martial artist's strength and soul. These two force fields superimposed on each other and fiercely collided with the extreme violet domain. Chi chi chi. Situ Yaoyue could clearly hear her own force field being torn apart. Domains and force fields were extremely rare classes of skills. Lin Ming had 2 high-level force fields, however, when compared to the extreme violet domain, they actually seemed somewhat inferior. When Situ Yaoyue released her own force field, she had been able to form a perfect defensive system and suppress Lin Ming's attacks to a great degree. In comparison, Lin Ming's force fields didn't seem as if they gave him any advantage. In truth, this didn't mean that Lin Ming's 2 force fields were inferior to the extreme violet domain. It was actually just the opposite. If Lin Ming combined his 2 force fields, it was far, far more powerful than just the extreme violet domain. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was jumping ranks to fight. As a peak first stage life destruction martial artist going against a 7th stage life destruction martial artist, it wasn't just his force fields, but all of his abilities, including his Thunder Soul battle spirit, self-created martial skills, all of it was suppressed through the absolute disparity in their boundaries. If Lin Ming faced a martial artist at the same level, then by opening the Death God force field and the Azura force field, he could easily disintegrate their bodies and cut off their lives. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill them. The Thunder battle form was also the same. If it were the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor that were to use the Thunder battle form, then with his incomparably thick true essence as a foundation, once he displayed that renowned ability of his, if he saw a Buddha then he would kill a Buddha. If he saw a god then he would kill a god. In the end, one's cultivation was the most essential factor in one's combat strength. This was because it directly correlated to how much true essence a martial artist held within them. This Lin Longyan isn't human. A force field is such a rare skill, and yet he just released 2 of them at once. The martial artists watching noticed that a pale red energy field had formed around Lin Ming, directly contending with the extreme violet domain. At the point where the 2 energy fields touched, constant sizzling sounds emitted into the air. For such a person like Lin Ming, not even a ghost would believe that he didn't experience massive lucky chances in the past. It was far too normal for a genius to have encountered lucky chances. However, those martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming's lucky chances now had to rethink whether or not they were qualified to obtain them. Even the dignified Azura Divine Kingdom and its 10,000-year inheritance was forced to this stage by Lin Ming. The other influences here naturally didn't dare to covet anything from Lin Ming. This fellow simply doesn't have a weakness. Since ancient times, Those heroic young elites that excelled in a single aspect could proclaim themselves an emperor-level talent. And those that excelled in several aspects could be called the future highest under the heavens. And this Lin Lonjian is actually excellent in every single facet. I can't imagine just what boundary he will reach in the future. Future? You still think he'll have a future? It doesn't matter if he excels in all aspects, because what he is facing is the extreme violet Dantian and the 7th stage life destruction Situ Yaoyue. She is also a peak emperor-level talent that might become someone close to the highest under the heavens. Once he dies in this battle, then everything he's ever done will be nothing but a fading dream. Interesting. You also have a force field domain, and even more than one, Situ Yaoyue calmly said. But the truth was that she was secretly stupefied. Compared to Lin Ming's talent, she was far from being able to compare with him. She was only average in the aspect of will. She had not yet been able to comprehend her own battle spirit. As for Lin Ming's battle spirit, that had already surpassed the level of a divine sea supreme elders. As for speed, endurance, and the solidity of foundation, there was even less to say there. Now she had no choice but to resort to the extreme violet domain that she was so proud of. Even so, Lin Ming had unexpectedly opened up 2 force fields in his battle with her, and the rank of these force fields were even superior to her own. Facing this unrivaled talent whose only weakness was his lower cultivation, Situ Yaoyue felt an immense pressure on herself. She gripped her long spear, drawing a crescent moon in the air. Without expression she said, "Although I may not defeat your martial path today, I will still kill you here and use you to pave my road to becoming an emperor." Lin Ming lightly chuckled. "It's like you think you've already won. Words are useless. I will prove this with the truth. Then make your move. Let me see just how difficult it is to break your extreme violet domain." As his voice fell, Lin Ming's aura rose even higher, becoming boundless and majestic. The force field collision became even more intense, as if the skies themselves were about to collapse. Situ Yaoyue rose up, a rich blood energy swirling around her. She lifted her spear high in the air and a bloody light pierced through the sky. The round demon moon appeared behind her once more. Bury the heavens. The darkness laws fused with the great desolate halberd art, and then also combined with Situ Yaoyue's slaughter path. With a thrust of her spear, a vast and limitless darkness covered the heavens. This was the potential of the true bury the heavens. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In the face of such a powerful Situ Yaoyue, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his long spear. The heretical god Sprout howled, and a crazy amount of potent fire energy poured into his spear. Pong! Space around Lin Ming's spear point seemed to shatter like glass. The power of space wildly rushed out, merging together with the flames on the spear. A space storm howled, and the space winds fueled the raging fires. The power of fire and the power of space erupted, creating a demonic flame that burnt down the void. Bury the heavens. What Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue used were the same move. However, these two bury the heavens had been transformed. By combining the concepts that they excelled at, they were completely different from the bury the heavens inspired by the great desolate halberd arts. Lin Ming's bury the heavens used the concept of space to break apart the void, destroying the skies. And Situ Yaoyue's bury the heavens used the concept of darkness to swallow the skies. Both of them were different, but the power was similarly formidable. Break! Lin Ming became one with his spear, like a fiery rainbow stretching to infinity. The spear light cut through the extreme violet domain, with even the god-burying sea split in half. The two spears shot through the void like meteors before smashing into each other. The 100-mile mountain arena underneath them finally collapsed, turning into a massive avalanche that tumbled to the ground. The ruined mountain was completely shredded apart by the explosive shock waves. Situ Yaoyue's expression greatly changed. Her extreme violet domain had actually been torn apart? Darkness laws, storm of annihilation. Bang bang bang. Countless waves of energy rushed out from the god-burying sea, all of them attacking Lin Ming's stunning spear light. Both of them struck together, forming a terrifying explosion that recklessly spread out. Her extreme violet domain nearly collapsed to nothing with this intense impact. Puff! Lin Ming was sent flying backwards by the explosive shockwaves. A spear light bent around him like a whip before striking his back. His protective true essence was only able to offset a small portion of the power before breaking. The clothing on Lin Ming's back was torn apart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he felt as if his spine itself would break. Luckily, the Demon Emperor armor was able to offset much of the power. Combined with the Gate of Limit having tempered his spine, he forcefully withstood this blow without serious injury. Oh! Seeing her strike succeed, Situ Yaoyue's gloomy expression from seeing her extreme violet domain torn to pieces eased a bit. She was well aware of that attack just now. Even a slight rub would instantly kill a 6th-stage life destruction martial artist. Even if Lin Ming managed to defend against it, he would still be severely wounded. However, she hadn't been able to smile before her lips froze. She watched helplessly on as the space storm in front of her carried an azure spear light that stabbed out at her. It contained the power of a silver battle spirit, thrusting straight towards her chest. The speed was just too fast. Moreover, Situ Yaoyue had exhausted her true essence with those 2 consecutive moves and hadn't yet been able to summon new energy. She had no chance of resisting this attack. This strike might pierce through her chest. Pong! At this critical moment, the demon god Heartguard mirror hidden within Situ Yaoyue's chest shined out with a black and glorious light, forcefully diverting the azure spear light by a small amount. The spear light turned away from her heart and towards her collarbone. Situ Yaoyue's protective true essence was unable to stop it even a little bit. Blood shot into the wind. Situ Yaoyue lightly coughed as the clothing on her beautiful shoulder was torn apart, exposing torn flesh and fresh blood. She was left heavily panting for breath, her milky white chest heaving up and down. Because her clothes had been torn, the demon god Heartguard mirror was completely revealed, with faint and mysterious runes still swirling around it. Just what kind of terrifying attack was this? After breaking through the extreme violet domain, it also passed through the horrifying space storm, and even with just a wisp of spear light left, it was still enough to heavily attack Situ Yaoyue. If it weren't for Situ Haoyan lending her the demon god Heartguard mirror ahead of time, then even though that one strike would not have been fatal, it would still have reduced her combat strength by half. At that time, the results could be imagined. Situ Yaoyue was injured. That spear strike just now was too terrifying. It didn't even melt away after passing through that horrifying space storm. Is this the might of a silver battle spirit? No one expected that Situ Yaoyue, who had held the advantage the entire time, would suddenly be injured. This was because her 7th-stage life destruction cultivation and extreme violet domain were far too intimidating. There was nearly no one that believed Lin Ming would win. From the very start of the fight, Lin Ming had fallen into the inferior position. But now, after all the twists and turns of life, Lin Ming's spear had actually wounded Situ Yaoyue. Even with the demon god Heartguard mirror protecting her, Situ Yaoyue was still heavily injured. In truth, the reason that Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was not just because the silver battle spirit was attached to his spear. That was still not enough to make up for the difference in total true essence. But Lin Ming's true essence had a special attribute of endlessness to it. It could continuously grow, giving it a tenacity that far outstripped all other types of true essence at his level. Yaoyue. As Situ Yaoshi saw Situ Yaoyue's shoulder covered in blood, she instantly felt her heart tighten. The talent Situ Yaoyue displayed was rarely seen in 1,000 years in the Azura Divine Kingdom. She was their greatest hope to lead and nurture the next generation. More importantly, she was a direct descendant of the Situ family clan, not like Situ Luosha, whose main bloodline came from the ancient profound Hawk clan, and whose only relation with the Situ family clan was his last name. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Situ Yaoyue's value to the Azura Divine Kingdom far surpassed 2 to 3 Divine Sea Supreme Elders. To Situ Yaoshi, Situ Yaoyue was her lifeblood. That little beast actually dared to harm Yaoyue. Once he falls into my hands, I'll tear out his bones and slice his tendons. Situ Yaoshi's words trembled with anger as she continued to viciously curse Lin Ming. This was the only way to vent the anger in her heart. She was also very nervous now. Once Situ Yaoyue lost, the consequences would be disastrous. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. After Yaoyue's extreme violet domain is broken, she can release it again. But that little beast Lin Lonjian should have paid a deep price to do so. His injuries must be greater than Yaoyue's, Situ Yaoshi said to comfort herself. Then her eyes flashed over to Lin Ming. Although the extreme violet domain had been shattered, the true essence storm had greatly weakened Lin Ming's attack, and with the addition of the demon god Heartguard Mirror's protection, it had reduced the lethality of Lin Ming's attack to its lowest point. On the other hand, Lin Ming had to fully withstand Situ Yaoyue's attack. Although both were wounded, there had to be differences in the severity of their wounds. Situ Yaoyue greatly hoped that she would see Lin Ming's entire body covered with wounds and looking like a dying man on his last breath. However, as she glanced over, her face froze. Her complexion became increasingly ugly until it became red like pig liver. She saw Lin Ming cough out a mouthful of blood, and then stand up from the ruins of that shattered mountain. He grasped the spear in his hands and slanted it towards the ground. Energy slowly burned within Lin Ming's body once more. The dual Death God and Azura force fields were released together once more. Bang! The force field's energy erupted like a tide, spreading in all directions. It was actually no weaker than it was before. Situ Yaoshi gnashed her teeth and uttered a string of curses. Lin Lonjian, you damned little beast! Lin Ming felt a searing pain on his back as if he had been scorched by fire. Luckily, he had the Demon Emperor armor protecting his body. Otherwise, that attack would have shattered his organs. Situ Yaoyue's strength surpassed his expectations. He secretly revolved the power of the Gate of Healing, allowing the energy to circulate through his meridians. A trace of pleasant coldness followed, subtly revitalizing his damaged meridians and making him much more comfortable. As the surrounding martial artists saw Lin Ming release his dual force fields again, all of them were left dumbfounded. He was severely wounded to the point of spitting out blood, so how could his aura still be this strong? He forcefully resisted Situ Yaoyue's attack, and yet he's still all right. His aura hasn't diminished at all. Is his body made from profound metal or something? He is simply a vicious beast in human form. Situ Yaoyue looked at Lin Ming, a dignified light in her red eyes. Lin Ming's defensive power far surpassed her own. Superior endurance, faster extreme speed, and there wasn't even the need to mention battle spirits. Situ Yaoyue discovered that besides cultivation, there was nothing in which she surpassed Lin Ming. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Situ Yaoyue's left chest where there was a metal mirror that was faintly sparkling with black light. Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This was the final and most important battle, and Situ Yaoyue was also the most exceptional junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom. It was also reasonable that Situ Haoyan had given her the Demon God Heartguard Mirror. This mere-foot-long black mirror could not be underestimated, because in terms of pure defensive ability, it surpassed even the main armor piece. The Demon God Heartguard Mirror had to be activated by the concept of darkness in order for it to display its greatest strength. That just happened to be the concept Situ Yaoyue excelled at. This is going to be a bit tricky, Lin Ming thought aloud. That move just now was almost his strongest attack, but he could still only wound Situ Yaoyue. It simply wasn't enough to establish his victory. Situ Yaoyue summoned true essence to support the injury that tumbled in her chest. Because her clothing had been torn apart, the snow-white skin of her right chest was exposed. Situ Yaoyue casually touched it and caused the thick darkness around her to condense on her shoulder, turning into a solid black veil. Lin Lonjian, if it weren't for the Demon God Heartguard Mirror, then I might have lost just now. Don't think I'll give you the chance to do that again. Situ Yaoyue's eyes turned cold and her killing intent reached the peak. She found it unimaginable that she was pushed to this degree by a mere peak first-stage life destruction junior. Situ Yaoyue gave a loud shot. The extreme violet domain opened once more. At this time, a crazy concept of darkness gathered up like a tide, sweeping out in all directions. The glowing purple god-burying sea drowned out all space within 100 miles. This is. The martial artists dozens of miles away all paled as they were surrounded by this purple sea. Even though they were only a little affected by these tides, they still found their breath stop in their throat and their heartbeats turn heavy. They had no choice but to retreat again and again. It was obvious that the current extreme violet domain's power and majesty had gone up by another level. This is the concept of darkness. A darkness that covered 100-mile radius. Situ Yaoyue's achievements in the laws of darkness already caught up to a divine sea supreme elder. Not only did Situ Yaoyue have the extreme violet domain, but she also had extremely high attainments in the concept of space. A peak emperor level always had one aspect in which they excelled, but their other qualities weren't bad either. While Situ Yaoyue was ordinary in strength, speed, soul force, and blood vitality, there was still one aspect in which she surpassed all other martial artists of her level. This was in her understanding of the concepts and laws. In this alone, she had reached an extremely high level. The nine-furnace crown Prince Yongyun stood above his golden divine carriage, watching all of this happen from a distance. He wasn't surprised that the Azura Divine Kingdom would send out Situ Yaoyue for the last battle. For a divine kingdom to carefully and secretly raise a first-class heroic young elite with a chance to hopefully become a figure like the nine-furnace highest divine emperor, that wasn't strange at all. He softly said to himself, a once-in-a-millennium extreme purple dantian. This extreme purple domain itself can't be considered much at all. Only if several sorts of dantian variations, divine bodies, and bloodlines are gathered together would that be able to be the opening prelude to the golden age I desire. Oh! Situ Yaoyue slanted her spear and rushed forwards, her figure fading into countless black shades in the void. Situ Yaoyue wants to compare with speed? As the heroic young elites saw Situ Yaoyue's form fade away, all of them were bewildered. In terms of speed alone, if Lin Ming opened the Gate of Wonder and also used golden rock shattering the void, he would easily be considered the man with the highest max velocity underneath the divine sea. No one was able to challenge his position in this regard. Situ Yaoyue was strong, but wasn't she making a mistake to compare speed? Something's wrong. After the extreme violet domain fused with the concept of darkness, it's as if space has become sticky. Just like the concept of fire had 9 levels of laws, the concept of darkness also had more than a single law. The first law was to devour true essence, and the second law was to turn space viscous. Darkness was similar to chaos. Once darkness became thick enough, even space would become viscous. This stickiness would make all motion slower. When Lin Ming was at the King's Cage in Polaris Tower, he had gone through the cage of chaos, and this current viscous black darkness that suppressed all feeling brought back vivid memories of that. Ho! 100 miles of darkness came shrouding down with overwhelming might. It was unavoidable. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a black swamp. His breathing was slightly blocked, and even moving consumed more true essence. Moreover, his speed was less than 30% of its usual standard. Even his attacks were greatly weakened because of the lowered speed. What a mysterious concept of darkness! The concept of darkness was a concept that surpassed the 5 elements. It could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the concept of space and time, the concept of annihilation, and the concept of eternity. Thus, the concept of darkness naturally had its own advantages. Prior to this, Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of darkness was next to nothing. The Demon Emperor had a very deep understanding into the concept of darkness, and the Demon Emperor armor also needed the concept of darkness in order to activate. Unfortunately, the soul fragments of the Demon Emperor that Lin Ming swallowed had been incomplete and they lacked information on this aspect. Lin Lanjian, now that you've entered my extreme violet domain and my cage of darkness, your loss has already been decided. The cage of darkness was able to contain Lin Ming's attack speed and movement speed. Situ Yaoyue could use this method to gain the advantage in movement and attack Lin Ming with absolute speed. Demon Moon Seal. The blood-red demon moon rushed out of Situ Yaoyue's spear once more, howling into the void. Lin Ming had just fallen into the cage of darkness and wasn't yet able to determine the characteristics of the laws of darkness. At this time, He saw the crimson demon moon cutting straight towards him. The void shattered. The whistling sound thrust straight into his ears. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He opened the gate of wonder. Golden rock shattering the void. He tread on space. Normally, he would be able to easily pass 10 miles with a single step, but now he could only cross several hundred feet at a time. The demon moon seal only flashed as it chased after him. This is bad. Although he was mentally prepared for this, Lin Ming never thought that the cage of darkness would be able to limit his movements to such a degree. Moreover, the faster he moved, the greater the resistance became. The crimson moon cut straight towards him. At this critical moment, Lin Ming gave a loud shout. The thunder battle form scaled thunder armor suddenly exploded, condensing into a divine sword of purple thunder in his hand. This was the second martial skill that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to roam unrivaled throughout the world. The Sword of Judgment. Now that it was displayed with Lin Ming's peak first-stage life destruction cultivation, although it was far, far inferior to the Eightfall Thunder Emperor's power, it was still able to split apart a mountain. Chop! Lin Ming shouted out loud. He brought his hand down, the sword diving downwards, splitting apart the endless skies. He would chop apart the demon moon seal along with this cage of darkness. Bang! The sword of thunder clashed together with the demon moon seal. An explosive sound burst out as a brilliant beam of crackling thunder directly impacted the skies. A wild and rampaging energy surged in all directions. The demon moon seal had broken apart, but although the cage of darkness was also cut open, it immediately closed up. Ha 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 ha! Stop wasting your strength. How can you possibly cut apart the darkness? It is impossible for you to break my cage, Situ Yaoyue slowly said as she saw Lin Ming's strike ineffective against the darkness. In this force field where the cage of darkness and extreme violet domain superimposed on each other, she was the master. She controlled everything here. I see. So that's how it is. Darkness is invisible and intangible, immune to all physical attacks. In his first time facing an opponent who was so skilled in the concept of darkness, Lin Ming had suffered a loss because he simply didn't understand it. But now he had gained a rough understanding of just what it was. He looked at Situ Yaoyue and calmly said, "Since you say that your cage of darkness cannot be broken, then let me show you just how I'll shatter it." The cage of darkness covered all space for 100 miles. In the skies, endless waves of pale golden thunder still danced in the air, lingering on, a memory of that electric sword strike that seemed as if it could split apart the dome of heaven. Everyone felt as if they were lost in a dream, waking up with nothing but hints of purple light and shadow within their pupils. The Sword of Judgment, he actually did it. Although Shirbai had already expected this, he still felt it to be unbelievable. In just 2 months, both the Sword of Judgment and the Thunder Battle form, the two unique martial skills that the Eightfall Thunder Emperor had relied on to walk unrivaled within the world, had actually been learnt by Lin Ming. This could no longer be described with just the word talent. Not just that, but there was no hitch in Lin Ming's control of these two unique skills. He was able to perfectly utilize the concept of thunder, skillfully manipulating the power of life and the power of death. If Lin Ming had Situ Yaoyue's cultivation, then even a divine Sea Supreme Elder would perish under his hands. Unfortunately, he was only at the peak of the first stage of life destruction, and the result of this was that he was being tightly suppressed by Situ Yaoyue. In that cage of darkness that was able to hinder speed, Lin Ming's velocity had plummeted. Every movement, every action he took required over double the normal amount of true essence. If he was unable to break through this cage, then it was only a matter of time until he was defeated. In the cage of darkness, Situ Yaoyue had already turned into a wisp of black smoke. Her so-called slow speed was only in comparison to a beast like Lin Ming. When compared to a normal life destruction martial artist, her movements were simply untraceable like a ghost. Lin Lonjian, I want to see just how you'll break my cage of darkness. Go die. Situ Yaoyue circled behind Lin Ming and stabbed out her long spear. Because she had the advantage of speed, Situ Yaoyue didn't have to use any fierce martial skills. Her superiority was that with Lin Ming's current speed being weighed down, It was impossible for him to block her fast moves. Pong! Lin Ming flew backwards, his protective true essence surging around him. Situ Yaoyue chased him. She took a step forwards and arrived in front of him, thrusting her spear out nearly 3 times simultaneously. Lin Ming blocked the first 2 spear lights, but the third spear light actually scratched his right arm, causing blood to shoot into the wind. This boy, his body's defensive power is like a dragon's. Situ Yaoyue was dumbfounded. Although she was currently sacrificing striking power for attack speed, every spear strike of hers was still equal to the all-out attack of a top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Even so, Lin Ming only had a minor flesh wound after receiving such a strike, as if his entire body was forged from profound metal. Who cares how great your defensive power is? Let's see just how many spear strikes you can take. Situ Yaoyue rushed out once more, clearly wanting to use her superiority in speed to defeat Lin Ming. This method of fighting didn't seem honorable, but any winning tactic was a good tactic. The concept of darkness can actually be used like this. Situ Yaoyue is truly a genius, a martial artist commented. He had an understanding of the concept of darkness, but that had only stopped at the laws of devouring. He hadn't even heard about the second-level concept of slowing space. It isn't just Lin Lanjian, but even if it were someone like Situ Yaoyue who has a Dantian variation, or if it were some monstrous genius with an inborn divine body or divine bloodline, they would also perish if caught in this cage of darkness. To the martial artists present, the formidable and awe-inspiring majesty of a divine body, divine blood, or Dantian variation had already been deeply rooted in their psyches. Thus, they used them as an example. A blood-red spear light stretched into a rainbow. This was Situ Yaoyue's third spear strike. Just as she was stabbing towards Lin Ming's throat, a feeling of impending danger burst within her mind. This is bad. Situ Yaoyue's beautiful face paled. Just as her spear was thrust halfway, she forcefully retrieved it and stormed backwards. However, it was already too late. Suddenly, a resonant and glorious phoenix cry resounded from within Lin Ming's body. The ancient phoenix mark between his eyebrows began to blaze with a fiery gold divine light. That golden light turned into a brilliant rainbow, seeming as if it had turned into countless golden swords that pierced the heavens. In that instant, Lin Ming had completely burnt all of the ancient phoenix blood within himself. At that moment, all of the divine sea powerhouses present felt a formidable pressure pushing down on them, as if a true god-beast had descended upon the world. All of them revealed a trace of surprise. Even the normally calm Yang Yun revealed an expression of amazement. Yang Yun was stricken. This feeling was 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood combusted within him, forcibly summoning the majesty of the ancient phoenix god-beast that dwelled within his body. Before reaching the revolving core realm, Lin Ming had often used the ability of burning the ancient phoenix blood within him. However, ever since he returned from time-worn Phoenix City where he had absorbed 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood, this was his first time thoroughly burning it all. Normally, a martial artist would burn their blood essence in exchange for a far higher combat strength. However, once that blood essence was burned, it would disappear. But the blood of the ancient phoenix was different. The ancient phoenix was a god-beast of the heavens and earth, an existence that possessed an immortal body. Its bloodline was also the same. It could bathe within the hot fires of nirvana and be reborn. Thus, even if its blood was combusted, it would not reduce in the least. Lin Ming had 100 drops of ancient phoenix blood within his body. If he completely burnt all of this, then it could release a terrifying energy. Before Lin Ming had attained the body of a life-destruction powerhouse, this massive amount of energy could have easily scorched his meridians. But now, after every cell within his body had been tempered and transformed by energy, his entire body could transmit energy without needing to pass it through his meridians. This was one of the greatest benefits of life destruction. With this, Lin Ming unscrupulously burnt all the ancient phoenix blood within his body. A vast and titanic power of fire erupted, and the strength of the ancient phoenix blood poured into Lin Ming's bloodline, causing his blood to boil over. In that moment, Lin Ming's entire body was lit aflame. The heaven-step burning star flame howled as it rushed out, manifesting into a giant phoenix with a 1,000-foot wingspan that flew into the skies, directly impacting into the heavens. The conflagration of flames was monstrous, earth-shattering. All of the fire origin energy within a radius of several hundred miles was stirred up by this massive phoenix, completely rushing towards the center. A red storm covered the skies as if a crimson tsunami had appeared in the heavens, enveloping the world. At this time, space itself was scorched by the power of fire. A crimson sun seemed to slowly rise from within Lin Ming's body, glorious and magnificent. Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in an inferno of flames. He bit down on the tip of his tongue. Then, the totem mark on the heretical god sprout that symbolized the fire source laws suddenly emitted a flaming golden light. Lin Ming's blood fused into the heretical god sprout, and a small golden phoenix slowly budded out from the leaves of the heretical god sprout. The small phoenix slowly flapped its wings as it flew into the air. This small phoenix was countless times smaller than the one formed by the burning star flame. However, it emitted a divine light that blinded all eyes, with a far more terrifying energy roiling within it. This was the power born from the fusion of Lin Ming's blood essence and the laws carved onto the heretical god sprout. The small golden phoenix flew into the skies, melting into that red burning star flame phoenix. As they touched, it was like a shining sun had suddenly appeared in the skies. The entire dimensional realm was completely covered in endless golden light, sparkling with a divine radiance. "Break!" Lin Ming coldly said as he flourished his spear. If this cage of darkness was immune to physical attacks, then he would use the burning light of source flames as his sword and cut away the darkness. "Kree!" The golden red flame phoenix let out a keening cry. It rushed out towards Yaoyue, bringing with it great billowing waves of flame as if it had emerged from the center of a star. Ka. Wherever the fire passed, space would melt and break away, causing a massive amount of chaotic power of space to overflow into the world and form a massive space storm. The wind caused the fires to become even more intense, howling with an even fiercer madness. Yaoyue paled. The thick darkness around her rapidly melted like snow underneath these roaring flames. Even the extreme violet domain shook as if it would collapse at any moment. What is this? How can he contain such a terrifying power of fire within his body? Yaoyue was alarmed, panic filling her mind. She had thought Lin Ming was a thunder attribute martial artist because of the various phenomena that occurred when he crossed life destruction. At that time, his entire body had been tempered by thunder, giving him affinity to thunder laws that no one could reach. But she never imagined that his ability to control fire even far surpassed his ability to control thunder. It was like there was a blazing sun within his body. Pong! The cage of darkness shattered. Yaoyue violently trembled as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This cage of darkness was connected to her life. Once it was broken, she would suffer a serious backlash. And by now, the flame phoenix had appeared in front of her. Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Yaoyue bit down on her cherry red lips and spat out blood essence onto her spear. She grasped her spear with both hands and then slashed it downwards. A crimson demon moon even brighter than the last one emerged out of thin air. It spun as it flew towards the flame phoenix, cutting into its chest with an unimaginable speed. Bang! Energy broke out. The world seemed to lose all color as a massive fireball enveloped the entire world. The ruined mountain was completely melted in a 100-mile range. Rumble, rumble. Rock melted, turning into rivers of surging lava. Red waves of flames washed over the land, causing the earth to tremble. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. The vast energy and tremendous pressure of a god-beast caused the Xianxia martial artists to not even be able to escape. Luckily, these juniors had masters to protect them. These masters grabbed onto the Xianxia juniors as they hurriedly retreated. After retreating dozens of miles, they then turned around to see that the mountain had completely vanished. In its place was a gargantuan pit that was filled with hot red lava. The entire arena stage had already become a sea of flames. Lava splashed into the air, causing sweltering heat waves to spread out. This power is too terrifying. It wasn't strange for a life-destruction martial artist to have the ability to destroy a mountain. But for them to completely turn a 100-mile radius of a mountain into a sea of lava, that was actually shocking. Who is this Lin Longjian? I don't believe that an ordinary person can contain such a horrifying energy within themselves. This has nothing to do with talent. This is an issue of his body. Does he have a divine body? I've never heard of a divine body like this. Talent mainly manifested in martial arts talent, perception, battle spirit, understanding of concepts of laws, and other similar aspects. But no matter how much one excelled in these aspects, the amount of energy they could contain within their bodies was still limited. No matter how solid their foundation was, if they didn't have a Dantian variation or a special physique that allowed them hold 4 or 5 times more true essence, then how could they contain such a terrifying fire energy within them? And Lin Ming was only at the first stage of life destruction. Such a compatibility with fire, this can't be achieved by just the so-called fire spirit body. In the ancient texts, there are simply no records of divine bodies. That is, unless you consider the ancient carved stones from 100,000 years ago. These are records that cannot be verified. For instance, the ancient phoenix saint body that once ruled the world. On a spirit boat, a divine sea supreme elder from an ancient Holy Land family clan silently muttered, his expression unsure. The so-called thunder spirit body, fire spirit body, and water spirit body, those were in truth not special physiques, but rather what some geniuses were called when they had an extremely high talent in one of the 5 main elements. In terms of physicality, they weren't that different from someone ordinary. As for the ancient phoenix saint body, that was completely different. That was a divine body that had once existed in the Sky Spill continent during ancient times. Although the history of the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago and further back was missing, there were still some glorious family clans with a long legacy that had managed to obtain some ruined jade slips or carved stones from ancient times, and had thus obtained minor understandings of the situation back then. According to the available records, in the Sky Spill continent of 100,000 years ago, that was when warlords and rivals all rose up together, with countless peerless heroes filling the land. The so-called ancient phoenix saint body was a physique that came from a special family clan. In terms of comprehending the fire laws, they excelled far more than everyone else on the continent. They could also summon a flame phoenix phantom and other such miracles that Lin Ming was performing right now. Of course, no one could tell if these stories were true or false, and only a minor number of those present had heard these legends. There was simply no one that was able to confirm that Lin Ming's physique was the ancient phoenix saint body. But without a doubt, there was definitely something special about Lin Ming's physique. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such a terrifying energy. Originally, no one thought that Lin Ming had a divine body or divine bloodline, and he would always be handicapped because of this. But now it seemed that not only did Lin Ming have a divine body, but this special physique was even superior to the extreme violet Dantian. Otherwise, since Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue's cultivations were separated by so many small boundaries, how could her cage of darkness have been shattered by Lin Ming? This was the embodiment of physique disparity. All of the other heroic young elites couldn't help but be emotionally affected. A monstrous talent, lucky changes that defied the heavens, and now he even had a divine body. How could any other hero of this era still call themselves a talent in front of him? Lava tumbled and splashed into the skies. Within the lake of lava, there were still some rocks that hadn't completely melted yet. These rocks contained certain types of minerals that made them have a much higher melting temperature. Lin Ming stood on one of these flame-scorched rocks, supporting himself with his spear. Because he had burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix just now, he had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even with his endurance and energy, he still felt it a bit difficult to withstand. Bang! 5 miles in front of Lin Ming, the lake of lava suddenly exploded. Situ Yaoyue rushed out, looking like a mess. In that confrontation just now, she had directly faced the flame phoenix phantom that had rushed out from Lin Ming's body, and had to expend some of her blood essence to use her strongest attack, Demon Moon Extreme Heaven. Even so, She had been shaken and injured by the energy shockwaves. When this was coupled with her cage of darkness being shattered by the great torrential waves of flame, this had caused her to suffer a serious backlash, and now her injuries had become far worse. When she had fallen into the lava now, her protective true essence was like a candle in the wind, nearly fading away. Her hair and clothing had been ignited by the lava and burnt away. If she hadn't used the concept of darkness to form new clothes for herself, then she feared half of her body would have been publicly exposed by now. Lin Lanjian. Situ Yaoyue stared at Lin Ming, her eyes brilliant and shining. Since she was born, she had never experienced such a difficult battle before. The extreme violet domain and cage of darkness had both been broken and she had been seriously injured. In terms of battle spirit and speed, she was inferior to begin with. What she was proud of was her understanding into the concept of darkness as well as her extreme violet dantian. But when compared with Lin Ming, her concept of darkness was broken by Lin Ming's concept of fire, and her extreme violet domain was inferior to Lin Ming's two force fields. Although she had a dantian variation, Lin Ming had an even more formidable divine body. There was no need to compare their other aspects. Every single domain she excelled in had been defeated one by one under Lin Ming's hand. Her once haughty arrogance had already lost all of its support. Situ Yaoyue grit her teeth and pointed her spear right towards Lin Ming's forehead. Since the fight had reached this point, she could no longer back down. She had also seen that Lin Ming had consumed a massive amount of energy just now when he used that secret divine body technique. If they continued to fight, it was still uncertain just who would win and who would lose. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent and wild blood light shot into the skies. All of the flowing lava underneath Situ Yaoyue's feet froze, turning into black volcanic rock. A strong infernal energy dissipated into the air, causing all of the martial artists present to feel their heartbeats quicken with fear. There were even some that found it hard to breathe. Just now it was like Situ Yaoyue had opened up an ancient sealed demon box, releasing an ancient demonic spirit. That is, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. In Situ Yaoyue's hands, there was actually a blood-red war halberd. This halberd was 10 feet long and the shaft was as thick as an arm. Countless symbols were inscribed upon it. On the foot-long halberd edge, there was a cruel demon engraving. Its expression was fierce and hideous, lifelike to the point where it seemed it would jump out. All those that looked at it couldn't help but feel their souls trembling in fear. With Situ Yaoyue's delicate body holding this massive and thick halberd, it left an immense visual impact on everyone present. That is, Lin Ming's eyes widened. That is the great desolate blood halberd. That is the weapon the demon emperor once used. It was unexpectedly held by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Thinking of it, this wasn't too surprising. The Azura Divine Kingdom was a super holy land with a 10,000-year inheritance. Their background was immeasurably deep. Since they had the demon god Heartguard mirror, it was also natural that they might have been able to obtain the great desolate blood halberd. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with the great desolate blood halberd. Back at revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, Lin Ming had fought Lei Mubai, and the weapon he used had been a replica of the great desolate blood halberd. Afterwards, Lei Mubai had perished under Lin Ming's hands, and that replica became Lin Ming's possession. Then Lin Ming had gone to the South Sea battlefield in order to practice the great desolate halberd art, and had used this halberd for a very long time. This was also the reason why he tried to walk on the slaughter path. But afterwards, he discovered that he didn't have much talent in the slaughter path. Thus he no longer used the halberd and switched back to his spear. The halberd and spear were similar pole-type weapons. Lin Ming had practiced martial arts for many years and naturally had a deep understanding into those two types of weapons. As he looked at the great desolate blood halberd in Situ Yaoyue's hands, he could sense an evil demonic energy coming from it. That was truly an unlucky and ominous weapon. Saint rank artifact. Also the halberd has an evil demon energy on it that causes it to rise above a normal saint artifact. Lin Ming instantly judged. The great desolate blood halberd was obviously the final card Situ Yaoyue had hidden. In the end, she still had to use it. On the Godspeed boat, Situ Haoyan began to slowly shake his head. When he had given the great desolate blood halberd to Situ Yaoyue, he had urged her again and again to never use it until she was forced to bring out her last resort. And now, the time had come for her to bring out that halberd. The great desolate blood halberd was a dangerous and unlucky treasure. After the demon emperor flew into the realm of the gods tens of thousands of years ago, the great desolate blood halberd had changed hands several times. With it, one could be called an earth-shaking character that awed the world. However, written in the ancient records, it showed that emperor-level powerhouses that wielded the great desolate blood halberd had died horrible, unnatural deaths. Even divine sea supreme elders were the same. They could be said to have insufficient destiny, and thus were killed by the unlucky curse that existed on the blood halberd. There was even a case 1,000 years ago of this occurring. The Netherworld Great Emperor had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd, and he had eventually died a miserable death when several emperor-level powerhouses joined forces to exterminate him. At the time, Situ Haoyan had participated in the siege of Silent Demon Emperor City, and the great desolate blood halberd had thus been obtained by the Azura Divine Kingdom. For this blood halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had to give up many other things. After Situ Haoyan obtained the great desolate blood halberd, he didn't use it. Instead, he sealed it up and suppressed it deep within the Azura Divine Kingdom's dimensional realm. The great desolate blood halberd's ominous and unlucky history was well documented. Even a powerhouse that was close to being the highest under the heavens like the Netherworld Great Emperor had still died because of its curse. Situ Haoyan certainly didn't think he was stronger than the Netherworld Great Emperor. Thus he hadn't used this weapon for the entire 1,000 years. Even when he gave this halberd to Situ Yaoyue, he still sealed away the majority of the great desolate blood halberd's strength. That was merely how things were. Situ Haoyan had told her again and again only to use this weapon as a final resort, fearing that she wouldn't be able to withstand the curse of the blood halberd. So it was the great desolate blood halberd. The Azura Divine Kingdom is really holding nothing back. Situ Haoyan isn't a brash idiot. He's always been extremely careful. The majority of this unlucky halberd's strength should have been sealed away. Situ Yaoyue should still be able to withstand it. Even so, although this girl won't die to the curse, her destiny will certainly be affected. This is not a blessing for her. On a spirit boat, two divine sea supreme elders were casually talking with each other. The great desolate blood halberd was extremely famous. Many of those famed sect elders present certainly recognized this ominous halberd. For these past tens of thousands of years it had drunk countless amounts of blood, including even that of divine sea supreme elders. Legends said that this ominous halberd only needed to be casually dropped to be able to crush a mountain. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the world's greatest ominous weapon. To think that it's the great desolate blood halberd. This battle between the strongest life-destruction powerhouses is truly full of winding paths and changes, with startling events happening again and again. I thought that Lin Longian had the advantage, but now that Situ Yaoyue has brought out the great desolate blood halberd, I have no idea just what will happen. Lin Longian is in danger. That ominous halberd is as heavy as a mountain. A mere scratch or bump would be enough to crush someone to death. If that fell from her hands, it would shatter mountains, let alone when it is moved by energy. I wonder just how Lin Longian will block it. He might be able to evade it and win through speed. Lin Longian's speed is called the highest below the divine sea. He can still fight, a sect elder thoughtfully said. Situ Yaoyue grasped the great desolate blood halberd and stood proud and arrogant above her island in the lava sea. Lin Longian, this is the world's greatest ominous weapon. Today, I shall sacrifice your blood to it. As she spoke, she rushed forwards. She wielded the desolate halberd downwards like a falling avalanche. Lin Ming's face was decisive and cold. He evenly lifted his long spear and sneered. The great desolate blood halberd may be called the greatest ominous weapon in the world, but just how much of its strength could you possibly display? Humph! Then come and try it out. Meet my move, Situ Yaoyue said as she smashed the halberd down at Lin Ming. The great desolate blood halberd was incomparably heavy. Situ Yaoyue had to expend all of her true essence in order to move it, without having any left over to use martial skills. But none of this mattered. Absolute power could break apart all techniques. Just wielding the great desolate blood halberd could be said to be her strongest martial skill. This simple attack smashed onto Lin Ming. At this moment, it was like a mountain was falling down on him. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The 8 inner gates opened. The heretical god force erupted. He spread his feet wide and sank his waist down, transmitting strength through his spine. With the support of the Gate of Limit, 1.5 million genes of strength erupted with his red spear. To meet spear with halberd, all of the martial artists present stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded at what they were seeing. Even the Divine Sea Supreme Elders were startled. He wanted to directly resist the great desolate blood halberd. Dang! Spear and halberd crossed. An explosive ringing sound burst through the clouds and cracked stones, sounding like a thunderclap in everyone's ears and making their hearts feel faint. The red rock underneath Lin Ming's feet instantly shattered and a massive shockwave caused the lava beneath him to surge into the air, forming a tsunami of lava that was hundreds of feet high, directly impacting into the horizon. Lin Ming held his spear with both hands. Because of the immense pressure, the spear shaft had curved like a crescent moon. However, he had truly been able to frontally block the great desolate blood halberd's attack. On the other side of the blood halberd, Situ Yaoyue's beautiful face was twisted, her eyes wide with utterly incredulous disbelief. You! Situ Yaoyue's cherry red lips slightly parted, her voice trembling. She had no idea what to say. If the great desolate blood halberd was used by a divine sea powerhouse, then with its terrifying weight as well as the true essence that would be poured into it, it could be said to have incomparable power. Now that it had fallen into Situ Yaoyue's hands, although it couldn't display its greatest strength, she could still use her energy to move it. Even so, just its falling momentum was more than astounding. The great desolate blood halberd was a weapon that could break apart a mountain just if it were dropped. Now, it even had Situ Yaoyue's added energy to move it, and such an attack had been directly blocked by Lin Ming. Ka. The red spear in Lin Ming's hand bent to the extreme. This was a standard service weapon of time-worn Phoenix City. Although it was only a middle-grade Heavenstep weapon, in terms of toughness, it actually surpassed a high-grade Heavenstep treasure. And with Lin Ming's silver battle spirit attached to it, it was able to abruptly resist the great desolate blood halberd without breaking. Ha! Lin Ming erupted with a shout and the muscles of his arms suddenly bulged outwards, the blue veins twisting about. He exhausted all of his strength to suddenly push forwards, restoring the red spear to its straight form. Situ Yaoyue felt an unstoppable potential rush towards her as she flew backwards. She tumbled in the air for several miles, the blood in her body tumbling, her insides hurting like all her organs were being twisted around. After resisting the great desolate blood halberd's attack, she had been easily struck backwards by Lin Ming. What? Situ Yaoyue didn't dare to believe this was real. If Lin Ming had used a martial skill to attack her, then Situ Yaoyue would not be afraid. The great desolate blood halberd had the attribute of breaking apart all with absolute strength. She could depend on its powerful potential to shatter all energy-based attacks. But something she never thought possible had happened. Lin Ming had frontally confronted her and blocked her attack. Where did this strength come from? Was he even human? It was like he was an ancient dragon. It had to be known that Situ Yaoyue was the wielder of the great desolate blood halberd. Even though she lacked the physical strength to move it, she could still drive it with her energy and use it to smash her opponents. But Lin Ming was her enemy. It was impossible for him to pour any energy into the great desolate blood halberd. That meant that he could only rely on his own physical strength to block the great desolate blood halberd. Normally, a martial artist would only undergo 6 phases of body transformation: strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation. During this time, one's bodily strength would soar again and again. But after crossing pulse condensation, one's strength would only slowly grow. In addition, one's strength would increase again during the marrow washing of the Xiantian realm, and also when the body was reformed during life destruction. A monstrous genius would have 50,000 to 60,000 genes of strength, and even someone with inborn divine strength wouldn't surpass 70,000 to 80,000 genes of strength. After all, a martial artist simply wouldn't use this strength fight. A life-destruction martial artist could use heaven and earth origin energy to create sword lights and easily slice apart a mountain. So why would they care about a mere several tens of thousands of genes of strength? But now, Lin Ming had completely subverted all of Situ Yaoyue's understandings. It wasn't just Situ Yaoyue, but even the other martial artists watching were dumbfounded. This included even the Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Looking at Lin Ming's handsome and slender appearance, he didn't seem like someone that could erupt with such terrifying strength. Such supernatural strength. Could this also be a type of divine body? Within the central region of the Sky Spill continent, divine bodies, divine bloodlines, and Dantian variations were all ideas deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. To them, anything that could greatly increase one's martial talent or strength would be called a divine body. For instance, Lin Ming's ancient phoenix bloodline. Maybe it's not a divine body, but rather a special body strength enhancing technique that relies on true essence. On a spirit boat, a blue-clothed old man commended. His name was Xianxia, and his cultivation was at the early Divine Sea realm. He was the highest elder of the Xiang family clan Holy Land. The Xiang family clan was a part of the sublime smelting divine kingdom, and all of their previous generations had been on good terms with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. I also think so. Otherwise, to have two simultaneous kinds of divine body is far too terrifying. Beside Xianxia, a black-haired, middle-aged man commented. His cultivation was also at the Divine Sea realm, and he was even at the Middle Divine Sea realm. He was a subordinate of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Although these two Divine Sea Supreme Elders had a great deal of experience, they had never heard of body transformation techniques like the 8 inner hidden gates or 9 stars of the Tao Palace that could give someone millions or even billions of genes of strength. That simply exceeded everything they knew. Let alone now, but even 100,000 years ago, there were almost no body transformation technique martial artists left over on the Sky Spill continent. This was because the Sky Spill continent simply didn't have enough resources for them to freely spend. This secret technique is rarely seen, but no matter how powerful one's bodily strength is, only a limited amount can be transformed into striking power. Xianxia thought out loud. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent had never placed bodily strength in high regard. This was just like how mortals who used gunpowder weapons would then look down on sabers and swords. Situ Yaoyue calmed down after a brief period of shock. She believed that Lin Ming must have forcefully enhanced his strength through the use of some arcane technique. However, this sort of technique inevitably had limits. It was impossible to maintain for extended periods of time. Let me see how many of my moves you can block. Situ Yaoyue gave a cold shout and rushed forwards once more. She raised the great desolate blood halberd in her hands and pounded it towards Lin Ming again. Clang! The great desolate blood halberd brutally collided with Lin Ming's red spear once more. In every collision, the red spear in Lin Ming's hand would violently deform. It would become a crescent moon or like a bent bow. Lin Ming's 2 arms contained a terrifying divine strength. After bending, the red spear would return like a whip, every movement enough to shake mountains. Clang! 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 It was like a divine bell of heaven was being rung again and again. A terrifying sound echoed throughout the world, piercing through the heavens and penetrating deep into the earth. The powerful strikes set off a fierce storm of energy that rushed out in all directions, causing lava and stones to wildly clutter the air. The two fought from the sea of lava to other mountain peaks, and from those mountain peaks to deep valleys. Wherever they fought, mountains would shatter. Every casual step Lin Ming took was enough to collapse the ground, causing a storm of crushed stone to fly into the air. Such a method of fighting left all the present martial artists' scalps tingling with fear and their souls shivering. This didn't even seem like a fight between martial artists. It looked like 2 ancient vicious beasts that were fiercely wrestling with each other. Bang! Situ Yaoyue was swept several thousand feet away by Lin Ming's spear. She used the great desolate blood halberd to catch the ground and slow herself down, causing a massive fissure to appear in the ground. Situ Yaoyue stood up with difficulty. Her blood tumbled within her and her creamy white chest fiercely heaved up and down in exhaustion. Her hands had already become numb. At this point, Situ Yaoyue wasn't able to steadily hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her two lotus root-like arms trembled, as if she were an old woman at the end of her life. She watched Lin Ming approach her from not too far away, and a look of panic and dread finally appeared on her beautiful face. Lin Ming simply didn't seem as if he knew what exhaustion was. His strength continued to grow, becoming more and more fierce as the battle dragged on. This caused her to feel a blossoming fear in her heart. She was fast approaching her limit. Although the two of them had clashed their weapons several times, they still hadn't directly wounded each other. But, under the support of 1,000,000 genes of strength, every single collision was like the impact of a falling meteor, a massive shaking impact that spread outwards. Even with their weapons as buffers, this shaking force still passed into their organs. If this damage accumulated, it would cause one's blood to surge within them. If it was enough, then even their organs would break apart from the shock and bleed. After those several dozen strikes, Situ Yaoyue nearly felt her bones break. As for Lin Ming, the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. "You!" As Situ Yaoyue spoke, blood began to flow out from the corners of her lips. Just as she was about to speak further, Lin Ming took a step forwards and attacked. Whoosh! Lin Ming lifted his long spear high in the air. The overwhelming power of his spear swept down, bringing with it the pressure of a falling mountain. Situ Yaoyue forcefully suppressed the aching pain in her arms and lifted the great desolate blood halberd to block this attack. Bang! Situ Yaoyue's legs softened. Her flight technique simply wasn't enough to withstand such a tremendous impact force. Half of her body was directly pounded in the rock. The collision of their weapons had caused the blood vessels in her arms to burst apart. The accumulation of these minor shaking wounds had finally surpassed the limits of her body. The blood vessels and meridians in her arms were in a complete mess, with the tendons and ligaments nearly torn apart. Situ Yaoyue could barely even hold onto the great desolate blood halberd. Her mind went blank and she wanted to retreat. But at this time Lin Ming brought his spear smashing down again like a collapsing mountain. Bang! The two pole-type weapons violently impacted each other again. Situ Yaoyue's body shook, and her clear, jade-like arms became covered with blood. Several of her bones had also fractured. She vomited a mouthful of blood as an immense impact force rushed out from her body, causing countless stones to shoot into the air. With Situ Yaoyue as the center, the surrounding area in a several hundred-foot wide radius nearly completely collapsed. As for Situ Yaoyue, originally just her legs had been nailed into the rock, but now her entire waist and stomach were buried too. "You!" Situ Yaoyue's face burned with shame and anger. She wanted to suppress the pain in all her organs and retreat from here, but Lin Ming didn't give her the chance. His spear came smashing down yet again. Bang! Situ Yaoyue wasn't able to resist this attack. The bones in her two arms were shattered to pieces and blood began pouring out from her head. In that moment, she felt the world flip upside down as her mind went dizzy and thunder roared in her ears. The broken stones around her body had been completely crushed into powder by the tremendous impact force, causing sand and smoke to shoot into the skies. Situ Yaoyue was completely pounded into the ground by Lin Ming, leaving only her head on the outside. That overweeningly arrogant Situ Yaoyue, that proud daughter of heaven that resembled an immortal moon fairy, had actually been beaten into such a miserable appearance. All of the martial artists present gulped, their throats violently spasming. Even if Situ Yaoyue were to reach the divine sea in the future, she would never be able to erase the humiliation of today. In front of everyone's watching eyes, she had been pounded into the ground by Lin Ming as if she were nothing more than a stake. After the battle reached this state, victory and defeat were almost decided. But Lin Ming had no intention of showing tender mercy or compassion. He grasped his red spear, poured energy into it and smashed yet again. Bang! All of the crushed stones on the ground blew up like a fountain. Situ Yaoyue gave a pitiful cry as her lithe body was sent flying backwards by the tremendous impact force. She vomited a large mouthful of blood. Flying back in the air, she no longer had the least bit of strength left. Now that the great desolate blood halberd had lost the controlling support of energy, it fell to the floor. Bang! The 10-foot-long blood halberd struck the ground, causing a massive 200-foot-wide hole to appear. All of the surrounding rock broke into countless shards, and Situ Yaoyue's entire body was covered with blood. She looked like a sack of boneless meat within the rubble, limp and unmoving, near the point of death. Seeing such a result, all of the martial artists who watched the battle were left speechless in complete shock. As they looked at Lin Ming, who was bathed in blood, words like cruel, ruthless, vicious, tyrannical, and such all appeared far too pale and weak to describe him. By using his powerful bodily strength to forcefully beat Situ Yaoyue until she didn't have an unbroken bone in her body. This scene was far more shocking than those magnificent and gorgeous exchanges with true essence. Moreover, what was most incredible was that the weapon Situ Yaoyue used was the weapon that could crush a mountain, the great desolate blood halberd. The great desolate blood halberd's weight was without doubt. One could tell just how terrifying it was from when it was smashed downwards. But Lin Ming's red spear was only a flexible heaven-step treasure. Even so, he was still using that heaven-step treasure to forcefully resist and defeat the great desolate blood halberd. Such a scene caused all the present martial artists to feel as if they had swallowed an entire cow. All of them were speechless, only blankly looking on at what was happening before them. Situ Yaoyue was defeated. She has a 7th stage life destruction cultivation and also the extreme violet dantian, but she still lost to Lin Longyan. If this continues, then Lin Longyan will only need to cross a few more small boundaries before he becomes a peerless emperor. As long as he can pass another 3 or 4 stages of life destruction, then he might be able to contend with a weaker divine Sea Supreme Elder. This Lin Longyan is really an undefeated legend. I wonder just what degree he will grow to in the future. He might even be someone more ruthless and famous than Emperor Sakia. With events having reached this step, no one doubted Lin Ming's strength and talent any longer. As long as he didn't die, he was certain to become the future highest under the heavens. When this sort of existence appeared, it would always cause all the major influences to feel extremely contradictory thoughts. Lin Longyan would become someone that they would desperately try to win over, while also secretly fearing and dreading him at the same time. Yaoyue was defeated, Yaoyue was defeated. On top of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Godspeed boat, Situ Yaoshi had paled and her lips were shivering as if her entire body was quaking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could this little beast be so powerful? Whether it is an assassination or whatever else, I absolutely must kill him. Even if I must sacrifice the lives of several divine sea powerhouses, I still must do this. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already agreed to this gambling battle with Lin Ming. It was impossible for Situ Yaoshi to use the reason of Lin Ming to launch a national war that disregarded all cost. I never thought this would happen. Situ Haoyin deeply sighed, instantly seeming as if he had aged overnight. He had used every possible plan for this battle, and even though he had paid every price possible, they had still lost in the end. Is this really the inescapable fate of my Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming grasped the red spear and aimed its point at Situ Yaoyue. He trembled by a nearly imperceptible degree. That fierce and long fight had indeed consumed a massive amount of his energy. In the end, Lin Ming's combat strength was not superior to Situ Yaoyue's. The reason he had won was his superior physical strength and abnormal defensive power. From the very start, Lin Ming had been the one being suppressed by Situ Yaoyue. After several exchanges of moves, Lin Ming had suffered greater damage than Situ Yaoyue. If a normal martial artist were to be wounded in such a manner, they would have died. But Lin Ming was able to brave through the pain, supporting himself with his hardened will and stubbornness. The true turning point of this battle had been when Lin Ming burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix to shatter Situ Yaoyue's cage of darkness. That move had consumed a massive amount of Lin Ming's energy. But by relying on the restorative powers of the Gate of Healing, as well as the body he gained from crossing life destruction, he was able to withstand the burden. Then, Lin Ming had relied on his 1 million gene strength to engage Situ Yaoyue in a brutal melee that lasted for dozens of rounds. He forcefully resisted all of the shaking damage that from the impact, and instead, Situ Yaoyue had been the one to be severely wounded to the point of bleeding from her head. The great desolate blood halberd really lives up to its reputation. Lin Ming looked at the red halberd. If its sealed form could display such a terrifying might and power, then just what would it be like once its complete strength was unleashed? If Situ Yaoyue didn't have this desolate halberd, it would have been impossible for her to contend with Lin Ming and further. After her cage of darkness had been broken by him, she had occupied the position of absolute weakness. If I use this halberd to fight and combine it with my 1 million gene strength, just what would that be like? A halberd and spear were extremely close in fighting style. Even though Lin Ming no longer focused on the great desolate halberd art for battle, he could still use a halberd to fight. As for the curse of the halberd, Lin Ming could ask Demonshine about that. Just because there was no current known solution didn't mean one didn't exist. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to step towards Situ Yaoyue, one steady pace at a time. At that time, Situ Yaoyue was already on the verge of death. She lay upon a rock, her bloody arms hanging down at strange angles as wisps of blood fled from her body like small winding snakes. All of her bones had been shattered. Her face was wet with blood and her crimson eyes were filled with shame and unwillingness. This was her life's greatest shame, and the greatest failure of her life. As she placed her ear on the ground, she could hear Lin Ming's slowly approaching footsteps. In a life-or-death battle, to be defeated meant death. Enough! It's time for this to end. With a deep sigh, a black figure slowly appeared. This figure stood in front of Lin Ming, his hands crossed behind his back. This person was Situ Haoyan. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to see Situ Haoyan appear. How could the Azura Divine Emperor watch him slaughter the future hope of his Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. What is it? Does your Majesty Haoyan plan on using another 1 million spirit essence stones to purchase Situ Yaoyue's life? The life of a future Azura Divine Emperor is quite valuable. Lin Ming didn't conceal the mocking tone in his words. Situ Haoyan cared enough about face that he could watch Situ Luoxia die, but he absolutely would not let Situ Yaoyue perish here. Even if he had to drop every ounce of face he had until it was sweeping the ground, he still had to save Situ Yaoyue's life. This was not only because she had hopes of becoming a first-class powerhouse on the level of the 9-furnace highest divine emperor, but also because she was the direct bloodline descendant of the Situ family clan and the future candidate to become the ruler of the Azura Divine Kingdom. To use 1 million spirit essence stones to buy the life of a future divine emperor was in itself a great irony. As Situ Haoyan heard Lin Ming's words, his expression suddenly became gloomy and dire. Situ Yaoyue and Situ Luoxia were different. He had already expected that keeping her life would not be easy or cheap, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to directly ridicule him. You little beast, you actually dare to threaten us? You really have no idea of death or danger. Do you really not believe that I'll slap you to death with a single palm? A figure flashed and an old woman appeared beside Situ Haoyan. Her body was slightly bent with age but her eyes were blazing with utter hatred. She was Situ Yaoshi. Yaoyue has already been wounded so severely and yet you still want to threaten us. Do you really think that we won't do anything to you just because you have the Forsaken God clan as your backer? You better fuck off right now or I'll have your head rolling on the ground. Situ Yaoshi roared and the aura of a divine sea powerhouse erupted from her like a howling storm towards Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming only sneered, not even taking a single step backwards. It was like he wasn't even affected at all. When he was at the late revolving core realm, he had already been able to rely on his dual force fields to forcefully resist Situ Haoyan's immense pressure, much less resisting Situ Yaoshi's pressure with his current life destruction cultivation. You! As Situ Yaoshi saw Lin Ming not even care about her threatening aura, her complexion became much uglier. Her rage had reached the limit. This rage finally turned into a horrifying killing intent that caused her to lose all reasoning. Xianxia suddenly raised her palm and slammed it towards Lin Ming. "You little beast! Die for me!" Xianxia only had one thought percolating in her mind now, and that was to kill Lin Ming. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, in this situation where they dropped all pretense of honor and violently killed him, everything would be finished. Even if they killed him right here, what could the Forsaken God clan possibly do? Would they start a war against the Azura Divine Kingdom just for some revenge? Although this was a ruinous and greatly shameful event that would cause all the martial artists of the world to look down at the Azura Divine Kingdom with contempt, Xianxia simply didn't consider any of this. At this time, how could she possibly care about such matters? Who dash? A black demon claw emerged from thin air, grasping towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming had already begun retreating as he heard Xianxia's killing intent manifest. With an extreme speed known as unrivaled below the Divine Sea, how could he let himself be easily killed here? After defeating Xianxia, Lin Ming already proved that he had a top-class strength equal to or greater than a 7th-stage life destruction powerhouse. Although he was still weaker than a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, the difference wasn't too far off. And with the Gate of Wonder and Golden Rock shattering the void, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming already had the power to maintain his life in front of the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. In the worst-case scenario, holding out for 4 or 5 moves wasn't a problem at all. "You demonic bitch! Do you want to die?" Shirbai's heart blazed with anger and he stepped forwards. The masked old man behind him also rushed ahead, his speed even faster than Shirbai. "Ho!" With a loud shout, before the masked old man arrived, a silver sword light shot through the void like a shimmering rainbow, instantly slicing into Xianxia's demon claw. The masked old man was less than a mile away from Xianxia. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, that distance wouldn't even take the blink of an eye to cross, and martial artists' attacks were faster than their movements to begin with. Kacha! Xianxia's demon claw was shorn apart by the silver sword light sent out by the masked old man. The sword light continued unabated, slashing straight towards Xianxia's throat. One side was a close-range eruption and the other side was a long-distance attack. Yet, the result was that Xianxia's demon claw was instantly broken apart. The difference in their strength was as clear as night and day. As Xianxia saw this silver sword light cut towards her, she was greatly shocked. Her strength originally wasn't considered too powerful amongst Divine Sea powerhouses, and she was already quite old. It was impossible for her to block this masked old man's attack. Xianxia frowned. He also didn't expect that Xianxia would suddenly act in such a manner, but since they had already dropped any veneer of civility, he naturally couldn't allow his own side to weaken in momentum. He took a sudden step forwards and smashed his fist at the rapidly approaching silver sword light. Pong! The sword light shattered into pieces, turning into a brilliant silver radiance that spread out in all directions, causing everyone to feel as if they had been blinded. At this time, Lin Ming had already withdrawn a mile away without harm. Then a slightly old and pleasant voice sounded out in his ears. "Little friend, be careful behind you." MM? A feeling of intense catastrophe suddenly appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Without further thought, he stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing. Bang! The ground where Lin Ming had been standing violently exploded with the strength to shake mountains and rivers. The earth cracked apart, leaving deep and long fissures. Lin Ming turned around to see the white-haired Bonin standing there. He held a black spear in his hands, his ugly old face filled with hostility and displeasure. "How unfortunate! I was just a bit off," Bonin cursed. He had thought he had hidden himself very well, but he never imagined that Lin Ming's perception would be so sensitive. This damned old geezer! Lin Ming was startled, his heart simmering with fury and anger. He had actually been attacked on both sides. While Xianxia and Xianxia's attacks had attracted Shirbai and the masked old man's attention, Bonin had used this chance to aim a sneak attack at him. After all, the Forsaken God clan only had 2 Divine Sea powerhouses present. The third one was managing the array formation within the Realm Heart Great Hall. Being outnumbered, they were stretched to protect Lin Ming. Once I have enough strength, I will absolutely kill those old fossils Situ Bonin and Situ Yaoshi. Lin Ming carved this thought into his heart, his killing intent roiling off of his body. Even though he had defeated Situ Yaoyue, his strength was still lacking. Without strength, he could only let others need and humiliate him, even if he were the future highest under the heavens. As Shibai watched Lin Ming nearly die to Situ Bonin's sneak attack because he had been distracted, a furious rage burnt in his heart. Everything had happened so suddenly that he had been forced to resist Situ Yaoshi and Situ Haoyan in a hurry, especially that Situ Haoyan. His strength was unfathomable, to the point that even Shibai feared him. If Situ Haoyan had been the one to sneak attack Lin Ming, then perhaps Lin Ming really would have died here. Situ Yaoshi. Situ Bonin. The corners of Shibai's lips twitched as he spoke, a thick killing intent sparkling in his eyes. I never thought you would be so shameless. Today, with all the martial artists of the world as witnesses, you actually dared to do something so pathetic. In terms of being cheap little shits, you are truly invincible. Shibai flashed several times before arriving at Lin Ming's side, protecting him with the masked old man on the other side. Only then was he slightly relieved and able to ruthlessly mock the Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions had truly left many of the martial artists present dumbfounded. For them to publicly attempt to kill Lin Ming, they really didn't care about Face at all. But at this time, Face was useless. Humph, Shibai, do you think that as long as your Forsaken God clan turtles up in this dimensional realm, I really won't dare to move against you? Be careful that your fellow clansmen don't mysteriously go missing when they leave to go adventuring. As those from the Forsaken God clan rose in cultivation, the power of their curse would become increasingly strong. This made it difficult for anyone who reached the revolving core realm to leave the Forsaken God clan. But those Xiantian and Hotian realm martial artists would still go out to gain experience and adventure. There was no small number of fellow clansmen that had gone missing because of this. In front of so many heroes, Situ Yaoshi had actually spoken merciless words targeting juniors. She could only be described as insane. Shibai's complexion completely sunk, a true anger beginning to burn in his heart. You can try. My Forsaken God clan has never feared any threats. Humph, you think I don't dare? Situ Yaoshi sharply said in complete opposition. For a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to target the juniors of someone else, she was no different from a rabid dog. Enough! At this time, a cold shout sounded out. Situ Haoyan suddenly stepped forwards, every step crashing down like an avalanche. He looked like a volcano that was ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes shined as he glared at Lin Ming. Lin Lonjian, put forward your conditions. I want this battle to stop here. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin both didn't have much longer to live. They were old and paranoid, eccentric to the point where they had now become crazed. But Situ Haoyan had to remember the honor and dignity of the Azura Divine Emperor. In this situation, he at least had to give Lin Ming the chance to state his conditions. Of course, this was because he was trying to protect Situ Yaoyue's life. Otherwise, today he would have sundered this dimensional realm even if it cost him his life. Heh! Lin Ming had already expected this result. At this time, a true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Hee boy, don't be scared by that old idiot Situ's words. This old man will support you. As long as you insist on killing that Situ Yaoyue, I will give you 10 million spirit essence stones. This true essence sound transmission came from somewhere in the world, forcefully suppressing Lin Ming's words in his throat. Who? Lin Ming turned around. He guessed that the true essence sound transmission had come from one of those high-level figures on the several spirit boats in the sky. Otherwise, there was no way they would have promised such a sky-high price like 10 million spirit essence stones. It was highly likely that they were a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. Chances are they were related to one of the other 3 divine kingdoms, and didn't wish to see someone like Situ Yaoyue remain living. They had let Situ Luosha off because they didn't care much for him. In the future, if he reached the Divine Sea, that would mean the Azura Divine Kingdom would gain another powerhouse. But this didn't matter much, because a divine kingdom's ultimate combat strength was decided by the peak powerhouse of that divine kingdom. A late Divine Sea Supreme Elder would definitely be able to instantly kill a weak Divine Sea powerhouse who relied on lucky chances to enhance their cultivation to that point. And Situ Yaoyue had a slight chance of reaching the late Divine Sea. Her value was incomparable with that of Situ Luosha. The bunch of old foxes. Lin Ming cursed in his heart. This other person only used a true essence sound transmission and didn't actually come forwards. It was obvious that the old fellow who sent the true essence sound transmission didn't have the courage to face Situ Haoyin. This also proved just how powerful Situ Haoyin was. Are you saying that you'll support me? Support your ass. The 3 divine sea masters of the Azura Divine Kingdom present were all standing around Situ Yaoyue. Just how could he possibly kill her at this point? If he really insisted on killing Situ Yaoyue, then he would have to wage absolute war here. Lin Ming estimated that Situ Haoyin was more or less a middle divine sea powerhouse, and one of the top characters of his level. He was only inferior to a first-class existence like the 9 Furnace highest divine emperor, otherwise he would never have been able to become a divine emperor. If they really fought, then without the support of the Realm Heart Great Hall and the strongest array formation there, the Forsaken God clan wouldn't have the advantage anymore. Moreover, the Forsaken God clan would not fight with Situ Haoyin over some minor benefits for killing Situ Yaoyue. Haoyin, this little bastard doesn't know what death or danger are. Why are you even bothering with him? If we want to take away Yaoyue, just what can he do? Situ Yaoshi fiercely said. The Azura Divine Kingdom had already bled a tremendous amount today. After losing the battle, they would have to pay Lin Ming the materials they promised, as well as the 1.5 million spirit essence stones for Situ Luosha's life. This was already more than 10 million spirit essence stones. And that didn't even include the slaughter puppets that had died. Paying such a great price was really the same as slicing off their flesh. Just shut your mouth. Situ Haoyin angrily responded with a true essence sound transmission. Right now his mood was extremely poor. He simply didn't want to speak nonsense with Situ Yaoshi anymore. After Situ Yaoshi was scolded by her younger brother, she was naturally unhappy. She could only vent her anger onto Lin Ming and say with a true essence sound transmission, "You little beast, consider yourself lucky today. 1.5 million spirit essence stones. Demand this price in front of everyone and I will agree to it. Otherwise, we will simply use force to take away Yaoyue and also not honor any of our previous agreements. We will make it so that you don't even obtain a single spirit essence stone from us." As Lin Ming heard Situ Yaoshi's words, he was enraged. He hated this damnable old witch to the extreme. Even if she didn't care about honor, she still recognized that the Forsaken God clan wouldn't be able to do anything to the Azura Divine Kingdom. If they really waged war with each other, then the Forsaken God clan would still be able to struggle against them in this dimensional realm. But if they left this dimensional realm, then the Forsaken God clan would be in a miserable state. They wouldn't even need the Azura Divine Kingdom to do anything. Just the power of the curse would be enough to destroy them. In other words, if the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't care about face and ignored their gamble, refusing to pay anything at all, there was nothing Lin Ming would be able to do about it. This was the result of not having enough strength. If Lin Ming were currently the highest under the heavens, then he could kill Situ Yaoshi in front of everyone and Situ Haoyin wouldn't even dare to fart. When I become an emperor, the first one I'll kill will be you. Lin Ming had already sentenced Situ Yaoshi to death in his heart. You little beast. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to make your decision. Otherwise you won't obtain anything at all. Situ Yaoshi shouted once more. Lin Ming sneered. Then, he slowly said, "You disgusting old witch, a Divine Sea Supreme Elder just sent me a sound transmission saying that as long as I kill Situ Yaoyue, they will pay me 10 million spirit essence stones. Compared to the 1.5 million spirit essence stones you offer, they are far more generous. If you want to fight, then say it out loud and fight yourself. Otherwise, I'll really be made a fool." That old fellow who sent the sound transmission likely didn't have good intentions to begin with, and I have no idea who he is anyway. Perhaps he might even have offered that number of spirit essence stones in order to stir up a fight between the Forsaken God clan and the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Lin Ming didn't speak too loudly, His words were fused with true essence. His words spread to every corner within 100 miles, where every martial artist could clearly hear him. All of the heroic young elites present sucked in a cold breath. They already had a feeling that today's events wouldn't be able to end peacefully. Someone was aiming at the Azura Divine Kingdom and had offered a sky-high price of 10 million Spirit Essence Stones. They had no idea just what Situ Haoyan and Lin Ming would do in this situation. 10 million? Hee-hee-ha-ha. Situ Haoyan sneered. It was already well within his expectations that Lin Ming would be offered this. Situ Haoyan suddenly looked up, his eyes sweeping over all the high-level spirit boats. This fellow martial arts cultivator is so generous. How about you stand out so this emperor can experience such grandiosity? 10 million Spirit Essence Stones was not a minor number. It was likely that the one who offered that amount was a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. For instance, someone like Shang Yuetian, Fairy Snowgale, Yang Yun, and the others. There was no need to mention Yang Yun's motivations. He was the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. As for Shang Yuetian and the others, they also had divine kingdoms that they followed, meaning they had no need to have their family clans pay this price. The other 3 divine kingdoms would love to see Situ Yaoyue die. Let alone 10 million, they might even pay a higher price. Humph. No one is willing to step forwards? Situ Haoyan sneered. This scene caused Lin Ming to reevaluate Situ Haoyan's strength. Since he dared to bring Situ Yaoyue into this dimension realm, he naturally had faith in his own strength. This group of old foxes is indeed unreliable. Lin Ming frowned. He had planned to pull them in to help him out, but that now looked impossible. These people simply had no intention of tearing apart All Face and engaging in a violent battle in this dimensional realm. At that time, even if Situ Yaoyue was killed, 1 or 2 divine sea powerhouses might perish here under Situ Haoyan's hands. You little bastard. If you have a request, then spit it out, Situ Bonin coldly shouted. At this time, everyone's eyes focused on Lin Ming. In this sort of situation, every word he spoke would be under pressure. Because he lacked strength, there was simply no energy to back his words. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then calmly said, I will not kill Situ Yaoyue, nor do I need Spirit Essence Stones. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin absolutely didn't expect that Lin Ming would say such words. Situ Yaoshi sneered in her heart, coming to the conclusion that her threat had been effective. You little beast. I guess you do know your limitations after all. Let's go. Situ Yaoshi coldly coughed as she spoke and then turned, planning on carrying off Situ Yaoyue. Lin Ming shook his head. Hold up. Although I said that I won't kill Situ Yaoyue, we shall still defer to customary rules. After a life or death battle, everything on Situ Yaoyue's body is now my spoils of battle. What? As Lin Ming spoke, the entire audience was shocked. Situ Yaoshi cried out in alarm like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It had to be said that Situ Yaoyue had 2 great treasures on her. The demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd. The value of these 2 treasures was impossible to estimate. You little beast, what did you say? Situ Yaoshi was so angry she nearly fainted. She had already given Lin Ming an offer of 1.5 million Spirit Essence Stones. But Lin Ming had actually opened his mouth wide like a lion and demanded the demon god Heartguard mirror and the great desolate blood halberd, 2 top treasures. Their value was impossible to estimate. Lin Ming looked at Situ Yaoshi with faint indifference and then laughed. This is a life or death struggle to begin with. Since I defeated Situ Yaoyue, I can also take her life and naturally everything on her would be mine. These are the established customs of the Sky Spill continent. Do you that you can use a saber to try to kill me? And then when your plan fails, I somehow should give that saber back to you? Lin Ming didn't fear Situ Yaoshi. In any case, he simply wasn't able to do anything else. It's not like he had been planning to kill Situ Yaoyue anyway. Killing her was of no benefit to him. If so, then he might as well make a deal with the Azura Divine Kingdom. But Situ Yaoshi had been so arrogant that she had actually started out with an offer of 1.5 million Spirit Essence Stones. That was simply a disgraceful offer. You little bastard. Situ Yaoshi gnashed out these 3 words and then turned to look at Situ Haoyan. Hao Yin, this little beast cannot be allowed to live. The three of us will fight together. Emperor Uncle and I will stop Shirbai and that masked old man while you kill that boy. With your strength you should have at least a 70 to 80% assurance. After a life-or-death struggle that was intended to resolve their differences, Situ Yaoshi had actually disregarded the results and launched a vicious attack. Since she had already torn off any face she had left, she simply didn't care about how the rest of the martial world looked at her. Situ Haoyin took a deep breath and calmly said, "The Forsaken God Clan's third Divine Sea powerhouse has already caught up. He's hiding in the distorted space around Lin Longjien. With Lin Longjien under the protection of a Divine Sea powerhouse skilled in space laws, do you really think that I have a 70 to 80% chance of killing him?" As Situ Yaoshi heard Situ Haoyin's words, she was stunned. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak, but finally didn't say anything. Situ Haoyin pondered for a moment. Although he should be stronger than that third Divine Sea Elder, wanting to suppress him within a few moves was not realistic. Even if he disregarded how the world's martial artists saw him and attacked Lin Longjien publicly, he still had to do so in a situation where he would be able to instantly and successfully kill him. The atmosphere had fallen into an impasse. The three Divine Sea powerhouses of the Forsaken God Clan faced off against the three Divine Sea powerhouses of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Although Situ Haoyin's previous words had been filled with bravado, the truth was that he really didn't wish to fight here. He might not fear anyone, but with so many masters present, one of them might take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack against Situ Yaoyue. If that happened, it was obvious what would happen to her. In the end, Situ Haoyin had simply brought too few top powerhouses here today. The Azura Divine Kingdom had over a dozen Divine Sea Supreme Elders. 3 of them were old Emperor uncles that had either gone into seclusion, were traveling the world, or were adventuring for their own lucky chances. It was impossible for him to request those 3 Emperor uncles to escort Situ Yaoyue for a single battle. As for the rest of the Divine Sea Supreme Elders, they had to be left behind to defend the Azura Divine Kingdom. Thus, the Azura Divine Kingdom didn't have many masters they were able to bring today. In such a dreadful stalemate, a long ringing bell suddenly rang out. An extraordinary and wizened blue-clothed old man came riding forwards on the back of a green ox, a peach staff in his hand. That ringing sound had come from the copper bell around the green ox's neck. This blue-clothed old man was Old Man Good Fortune. "Everyone, please calm down and be patient." Old Man Good Fortune only spoke a few casual words, but these words seemed to contain an invisible magic. The tense atmosphere immediately eased by a great deal. As Situ Haoyin saw Old Man Good Fortune, his pupils suddenly shrank. This old fellow was rumored to have lived for 8,000 years. In the Sky Spill continent, he was the oldest human alive. Situ Haoyin naturally feared and dreaded him. So he was the one who warned me of that sneak attack. When Situ Bonin had sneak attacked him, Lin Ming had heard an old voice filled with the vicissitudes of life, reminding him to watch his back. That voice was the same as Old Man Good Fortune's. Lin Ming had already been in a poor condition at the time. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't warned him, then he might have been struck by Situ Bonin. At the least, he would have been hit by the energy shock waves. In this tense situation, if he had been severely wounded and lost his combat efficiency, then that would undoubtedly have put him in an extremely dangerous position. Thus, Lin Ming felt very grateful to Old Man Good Fortune. "Divine Emperor Haoyin, how about listening to the words of an old man?" In a confrontation of 2 sides, Old Man Good Fortune had suddenly appeared, adding a number of complex variables to the mix. All of the martial artists present suddenly rose to attention, waiting to see just what would happen. This was related to the national destiny of the Azura Divine Kingdom and the fate of the future highest under the heavens. It naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Situ Haoyin knit his eyebrows together. When it came to the interests of the Azura Divine Kingdom, he simply didn't wish for outsiders to intervene. This was because for today's matters, no matter what happened, it was the Azura Divine Kingdom that was in the wrong. As long as this Old Man Good Fortune decided to reason with rationale and principle, then whatever remarks he said would be extremely unfavorable towards the Azura Divine Kingdom. How could Situ Haoyin possibly be willing to allow this to happen? However, Old Man Good Fortune's status and seniority that could crush him into the dirt actually left him no choice but to endure this. He reluctantly said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak." Old Man Good Fortune nodded. He looked at Shibai and Lin Ming, wanting to know what they thought of this. Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak. This junior will listen with rapt attention." Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. "Since you two are willing to give old me some face, then I shall act as peacemaker this time. Little friend Lin Longian, according to what I know, today is the day you first met Situ Yaoyue. You do not have any grudges or injustice with her. Although this is a life or death struggle, to show mercy and forgiveness is what men should do. So, how about we let her off for today?" As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, Shibai slightly pressed his eyebrows together. Although he knew that Old Man Good Fortune wasn't finished speaking and he should have some conditions aimed at the Azura Divine Kingdom, if they agreed now then it would be impossible for them to go back on this promise. They would have lost all capital for bargaining and would only be able to listen to Old Man Good Fortune's request. However, Lin Ming actually agreed without any hesitation. Not to mention that Old Man Good Fortune hadn't finished speaking, but just the kindness of warning him of danger was enough for Lin Ming to agree to this condition. "Good. Then, Divine Emperor Haotian, for today's matter, your Azura Divine Kingdom was the first to act and even decided on the life or death battle for today. This battle was supposed to resolve all enmity between you, however. After this battle ended, two of your Azura Divine Kingdom's divine sea powerhouses actually attacked a mere first-stage life destruction junior. One of them even launched a sneak attack on him. I fear that no matter where you go in the world, there is no way you can convince anyone that what you say is right." As Old Man Good Fortune spoke to hear, Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin both had extremely ugly expressions. Old Man Good Fortune was obviously helping Lin Ming. Or rather, it could be said he was standing on the side of principle and morality. If it weren't for Old Man Good Fortune's status and strength, they would have already flipped these peace talks upside down. Situ Haotian narrowed his eyes a bit. He had expected this would happen. Since Old Man Good Fortune appeared, if he didn't stand on the side of principles and morality, then he would certainly be criticized by everyone. In other words, he had come today to help Lin Ming. "Senior Good Fortune, just what do you want?" Facing Situ Haotian's question, Old Man Good Fortune said at a moderate pace, "I would like Divine Emperor Haotian to agree to two conditions." "Do continue." Situ Haotian's complexion was downcast. It was impossible to tell just what he was thinking at the moment. Firstly, about the two saint artifact treasures with Situ Yaoyue. Both you and little friend Lin Longian here will take a step back. Of the two saint artifacts, little friend Lin Longian will be able to take his choice of one. "What?" Old Man Good Fortune hadn't even finished speaking when Situ Yaoshi cried out in alarm and anger. She really would have liked to shove her middle finger at Old Man Good Fortune's nose and hurl insults at him, but she didn't have the courage to do so. "Senior Good Fortune, while I do respect you as a senior, today you have clearly shown favor and bias towards Lin Longian. The demon god Heartguard Mirror and the great desolate Blood Halberd are both national treasures of my Azura Divine Kingdom, so why should we give them to him?" Old Man Good Fortune chuckled and then slowly said, "Because of principle. You?" Situ Yaoshi was so angry that she felt her intestines twisting. Old Man Good Fortune had made it clear that her Azura Divine Kingdom was the one being unreasonable and unprincipled. Today's matter, since it is a life or death struggle, then even if the demon god Heartguard Mirror and great desolate Blood Halberd were to be taken by little friend Lin Longian, then by all rights there shouldn't be any problems. You should know when to take a step back and be able to tell the difference between right and wrong. Although Old Man Good Fortune's words were spoken calmly, everyone present was able to discern the warning within them. But how could this possibly convince Situ Yaoshi? Her face was grim as she said, "While I may not be in the right today, strength is always the greatest truth. Why should my noble divine kingdom bother speaking about principles with this little bastard?" As she spoke, all of the martial artists present were flabbergasted. Situ Yaoshi was truly shameless to the point of not caring about face. This had been a life-or-death struggle fought in front of many of the world's martial artists. However, upon her loss, not only had she gone back on her promise, she also spoke confidently, as if she were in the right. At this time, a light laugh echoed out. Situ Yaoshi, you keep on breaking your promises and yet still dare to act so righteously about things. You have truly opened my mind. As everyone heard these words, they were quite startled. Anyone that would dare say such provocative words must undoubtedly be a divine sea powerhouse. There was another divine sea powerhouse joining the fray. Everyone followed the voice to see a beautiful fairy-like woman flying in the wind, her white clothes fluttering about her. She was Fairy Snow Gale, with a handsome young man standing above a golden divine carriage at her side. This young man had a heavenly, jade-like appearance. He was the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince Yang Yun. Fairy Snow Gale. Yang Yun. I've heard that Fairy Snow Gale has already long since reached the peak of the early divine sea realm. Moreover, she's not too old. She should have a high chance of breaking into the middle divine sea realm. Fairy Snow Gale comes from the White Clan, and the White Clan is part of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. They had problems with the Azure Divine Kingdom to begin with, so Fairy Snow Gale certainly isn't afraid of offending Situ Haoyan. Fairy Snow Gale is also stepping in, and things are really becoming interesting. All of the martial artists present had the mindset of watching these entertaining events play out. Out of the 4 divine kingdoms, the Azure Divine Kingdom was the only one that followed the demonic path. They were a nation of people who recklessly followed their most debased natures, and were naturally cruel and violent individuals. It was inevitable that they had managed to offend a great number of influences. Thus, the Azure Divine Kingdom had a very poor reputation around the world. As people saw Old Man Good Fortune, Fairy Snow Gale, and even Yang Yun step forwards, all of them were secretly taking pleasure in the Azure Divine Kingdom's troubles. Strength is indeed the greatest truth. Thus, if you really plan on waging war, do you really believe the Azure Divine Kingdom will occupy the overwhelming advantage? Fairy Snow Gale slowly said with a tranquil expression. Her words lacked any killing intent, and she spoke as if she were just discussing the weather. However, the implicit meaning in her words left Situ Haoyan drenched in cold sweat. Fairy Snow Gale's meaning was that once war started, she would join Lin Ming along with Old Man Good Fortune. If that happened, then the Azure Divine Kingdom's fate could be easily imagined. No matter how haughty and domineering Situ Yaoshi was, she still didn't dare to speak up anymore at this point. In this dimensional realm, the Azure Divine Kingdom was surrounded by countless enemies on all sides. Before, these enemies had been deterred by Situ Haoyan's strength. None had dared to step forwards. They were afraid that if a fight broke out, they would be severely wounded or even killed by him. But now that the massive tree of Old Man Good Fortune was sheltering them, these people no longer felt the least bit of pressure in revealing themselves. Moreover, Fairy Snow Gale had thoughts of befriending Lin Ming to begin with, so stepping forwards at this time was also an appropriate matter. Situ Haoyan's complexion became increasingly dismal. He didn't even greet Fairy Snow Gale, but instead coldly said to Old Man Good Fortune, "Senior Good Fortune, please speak your second condition." Fairy Snow Gale thought little of it. She naturally sauntered near Lin Ming's side, obviously with the meaning of shielding him. At such a close distance, Lin Ming could even smell the light and airy fragrance drifting from Fairy Snow Gale's body. Although he knew perfectly well just why Fairy Snow Gale had stepped up now, she had still helped him. Lin Ming recorded this graciousness in his heart. The second condition. Old Man Good Fortune stroked his gray beard and faintly smiled. That is to place Situ Yaoyue in the Forsaken God Clan's Realm Heart Great Hall for 3 years. You may send someone to guard her for this time period, but she cannot be allowed to leave the Realm Heart Great Hall by even a single step. I believe that the Forsaken God Clan will assure us that Situ Yaoyue will remain absolutely safe. What? Situ Haoyan's thick eyebrows shot up. This condition basically meant that he wanted to take Situ Yaoyue as a hostage. Even a fool could see that Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin would continue to hunt down Lin Ming. If Lin Ming stayed in the Forsaken God Clan, then he would certainly be safe. However, if he went out to adventure, then he would be in grave danger. If the Azura Divine Kingdom finally lost all rationale and reasoning in the end, then they might even truly make war with the Forsaken God clan. The reason that Old Man Good Fortune wanted to take Situ Yaoyue as a hostage was to give Lin Ming 3 years. With Lin Ming's speed of growth, this was the time that Old Man Good Fortune decided Lin Ming would need in order to gain the strength to preserve his life in front of a divine sea powerhouse. Absolutely impossible. Situ Yaoshi barked out like a rabid dog. Why should I believe the Forsaken God clan? Why should I imprison Yaoyue here? As Shirbai heard Old Man Good Fortune's second condition, his eyes began to shine. This was indeed a very good method. He stepped forwards and said, "My Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall is the fulcrum that supports the heart of this dimensional realm. Even someone on the level of the highest under the heavens will find it impossible to break through. Situ Yaoyue will have absolute safety within, and you can also have someone sent over to guard her. As for us killing Situ Yaoyue, you don't have to be an idiot to know that we wouldn't do something so unreasonable." Situ Yaoshi, your reaction just now was so dramatic. Could it be possible that you were already thinking of ways to eliminate little brother Lin in these next few years? Facing Shirbai's question, Situ Yaoshi's eyes revealed a thick killing intent. Indeed, she had been preparing to deal with Lin Ming. Assassination, murder, whatever it took. She would stop at nothing to slaughter him. However, if they controlled Yaoyue's life, then that was the same as holding onto her throat. How could she possibly agree to this? Old Man Good Fortune didn't have much of an expression. He looked towards Situ Haoyin. Divine Emperor Haoyin, what do you think? Situ Haoyin's originally narrowed eyes slowly opened, a terrifying, breathtaking light suddenly bursting from within. At this moment, Situ Haoyin's aura suddenly surged outwards, causing all of the martial artists present to gasp out loud. It was like an ancient vicious beast had suddenly awoken from a deep slumber. Situ Haoyin had always been hiding his abilities. 2,500 years ago, when he was just 90 years old, he had taken his 7th stage life destruction cultivation and successfully crossed the Divine Sea. The only aspect in which he was inferior to Situ Yaoyue was her extreme violet dantian. It had already been several hundred years since he had last fought, and it was rumored that he was the top powerhouse amongst all Middle Divine Sea martial artists. It was said that he was only weaker than the 9-furnace highest Divine Emperor and the sublime smelting Imperial Grand Uncle, and that he was stronger than the 7-star Divine Emperor. As for where the limits of his true strength lay, no one knew. Is Situ Haoyin planning to fight? What can he do in this situation? Is he planning on fighting both Old Man Good Fortune and Fairy Snowgale? That is impossible. No kidding. Once they begin to fight, then the Azura Divine Kingdom will lose without a doubt. Even if Situ Haoyin were much stronger than he was now, the solemn dignity and majesty of Old Man Good Fortune was already stamped into everyone's hearts. He was an unrivaled powerhouse that had already lived for 8,000 years, an existence close to being the highest under the heavens. Moreover, despite the fact that he didn't come from a sect or family clan, he was still able to reach this level today. In these 8,000 years, it was impossible to count how many people he must have killed or how many life or death situations he had survived. Although he looked kind and benign like an old grandfather on the outside, who knew just what sort of terrifying ability he would show once he broke out in anger. That would truly be an earth-shaking scene. However, the event that no one thought could possibly happen was actually happening. Situ Haoyin suddenly stepped forwards, his eyes blazing as he looked at Old Man Good Fortune. Senior Good Fortune, as you say, strength is the greatest truth in the martial world. I have always diligently and eagerly tried to increase my own strength. However, for the last 1,000 years, although I gained a few faint understandings on my martial road, I am still stranded at the bottleneck between the middle and late Divine Sea realm, and have been unable to make a breakthrough. Now that I am so lucky to see Senior today, I hope that Senior can give me advice on 3 moves so that I might gain some lucky insights. Senior, what do you think? Situ Haoyin's surprising words were stubborn to the point of death. Although his tone was polite, and he had limited the spar to 3 moves, it still didn't change the fact that he had challenged Old Man Good Fortune. Situ Haoyin was an absolute madman. He's crazy. Situ Haoyan wants to fight old man good fortune. Stop making such a fuss over nothing. Situ Haoyan is an extremely smart person. If he limits himself to 3 moves, then he might be able to withstand it. As people were talking, it was unknown just who was it that said, "Speaking of it, I fear that old man good fortune is probably reaching the end of his natural life." As the martial artists present heard this, all of them were bewildered. That's right. A late divine sea powerhouse was said to have 10,000 years of life, but the truth was that they often lived to only 8,000 to 9,000 years of life. There were many reasons for this. For instance, they might overdraw their life or be wounded in battle, or perish as they explored a mystic realm. Whatever the reasons were, the truth was that very few late divine sea powerhouses lived to be 9,000 years old. To a martial artist, time was their most terrifying opponent. The martial arts road could be said to be a daily struggle with the heavens. In the currently known martial arts boundary, no one had ever been able to obtain eternal life. No matter how remarkable or talented you were, and whether you were an unrivaled emperor or the highest under the heavens, in the end, time would slowly sap away all of your strength. Time would age you until the fires of your life were exhausted, and you finally died. Old man good fortune was already reaching the end of his natural life. But all reasons given, he shouldn't have much of his peak strength remaining. On the other hand, Situ Haoyan was only 2,600 years old. He was at the age when a middle divine sea powerhouse was in their prime, their combat strength having reached its peak. If they truly fought, then although Situ Haoyan might not be able to win, he still might have the strength to protect himself. Also, this was only for 3 moves. Situ Haoyan only needed to survive 3 moves and create a draw. That would be enough to have his name shock the world, frightening everyone. And at that time, old man good fortune would also be too embarrassed to continue. The reason that old man good fortune was able to mediate the situation today was because he relied on his strength and status as someone close to the highest under the heavens. But if he fought Situ Haoyan and still couldn't prevail in 3 moves, then what basis did he have to stick his nose into their business? Once old man good fortune retreated, then Fairy Snowgale and Yang Yun naturally would have no reason to step forwards anymore. Thus, this was the reason he had only proposed 3 moves. The situation had originally been disadvantageous for the Azura Divine Kingdom, but Situ Haoyan's miraculous chess move had caused the road to curve once more, adding new variables. In this fight, if he could end it in a draw, then not only would Situ Haoyan gain immeasurable fame, enough to deter the world, but he would also be able to solve Situ Yaoyua's problem. He must defeat Situ Haoyan in 3 moves or at least dominate him. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to command everyone's respect. Can old man good fortune really do this? If this were 4,000 years ago when old man good fortune was still at his peak state, then that certainly wouldn't be a problem. But now, I think the situation is an unknown. Situ Haoyan is too cunning and limited this match to only 3 moves. Old man good fortune can't change anything now even if he wanted to. After all, he's the senior here. Perhaps, old man good fortune will avoid this battle and use some casual excuse to refuse Situ Haoyan. Although this will be enough to save his face, that will be the same as showing weakness. He won't be able to meddle in Lin Longjian's affairs anymore. Everyone's eyes turned to old man good fortune. Shirbai and the other Forsaken God clan martial artists looked a bit tense. All of them couldn't help but think that 8,000 years of life really did seem just a bit too old. And didn't this elderly man seem as if he were in the last years of his life? To suppress Situ Haoyan with overwhelming strength in 3 moves, the chances were a bit unknown. Old man good fortune's blue clothes fluttered in the wind. He held onto his peach walking stick, a kind and benevolent smile still hanging on his face. However, as this smile fell into the eyes of others, it appeared abstruse and profound. Old man good fortune lightly coughed and said, "You know, being so stubborn isn't always good." These words didn't show if old man good fortune was planning to accept the match or not. Situ Haoyan's eyebrows shot up. "Senior good fortune, do you have no intention of directing this emperor?" "Ha." Old man good fortune stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "I don't think I can direct you, But for a senior to be able to exchange some moves with a junior, at least this old man's legacy might not be wasted in the coffin. This can also be considered good fortune. The surrounding martial artists all became excited as they heard Old Man Good Fortune speak. He had really decided to fight. Those two were among the top powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. This sort of fight could be said to be rarer than a once-in-a-millennium battle. Existences of their level would only fight in the eruption of a national war or to compete for lucky chances. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't bother fighting. If they did vigorously battle, then they would have to consume their energy. Once they damaged their life source or harmed the fires of their life, the gains simply wouldn't be equal to the losses. Situ Haoyan narrowed his eyes. At this moment he was like a massive dragon that was charging his strength, containing a potent and terrifying power within him. Once he erupted, it would truly be an earth-shaking event. Old Man Good Fortune grasped his peach walking stick and hobbled over to stand in front of Situ Haoyan. Compared to Situ Haoyan's dominating aura, he was simply like a normal old man without any special characteristics at all. Senior Good Fortune, let's go up. At this time, Situ Haoyan's fighting spirit was blazing. He had no intention of underestimating Old Man Good Fortune at all. He would go all out in this battle. He could not lose. All right. Old Man Good Fortune's feet lifted off from the ground as he floated upwards without a sound. His green ox mount rode over from the clouds to position itself underneath Old Man Good Fortune's feet. Like this, Old Man Good Fortune rode his green ox and ascended into the skies. The two flew 10,000 feet high in the air. As for the younger martial artists, they had moved far into the distance under the direction of their elders. Those who were still staying within the 10-mile range were all powerful characters. A battle between Divine Sea Supreme Elders. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his heart filling with anticipation. This would be the most high-level battle he had witnessed to date. Near Lin Ming, Shirbai was a bit worried. Just what would the result of this match be? Could Old Man Good Fortune really subdue Situ Haoyan in 3 moves? Senior Good Fortune, do you not plan on putting away your mount? 10,000 feet in the air, Situ Haoyan frowned a bit as he saw Old Man Good Fortune ride up on his green ox. Once this battle began, it would definitely be an apocalyptic scene. That mount would be crushed into goo. No need. This green ox will ride into battle with me, Old Man Good Fortune said with a smile. Situ Haoyan guessed that the green ox was some sort of contract beast, but he didn't care too much about it. It was a perfectly justified matter for a martial artist to fight with their contract beast. Divine Emperor Haoyan, you may make your move, Old Man Good Fortune reminded him. Then this emperor shall do as you wish. At this time, Situ Haoyan naturally wouldn't care about modesty or humility. In this battle, he had to guarantee at least a draw. If he was able to put pressure on Old Man Good Fortune, then that would be even better. Situ Haoyan had kept a low profile for all these years and had collected a number of special trump abilities. Facing this Old Man Good Fortune, who was near the end of his life, he was confident he could put pressure on him. Bang! A great strength erupted. Situ Haoyan extracted a black halberd from his spatial ring. This war halberd was 10 feet long and released bursts of fierce black light. The shaft of the halberd was etched with compact and complex patterns. This was impressively a quasi-saint artifact. Counting this unknown black halberd, the Azura Divine Kingdom had continually revealed 2 quasi-saint artifacts and 1 saint artifact. Among them, although the Demon God Heartguard Mirror was a quasi-saint level artifact, because it was a defensive treasure, its value was in no way inferior to an offensive saint artifact. At this time, Situ Haoyan's thick black hair was flying in the wind. He seemed like a god that overlooked mortals, looking down at the world with arrogance and contempt. God murder! A loud ringing cry emerged from the black war halberd, followed by an endless amount of energy that extended outwards like a growing galaxy. Situ Haoyan had used the strongest killing move of the great desolate halberd art, a move that required the strength of the divine sea to use. Facing this terrifying strike, Old Man Good Fortune still rode on his green ox. His blue clothes gently waved in the wind. With a calm expression, he lifted his hands and drew a line downwards. A star-like energy suddenly appeared like a fleeting illusion, falling down and cutting off the world. Bang! Situ Haotian's terrifying attack smashed towards Old Man Good Fortune. However, just as his attack reached 10 feet away, it simply vanished into the void, disappearing forever. It was like an invisible endless abyss had appeared in front of Old Man Good Fortune. Any energy that came towards him simply faded away with no trace left. What? All of the martial artists watching from afar were dumbfounded. Situ Haotian's horrifying attack had vanished just like that. Old Man Good Fortune still calmly rode his green ox, his blue clothes fluttering in the wind. As this scene fell into everyone's watching eyes, they felt an inestimable feeling. Lin Ming was also stricken. Old Man Good Fortune had easily divided space. At this time, although Old Man Good Fortune was standing still and seemed close by, the truth was that he was in a completely separate world. Between him and Situ Haotian was an invisible moat that could not be crossed. No matter what sort of monstrous supernatural strength came rushing towards him, it would all fall into this unknown space, unable to harm even a single hair of Old Man Good Fortune. Just how deep did one's comprehension of the space laws have to be in order to use such a heaven-defying ability with such casual ease? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The concepts of space, thunder, and fire were all the same in that they were divided into multiple levels. Until now, Lin Ming had only encountered a single level, and that was to distort and shrink space. His elusive and ghostly attacks and movements all depended on this. It was the first time that he had seen Old Man Good Fortune's method of utilizing the concept of space. Without a doubt, Old Man Good Fortune's actions today had opened up a great mystical door for Lin Ming. With his first attack unsuccessful, Situ Haotian was still calm without the least bit of panic. Everything had gone as he had expected. Heavens divide. Senior Good Fortune's technique is truly good. Since this first move failed, then here is the second. As Situ Haotian spoke to hear, he suddenly emitted a loud shout. His voice didn't even seem as if it could be that of a human. In that instant, a savage dragon seemed to awaken within his body. His joints began to emit popping sounds and his muscles rose, bulging out in all directions. His body began to grow, and in just several breaths of time he actually grew a whole 10 feet taller. His muscles had become as hard as rock. His face was ferocious and ravenous, and both his eyes were a bright blood red. After transforming his body, Situ Haotian's aura had soared by several times, the power of his blood vitality billowing into the sky like a blazing blame. At this time, he was filled with insufferable arrogance, like a demon god that had arrived in the world, overlooking all of existence. Even if Old Man Good Fortune was able to divide the void, Situ Haotian now had sufficient strength to break it. As Lin Ming saw Situ Haotian morph his body, he was startled. Situ Haotian's body had actually become that of a giant demon. This was just how had he done this? In that moment, he could clearly feel a rich and pure giant demon bloodline from within Situ Haotian. This bloodline was exactly the same as the giant demon blood essence that Lin Ming had seen when he opened the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace had contained 2 masses of giant demon blood essence. The first mass had been absorbed by the magic cube and the second mass was given to Demon Shine. Demon Shine, what's going on here? Could Situ Haotian come from the giant demon race's bloodline? Lin Ming asked with a true essence sound transmission. Ever since Lin Ming had decided to attack Life Destruction, Demon Shine had temporarily left Lin Ming's body. Whether it was crossing Life Destruction or his life or death struggle with Situ Yaoyue, Lin Ming had a chance of dying. Thus, Demon Shine had chosen to leave Lin Ming's spiritual sea for the moment. He doesn't. It's just that this Situ Haotian must have obtained some ancient giant demon blood essence from somewhere and then transplanted it into his body. Thus he gained the ability to transform his body. This sort of bloodline is far inferior to your own ancient phoenix bloodline. The ancient giant demons that once existed on the Holy Demon continent were different from the currently existing giant demons. Those ancient giant demons had a bloodline that contained a powerful strength. Of course, this couldn't even be compared to the bloodline of a god beast like a true phoenix or true dragon. However, what Situ Haoyan used was the blood essence of the ancient giant demons, and what Lin Ming had was only the most ordinary blood of the ancient phoenix, and the quantity was far less too. Thus, the disparity in their bloodlines wasn't too great at this moment. As Lin Ming was engaged in these thoughts, he suddenly heard a martial artist near him cry out in alarm. A divine body! Battle demon emperor body? That is also another kind of divine body. The Azura Divine Emperor has a battle demon emperor body? I've never even heard of that before. When the Azura Divine Emperor was born, he didn't have a divine body. He only relied on his own extraordinary talent to reach where he is today. It's likely he obtained this current divine body from some lucky chance somewhere. In just a single day I've seen 2 divine bodies as well as the extreme violet Dantian. This has really been an eye-opener. As these people were all crying out in acclaim, Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He simply didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. So this was what they thought the so-called divine body was. It appeared that everyone who possessed a physique different from that of the average man and was able to display a stronger combat strength was referred to as having a divine body. So that's what it is, the ancient giant demon bloodline. It seems that Divine Emperor Haoyan has obtained many lucky chances from the giant demon dimensional realm. Old Man Good Fortune didn't mind. The Azura Divine Kingdom had a dimensional realm on their borders that had many secrets of the ancient giant demon race sealed within. It wasn't surprising for him to have obtained some lucky chances. Senior does not need to worry about this Emperor's lucky chances. Instead, think about how you'll block this Emperor's second attack. Situ Haoyan shouted out. His voice carried with it a metal energy, making it seem as if his words were ringing out from a great bell, sonorous and deafening. After completing his transformation, Situ Haoyan had full confidence in himself. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. It looks like old me really has to work today. Really? For the young to continue being so stubborn isn't always good. As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, he slowly stood up from his green ox without the slightest hint of dismay. All of the surrounding martial artists suddenly felt something wrong. Huh? Did Old Man Good Fortune's voice change? Yes, it's changed. He doesn't sound as old as he did before. As everyone was confused, a completely unexpected and bewildering scene occurred. As Old Man Good Fortune stepped down from his green ox, his body suddenly began to grow. His back was no longer bent and his white hair turned to black, dangling over his shoulders like a waterfall of ink. His body had turned into that of a 20 to 30-year-old youth. His once muddy eyes became clear, and his eyebrows straightened, pointing up and slanting towards his temples. In just a few breaths of time, Old Man Good Fortune had transformed from an old man at the end of his life into a handsome youth with jade-like features. His long blue clothes still loosely draped over him as before, but the peach walking stick was no longer in his hands. Rather, that peach walking stick had transformed into a sword. This sword was 4 feet long and shone like burnished silver. The sword hilt was made of jade and the blade was carved with faint patterns. This was a true saint artifact. No one saw when Old Man Good Fortune had drawn this sword. It was as if he had never been carrying a peach walking stick, but had always been carrying this silver sword instead. This sudden change left everyone utterly shocked. After crossing life destruction, a martial artist's body would be reborn. The only way they could restore their youthful appearance was if they displayed a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. But this young appearance would only be a facade. Their lifespan would not change and their fires of life would continue to weaken with time. Rather, maintaining a youthful appearance would cause a martial artist's cultivation to lessen. The price simply wasn't worth the benefits. Thus, unless it was a woman who valued their beauty and only cared about their looks, a general martial artist simply wouldn't waste their efforts on such things. And now, Old Man Good Fortune had suddenly restored his youth in the middle of battle. And this was not an illusion. This was because everyone present could clearly feel his vibrant fires of life burning like the fires of heaven, vast and limitless. How is this possible? Situ Haoyan's complexion completely changed. He had just finished his body transformation, and he had believed with his swollen pride and arrogance that no one could defeat him. However, as he felt Old Man Good Fortune's suddenly vibrant fires of life, all of his momentum instantly vanished. The disparity was just too great. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, "In the presence of laws, there is nothing that is impossible, unless your wish is to violate the laws themselves. And reversing time is only a single aspect of the time laws. It isn't considered too advanced. The reason that I am able to live for so long is also because of my understanding of the laws of time. Although this isn't the orthodox way of going about things, being able to linger on with my last breath for another 4,000 to 5,000 years isn't a problem at all." 4,000 to 5,000 years? Old Man Good Fortune's words nearly caused Situ Haoyan to vomit blood. Situ Haoyan didn't know if he could still live for another 4,000 to 5,000 years. He could only laugh at himself for thinking that his fires of life were more potent than those of Old Man Good Fortune, and that he could suppress him. Now it seemed that his remaining lifespan wasn't even as long as Old Man Good Fortune's. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune's choice of words caused Situ Haoyan to wish he could slam his face into his halberd. It isn't considered too advanced. And linger on with my last breath, a power of laws that he had never heard of before, the ability to reverse time and restore his combat strength to its peak. This technique that defied the heavens was actually considered not too advanced to Old Man Good Fortune. Just what kind of abnormal monster was Old Man Good Fortune? And this freak was still able to live on for another 4,000 to 5,000 years? Then what could Situ Haoyan be considered? A clown? Was he worse than a pig or dog? All of Old Man Good Fortune's words fell into the ears of the martial artists present, leaving all of them floored, their minds fiercely shocked. The laws of time were actually so heaven-defying. Since ancient times, in the domain of laws, it was said that space was the king and time was the emperor. Although these were clearly biased, this was enough to explain just how terrifying the might of these two types of concepts and laws were. But because these two different concepts were mysterious and elusive, there were far too few people capable of comprehending these kinds of laws. And even if they did, they would only have a brief superficial knowledge of it. It would be extremely difficult for them to ever improve. Especially the laws of time that were even more mysterious than the laws of space. Since ancient times, there had been very, very few inheritances that had ever been left behind. No one imagined that under Old Man Good Fortune's control, the laws of time were actually able to display such a dreadful power. "It's a miracle," Lin Ming muttered to himself. The laws of time had the supernatural and unstoppable ability to decay all of existence. This was the so-called entropy that the concepts of the five main elements were unable to achieve. Because a martial artist defied the heavens, their lifespan was almost decided by their cultivation. Although there were some heavenly materials that were able to extend a martial artist's lifespan, that was only unearthing their undeveloped life potential. It was by no means a way to extend their life that defied the heavens. The only method of truly extending one's life was to go against the will of the heavens and walk further down the road of martial arts. But now, it seemed that the laws of time could achieve a similar effect to a certain extent. Such matters would likely arouse the jealousy of many divine sea masters. But what a pity. If they aren't talented in this aspect, then it doesn't matter how jealous they become. As Lin Ming was thinking this, in the skies, Old Man Good Fortune had already raised his silver sword high in the air. Situ Haoyan's expression was grim and solemn. Facing Old Man Good Fortune in his peak state, he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. This opponent of his might even surpassed the nine-furnace highest divine emperor. A sword. Let's see whether or not you can resist it, Old Man Good Fortune gently said, as if this were the trial of a god. When he finished speaking, he slashed down with that silver sword in his hands. See, with a light sound, space collapsed as if it were as fragile as ice. A silver sword energy cut out, appearing in the shape of a perfect crescent moon. No, this was not just mere sword energy. This was a substantialized space fragment. Old Man Good Fortune had used space itself as his weapon. By pouring his unrivaled supernatural power into this attack, it had become an earth-shaking strike. Situ Haoyan's pupils shrank, and he recklessly poured of all of his energy into his halberd without reservation. The one he faced was someone close to being the highest under the heavens, or even an existence equal to the highest under the heavens. If he could not resist this attack, then he would die right here. Ho! Situ Haoyan shouted out loud. A massive giant demon phantom hundreds of feet high appeared behind him. This phantom wielded a divine halberd, and together with Situ Haoyan, both of them cut downwards. Bang! In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color. A terrifying corona of energy swallowed up all the stars in the sky, making it seem as if everyone were in a completely different land. Situ Haoyan's halberd was struck from his hand. All the meridians of his 2 arms tore apart, and he vomited a great mouthful of blood as he was sent flying back. His body shot backwards like a falling meteor before he crashed into a mountain peak. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Giant shelves of rock fell down, causing great clouds of dust and smoke to fill the skies. In that collision, half of that massive mountain had directly collapsed. As everyone looked at that half-gone mountain, all of them were speechless with shock. If just Situ Haoyan crashing into that mountain peak had caused such a result, then just how terrifying had the true collision of energy been? Everyone thought that because Old Man Good Fortune was reaching the end of his life, if he truly fought with Divine Emperor Haoyan, then it was unknown just who would emerge victorious. None of them imagined that Old Man Good Fortune would send Divine Emperor Haoyan hurtling backwards with just a single strike. They were simply on completely different levels. How could this be? On a spirit boat, Xianxia was speechless for a long time. It was within his expectations that Situ Haoyan would have obtained the ancient giant bloodline and grown sharply stronger. As a noble divine kingdom emperor, his strength was surely ranked in the top 5 of the Sky Spill continent, so there must be some cards he managed to keep hidden up until now. But that Situ Haoyan actually didn't even have the strength to resist Old Man Good Fortune's attack. Could the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle have this strength? Is this the strength of a powerhouse close to being the highest under the heavens? All of the martial artists present couldn't help but think this. It was said that thousands of years ago, Old Man Good Fortune had once fought the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and forced him into a draw. Although this was only a rumor, smoke always meant there was fire. There had to be some kernel of truth to it. To everyone, this meant that Old Man Good Fortune and the 9-furnace highest divine emperor stood on equal ground. Now that thousands of years had passed, Old Man Good Fortune should have become weaker than the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. After all, he was much older than him to begin with. But how could this be the result? Maybe Old Man Good Fortune had a breakthrough in these last few thousands of years. If the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and sublime smelting imperial grand uncle haven't grown in strength, then they might not be Old Man Good Fortune's match anymore. Xianxia quietly mumbled. This was an explanation anyone would find hard to accept. According to all common sense, the easiest time for a martial artist to grow was when they were young. This was the time that their fires of life were at their most exuberant. The longer the lifespan that a martial artist had, the more time they would stay in their youthful phase. For instance, a life-destruction martial artist would still be considered young before they reached 100 years of age. So if they didn't break through to the divine sea by the time they reached that age point, then they could only count on external help and lucky chances. Once a martial artist reached maturity, their cultivation would only grow at a snail's pace. But this was also the time that a martial artist's combat strength was at its peak. For instance, Situ Haoyan's current combat strength had reached the highest point in his life. It was just that it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, if he were able to take another step forwards, then he would become a character on the same rank as the 9-furnace highest divine emperor. After that would be old age. This was a period where their combat strength and cultivation would almost never increase. An old divine sea supreme elder would at most be able to make some minor breakthroughs in the aspects of will and soul. But as for everything else, they would begin to decline over the years. So how could Old Man Good Fortune have made such progress? He must have some secret on his body. While Xianxia believed that the laws of time were able to extend a martial artist's life, he didn't believe it was as exaggerated as 4,000 to 5,000 years. What he found even more unbelievable was that the time laws were able to temporarily reverse a martial artist's age for long enough that they could make another breakthrough. Thus, this left only two possibilities. The first was that Old Man Good Fortune had come across some massive lucky chance that he couldn't imagine. And the second was that Old Man Good Fortune had surpassed the 9-furnace highest divine emperor from the start. But he had been hiding his strength until now. The chances of the second possibility being true weren't too great. Although Old Man Good Fortune had lived hidden from the world these past few thousands of years, in the past he too had been a glorious character of the continent. There was just no reason for him to have hidden such strength until now. The first possibility was much more likely. Where could Old Man Good Fortune have found such a lucky chance? Was it the Sea of Miracles? As Xianxia thought of this, his heart stirred. Just how would it be if he himself were able to obtain such a lucky chance? Bang! The distant great mountain exploded and Situ Haoyan rushed out from the collapsing chaos of stone. Although he had been struck backwards and was left extremely embarrassed and flustered, he hadn't suffered too much damage. His blood-stained arms were rapidly regenerating, leaving nothing behind but some light scars now. This was the most powerful characteristic of the giant demon bloodline recovery ability. According to legends, the ancient giant demons had an immortal body, able to regrow their limbs at will. In terms of recovery ability, the giant demon bloodline exceeded the gate of healing. However, regenerating wounds required a massive amount of true essence. Thus, the giant demon bloodline was far, far inferior to the gate of healing in terms of endurance. As Situ Haoyan looked at Old Man Good Fortune, his face was filled with fear and dismay. Although he still had a third, stronger move, he knew it was impossible for him to match that strike from Old Man Good Fortune just now. Perhaps Old Man Good Fortune might be worse than Emperor Xianxia of the past. But in this era there was no one who could rival him. Even the 9-furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle were most likely not his match. Just where had this old geezer come across his lucky chance? He did not believe that Old Man Good Fortune was able to make another breakthrough while temporarily reversing his age. Moreover, the time laws he had displayed far surpassed the understanding of the Sky Spill continent. No matter how talented Old Man Good Fortune was in the laws of time and space, it was impossible for him to reach this point with no previous inheritance. Situ Haoyan glared at Old Man Good Fortune for a long period of time and then bit out 2 words. I concede. Yaoyue will stay in the Forsaken God clan for 3 years, and everything that Io Lin Longian will be delivered here within the month. Of the great desolate blood halberd and the demon god Heartguard mirror, Lin Longian can choose either one he likes. Situ Haoyan looked to Lin Ming. At this point, his body still resembled that of a giant demon. Just a glance was enough to cause one's mind shake with fear. What do you want? Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said without hesitation, the great desolate blood halberd. The demon god Heartguard mirror was undoubtedly a tempting option, but Lin Ming always believed that the best defense was a good offense. The nameless long spear in his hands was only a standard-issue spear from time-worn Phoenix City. Although it was extremely durable, the power was a bit lacking. If he had the great desolate blood halberd, then even though he might not use the great desolate halberd art, but with his 1 million genes of strength, his true essence, as well as his silver battle spirit all being poured into that halberd, then one could imagine the terrifying might if he smashed it down at someone. With the great desolate blood halberd, Lin Ming's comprehensive combat strength would rise yet again. As for the demon god Heartguard mirror, even if his defensive power rose again, he would still die if he was bumped by a divine sea powerhouse, much less be able to contend with them. Good. Then I hope you aren't cursed to death. Situ Haoyan coldly snorted, his heart twitching all the while. Within the entire Azura Divine Kingdom, that was the only true saint artifact. The remaining 2 were only quasi-saint artifacts. As for relying on the curse of the great desolate blood halberd to kill Lin Ming, Situ Haoyan didn't have much hope for that to happen. Lin Ming's life was extremely tenacious. His destiny had been repeatedly accumulated from defeating similar top talents of his era, as well as passing through numerous life or death situations. It would be extremely difficult to shatter his destiny. In the future, Lin Ming was likely to become a character that surpassed even the Demon Emperor. Wanting to rely on the curse of the Demon Emperor's war halberd to kill him was useless. The great desolate blood halberd issued a long keening sound as it shot out from the chaos and flew into Lin Ming's hand. For a brief moment, Lin Ming felt as if he were holding up an entire mountain range and his feet sank into the ground. If he didn't use the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, then he actually wouldn't be able to lift it. This is at least 700,000 to 800,000 genes heavy. A martial artist normally has to use a tremendous amount of true essence to galvanize its movement. It won't be easy for me to move it with just my physical strength. Lin Ming had to use his flying ability to stop himself from sinking into the ground. Then he grasped the great desolate blood halberd and flew into the air. This was truly a weapon worthy of being called the world's most ominous halberd. I thank Senior for this great graciousness. Lin Ming cupped a fist across his chest as he bowed towards Old Man Good Fortune and carved this favor in his mind. Old Man Good Fortune faintly smiled. At some unknown time he had already restored his looks to his original elderly appearance. Although he appeared wise and extraordinary, there was actually a faint flavor of someone that had reached the end of his life. But now no one thought that. The events that occurred just now were simply too shocking. Little friend Lin Lonjian does not need to be so polite. Old me will stay in this dimensional realm for several more days. We'll have to speak more in detail. Speak more in detail? Upon hearing this, all of the present martial artists were stunned. Just what did Old Man Good Fortune plan on discussing with Lin Ming? Senior Good Fortune, do you really plan on accepting him as a disciple? Fairy Snow Gale asked with a true essence sound transmission. Old Man Good Fortune had no enmity or grudge with the Azura Divine Kingdom, and there simply wasn't any reason for him to aim at Situ Haoyan. Yet he had shown his hand to defeat Situ Haoyan in order to help Lin Ming. If this were to win over Lin Ming, there simply wasn't a need for that because Old Man Good Fortune had always freely roamed the world like a wild crane and didn't belong to any influence. His strength had most likely surpassed the 9 furnace highest divine emperors, so there was simply no need for him to do so. Then for him to do this, the only possibility was that his heart had been moved to accept a disciple. Haha, Little Snow. I already said that old me cannot teach little friend Lin Lonjian anything. As for accepting him as a disciple, I might not be able to afford that. This was already the second time that Old Man Good Fortune had said something similar. He wasn't being humble, but really did think he couldn't teach Lin Ming much. Then why would you do all this today? Fairy Snow Gale couldn't help but ask. Haha. Old Man Good Fortune smiled but didn't respond. He obviously didn't wish to say much more. Fairy Snow Gale could only suppress the burning questions that lingered in her mind. The martial artists of the Azura Divine Kingdom left, leaving behind only Situ Yaoyue. They would soon send over a divine sea powerhouse to protect her. Situ Haoyan didn't dare to leave behind Situ Yaoshi, who knew just what sort of catastrophe she would stir up. But the other heroes of the Sky Spill Continent's central region didn't leave. Instead, they remained within the dimensional realm even as it seemed that more and more people were gathering. This was because of Lin Ming. The present Lin Ming could be called unapproachable, commanding utter respect. After defeating Situ Yaoyue, Lin Ming had overcome his greatest crisis. His future was now bright and glorious. Even if it were hopeless to win over Lin Ming, everyone still wished to form some good relations with him. For a time, Lin Ming's residence was bustling. All the influences came to greet him and Lin Ming accepted all without rejection. There were even many great influences. For instance, the Sublime Melting Divine Kingdom's Shang family and the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's White Clan. There were even many divine sea powerhouses like Shang Yuetian and Fairy Snowgale who personally made a visit. Lin Ming greeted all of them with Sherbai. When these major influences visited, they also brought along many meeting gifts for Lin Ming. Most of these gifts were heavenly materials and rare pills. Added together it was at least 3 or 4 million spirit essence stones. Just Yang Yun himself gifted Lin Ming 800,000 spirit essence stones. In addition to the 2 god transforming pills from before, that was a gift of over 1 million spirit essence stones. Yang Yun, Lin Ming looked at the many treasures in front of him and thought for a moment. Yang Yun favored him by a ridiculous amount, but Lin Ming always felt that it wasn't as simple as forming good relations with him. Did Yang Yun think he would join the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom? News of Lin Ming's victory over Situ Yaoyue spread over the central region like a blazing whirlwind. A peak first-stage life-destruction youth had defeated a seventh-stage life-destruction master with an extreme violet dantian. This news was certainly shocking enough to be described as explosive. No one had thought that Lin Ming would have been able to survive this ordeal, nor did they think that the Azura Divine Kingdom would be so thoroughly defeated by Lin Ming. Anyone could see just how bright Lin Ming's future was. It was possible he would rule the world for 10,000 years. 3 days later, a new version of the Destiny Decree was released. After opening it, the first name on the first page was written down with flourishing letters of red ink. Lin Lanjian. Lin Ming had already been listed 3 times with the red ink that indicated he was the man of the hour. From over rank 200 of the Destiny Decree to leaping into first place, this sort of progress left chills crawling up everyone's spines. And on the back of that sheet, Lin Ming's evaluation was written down in black. The number 1 rarest talent that the Sky Spill continent has witnessed in 100,000 years. His talent far surpasses that of the Demon Emperor and Eightfall Thunder Emperor, and it even faintly rises past that of Emperor Xianxia. With his first-stage life-destruction cultivation, he became the highest master below the Divine Sea. The new Destiny Decree also reached Lin Ming's hands. Destiny Grasp has judged my talent as surpassing the Demon Emperor, Eightfall Thunder Emperor, and Emperor Xianxia. From the wording, it seems that Emperor Xianxia was a monstrous talent that exceeded the first 2. Even Destiny Grasp used faintly rises past as a prelude. Emperor Xianxia was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. With that 7th stage life destruction cultivation, he fused together 7 different martial intents and broke through the void of martial arts. His talent actually surpasses that of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor. I wonder just what it would be like to fuse martial intents together. Lin Ming was looking forward to the Prime Emperor Force Field more and more. Only by fusing the Prime Emperor Force Field, Azura Force Field, and Death God Force Field together would he be able to form the complete Heavenly Demon Martial Intent. The complete Heavenly Demon Martial Intent was able to directly kill and suppress the Divine Sea. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough yet, and going to the Holy Demon Continent isn't too good. I have a blood feud with the Steps Master. If I enter the Road of Emperor, that will definitely draw his attention. After the new Destiny Decree reached the Dimensional Realm, it was immediately known. Lin Ming began to receive more and more invitations to banquets all over. But, regardless of which banquet Lin Ming attended, the masked old man would follow behind him like a shadow to ensure his safety. At the current banquet, those present were prince-level figures or Holy Land descendants. The worst of them were sons and potential successors of Divine Kingdom High Princes. Every junior had to have a Divine Sea powerhouse backing them. Otherwise, they simply didn't have the qualifications to attend such a banquet. Brother Lin, congratulations on becoming the top master within life destruction. To become the greatest within life destruction at only the first stage, you will surely be the highest under the heavens after reaching the Divine Sea. Haha, Brother White underestimates Brother Lin too much. I believe that Brother Lin won't even need to reach the Divine Sea before having strength nearing that of the highest under the heavens. At this banquet, Lin Ming was undoubtedly the main character and all the Divine Kingdom princes had become his supporting cast. This wasn't too strange. With a Divine Emperor being able to live for several thousand years, there were just far too many princes. Perhaps their fathers didn't even know how many children they had. Brother Lin, you have worked so hard to deceive me, a white-clothed youth said as he lifted a glass of wine. His true essence sound transmission filled with a wry tone. This youth was Li Yifeng. When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, his with spirit jade mask had been crushed apart in the explosions of energy, and that was when Li Yifeng had seen Lin Ming's appearance. At that time, he had been left staring dumbfounded, and the young maid at his side also had a mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Although they knew that Lin Ming was extraordinarily talented, They never imagined that his talent would reach such a degree. Afterwards, Lin Ming had gone directly into closed-door seclusion, and Li Yifeng didn't have a chance to see Lin Ming again. It was only at today's banquet that he had the chance to see Lin Ming. "Brother Li, about my identity. Please keep it a secret." Lin Ming was clear that he couldn't hide the truth from Li Yifeng. Even if his appearance hadn't been seen, he only needed to combine his moves with his weapon in order to make an approximation. When Lin Ming became enemies with the Azura Divine Kingdom, he had Demon Shine control the giant Leviathan and send his family and friends into the deep sea. Even so, he still wasn't completely relieved. "Of course, I won't even say half a word." Li Yifeng struck his chest in promise. He had no reason to betray Lin Ming anyway. There was just no benefit to doing something so dishonorable. I also won't say anything." As Li Yifeng's young maid faced Lin Ming, she began to stumble over her words. It was obvious that she was feeling extremely nervous at this time. There was no longer even a hint of the arrogant and haughty attitude she used to have. The reason she had been so rampant before was that she looked down on everywhere that was outside of the central region, and her background was also quite illustrious. In the future she would be Li Yifeng's concubine, so her vision was naturally high. But facing someone like Lin Ming, who would become the future highest under the heavens, there was simply no comparison at all. "Thank you." Lin Ming faintly smiled, not too worried. The South Sea was vast and endless. It would be extremely difficult for the Azura Divine Kingdom find his family. And even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily do anything irrational. After all, those that walked down the road of martial arts were doomed to be lonely. They had much fainter concepts of family. As for women and lovers, that was an even fainter concept. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never think that they could force Lin Ming to kill himself after capturing Mu Qianyu. "Little brother Lin, old man Good Fortune, is about to leave the dimensional realm. He would like to see you before that," Shirbai said. "Oh? Okay." Towards old man Good Fortune, who had strength beyond imagination, Lin Ming had some suspicious. Of course, even if the entire world knew what secret he had with him, it wouldn't matter to him at all. "Little friend Lin Lanjian, it's good to see you again." Old man Good Fortune had been staying at the Forsaken God clan as an honored guest. He was still wearing blue clothes, with an appearance that seemed extraordinary and wizened. "Senior Good Fortune, this junior will forever remember your graciousness. Please accept this junior's bow." Just as Lin Ming was about to bow, he was stopped by old man Good Fortune. "Haha, old me might not be able to afford little friend Lin's gift. I'm just far too old for this." Old man Good Fortune was extremely humble, to the point that even Lin Ming couldn't stand it. With his original status and seniority, accepting a bow from a junior was natural. "Little friend Lin, I know that you have some interest in the laws of space and time. I have several jade slips here. You may borrow them to have a look and return them to me sometime in the future." Old man Good Fortune's words were very casually spoken, but Lin Ming was sent into a daze. The value of this type of inheritance that was basically extinct on the Sky Spill continent could be imagined, and old man Good Fortune was directly lending them to him. It had to be known that a normal martial artist or family clan was extremely careful of their inheritances, for fear that others would study them and surpass them. Old man Good Fortune didn't even have a master and disciple relationship with Lin Ming. They weren't even friends. There was just no reason for him to lend Lin Ming such incomparably precious spacetime laws jade slips. Old man Good Fortune didn't further explain. He waved his sleeves and 6 jade slips flew into Lin Ming's hands. "Little friend Lin, in truth, the laws of time aren't as heaven-defying as you might imagine. They can indeed extend your life a little and have me linger on a bit longer. But the truth was that I used a different method to live longer." Old man Good Fortune's contradictory words left Lin Ming puzzled. Old man Good Fortune smiled. "Old me can change the speed at which time flows. For instance, when I enter into seclusion I can slow down time to 1/10 of its normal rate, so that 1 year of closing up is equal to 10 years outside. If I close up for a few dozen years, then several hundred years would have passed in the world. Thus, while the world believes I am 8,000 years old, that is in fact false. As for my weak fires of life, That is an illusion made by an arcane technique. The purpose of that is to prolong my life. Old man Good Fortune laughed at himself as he spoke to hear. To live to such an age, I still cannot look past old age and death. There are still far too many secrets on the road of martial arts. What I have explored and will explore is only the tip of the tiniest iceberg. When I die, I will inevitably be unwilling. So, in order to live for longer, I have tried too many methods to extend my life. Even if I don't count altering the flow of time, I have used far too many life-extending techniques. Even so, I can only live to 10,000 years of age. In the Divine Sea realm, that is the lifespan of a top powerhouse. As Old Man Good Fortune explained, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. To change the flow of time, that couldn't be regarded as extending his life. He had the same lifespan he always had, it was just that he had pushed it back. As for truly defying the will of the heavens, the only true means was to cultivate the martial path. All other methods were simply meandering roads that led to nowhere. Life had always been reluctant to part with life. Whether it was intelligent creatures or non-intelligent life, this instinct was engraved into the very core of their beings. And for a martial artist, this was doubly so. They hadn't even reached the end of their martial arts road, so how could they be willing to drop off halfway? Little friend Lin, you have an excellent future and time ahead of you. It really arouses envy in others. Cherish it well. Life is short, and no matter how beautiful the springtime of your youth is, white hair will await you in the end. If you waste your years, then it will become far more difficult to advance when you reach old age. Old Man Good Fortune deeply sighed as he spoke here, shaking his head. Thank you for the guidance, Senior. Lin Ming respectfully said. I am far from being able to guide you. You should also have understood these truths. It is just that you haven't personally experienced them yet, so your understanding towards them isn't as profound. Well, little old me shall bid farewell first. We'll meet again. Old Man Good Fortune floated away as he spoke. Lin Ming watched him vanish into the distance and deeply bowed in respect. On the next day, invitations to banquets still reached Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming no longer participated. Although being friends with these influences had its advantages, when compared to absolute strength, they were merely worldly customs. And the time was just right. On this day, the Azura Divine Kingdom's payment for losing the life or death struggle arrived. When this was added to all the other gifts that Lin Ming had received, the total value was around 14 million Spirit Essence Stones. It had to be said that even a prince like Li Yifeng only had a complete wealth of several tens of thousands of Spirit Essence Stones. As for others like the sons of the High Princes, they wouldn't even have 10,000 Spirit Essence Stones. When the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out a bounty reward of 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones for Lin Ming, that was already enough to tempt the heart of a Destiny Decree Master. Thus, the value of 14 million Spirit Essence Stones could be imagined. This was an astronomical figure that not even an ordinary Holy Land would be able to suddenly afford. Lin Ming was preparing to take all of this as his capital to open the fourth of the 8 inner hidden gates. The Gate of Pain. This was a very important gate in the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates. It was located in the fists and could greatly enhance a martial artist's striking power and physical strength. With the increased power from the Gate of Pain, Lin Ming estimated that his strength would rise to 1 million and several 100,000 gene of strength. It might even near 2 million genes. At that time, if he wielded the great desolate blood halberd with such strength, then he would be able to display its true might. Lin Ming decided on his plan and executed it. That night, he went to the seclusion chamber of the Forsaken God clan. There, underneath the protection of multiple array formations, he released the cosmic melting furnace. All of the heavenly treasures and massive amounts of wood spirit jade gathered up into great piles in the chamber. They shined with a glorious light, their brilliance piercing into the skies. Success or failure would all be decided in one attempt. Several months had passed since Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyue's cataclysmic battle. Duanmu Kun left his sound transmission mark at the Forsaken God clan and left. As for Yang Yun, Li Yifeng, the Holy Land Holy Sons, princes, high successors, and other such characters, all of them had left one after the other. However, Lin Ming's momentum was simply too great. When one great influence left, a smaller one would come again. Even though Lin Ming had already declined to receive visitors for a long time, there were still many representatives of smaller influences entering and leaving the dimensional realm. It didn't matter that they couldn't see Lin Ming. They never had this hope to begin with. It was enough for them to see someone from the Forsaken God clan. In any case, they did not need to personally hand over gifts to Lin Ming. They only needed to pass them through the Forsaken God clan. According to the customs of the Sky Spill continent, all gifts would be recorded in the register. While no one expected to form good relations with Lin Ming like this, they only wanted to express their friendly attitude. After several months, although the gifts received from those small influences were rather small individually, there were just far too many. With every small influence sending 8,000 to 10,000 spirit essence stones, several hundred of these gifts added up to 2 or 3 million spirit essence stones. Shibai sold or exchanged all of these gifts for more heavenly materials. Then, this formed a massive amount of medicinal herbs for Lin Ming. As Shibai thought that the total value of all these materials was 16 to 17 million spirit essence stones, he was left speechless. Just what kind of physique did Lin Ming have? He was simply the same as a bottomless pit. With so many resources, it was enough to raise a martial artist all the way to the Divine Sea realm. Of course, this was all provided that they had sufficient talent. Even so, all this was just for Lin Ming to attack the second stage of life destruction. Shibai didn't know that Lin Ming was opening the gate of pain. He only thought he was trying to cross another stage of life destruction. In his opinion, since Lin Ming had consumed resources to break through into the first stage of life destruction, he would have to consume an equal or greater amount of resources for future breakthroughs. In the seclusion chamber, the cosmic melting furnace was spinning around with the burning star flame raging around it. Lin Ming casually threw a medicinal herb into it. A brief moment later, this herb was melted by the fires into a viridian bubble that was wrapped by true essence and slowly flew out. With a pinch of his hand, a streak of red fire shot out and the green liquid evaporated, leaving behind a faint wisp of plant essence that had been refined by Lin Ming. Success. This was the 920th ingredient. Lin Ming let out a light sigh, not bothering to wipe the sweat off of his forehead. He used a million-year wood spirit jade bottle to slowly store away this essence energy. He was currently concocting a special medicine named the Myriad Spirit Pill. One had to withdraw the plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, fuse them together, and then refine it multiple times, finally producing a Myriad Spirit Pill. A normal alchemist would never choose to create such a pill. This was because the refining process was extremely tedious and cumbersome, and the consumption of soul force was also immense. Not just that, but it required a massive amount of wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade was no less valuable than spiritual plants. Thus, there was simply too much unnecessary cost and waste involved in refining a Myriad Spirit Pill. However, Lin Ming's current situation was special. With such a massive pile of medicine herbs in front of him, this was the best time for him to refine the Myriad Spirit Pill. As for the massive amount of wood spirit jade required, he simply didn't need to worry about that. The various influences had sent him so much wood spirit jade that it had piled into a little hill, and there were even more treasures that were carved from wood spirit jade. Ho dash! Another medicinal herb was melted by Lin Ming into a green bubble. This green bubble was carefully zapped by a lick of fire before turning into a wisp of plant essence. This process required a great deal of care and concentration. The slightest fluctuation of soul force could cause the medicinal herb to be scorched into ash. There was already a great deal of herb ash at Lin Ming's feet. These were from the medicinal herbs he had used to practice. Even a top alchemist master could easily make a mistake. Alchemy had a very high demand on one's soul force. Lin Ming's alchemy technique certainly couldn't be considered at the top. There just hadn't been enough time since he had begun learning alchemy. But Lin Ming had inherited the memories of that divine realm alchemist, including all of his attainments and experiences. All of these were things that could not be taught. After Lin Ming had inherited these memories, he was able to integrate them within himself, making his progress in alchemy surpassingly quick. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming's understandings into the concepts and laws of fire were top-notch. as was his control of the power of fire. With the burning star flame at his command, he could twist the flame into whatever shape he wanted, or even divide it several times. This was something that a normal alchemist would find impossible difficult to do. The next one, with the support from the Gate of Healing, Lin Ming's ability to sustain his true essence was freakishly abnormal. After such a long time of expending true essence, he still didn't show any signs of running out of true essence. Instead, it was his soul force that began to lag behind. The Gate of Healing could only restore physical strength and true essence, also increasing the rate at which someone recovered. But as for the consumption of soul force, it simply couldn't do anything at all. Qi, a medicinal herb worth several thousand spirit essence stones, turned to ash in Lin Ming's palm. My soul force has reached its limit. It will be hard to continue. Lin Ming did not stop because of this failure. He continued to refine for some time, but eventually the success rate became far too low. Then, Lin Ming finally stopped refining the medicinal herbs. He stoppered the wood spirit jade bottle and temporarily ended his creation of the myriad spirit pill, instead taking out the lowest level medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and starting to practice with them. In a situation where he had seriously overdrawn his soul force, Lin Ming nearly failed every time he tried to refine a pill. Piles of ashes grew on the ground. Lin Ming felt a splitting headache, and then his vision suddenly went dark as he slumped to the ground, unconscious. Alchemy was a very good tempering technique for one's mental strength and soul force. Every time one overdrew their divine soul, after recovering, their divine soul would be more formidable than before. This was the reason that most martial artists chose to learn a secondary skill as an occupation. As Lin Ming was sleeping, although he was unconscious, the overbearing soul tactic was still running of its own accord, subtly revitalizing Lin Ming's soul. He quickly entered into a deep sleep and rested like this for several days. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming awoke from his slumber, feeling spirited and well-rested. His mindset was extremely clear and energetic. He took out the wood spirit jade bottle without pause and began to refine medicinal herbs again. After he exhausted his soul force, he fell asleep once again. This process continued again and again. Like this, over half a year passed. Gene after gene of superior wood spirit jade had its essence refined out and then combined with the plant essence of the 1,000 to 2,000 medicinal herbs, fusing together as one before being placed in the wood spirit jade bottle. At this time, the myriad spirit pill was 80% complete. Lin Ming's soul force had also made considerable progress in this past half year. At the start, he was only able to perform alchemy for 3 days before sleeping, but now he was able to last for 5 days. After crossing life destruction, the potential of his soul had been completely dug out and exposed, and it was only continuing to increase. Although soul force could not directly influence a martial artist's strength, it was actually one of the main limiting factors of what realm a martial artist would reach. If one didn't have a powerful soul force, then they wouldn't be able to control too much true essence. If a revolving core powerhouse's soul force was combined with the body of a divine sea master, their body would probably burst apart in an uncontrollable explosion of energy. During this process of using up massive amounts of true essence while continuously restoring it, Lin Ming was rapidly approaching the second stage of life destruction. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming's foundation was just far too stable, making it so that he reached the peak first stage life destruction as soon as he made his breakthrough. At that time, he had only been a step away from the second stage of life destruction. Crossing from the first to the second stage of life destruction was much easier than opening the gate of pain. This was because where he had once been limited to disintegrating his body through exploding his dantian, Lin Ming could now store energy throughout his body, detonating it everywhere in order to destroy himself. It would not be as difficult as breaking into the first stage of life destruction. Thus Lin Ming was not worried at all. Several more months passed. Lin Ming had already closed up for an entire year. The Forsaken God clan had finally calmed down. As for Situ Yaoyue, per the original agreement, she had been housed in the Realm Heart Great Hall, unable to take even half a step out. This appeared as if it were to prevent Situ Yaoyue from escaping. However, Situ Yaoyue was only a life destruction martial artist. There was simply nothing she could do against the layers upon layers of array formations that covered the Forsaken God clan. No, this was mainly to protect Situ Yaoyue. If she were to somehow die here within the Forsaken God clan, then the consequences would be disastrous. Although the Realm Heart Great Hall was known as the cornerstone of this world that even the highest under the heavens couldn't break, the Azura Divine Kingdom still sent a Divine Sea Powerhouse to constantly protect Situ Yaoyue. Since this guardian had to stay in the same room as Situ Yaoyue and accompany her at all times, it was best for them to be a woman. Also, they had to be absolutely trustworthy, which meant that they would need to be a direct descendant of the Situ family clan. Beside the malicious and sinister Situ Yaoshi, who would likely get into all sorts of trouble at the Forsaken God clan, the only other choice was Situ Haoyan's younger cousin, Situ Qingzhao. Situ Qingzhao was 2,000 years old, only half the age of Situ Yaoshi. In addition, due to her nature of loving beauty, she had been willing to consume some of her cultivation to maintain her youthful appearance. Thus she looked as if she were Situ Yaoyue's big sister. Yaoyue, you are being too harsh on yourself. If you continue to overdraw your energy, you will damage your soul and possibly leave hidden wounds in your spiritual sea. Situ Qingzhao couldn't help but say, as she watched her niece bitterly cultivate with dedication. Could even be called self-torture. Auntie Qingzhao, you don't have to try persuading me. Even if there are some hidden wounds left over, I still have ways of eliminating them after I reach the Divine Sea. Lin Lonjian is the shame of my life, and I must return this loss to him. He is indeed a peerless genius. Now that I was defeated by him, he has surpassed me, and it is no longer possible for me to catch up to him. All that will happen will be me falling further and further behind. The only chance I have is to break into the Divine Sea. As soon as I break into the Divine Sea, I must challenge him again. That is my final chance as well as my only chance. Although Situ Yaoyue was arrogant, she wasn't so delusional as to think she could stand shoulder to shoulder against Lin Ming in the future. But this life or death struggle was her life's greatest disgrace. She had no choice but to avenge her loss. She had been publicly pounded into the ground like a stake in front of the world's heroes, leaving an eternally unforgettable shame in her heart. Then Divine Emperor Haoyan had stepped forwards for her sake. But even he had been suppressed by Old Man Good Fortune. The Azura Divine Kingdom had been forced to pay out a price of over 10 million Spirit Essence Stones for her, making it so that these events would haunt her forever. If she wanted to defeat Lin Ming, she only had a single chance. And that was to break through to the Divine Sea while Lin Ming was still at life destruction. Old Man Good Fortune had given Lin Ming 3 years of time. This was because he predicted that Lin Ming would have the qualifications to tussle with or at least preserve his life against a weak Divine Sea Supreme Elder at that time. That meant that her time left remaining wasn't much at all. As Situ Yaoyue was bitterly cultivating, in the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming's refinement of the Myriad Spirit Pill had reached its final stage. Refining the Myriad Spirit Pill was a very laborious task with many steps, and required a massive amount of medicinal herbs. Even though Lin Ming had an extremely high regenerative ability, it still required a full year for him to complete it. Of course, his harvests for this past year had been tremendous. After overdrawing his energy again and again and again, Lin Ming was ready to break through to the second stage of life destruction at any moment. At the same time, he had built a solid foundation of his soul force for when he needed to impact the Divine Sea in the future. Lin Ming carefully took the small wood spirit jade bottle that contained the plant essence of thousands of medicinal herbs, and then gently tossed it into the cosmic melting furnace. This was the final stage of refining the Myriad Spirit Pill as well as the most critical stage. All of the plant essence was sealed within the wood spirit jade bottle, where it would be condensed into a pill through the flames. If there was even a single mistake in this process, then all of Lin Ming's efforts would have become wasted. Before continuing with this step, Lin Ming rested for 7 days and 7 nights. He lit incense, bathed, washed his hands, and meditated for 2 hours. These rituals were not useless. Rather, he had to go through these rituals in order to adjust his mind to its best state. Hoo! 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 Flames flickered and burned. Lin Ming watched as that million-year wood spirit jade bottle rolled in the scorching fire. There was no need to uncap the bottle for the final stage of refinement. The several thousands of medicinal herb essences had their own spiritual intelligence, so it was easy for them to flee. They were sealed into that with spirit jade bottle via its special characteristics of isolating all perception. However, if the bottle were to be opened, then these plant essences would escape over time. By throwing the entire bottle into the cosmic melting furnace, the bottle itself would be refined and become a part of the myriad spirit pill. A million-year with spirit jade bottle was highly heat-resistant. Lin Ming had to burn the bottle with the burning star flame for several hours in order to refine it. As the bottle melted, all sorts of rainbow-colored plant essence dissipated out with a trace of green, floating away like a foggy smoke. Lin Ming immediately released his true essence to wrap around the million-year with spirit essence liquid. If this fog was burnt by the flames, then it would turn to ash. After stabilizing the temperature of the wood spirit jade liquid to an absolutely accurate range and without the slightest bit of heat fluctuation, Lin Ming continued to maintain the output with his own mental strength. 2 hours, 4 hours. Lin Ming's forehead was wet with sweat, but his mind was still steady like a mountain. After another 4 hours passed. This was a total of 8 hours of complete mental concentration. Broken blood vessels began to appear as a sharp bright red in Lin Ming's eyes. As he watched the million-year with spirit jade liquid be evaporated by the flames, it slowly began to solidify into a translucent green sphere. This was the main form of the myriad spirit pill. And in the center of this green sphere, there were all sorts of colored threads running within like endless snakes. Some wandered about, some were long like silk, and some were short like the hairs of an ox. Some areas were dense and some areas were sparse, but all in all there were thousands of these threads. These threads were the refined medicinal essence of the pill. The pill had formed. In that moment, bursts of shaking sounds emitted from the cosmic melting furnace. It was like a night wind blowing over the forested mountains, or waves crashing into the shore to an endless beat. This sound started out faint, but it began to become increasingly loud, until it sounded like raging waves and crushing landslides. Above the pill furnace, a 5-colored ray of light shot upwards like the dawn. It was like a rainbow, dazzling and brilliant. At this time, Lin Ming's entire focus was concentrated on the pill furnace, his eyes unblinking. Veins had risen up on his forehead, sticking out all over. At this time, there was a loud sound like a dragon roaring. The lid shot upwards and a fist-sized deep green ball of light suddenly flew out. And within this ball of light, there was actually a pigeon egg-sized bead that was a vibrant green. The myriad spirit pill had concentrated so many plant essences that it had naturally formed its own rudimentary intelligence. Once it left the furnace, it would inevitably attempt to fly away. Lin Ming was already prepared for this. He displayed golden rock shattering the void, taking a single step forwards and grabbing that green bead in his hands. After the pill left the furnace, it should have been boiling hot. But as Lin Ming grasped it in his hands, he could actually feel an extraordinary cool feeling spreading through his limbs and bones, and even his mind seemed as if it had become much clearer. Success! Lin Ming let out a long breath of relief. He hadn't wasted this last year of effort. After taking a hold of Myriad Spirit Pill, Lin Ming could feel the immense energy contained within. The rank of the Myriad Spirit Pill was in no way inferior to the Five-Fade Void Pill. But compared to the Five-Fade Void Pill that opened the Gate of Wonder, the Gate of Pain was much more difficult to open. The Gate of Pain's function involved striking power and lethality of abilities. It was an extremely powerful gate and the most important of the first 4 inner hidden gates, only being inferior to the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death in the last 4 gates. Just this Myriad Spirit Pill could guarantee a 70% chance of opening the Gate of Pain. Although his chances were not small, Lin Ming couldn't afford even a 30% failure rate. This was a pill that was refined from 16 to 17 million Spirit Essence Stones, an amount of resources capable of raising a Divine Sea Supreme Elder. This was an amount of wealth that even a divine kingdom would find unbearably painful to bring out. If he failed his breakthrough, then he wouldn't have the resources to refine a second Myriad Spirit Pill. He had to guarantee absolute success. 70% chance. I would rather not take such risks. But now, all of the heavenly treasures on me, including the Heaven-Step Demon God Bone and Twin Life Thunder Crystal, have been used up. If I want to collect some more materials that can help me open the Gate of Pain, then that will be easier said than done. Lin Ming didn't want to ask the Forsaken God Clan for 5 or 6 million Spirit Essence Stones worth of raw materials to make pills. The Forsaken God Clan themselves were limited to this dimensional realm and couldn't leave. Thus they could only gather resources from here, and their resources were also very tight. In this clan with countless geniuses waiting to use them, they were simply far too stretched. Before, Lin Ming had received a shard of a top-grade Spirit Essence Stone from Shibai, and he hadn't yet repaid this favor. This had always been floating somewhere on his mind. At this time, he couldn't request so many resources, not to mention that the Forsaken God Clan most likely couldn't afford it. As Lin Ming mulled it over, there was only one kind of heavenly material that was extremely easy to obtain and didn't have too poor a value. That was sea serpent crystals. The sea serpent was a divine dragon that lived deep in the 8,000-mile black swamp. It absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, turning it into a gas that it released into the world. This sea serpent gas could be drawn into the cosmic melting furnace and then refined using a special technique to obtain sea serpent crystals. The method of refining the sea serpent crystals came from Demon Shine. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent might not know of it. Moreover, in that sea serpent gas, most martial artists would already spend the majority of their time protecting themselves, so how could they possibly study the sea serpent gas to refine its essence? When Lin Ming was crossing life destruction, he had used up a good number of sea serpent crystals. He was deeply experienced with the formidable energy contained within them. If he could use the myriad spirit pill and add on several dozen more sea serpent crystals, then his chances of opening the Gate of Pain would rise to over 90%. An over 90% chance was more than enough. If he failed, then he could only chalk it up to fate. Of course, there was no small risk in going to the 8,000-mile black swamp. But this was actually a risk that Lin Ming had to take, because in order to break through to the second stage of life destruction, he had to return to there. Although it would be much easier for Lin Ming to cross the second stage of life destruction, it was still more difficult than it would be for a pure essence gathering system martial artist. He would need to use a massive amount of energy to do so. Using pills for this energy would have negative effects, and there would be a great waste. It was far better to use the golden red lightning from the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion. When Lin Ming crossed into life destruction, he had exhausted all of the golden red lightning he had stored in the heretical god sprout. Now he had to go to the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion to gather up some more golden red lightning. You want to go to train? Shibai didn't think that Lin Ming would want to leave as soon as he left seclusion. Although Situyaoyue was currently held within the Forsaken God Clan, that was only enough to guarantee that the Azura Divine Kingdom wouldn't publicly and blatantly kill Lin Ming. After all, if they wanted to kill Lin Ming now, they could only send out a Divine Sea Supreme Elder to do so. But on the entire continent there were only around 100 Divine Sea Masters, and it was easy to trace just what background they came from. If it wasn't a Divine Sea Supreme Elder that was directly related to the Azura Divine Kingdom, who would take the risk of trying to kill Lin Ming and offending the future highest under the heavens? But if Lin Ming went out adventuring, especially in those inaccessible and far-off danger zones, then that was a different story. If Lin Ming's whereabouts were to be discovered by the Azura Divine Kingdom, then they would spare no expense to secretly send Supreme Elders to kill him. In that sort of place, it would be impossible for the Forsaken God Clan to find enough evidence of who was responsible. It was impossible for them to execute Situyaoyue on the basis of some speculation. After all, there was always the danger of dying when one went out to adventure. Shibai frowned. You want to go out? Yes. Would it be a bad idea if I had my clansmen escort you? It might not be a good idea. Lin Ming shook his head. Not everyone could refine sea serpent crystals. They had to use Demon Shine's secret method as well as have the cosmic melting furnace and the burning star flame. Moreover, the 8,000-mile black swamp was dangerous for any non-divine sea powerhouse. All right, I understand. As Shibai saw Lin Ming having firmly decided what he wanted to do, he didn't argue any further. Since Lin Ming was able to arrive at this step today, he naturally had to have the ability to distinguish the danger of the situation, so he had to have his reasons for leaving now. My Forsaken God clan has a hidden transmission array in this dimensional realm that directly connects to the outside world. I suspect that the outside has already been covered with spies from the Azura Divine Kingdom. If you use this transmission array to leave, that should reduce the risk of you being found to the minimum. But this transmission should be used as little as possible. Once the energy is activated, there will always be the risk that it is exposed. Leave early and return as soon as possible. Be careful. I understand. Senior Shirbai, please feel relieved. Oh, Lin Ming didn't immediately leave. Instead, he took up the great desolate blood halberd and called Demon Shine, asking him, Demon Shine, do you know what the curse on the great desolate blood halberd is? In this last year, Demon Shine hadn't followed Lin Ming, but instead stayed in the dimensional realm to restore his divine soul. In fact, with his current ability, there was very little assistance he could provide to Lin Ming. Demon Shine licked his lips and said, The great desolate blood halberd is an ominous weapon that the Demon Emperor found near the edge of the eternal demon abyss. The blood halberd is heavy like a mountain and also contains the strange curse of the eternal demon abyss. Even the Demon Emperor was unable to remove it. When the Demon Emperor possessed the great desolate blood halberd, he also feared that he would be influenced by it. In fact, when the Demon Emperor ascended into the divine realm, his passage didn't go smoothly at all. As for what the Demon Emperor had experienced 70,000 to 80,000 years ago, it was impossible to find out or even begin to find out. But what was certain was that the Demon Emperor had encountered a great catastrophe. The Demon God Imperial Palace had once been a 6th grade sect that was located in a dimensional realm. However, an unparalleled war had erupted there and the entire dimensional realm was shattered apart, leaving behind the present broken world. Within a few thousand years, that world would finally collapse. It had to be known that a dimensional realm would only collapse if the Realm Heart was destroyed. And the Forsaken God clan's Realm Heart Great Hall was known as a structure that even the highest under the heavens could not break. From this it could be seen just how powerful the Demon Emperor's enemies had been. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the cosmic melting furnace and the great desolate blood halberd had been left behind. In the end, the great desolate blood halberd's curse wasn't able to be broken. In Demon Shine's opinion, the great desolate blood halberd already had the majority of its strength sealed away by the Azura Divine Kingdom, so most of the curse's power was reduced. And throughout these years, Lin Ming had defeated countless heroic young elites and passed through multiple trials of fire. He was a peerless youth of this world, and after accumulating all of that momentum so far, his destiny was extremely formidable. In addition, he had trained at Time-Worn Phoenix City and also inherited the bloodline of the ancient Phoenix. Lin Ming even had a drop of reverse scale blood from an azure dragon. With all of these factors combined together, Lin Ming's life was that of a peerless emperor. It could be foreseen that, without accident, Lin Ming would easily become a character that surpassed the Divine Sea realm, or even reached higher boundaries. For such an absolute character to restrain a single great desolate blood halberd from the edge of the eternal demon abyss shouldn't be difficult. After all, the great desolate blood halberd could only be considered to be amongst the weakest of saint artifacts. Oh! In the middle of night, Lin Ming changed his clothes and without wearing his with spirit jade mask, he directly stepped through the transmission array and into the outer world. He didn't fly high in the air but rather near the ground, all the way until he was over 2,000 miles away from the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm. Lin Ming then took out the Godspeed boat that had been specially altered for him, and flew straight towards the Sea of Miracles. Along the way, Lin Ming carefully chose his route and avoided all major cities. Without danger or surprise, he soon reached the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land where life-destruction powerhouses would encounter almost certain death. If a Divine Sea powerhouse entered, they would be relatively safe. However, if they were unlucky, then even they could perish here. Lin Ming was now nearly the strongest person under the Divine Sea within the Sky Spill continent. In addition, he had many protective treasures with him. His fires of life were potent, his defensive power was abnormal, and his endurance and extreme speed limit were both freakish. In terms of survivability and escape capacity, here at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, he wasn't necessarily much worse than a divine sea powerhouse like Situbonin who was nearing the end of his life. After entering the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once again, Lin Ming was no longer the same late revolving core weakling he had been. In the face of the dangers here, he had enough strength to resist. Moreover, Lin Ming had already come to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp once before and was extremely familiar with the environment. Without any great danger, he soon arrived close to the center of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. However, wanting to find this divine dragon was not simple. Although this sea serpent divine dragon had a body over 1,000 miles long and emitted a gas that could cover the sun and moon, both space and time within this 8,000-mile Black Swamp were distorted, and there were closed-off force fields everywhere. It was impossible to search for this divine dragon using one's perception. If one wished to find it, then they could only rely on their own luck. Soon, several days passed as Lin Ming searched the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, during which he encountered many of the strange and peculiar existences that lived here. There were creatures similar to ghosts, creatures of flesh and blood, and even creatures that looked as if they were formed from mud. However, since their strength was all below that of the divine sea, they simply weren't a threat to the current Lin Ming. At this point, in front of Lin Ming, a 10-foot-high humanoid monster appeared. Its skin was the color of a ghostly green, and it was thickly corded with muscles. There was a single giant eye that dominated its head, and it grasped a mace that was larger than 2 men, waving it haphazardly in the wind. Cyclops Demon. Lin Ming was stunned and immediately recalled the name of this monster. This creature was an archaic desolate monster that existed in the ancient times of the Sky Spill continent 100,000 ago. Sometimes it was tamed by top masters to be their mounts. This monster's strength was incomparably powerful, and its bodily defensive power was comparable to a heaven-step treasure. Its single eye could release a demonic light that sucked away all life vitality and turned the body to stone. Any random Cyclops demon could absolutely be ranked anywhere in the top 20 of the Destiny Decree. And this was only because they had low intelligence. Otherwise, if they could practice cultivation methods, martial skills, and concepts, then their combat efficiency could be imagined. The eye of a Cyclops demons was an extremely rare and precious alchemy ingredient, and their tough skin could be used to make heaven-step leather armor. However, they were simply far too difficult to deal with. Even a top 10 ranked Destiny Decree Master would find this task near impossible and would be advised to avoid them. The Cyclops demon's defensive power was just too formidable, and its blood vitality was too potent. If one couldn't defeat it in a short period of time, then that was a recipe for disaster. However, Lin Ming actually didn't plan on avoiding it. He wanted to test the might of the great desolate blood halberd, and he also fancied the bodily materials of the Cyclops demon. He could keep the eye for his own use, and the rest of the body could be given to the Forsaken God clan to refine into treasures. See, a demonic light shot from the Cyclops demon's eye, beaming towards Lin Ming's heart like a bolt of thunder. Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and vanished like a puff of smoke. In the next moment he had arrived behind the Cyclops demon. He held the great desolate blood halberd with both hands and revolved the power of the 8 inner hidden gates, using the Gate of Limit to erupt with over 1 million genes of strength. And the heavy great desolate blood halberd smashed down like a falling meteor where it struck the Cyclops demon's shoulder. Bang! With an explosive sound, the Cyclops demon's shoulder was twisted apart. Blood and broken pieces of bones shot into the wind. Because its feet couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure, both of them fractured and buckled. The entire right side of the Cyclops demon became ruined flesh, and all of its ribs were broken even as its organs came spilling out. The Cyclops demon that was famed for its amazing defensive power was smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. "This halberd is awesome!" Lin Ming exclaimed out loud. Although he had erupted with his complete physical strength, he actually hadn't used true essence. Striking with that halberd had caused his arm to tingle and his blood to tumble in his body. But even so, he felt a feeling of satisfaction, as if all the cells in his body were stretching out at once and wantonly absorbing energy. By just moving his body, he emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. This feeling of bliss was something that fighting with the essence gathering system could never achieve. Fighting with energy was still relying on non-bodily forces after all. If spear lights struck each other, no matter how intense the collision was, a martial artist would be safe as long as they weren't affected by the shockwaves. It wasn't like the body transformation fighting style, where every strike released an impact force that could be felt through the body. Although I don't use the Great Desolate Halberd art anymore, just using the Great Desolate Blood Halberd to hit people makes it a great weapon, Lin Ming thought out loud. He was about to cut apart the Cyclops demon's corpse, when at this moment he felt his heart shrink a bit as an inexplicable chill covered his entire body. This sense of unease and dread caused him to look up into the distance. He could only see that far off through the dense layers of fog, there was a group of shimmering fluorescent shadows floating over like ghosts. These shadows looked as though they were slowly drifting, but the truth was that their speed had reached the extreme. At first they were only small lights in the distance, but in the blink of an eye one could make out their appearance. They were 6 sinister-looking evil spirits all dressed in black robes. Their faces were fierce and they drifted to and fro like ghosts. Their demon claws each grasped a thick chain, and the 6 chains linked together, dragging a bronze ghost coffin behind them. This ghost coffin was immeasurably large, being 10 feet high and 30 feet long. All sorts of strange and mystical totems were carved into the coffin, and it seemed heavy and terrible, emitting an energy that made the soul tremble. Lin Ming instantly felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. He held his breath and drew back as far into the shadows as he could, not even daring to move about. It wasn't the coffin that these 6 evil spirits dragged that terrified him, but rather the 6 evil spirits themselves left Lin Ming gasping for breath. Because humans practiced a different cultivation system, Lin Ming couldn't make out the cultivations of these evil spirits. But he could still feel that all of them surpassed him by an immeasurable amount. Lin Ming himself already had a combat strength that reached the very pinnacle of all life destruction masters. Anyone higher would be at the legendary 8th stage of life destruction or the divine sea. And these 6 evil spirits had strength nearing that of a human divine sea supreme elder. They were likely equal to quasi-emperor existences of the Fey race and giant demon race. These 6 quasi-emperor level powerhouses were all pulling a bronze ghost coffin together. Just what was in the ghost coffin? Lin Ming didn't think that it would contain only a corpse. Even if it were a corpse, it would be some strange demonic monster like a 10,000-year corpse devil or corpse puppet. And what was most likely was that whatever was inside that bronze ghost coffin was an existence from the same race as those 6 black-robed evil spirits. And its strength must be unimaginable. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp was known as a land that life-destruction martial artists would find perilous, but a divine sea supreme elder wouldn't be in too great of a danger. Thus, that mysterious existence within that bronze ghost coffin shouldn't belong to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Otherwise, if a normal divine sea powerhouse were to encounter it, they would be more than dead. Did that mean it was something that came from the true Sea of Miracles? As this thought suddenly flashed through his mind, Lin Ming's heartbeat nearly stopped. At this moment, he was very clear that if the monster in that bronze ghost coffin had even the slightest bit of interest in him, then he would most assuredly die here. The bronze ghost coffin was extremely fast. It only took a few breaths of time to travel several hundred miles away. However, to Lin Ming, every breath of time felt as long as a year. Ho! The ghost coffin flew away, floating right over Lin Ming's head before vanishing without a trace. The endless dark clouds on the horizon didn't have the slightest hint of light, as if complete darkness had fallen over the entire 8,000-mile Black Swamp. They left. Lin Ming felt his back and palms wet with a cold sweat. He knew that if that mysterious existence in that coffin had investigated its surroundings, there was no way he could have hidden from it. It was possible that it might have been sleeping, or it might have been because Lin Ming's own first-stage life destruction cultivation was too low to arouse interest. But no matter the reason, he had just passed a great calamity. Just what was that? Wiping away his cold sweat, Lin Ming was still shaken with shock and alarm. He had originally been planning on exploring the 8,000-mile Black Swamp some more, but now it seemed as if it would be prudent to obtain the sea serpent crystals and leave here as soon as possible. Against a powerhouse of that level, he didn't believe he could resist even a tiny bit. Lin Ming hurriedly put away the Cyclops demon's corpse and immediately left. He displayed his movement technique and rushed towards the opposite direction of Bronze Ghost Coffin, rapidly flying ahead. However, before even an incense stick of time passed, he instantly came to a screeching halt. His breath caught in his throat and a chill crawled up his spine. In front of him was a dirty dark yellow river that surged with great billowing waves, emitting an infinite deathly energy. The Yellow Springs River. The dark and putrid Yellow Springs River was 1,000 feet wide. On the shores of the other side, the world was submerged in the darkness of night and filled with a suppressive, deathly silence. In the river's waters, countless skeletons floated on the surface. Of these skeletons, many of them were non-human races. Some of these races had wings, horns, tails, and even looked like hell demons from myths and legends. Just by glancing at this Yellow Springs River, an inexhaustible sorrow and despair filled the heart. It was like this river was alive and also held the most important thing of their entire life. But no matter how they thought about it, they could never remember what it was. All they knew was that once they left here, they would lose it forever. Lin Ming had seen the Yellow Springs River before, but this time he was struck by the greatest summoning power yet. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was tough and his will was steady like iron, and he had also comprehended a silver battle spirit, then his mind would have likely fallen into the illusion and he would have died here. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue, using that stinging pain to awaken himself. Lin Ming instantly launched his movement technique and flew backwards, running several dozen miles in a single breath. Only then did he slow down to collect his scattered thoughts and calm his fearful shock. As he looked over to the direction of the Yellow Springs River, he saw that it had already been covered in a foggy darkness, completely vanished without a trace. Just what is that Yellow Springs River? Why would it flow in the eternal demon abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and why would I see it here at the 8,000-mile black swamp? The 8,000-mile black swamp was so broad. How could he possibly encounter the Yellow Springs River here? And as for those skeletons floating on top of the river, just looking at the pure number, there was likely no less than 1 billion corpses. That was 1 billion lives. Moreover, those were not ordinary existences. Those were all top super powerhouses. It seems that those evil spirits pulling the coffin were also one of the types of monsters in the Yellow Springs River. They have a horn on their head and their height is also similar. Although they were very far away, Lin Ming had been able to approximate the size of those 6 black evil spirits. They were around 10 to 20 feet tall. As for that bronze ghost coffin, it was 30 feet long. That was many times the height of a human. Perhaps they really did come from the Sea of Miracles. When Lin Ming was at the Holy Demon Continent, he had looked at many jade slips with records of the Eternal Demon Abyss. He was able to confirm that there were existences that lived within the Eternal Demon Abyss. Moreover, Lin Ming had also seen with his own eyes a living beast within the Eternal Demon Abyss, a massive god beast that was thousands of miles in length. However, according to the description of the jade slips, these existences would never leave the Eternal Demon Abyss of their own volition. There were only some of the weaker monsters that would be shot out by the occasional eruptions of the Eternal Demon Abyss. What is in the Sea of Miracles? Could there be an entrance to another world? Lin Ming shook his head, not really believing that explanation. If the Sea of Miracles was truly an entrance to another world, then it was certainly a high-level world. Without discussing how extensive it was, just the rank of that world itself should be no less than a world of the divine realm. How could such a world be located at the remote and unknown Sky Spill continent? And how could the martial artists from the divine realm just freely ignore it? The existence of a new world meant new lucky chances. There would certainly be top powerhouses that came to explore the dangers of that new world. Lin Ming didn't understand this puzzle. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. This matter simply far exceeded his current boundary and wasn't something he could investigate. Even by the time he reached the Divine Sea, he might not have the ability to enter the Sea of Miracles. That was a life-forbidden zone in the truest meaning of the term. I'm too weak. If I can reach Fairy Fang's level, then I might be able to do some investigating. Lin Ming sighed. At this time, a dense fog suddenly filled the dark skies, completely enveloping the world. The fog became increasingly thick, and after a short period of time it became like a thick black soup in the air, nearly solidifying into essence. As Lin Ming saw this occur, he let out a light breath. This was sea serpent gas. He had finally run into it. After being in the 8,000-mile black swamp for so many days, Lin Ming finally encountered the sea serpent gas once again. He calmly took out the cosmic melting furnace and began drawing a large amount of sea serpent gas into it. The burning star flame blazed and the black sea serpent gas quickly condensed. Compared to the last time that he entered the 8,000-mile black swamp, Lin Ming's speed at which he refined the sea serpent gas was several times quicker than before. This was because he had increased his cultivation and also because he had made significant progress with his alchemy technique. Soon, that massive amount of sea serpent gas was refined into a bean-sized sea serpent crystal. Lin Ming didn't stop here. He continued to draw in sea serpent gas and refine it, growing the crystal larger and larger until it reached the size of a finger. Because Lin Ming's strength had risen, his refined sea serpent crystals were even purer. Just this small crystal seemed as if it contained a hidden space within, both strange and mysterious. Lin Ming only required an incense stick of time to complete the first sea serpent crystal. He kept refining all the way until the black sea serpent gas finally dispersed. By this time, Lin Ming had refined over 50 sea serpent crystals. The last time Lin Ming was here, he had only refined a dozen or so sea serpent crystals. After leaving the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming felt a bit unsatisfied. These sea serpent crystals were top treasures. It was a pity that the sea serpent gas didn't last longer. Otherwise his harvests would have been greater. And the next time he wanted to find this sea serpent dragon wouldn't be easy. The 8,000-mile black swamp was filled with layers of dangers. Even with Lin Ming's current cultivation, he still wasn't safe here. I only took less than 0.0001% of this sea serpent gas, and yet there is such an effect. I wonder just how powerful this sea serpent dragon is and just where it is hiding. How powerful is it compared to that great beast in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming didn't stop. He directly impacted straight into the 9 Heavens Thunder Dominion until he reached the 90-mile zone. He let the heretical god Sprout absorb the golden red lightning to its limit, and then left the 8,000-mile black swamp in the same night. All through this time, Lin Ming didn't meet the purple lion thunder source. Perhaps it was because the twin life thunder crystal had already been used by Lin Ming, but whatever the reason, the purple lion thunder source hadn't sensed Lin Ming arriving. This saved him a great deal of trouble. 3 days later, Lin Ming returned to the Forsaken God clan through their hidden transmission array and went directly to the seclusion chamber. He readied himself to open the gate of pain as well as simultaneously crossing the second stage of life destruction. With over 50 sea serpent crystals lined up around him, Lin Ming took out the wood spirit jade box containing the sealed myriad spirit pill from his spatial ring. As soon as he opened the wood spirit jade box, the myriad spirit pill instantly tried to rush out. Lin Ming caught it, feeling like he was holding a powerful divine insect in his hands. The pill wildly dashed around in his hand, hoping to escape. This pill really does have intelligence. If I were to let it go here, then it would escape into the deep mountains or seas where it would absorb essence energy. Perhaps after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it would eventually transform into some ghostly spirit. After he grasped the myriad spirit pill, Lin Ming recalled the method of how to use it from the Divine Realm Alchemist's memories. He took out a heaven-step dagger that he had requested from Shirbai earlier, and then cut open his own chest without hesitation. Puff! Blood splattered outwards. Lin Ming's body was extremely tough. Even if he didn't use any energy to protect himself, just his own physical body was difficult enough to pierce. He had no choice but to pour his silver battle spirit into this dagger. After cutting open a gap in his chest between 2 of his ribs, Lin Ming could clearly feel the strong beating of his own heart. The myriad spirit pill contained the condensed plant essence from thousands of medicinal herbs, all of them turned into thin filaments. In order to completely absorb this pill, he would have to directly implant it into his heart and let his blood wash over it, causing those several thousand filaments to fuse into his body where it would be slowly absorbed. This was a long process that would take several days. To cut up their own heart, that was an action that an ordinary person would never have the will to do. Lin Ming took a deep breath and steadfastly cut down. Blood splashed out. Lin Ming shoved the myriad spirit pill into his heart, burying it deep inside a ventricle. Then, Lin Ming revolved the power of the gate of healing to slowly regenerate his wounds. However, the myriad spirit pill did not peacefully lie in Lin Ming's heart. It dashed left and right, smashing into the walls of Lin Ming's heart, every single impact like a hammer smashing into him. The heart was an extremely fragile and important organ. Normally, if a martial artist's heart were to be struck like this, then their heart would explode. They would vomit out blood and die on the spot. Even someone that practiced body transformation techniques and had extremely tough heart walls would find this sort of impact leading to arrhythmia and eventually death of the heart muscles. After Lin Ming swallowed the profound gold divine fruit, his physical body had become incomparably tough. In addition, with having opened the first 3 of the 8 inner hidden gates, he was just able to withstand this myriad spirit pill. It was only when the myriad spirit pill smashed into the wound that Lin Ming had created with a dagger did Lin Ming feel as if a saber was gouging into him. Every time this happened, he would become deathly pale and his forehead would become wet with sweat. As the medicinal efficacy flowed into his body, the striking impact of the myriad spirit pill became increasingly weak. Finally, it stopped crashing around and began to be obediently absorbed by Lin Ming. In implanting the myriad spirit pill, the only danger and pain were at the start. The medicinal efficacy itself was very gentle and easy to absorb. This was because the myriad spirit pill took a long time to dissolve. The several thousands of condensed medicinal herb filaments would have to enter the bloodstream one by one. This process was extremely time-consuming. In the blink of an eye, several more hours passed. The scab on Lin Ming's chest naturally fell off, leaving nothing behind but a shallow and rapidly fading white mark. At this time, Lin Ming had already entered the ethereal martial intent state. His 2 fists grasped 5 sea serpent crystals as he began to impact the Gate of Pain. The Gate of Pain was located in the palms. Could also be said to be 2 gates, 1 in each hand. At this time, Lin Ming moved his arms, lifting them evenly, palms up. 2 whirlpools of energy formed above Lin Ming's palms, and the essence of the sea serpent crystals was rapidly absorbed into them. The translucent black sea serpent crystals began to slowly whiten before becoming a stone-like white lime, and then finally cracking with a pa and turning into power. After 10 sea serpent crystals were finished, Lin Ming grabbed another 10 and continued to absorb them. Under the continuous wearing of this energy, the gates of pain in Lin Ming's palms were continually being impacted, becoming more and more loose. 10 hours, 20 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, far too much energy had gathered within Lin Ming's palms, full to the point where it seemed it would explode. The energy of over 50 sea serpent crystals had been completely sucked clean by Lin Ming. With a loud shout, his fists suddenly exploded and 2 arrows of blood shot high upwards, even breaking apart a massive hole in the dome of the seclusion chamber. Lin Ming's 2 palms seemed as if they had been pierced by arrows and shattered. The Gate of Pain had finally opened. Lin Ming drooped downwards until his back was against the ground. His hands slightly trembled and a small pool of blood was already appearing underneath him. Looking at his body, Lin Ming was overjoyed even as he wryly shook his head. All the meridians on his arms had been broken, and even some of the meridians of his body had been damaged. His 2 hands would be temporarily useless. The word pain in the Gate of Pain contained the implications of a double-edged sword. Opening the Gate of Pain would cause damage to the martial artist, and while fighting using the power of the Gate of Pain, that would also cause a burden on a martial artist's body. Thus, this was the reason the Gate of Pain was the last of the 8 inner hidden gates' first 4 gates. Only by opening the Gate of Healing and the Gate of Limit, which could drastically change the physical properties of a martial artist, Would they then be able to withstand the backlash from the Gate of Pain? As Lin Ming looked at his hands, he gave up crossing the second stage of life destruction for the time being. Usually, these types of wounds could be healed in several days with Lin Ming's regenerative powers. But the wounds brought forth by the Gate of Pain would last for over a month. Moreover, during this period of time, his physical condition and all aspects of his combat strength would decline by a great deal, before slowly restoring to an even higher peak. There was a sense of breaking himself and creating something even better. But during this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on simply resting either. He planned to meditate on the space-time law's jade slips that Old Man Good Fortune had left behind. In particular, the records concerning the concept of time. Lin Ming was extremely interested in those. With the meridians in his arms ruined and unable to connect energy through his body, Lin Ming's current strength was even worse than some low-level martial artists. He simply rode a divine carriage that was pulled by 8 golden birds that resembled phoenixes, soaring through the skies of the Forsaken God clan's back mountains. He enjoyed viewing the various beautiful flowers and trees, meditating on the time laws in comfort. Although the Forsaken God clan's dimensional realm was covered in layers of array formations, Xianxia still sent out many bodyguards to accompany him. There were even many beautiful maids that served him, meticulously meeting all of his needs. As Lin Ming rode on top of the divine carriage, wrapped in silk and cloth and jewels, his handsome and exquisite jade-like looks facing the world, he seemed like a noble prince. This was a sort of life that many martial artists desired. For instance, the South Sea's Nanyun Wang, or many of the princes and princesses of the 4 divine kingdoms would be accompanied by heavenly music as they went out to travel. They would have divine soldiers clearing the way for them with saint beasts drawing their carriage forwards. Meanwhile, they would even have massive numbers of beautiful young maids and concubines around then, hugging these women left and right. Lin Ming never thought that one day, he too would enjoy a similar life. After resting for 40 days, Lin Ming finally felt his strength slowly return to his body. The meridians of his arms had nearly been completely restored, and there was nothing left on his 2 palms but extremely faint scars that looked like watermarks. One couldn't even see them unless one looked very closely. These were scars left behind by the Gate of Pain. After more time passed, even those would vanish, only revealing themselves when he opened the Gate of Pain. At that time, Lin Ming would also be able to burst out with his strongest energy, instantly reaching almost 2 million genes of strength. Following that, Lin Ming felt his strength was growing every day. The muscles of his body grew with beautiful edged lines, accentuating a gently aesthetic beauty that was smooth and powerful at the same time. He felt as if he had been reborn once again. His body had been filled with endless strength, as if he could lift a mountain above himself. What Lin Ming most desired to do now was to find a powerful opponent to fight. Unfortunately, no one under the Divine Sea was his match any longer, and as for those Divine Sea masters like Xianxia, he wasn't able to defeat them. Within the Sky Spill continent, in the last 100,000 years of never-ending time, it was extremely rare for a life-destruction martial artist to be able to jump ranks and fight a Divine Sea master. First, this was because there was a massive gap between life destruction and the Divine Sea, and every person able to break into the Divine Sea was themselves a proud son of heaven, a peerless genius of their era. Of course, those Divine Sea powerhouses that couldn't break into the Divine Sea before they were 100 years old and had to rely on lucky chances to do so were only the weakest of Divine Sea powerhouses. Only those martial artists that stepped into the Divine Sea realm through their own strength could be considered true peak emperor-level talents. In order to cross a great boundary to defeat a proud son of heaven, one had to be an even more monstrous genius. Wasn't that easier said than done? Perhaps those 6 evil spirits I saw in the 8,000-mile black swamp that were pulling the bronze ghost coffin might be able to give me a hearty battle. That bronze ghost coffin still echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Just what level had the existence slumbering within reached? Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking about these things as he continued to perceive the time laws. The time laws that Old Man Good Fortune left behind were extremely mysterious, enough to keep Lin Ming entranced. After immersing himself within them, several hours passed in an instant. Lin Ming's impression was that the concept inheritances of the Sky Spill continent were far more limited than those from the divine realm. But the concept of time jade slip that Old Man Good Fortune had left behind actually had some direct hints about the source of the Great Tao. This was simply like the inheritances from the divine realm. Did Old Man Good Fortune enter into a mystic realm left behind in the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago, and obtain an inheritance from the divine realm? No matter how talented a martial artist was, they still had to have some sort of basis in order to deduce even more profound concepts and laws. It was impossible to form a set of laws from thin air. All signs indicated that 100,000 years ago, the martial arts civilization of the Sky Spill continent was glorious, even containing the tiniest hint of the splendor from the divine realm. Old Man Good Fortune had lived for 8,000 years. It was impossible to count just how many places he had been to or how many mystic realms he had explored. It wasn't strange for him to have such an inheritance. I wonder why Old Man Good Fortune would lend such precious jade slips to me? As Lin Ming was thinking of returning to his chamber and practicing some of the laws recorded on the jade slips, at this time, the flame of a sound transmitting talisman shined out in front of him. This was a message from Shibai. The message was simply, "Please come to the Elder's Palace." Lin Ming was startled. This must be a serious matter for Shibai to want to speak to him face to face. As Lin Ming arrived at the Elder's Palace, he saw that Shibai and the masked old man were already waiting inside for him. The masked old man was the second Divine Sea Supreme Elder of the Forsaken God clan. He was extremely mysterious and rarely spoke. Even Lin Ming didn't know his name. On a table in front of Shibai were placed 2 letters. As Lin Ming looked at the seals marking them, he saw that they came from the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom and the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. The 9-Furnace Divine Kingdoms Yongyun and the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdoms Uya Qingfeng have each sent a letter. Take a look at them. Shibai flicked his finger and both letters flew into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming was originally calm, but as he slowly read through them, he found it increasingly difficult to keep his cool. As Lin Ming finished reading both letters, he let out a long breath. The 2 letters spoke of the same matter. It was that the Temple of Marvels that existed in the Sea of Miracles had appeared in the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. When Lin Ming had joined Yang Yun at the 9 Flowers banquet, he had heard a sublime smelting prince mention the Temple of Marvels. This temple was extremely fantastical and was said to appear only in the deepest areas of the Sea of Miracles. Only some divine Sea Supreme Elders that had penetrated deep into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been able to spot it from a distance, and even they felt as if they were looking at nothing more than a mirage. No one had ever returned alive from the Sea of Miracles, and even approaching the edge was dangerous, let alone investigating the temple. Just a random great beast from the Sea of Miracles would be able to easily devour a divine Sea Supreme Elder. But now, because of some unknown reason, the Temple of Marvels had appeared in the skies of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp for the first time in known history. As Lin Ming thought of this, he immediately remembered the bronze ghost coffin he had encountered earlier. The existence sleeping within it might very well have come from the Sea of Miracles. After he saw that bronze ghost coffin, the Temple of Marvels had drifted out from the Sea of Miracles. It was natural to associate the two when there was such a coincidence. How were the two related? Was it even possible that the Temple of Marvels was the palace of the existence within the coffin? Looking again, it seemed that the 4 divine kingdoms had already used various methods to investigate the Temple of Marvels the day before. The Sea of Miracles was known as an absolute life forbidden zone, and the Temple of Marvels was also likely a cursed place. Even if they knew there were lucky chances within that defied the will of the heavens, no one dared to recklessly rush in for fear that they would never be able to step back out. The Azura Divine Kingdom had sent out slaughter puppets to investigate. The 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and 7-Star Divine Kingdom had also sent out similar puppets or enemies they had planted slave seals within to investigate the Temple of Marvels. In around a month's time, they would have their results. At that time, they would assess the risks and decide whether or not they should enter. Currently, the entire periphery of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp had been cordoned off by the 4 divine kingdoms and it was impossible to enter. Yang Yun and Ouya Qingfeng had both sent these letters because they wished to ask Lin Ming whether or not he would like to explore the Temple of Marvels with them. Lin Ming was filled with longing and curiosity for the secrets in the Sea of Miracles. With Lin Ming's character, he normally would have made the trip. But now, with the great enemy of Situ Haotian floating around, he couldn't help but think solemnly of his decision. Lin Ming didn't think he had the ability to escape Situ Haotian, even after opening the Gate of Pain. In the mystic realm, the Azura Divine Kingdom simply wouldn't care about decorum. Once Lin Ming was killed, just what could the Forsaken God clan do? If he died, what use would there be in them killing Situ Yaoyue? And besides Situ Haotian, he feared that characters like the 9-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the Sublime Smelting Imperial Granduncle would appear. These people were existences Lin Ming could not possibly hope to contend with. They might outwardly be on good terms with him, but in that mystic realm with enormous benefits all around, who knew just what they would do? "Little brother Lin, I don't think you need to take this risk," Shibai slowly said after considering the matter for a moment. "Because of my Forsaken God clan's bloodline curse, we are unable to leave this dimensional realm for an extended period of time. This sort of mystic realm will likely not be explored in 3 to 5 days, so it's impossible for us to go. And in truth, even if we did go with you, if we leave the protection of the Realm Heart Great Array, we will no longer be a match for the Azura Divine Kingdom. And if you go by yourself, you will be in extreme danger. Situ Yaoyue can be used as a chip to threaten the Azura Divine Kingdom, but it's impossible for you to take her along as a protective charm." "I understand," Lin Ming nodded. Although he loved to adventure and explore, he certainly wouldn't enter a mystic realm with such a low chance of survival. He could only say that it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. However, what Lin Ming didn't expect was that just a day later, another letter would arrive. This letter was from Old Man Good Fortune. He intended to enter the Temple of Marvels, and if Lin Ming desired to go, he could also bring Lin Ming along. Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming's heart stirred as he took a deep breath. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was far from being able to protect himself if he entered the Temple of Marvels. But, if he could obtain the protection of Old Man Good Fortune, then even a top-level character like the 9-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor wouldn't even be able to touch him. Lin Ming only casually knew Old Man Good Fortune and had no particular reason to trust him. But as he thought of it, Old Man Good Fortune was like a wild crane that leisurely flew through the world with no influence behind him. And without any conflicts of interest, there was just no reason to harm him. Moreover, for someone at his rank, there was very little in this world that would cause him to scheme. And even Old Man Good Fortune had been planning something. He could have just abducted Lin Ming from the dimensional realm by force and Shibai would have only been able to watch helplessly as that happened. There would have been no need to wait for today. "Little brother Lin, what do you plan on doing?" Shibai asked. "No matter what I do, first I must break through the 2nd stage of life destruction." There was only a month until the time to enter the Temple of Marvels. Increasing his own strength first would be the safest bet. If he crossed the 2nd stage of life destruction and also opened the Gate of Pain, then Lin Ming had no idea just how strong he would become at that time. Although it was impossible for him to contend against the likes of Situ Haotian, he believed he would have enough strength to safely escape Situ Yaoshi or Situ Bonin with his life intact. Break through the 2nd stage of life destruction? Great! Shibai was startled, but not too surprised. Lin Ming had stepped into the peak of the 1st stage of life destruction a year ago, and after such a long time passed, it wasn't strange for him to break into the 2nd stage. 2 days later, Lin Ming closed up once again. After opening the Gate of Pain, Lin Ming's physical strength and mentality were at their highest peak. Successfully breaking through the 2nd stage of life destruction was nearly guaranteed. When Lin Ming first crossed into life destruction from the revolving core realm, he had used his Dantian as the core to disintegrate his body, so it hadn't been easy at all. But for breaking through to the 2nd stage life destruction, he was able to use all of the true essence within his body and flesh to thoroughly decompose his body. This was a much simpler process, and Lin Ming also had ample amounts of golden red lightning stored in the heretical god sprout. Within the seclusion chamber, Layers of array formations covered the central platform. Lin Ming stepped onto the central array platform and then revolved all the energy within his body and divided his 360 acupoints into 72 points. These 72 points covered his entire body. With Lin Ming's control, he crazily absorbed true essence. Then, with his dantian as the center, he erupted. Golden red lighting poured out from the heretical god sprout. Combined with the energy throughout his body, it thoroughly broke down his body. All his meridians ruptured as a rain of blood shot into the air. Lin Ming turned into a vague blood fog that was filled with an incomparably pure heaven and earth origin energy. Normally, if a person's body exploded like this, then they would be deader than dead. However, the miraculous and marvelous laws prevented this from happening. This could be called the heavenly Tao, and the road of martial arts was only a single path of exploring the heavenly Tao. When a martial artist cultivated martial arts, they were conquering the heavenly Tao to use for themselves. Thus, the reason why cultivating the martial path was considered to be defying the will of heavens. On a human's journey on the road of martial arts, there were unknown laws that would protect them during these crucial moments. When they were about to break through the boundaries of life destruction, their body would completely disintegrate, with energy fusing into their every cell. Then, all of this would be locked into a small area, forming an accommodation for their soul. This primordial life soup was similar to the amniotic fluid that surrounded a baby in their mother's womb, allowing the martial artist to maintain their fires of life. Rich heaven and earth origin energy would fuse into this primordial life soup, tempering all the cells with energy and ejecting the impurities. These cells would then begin to reform into a spirit body. The grade of the spirit body all depended on how thoroughly a martial artist disintegrated their body and how pure the energy was that tempered their cells. In this primordial life soup, Lin Ming's consciousness was incomparably clear. It was like he had become a liquid life form. He swam in a sea of energy, able to examine every cell in his body and watch as his flesh and blood were tempered by energy, slowing changing. A month soon passed. The results of the investigation of the Temple of Marvels returned. The 4 divine kingdoms had joined forces to jointly send 30 test puppets into the Temple of Marvels. Finally, only 2 had returned, one from the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom and one from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. This was because the test puppets those 2 divine kingdoms had sent out had been the strongest, especially the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdoms. In order to obtain the best and the most information they could on the Temple of Marvels, they had even sent out a divine sea-level puppet. Even the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom only had a single such puppet. They had consumed a massive amount of heavenly materials in order to freeze its fires of life and seal it away, and now was the best time to use it. All those below the divine sea will be in dire peril if they enter, and those at the divine sea have a chance of dying, but they can most likely return alive. The results of the investigation were extremely satisfying. It had to be said that the Temple of Marvels was a place of ancient ruins that floated over the skies in the Sea of Miracles. It wouldn't be strange for all who entered to die. However, with the protection of a divine sea powerhouse, then the most extraordinary disciples of the 4 divine kingdoms might be able to go in to experience an adventure. Not to mention the massive lucky chances that likely existed in the Temple of Marvels. But even if these young disciples weren't able to obtain any great treasures for themselves, just going in and expanding their horizons by experiencing such a high-level mystic realm would be extremely advantageous for their future growth. Forsaken God Clan, Dimensional Realm. In the seclusion chamber, Lin Ming slowly woke up. He was lying naked on the floor. After his body was broken down and reformed, it gave off a feeling that he had been resurrected from the dead. The second stage of life destruction had been successfully crossed. From outer appearances, Lin Ming lacked a touch of sharp and dominating aura. All of it was restrained within him, making him see as if he were an elegant young man that loved to read books and recite poetry. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and countless arcs of purple electricity formed in the air. These electric arcs were thin and long and gathered together like strands of silk, forming substantialized purple cloth. After a moment, this purple silk wrapped around Lin Ming's body and formed a loose robe. This loose robe covered all the beautiful hard lines of Lin Ming's muscles, making him seem like a young student scholar. However, Lin Ming's eyes flashed as if thunder was contained within them. These shining sparks were actually the power of thunder that had deeply penetrated into every cell of Lin Ming's body, almost having the same effect of carving the thunder laws into his body. In terms of Lin Ming's cultivation, although he had just stepped into the second stage of life destruction, he had already reached large success of the second stage. Despite the fact that he wasn't yet at the peak, this couldn't be considered too far from the third stage of life destruction. This was the superiority that came from having an incomparably solid foundation. Once one broke through, they would easily be able to touch upon the next realm. With every step Lin Ming took, he could feel that every breath he took contained a touch of fragrance. Even his bodily fluids like his saliva and sweat had an aromatic and fresh scent. This was because after he was reborn with a spirit body, not only were there no impurities in his body, but any casual movement he took was able to direct heaven and earth origin energy into his body, flooding every corner of his being with that pure energy. Mortals loved to describe the bodily fragrance of a fairy maiden as having been untouched by the fires and smoke of men, their bodies not smelling like the wine and meat of the mortal world. The reason for this was because they ate rare spirit flowers and fruits every day, and what they drank was the fresh mountain dew of the early morning. Only through this way could they guarantee that their bodies weren't tainted by the impurities of common mortals. But Lin Ming didn't need to do any of this. He could eat rice and meat just like a common mortal, and because he now possessed a spirit body, he would naturally eliminate all impurities from his body and refine pure energy. This was also the reason why the life destruction stages were called the process when a martial artist was reborn. Little brother Lin, old man good fortune's letter has arrived. He will arrive at Port State in 3 days and wait for you there. As Shibai saw Lin Ming leave seclusion, his eyes brightened for a moment before he spoke. For someone like Lin Ming, it would only be strange if he failed his breakthrough. Okay. Port State was a city located in the sublime smelting divine kingdom. It was close to the 8,000-mile Black Swamp and not too far away from where the Temple of Marvels was located. Little brother Lin, I will personally bring you to Port State. But everything after that will depend on your own ability. You must be extra cautious. Although you broke through to the second stage of life destruction, it is still far away from making up for the gap between you and a divine sea powerhouse. Shibai said in his estimation. He didn't know that Lin Ming had broken through the gate of pain, so it was naturally impossible for him to estimate Lin Ming's combat strength. Then I must trouble Patriarch Shibai. Lin Ming didn't refuse the offer. 3 days later, at a courtyard deep within Port State, a Godspeed boat flew in and dropped off a young man and woman. These two appeared as if they were 20 to 30 years old, but the truth was that they had already practiced martial arts for over 60 years. They only had a youthful appearance because they had crossed life destruction at a very young age. These two people were the hidden ascetics of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom and some of the most astounding youths of their generation. The young man was named Yang Mu, and his cultivation was impressively at the 7th stage of life destruction. However, he didn't have a Dantian variation, so he was slightly inferior to Situ Yaoyue in that aspect. Nonetheless, his comprehension of laws actually surpassed hers, and he had also comprehended an elementary battle spirit. The young woman was named Qin Yu. She was not part of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's royal family, but rather a disciple with a different last name. Although her cultivation was only at the 6th stage of life destruction, if one looked carefully at her Dantian, they could see that all sorts of strange phenomena were occurring within. There seemed to be a faint space developing within her Dantian, and her true essence also appeared as if it were condensing into liquid. This was the sign that she was beginning to enter the divine sea. After a marshal reached the Hotian realm, that was the time they opened their Dantian and would begin to train it. During the Hotian realm, one's true essence would be a mess without any organization to it, so their reserves of true essence would be extremely limited. Once the true essence within the Dantian condensed into a cyclone, there would then be order. The total amount of true essence would increase, and it would also become much easier to control. And after arriving at the revolving core realm, true essence would solidify into a revolving core crystal nucleus. During this time, their total true essence quantity would rise several times. During the stages of life destruction, there would be no changes in the dantian. Rather, a martial artist's physical body would transform into a spirit body, and they would gain the characteristic of saving true essence in their flesh. This would again cause the total quantity of true essence within them to increase by several times. After arriving at the divine sea realm, a martial artist's body would be completely soaked in true essence, without any more space to store more. And at this point, countless billions of years ago, the innumerable supreme elders that had forged the foundation for the road of martial arts had developed a new path. This was to form a minor dimension within the dantian, and after true essence liquefied, to store that true essence within. The size of this minor dimension depended on a martial artist's foundation and strength. It could be small or large. When an 8th stage life destruction powerhouse finally reached the late divine sea realm, that minor dimension would be extremely vast. The liquid true essence would surge and tumble just like a vast sea. Thus, this boundary was called the divine sea. To a martial artist, the divine sea realm was a major leap upwards. The word divine also indicated that martial artists who stepped into this realm gained the power of a god in the eyes of mortals. Their fists could shatter the skies, their feet could crack the earth, and they were capable of upturning the oceans. They were simply omnipotent beings. And now, this young woman named Xianxia had given birth to a rudimentary minor dimension within her dantian, with half of her true essence liquefied. This was the sign that she was a half-step into the divine sea realm. Once one reached half-step divine sea, then barring any accident, they would be able to become a divine sea supreme elder within 2 or 3 years. This Xianxia was already destined to become a divine sea powerhouse. The 9-furnace divine kingdom was the most powerful of the 4 divine kingdoms, and thus their number of geniuses far outstripped that of the Azura divine kingdom. Although a talent on the level of Situyaoyue was once in a millennium to the Azura divine kingdom, in the 9-furnace divine kingdom she would have appeared every 300 to 400 years. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Yang Mu and Xianxia greeted Yang Yun, but there wasn't much respect showing on their faces. Xianxia was already a half-step divine sea master, and would become a divine sea supreme elder in just a few more years, enjoying similar treatment to a high prince. She naturally didn't need to bow to the crown prince. As for Yang Mu, he was already 70 years old and had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation. In the future, there was a chance he would become a top-level character like the 9-furnace highest divine emperor, so he naturally wouldn't respect someone like Yang Yun who was over 30 years younger than him. In fact, Yang Mu was very unwilling to accept that Yang Yun had inherited the position of crown prince. Yang Mu even had faint thoughts of replacing him. Elder brother Mu, Fairy Qin. Yang Yun faintly smiled as he greeted them. Tomorrow, the 4 divine kingdoms will remove the blockade and officially enter the Temple of Marvels. This exploration might even reveal the secrets of the Sea of Miracles. It is of great significance. Moreover, as Yang Yun spoke to hear, he took out a blue jade slip. My 9-furnace divine kingdom was the first to bring back information about the Temple of Marvels from our probe. As for the 7-star divine kingdom and the Azura divine kingdom, all of the puppets and slaves they sent in died, so they have no information. As for the explorer from the sublime smelting divine kingdom, he didn't dare to go too deep into the Temple of Marvels, so their information isn't as detailed as ours. Take a look. This information came at a significant cost, so make sure you keep it absolutely secret. As Yang Yun spoke, he tossed the blue jade slip towards Yang Mu and Xianxia. After the two looked through it, their expressions changed. Yang Mu's eyes lit up. The Temple of Marvels is related to the secrets of the ancient times martial artists that ascended? It's our speculation. Yang Yun calmly nodded. The so-called ancient times referred to the period of time 100,000 years ago. That was when the Sky Spill Continent's martial arts civilization was at its most glorious and prosperous era. Compared to the current times, it seemed as if they were 2 completely separate worlds. According to the legends, 100,000 years ago, when a martial artist reached the Middle Divine Sea realm, they would have a reasonable chance of ascending into the Divine realm. As for those unrivaled talents with strength that far surpassed martial artists of their level, They could break through the martial void at the early Divine Sea realm or even 8th stage life destruction realm and ascend upwards. But in the last 100,000 years, there were far too few martial artists that were able to ascend to the divine realm. There were only the few widely known and extremely rare martial artists like Emperor Xianxia and the Demon Emperor that were known to have ascended. As for some others that were said to have ascended, no one knew if they had succeeded or died in the process. Moreover, it was a complete riddle just how these people had ascended. It seemed as if once they reached a certain amount of strength, they had formed a phenomenon of the heavens and earth and simply vanished. Even top-level characters like the sublime smelting Imperial Grand Uncle and the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor had no idea how to ascend upwards. After flying into the divine realm, there were advantages as well as disadvantages. In the Sky Spill continent, characters like the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor could be said to control the world in their palms with no one daring to slight them. But once they reached the divine realm, they would actually be more minuscule than a nameless peon. If they tried to explore a mystic realm, they would easily die 4 or 5 times if someone tried to slap them to death. Even so, there were many masters that wished to ascend, especially the juniors. Those that were able to reach the divine sea could be said to have a devoted heart towards their road of martial arts. It was difficult for them to be tempted by any of the pleasures of the world. To them, only further martial arts breakthroughs would bring them joy and fulfill their obsessions. The Sky Spill continent was too limited. Not to mention the resources, but the environment and inheritances there were simply a blank slate. In the Sky Spill continent, for the inheritances of concepts and laws to reach the 2nd or 3rd boundary, that was already first class. As for the 7 or 8 boundaries behind that, no one in the Sky Spill continent had even heard of them before. This sort of martial arts inheritance was accumulated over hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, through the combined effort of countless martial artists. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible for a single person to accomplish all of this. To stay in the Sky Spill continent meant that one would be destined to have no luck in reaching a realm above the divine sea, and also be limited to 10,000 years of life. All of the juniors to have reached this stage were chosen prides of heaven, and all of them were ambitious individuals. Just who was willing to watch the thousands of years pass them by before they slowly turned into bones? Taking a step back, even if they didn't manage to accomplish anything in the divine realm, it seemed that there was a way to re-enter the lower realms. Although they needed to pay some price, there was hope. As Yongmu and Qin Yu thought of this, both of them appeared excited and looked forwards to this jaunt into the Temple of Marvels more and more. This would relate to both of their future achievements. After Lin Ming arrived at Port State, he saw Old Man Good Fortune sitting near a table in a courtyard. His appearance still otherworldly and wizened as it had always been. His green ox was grazing underneath a tree. Looking at this scene, it was impossible to imagine that he might be the current top master of the entire Sky Spill continent. Greetings to Senior Good Fortune. Little friend Lin does not need to be so courteous. During this trip into the Temple of Marvels, I fear that those old fellows Yang Laotian and Uyahua will also come. Although Old Me has confidence to defeat them one-on-one, if the two of them joined forces then I would definitely lose. Moreover, besides those two fellows, there will also be many masters that have stayed hidden so far, with early and middle divine sea martial artists everywhere. The younger generation, including you, should only enter to gain experience. Make sure that you take your own safety as your top priority. Old Man Good said in a gentle tone as he sat on a stone stool, his hands leaning on his peach walking stick. The Yang Laotian he referred to was the Nine-Furnace Highest Divine Emperor, and Uyahua was the sublime smelting Imperial Grand Uncle. Both of them were characters that had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years and were unfathomable. It had already been thousands of years since Old Man Good Fortune fought with Yang Laotian. It was impossible to determine just how strong he had become since then. This junior understands. Lin Ming nodded. The truth was that while one of the reasons he came to the Temple of Marvels was to seek lucky chances, that wasn't the most important reason. The reason that he would take the risk and journey into the Temple of Marvels was also because he wished to investigate the secret of the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. He faintly felt that it was related to the fall of the Sky Spill continent's martial arts world 100,000 years ago. He wanted to know just who that great emperor was that had left the heart that still kept beating after 100,000 years, and just what the identity of that peerless goddess was. It was impossible for him to guess what realm that unrivaled great emperor was at. But in terms of life alone, a late divine sea martial artist could live for 10,000 years. Taking a step further, at the next great boundary, it stood to reason that one could live for tens of thousands of years. As for the boundary after that, that should be 100,000 years of life. And as for that unrivaled great emperor who had left his heart in the eternal demon abyss, his heart still kept beating after 100,000 years. Moreover, it was filled with rushing blood vitality, every beat being able to move the heavens and earth. If so, just how long was he able to live for? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of many divine realm powerhouses. Although they were all incomplete memories, he could still approximate just what status that unrivaled great emperor had within the divine realm. He was definitely a peak, top-level character, in no way inferior to the legendary world kings. To such a singular and unsurpassed hero, Lin Ming was filled with curiosity and respect towards his majesty and life story. On the next day, the skies above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp welcomed a crowd of the Sky Spill Continent's peak powerhouses. The 4 divine kingdoms, holy lands, and various hidden masters around the world did not want to miss such a rare opportunity. There was no need to mention why the young divine sea powerhouses came. As long as they could come across some lucky chance, they could walk further down their martial path. As for the older divine sea powerhouses, they didn't have much hope for making further progress. But since their lives were already coming to an end, they might as well take this battle to the death and hope that they could bump into some amazing luck. In addition, the various heroic young elites of the divine kingdoms and holy lands had come. They had come here mainly under the shelter of their elders in order to see the world and open their minds. For a time, hundreds of Saint Beast mounts, shining gold divine carriages, and jade spirit boats hundreds of feet long appeared in the skies, overflowing with divine light. This truly seemed like an auspicious sign. Against such a big ruckus, the startled and scared vicious beasts of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp didn't dare to appear. However, these vicious beasts were only the ordinary vicious beasts. If the truly terrifying phenomena of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp appeared, then even these great figures would have to make way. For instance, the Yellow Springs River or an ancient beast on the level of the sea serpent dragon. Thus, even as these great figures seemed proud and haughty, they were in fact spreading their perception in all directions. As long as some type of phenomenon occurred that they weren't able to contend with, then they would be able to dodge ahead of time. Otherwise, if the strongest lineup of the entire Sky Spill continent suffered serious losses before they could even reach the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, that would truly be a joke. All the powerhouses were divided into 5 different waves. The first 4 waves were made up of the 4 divine kingdoms and the sects and family clans that followed them. The last wave was comprised of the lone sects and scattered martial artists. This wave was the smallest and the weakest, with only a few dozen people there. The younger generation of this wave was even more sad. They were simply unable to compare with the 4 divine kingdoms. Old man good fortune. It wasn't known which martial artist suddenly shouted this, but as everyone followed his gaze, they could see the white-robed old man good fortune riding a green ox as they floated on a cloud. And behind him was a handsome young man who didn't even seem like a martial artist, but rather an elegant scholar. Old man good fortune. Lin Lanjian. Before now, those present didn't know if these two would come. Even Yang Yun and Ouya Qingfeng weren't sure. As these two arrived, even divine sea supreme elders felt fear in their hearts. Old man good fortune's fame was too great. As for Lin Ming, there was no need to mention him. He was an existence that absolutely could not be provoked. One only had to take a look at the Azura Divine Kingdom's current fate to see what the outcome would be, and this was only the time when Lin Ming hadn't yet grown. No one knew just what heights he would reach in 10 years. Old man good fortune, I didn't think you would really come. You really have appeared too much this past while. An old voice suddenly sounded out. On the side of the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom, an old man in a purple gold imperial robe suddenly stood up from a golden divine carriage. He was the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's highest divine emperor, Yang Laotian. Even Yang Laotian didn't know Old Man Good Fortune's real name. They only knew the moniker that he went by. Old Man Good Fortune showed a smile that didn't seem as if it would change in 10,000 years. Old me has just finished 800 years of seclusion, so I've been feeling a bit restless and wanted to come out and catch some fresh air. Brother Laotian should feel relieved. Old me only wishes to come to this Temple of Marvels to take a look. I'll make sure I don't bother Brother Laotian's little treasure hunt. Seclusion for 800 years? There was a collective gasp from the surroundings. Many of the young martial artists present weren't even 80 years old yet. It was nearly impossible for them to imagine closing up for 800 years in one go. Lin Ming thought this was hilarious. What these people didn't know was that while Old Man Good Fortune said he had gone into seclusion for 800 years, the truth was that it was only 80 years. He had slowed down the flow of time within his seclusion by 10 times, thus 80 years there was equal to 800 years outside. Yang Laotian's eyebrows audibly clicked together as he heard Old Man Good Fortune's words. Although he didn't believe such nonsense like that he would be able to close up for 800 years at a time, he was able to confirm that he certainly had some sort of secret skill to extend his life. That was his understanding of time laws. Yang Laotian couldn't say that this didn't tempt him, but against this Old Man Good Fortune, whose strength likely surpassed his own, Yang Laotian had no thoughts that he would be able to snatch the concept of time inheritance from Old Man Good Fortune's hands. Yang Laotian thought for a moment and didn't continue to speak. He felt an extreme fear towards Old Man Good Fortune in his heart. On the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom side, the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle Wuxia Hua greeted Old Man Good Fortune with a faint smile. He wasn't too familiar with Old Man Good Fortune. They were neither enemies nor friends. He wasn't like Yang Laotian, who had once fought with Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming could feel gazes filled with intense hatred beaming onto his body from the crowd. As he looked around, he wasn't surprised at all to see that it was Situ Bonin and Situ Yaoshi. Those two old fellows are really haunting me like ghosts. Lin Ming's expression sank. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin were nearing the end of their lifespan, and they had originally relied on lucky chances to forcefully rise to the Divine Sea Realm. If they missed this chance, then their lives would come to an end in another 500 to 600 years. Lin Ming would have been shocked if they hadn't come. "Ha! Brother Lin, you really came." In the distance, Wuxia Qingfeng and Yang Yun greeted Lin Ming, both of them cupping their hands across their chests. Lin Ming also greeted them in return. In a brief glimpse, Lin Ming could see that there were several outstanding young elites standing beside Wuxia Qingfeng and Yang Yun. Their cultivations were at the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction, and the aura they released was no weaker than that of Situ Yaoyue. "He's Lin Lanjian?" Beside Wuxia Qingfeng, a young man holding a blue sword arched his eyebrows upwards. His name was Wuxia Kun, and he was the same as Qin Yu, a 6th-stage life destruction martial artist that was a half-step into the Divine Sea. However, he was just a tad stronger than Qin Yu. He had inborn purple Tang meridians, a meridian variation. However, those born with purple Yang meridians were destined to have normal martial talent. Wuxia Qin was finally unable to take that final step into the 7th stage of life destruction. And thus, with his 6th-stage life destruction cultivation, he began to step into the Divine Sea. To this end, Wuxia Kun had also taken this to heart, constantly brooding over this. He had great ambitions, but if he wasn't able to step into the 7th stage of life destruction, then he simply had no hope of ever becoming the highest under the heavens. "That's right." Wuxia Qingfeng nodded. Wuxia Kun narrowed his eyes. This Lan Lanjian was the future highest under the heavens? Just what secrets could be on his body? The Temple of Marvels is just in the dense fog ahead. The entrance is protected by a barrier of energy, and this energy barrier is weakest in the early morning and late evening. In just another incense stick of time, we will be able to enter. The one who spoke was the Sublime Smelting Imperial Grand Uncle. With his words, the group began to slowly make their way forwards. Lin Ming passed through the fog and watched as the legendary Temple of Marvels appeared in front of him. The temple floated high above the clouds. From afar, it emitted a dazzling golden light. It seemed to be carved from jade, and the top of the temple pierced straight into the nine heavens' thunder dominion. Countless arcs of thunder surrounded the dome of the temple. There was no signboard on the Temple of Marvels, only countless silver runes that covered the outside. There were no doors leading to the Great Hall. Right in front of them was a row of massive columns that rose thousands of feet into the air, and in between these columns was a number of pitch-black entrances. There was a strange force field that twisted these entrances, separating them from the outside world. This sort of force field was not created by human hands. Rather, it appeared because of some mystical energy from within the Temple of Marvels. This energy was far too powerful, so it naturally distorted the space around it, forming a closed force field. It was the same as the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone and the 8,000 Black Swamp. And although the force field around the Temple of Marvels was smaller, it was far more formidable. "I'll go first." Yang Laotian let out a long laugh and then drove his divine carriage to an entrance between two columns. As he approached the force field, he extracted a shining gold divine mace from his spatial ring and slammed it against the closed-off force field, directly shattering it. The divine sea powerhouses of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom brought their heroic young elites in with them. In addition to the other Holy Land influences subordinate to them, over 50 people made their way in. Soon after they entered, the sublime smelting divine kingdom followed close behind. Wuxia broke through the force field and brought in a group of over 40 people. The Azura Divine Kingdom and the Seven-Star Divine Kingdom went next, followed by the scattered martial artists. Old Man Good Fortune didn't seem to be in a hurry. He said to Lin Ming, "At the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, every gap between two pillars leads to a different place. Let's choose a separate route so we don't end up together with them." Old Man Good Fortune casually chose an entryway. Then with a single pat of his palm the force field shattered, and he and Lin Ming calmly entered the Temple of Marvels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Great black waves tumbled as they beat against rocks. Lin Ming stood on a desolate island beach. A black sea spread out without end, appearing like the fabled Sea of Miracles. And above this island there were giant trees that resembled umbrellas. These great trees were hundreds of feet high, and not even a dozen people holding hands could wrap around the trunk. The little bits of light that made it through the canopy of these trees resembled stars. This world had no sun, but the little bit of star-like light coming from those trees illuminated the world. This shouldn't be an island in the Sea of Miracles, right? Lin Ming was stunned. Even though he truly wished to discover the secrets of the Sea of Miracles, he was extremely frightened by this sea. He did not even have the slightest hope that he would be able to make it out. After all, his strength was far from comparable to the past highest under the heavens. No need to be anxious. This is only a world within the Temple of Marvels, a world of sand. Those ancient supreme elders with an extremely high cultivation were able to create independent spaces, so opening numerous worlds within this temple isn't strange at all. This is also the fifth level of the concept of space, spatial genesis. The fifth level? Lin Ming was startled. He already knew that every law was divided into several different levels. For instance, the fire laws were divided into 9 different boundaries. The first 2 boundaries were the concept of burning heat and the concept of annihilation, both of them corresponding to the first 2 worlds of the God-transforming mirror. And behind these 2 worlds were more worlds, each corresponding to a different kind of concept. The deeper one delved, the more profound and difficult it became to understand these laws. Lin Ming was stranded at the second level of the fire laws. He hadn't even been able to touch upon the entryway to the third level. Even so, Lin Ming's achievements in the fire attribute concepts were already considered extraordinary. And listening to Old Man Good Fortune's words, it seemed that the ancient Supreme Elder who had created this Temple of Marvels had reached at least the concept of space's 5th level. This was far too amazing. How many boundaries are there in the space laws? And what are they? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Old Man Good Fortune didn't hide anything. He directly said, "The space laws have a total of 10 different boundaries. They are space distortion, heavens divide, dimensional slash, space disruption, spatial genesis, space storm, black hole vortex, 10th space dimension, world destruction, and world creation. Old Man Good Fortune spoke out the names of these 10 boundaries but didn't give a detailed explanation of them. Still, Lin Ming was shocked just hearing these names. He found it hard to imagine just what it was like the further back one went. Old Man Good Fortune sighed. The road of martial arts is endless and infinite. Of these 10 different levels of concepts, the first 5 are relatively simple. But the latter half is nearly impossible to speculate. The so-called space storm is in truth controlling the power of space. With just a thought, you would be able to move space freely. As for black hole vortex, that is the ability to compress space to a single point, collapsing all of existence into nothingness, forever unable to leave. As for the 10th space dimension, even I haven't been able to figure out just what that is. Then there is world destruction and world creation. Those refer to the destruction and creation of a true realm. It's impossible to imagine just what sort of mighty force that would be. The planet that the Sky Spill continent resided on was part of a true boundless realm. But it was only one of the 3,000 boundless worlds. It was impossible to calculate just how many worlds there were. The divine realm measured the lower realms by 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000, meaning that there were a billion worlds, thus naming it a true boundless realm. Every one of these boundless realms also had countless dimensional realms and minor dimensions located within them. It was incomparably complex. To destroy and create such a terrifyingly massive world system, that was unimaginable. What boundary has Senior Good Fortune reached? Lin Ming asked. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. I've only been able to comprehend the third boundary, dimensional slash. It's impossible for me to think of reaching any further in my life. As Lin Ming heard dimensional slash, he suddenly thought of that sword strike Old Man Good Fortune had used to defeat Situ Haoyan. That had been the dimensional slash. To use a space fragment as a weapon and cut through all. Even though Situ Haoyan had transformed his body into that of a giant demon, he still wasn't able to defend against it. They were simply on 2 completely disparate levels. To comprehend the third level concept, dimensional slash, was also impressively breathtaking. Little friend Lin, the road in front of us isn't too hard. How about you help an old man lead the way? Lin Ming could hear the implicit meaning within his words. Old Man Good Fortune wanted him to gain more experience. He pondered for a moment, hesitating, and then couldn't help but ask, Senior Good Fortune, this junior has a question that he isn't sure whether it is proper to ask. There's no danger in asking. This junior would like to ask, why does Senior Good Fortune help this junior so much? After hearing Lin Ming ask such a question, Old Man Good Fortune congenially laughed and traced his white beard. Little friend Lin, the truth is that old me comes from the divine realm. I am the warden for the Sky Spill continent's world, and am responsible for watching over the martial artists on both of the continents on this planet. Because this planet has been blocked off by some mysterious power, martial artists from the divine realm that are above the divine sea realm cannot descend here. At least, it is impossible for them to arrive with their true forms. They can only send a projection. And for the divine sea martial artists of this world, wanting to use their martial path to pierce the void is nearly impossible. They will need to leave through a special space channel. Thus I am the one to recommend them. Lin Ming was shocked by Old Man Good Fortune's few words. He couldn't believe that Old Man Good Fortune had such a status. He came from the divine realm and was also the warden of this planet. And listening to his words, he obviously knew of the existence of the Holy Demon Continent. This world had a total of 2 continents, the Sky Spill Continent and the Holy Demon Continent. However, the more Lin Ming thought over this, the more reasonable it was. Old Man Good Fortune seemed as if he had come out from nowhere, and had an extremely mystical history within the Sky Spill Continent. Even the 9 Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the others didn't know his true name or status, only the moniker that he went by. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune had extremely high achievements in the concept of space and the concept of time. This also explained why he was able to have these in the Sky Spill Continent, where there were basically no inheritances of space and time concepts. If Old Man Good Fortune came from the divine realm and was simultaneously responsible for being the warden and also instructing and receiving certain individuals to ascend, Then he wouldn't necessarily worry or care about Lin Ming threatening his current status once he became highest under the heavens. On the contrary, he might even help train him. If Old Man Good Fortune could help deliver a top talent to the divine realm, then the influence backing him might grant him certain resources. Thinking about it, when Emperor Sakya ascended into the divine realm 3,000 years ago, that was also the time when Old Man Good Fortune and the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor had once fought, resulting in a tie. Afterwards, Old Man Good Fortune had become increasingly old. His strength should have declined since then, but he instead managed to make a breakthrough, improving his abilities once again. There was a chance that this was because Emperor Sakya was simply far too talented an individual, and thus the divine realm influence had given him very rich rewards in return, allowing him to make another breakthrough in his old age and also likely being the reason for extending his life. In that flash, Lin Ming immediately understood everything that had happened. No wonder Old Man Good Fortune said he couldn't teach him or be his master. It was likely that Old Man Good Fortune had come to a deep understanding of him and even knew of his dual body and essence cultivation. So you're saying that Emperor Sakya, the Demon Emperor, and others didn't rely on their own strength to break through the void with their martial path and ascend, but rather had other similar wardens that delivered them upwards? That's right. Old Man Good Fortune wryly laughed and said with a bit of helplessness, "Old me is simply too stupid and untalented. I was stranded at the Middle Divine Sea Realm for 500 years and had no hopes for further breakthroughs. In the Divine Realm, the competition between martial artists is too intense, and I was tired of being far weaker than everyone else. Thus I took the initiative to apply for the lower realms, where I would be able to live freely and grandly." Lin Ming felt this was a bit ironic. He was someone from the Divine Realm that wanted to descend, but the people from the lower realms wished to ascend. Those old fellows of the Sky Spill continent all desperately desired to soar into the Divine Realm, but their talent was no more than that of Old Man Good Fortune. Old Man Good Fortune had likely broken through the Middle Divine Sea Realm before 500 years of age. The only martial artists of the Sky Spill continent that could accomplish something similar were top-level characters like Situ Haotian. Old fellows like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor all wished to enter the Divine Realm, thinking that massive lucky chances were just waiting for them everywhere. But now it seemed that if they really went, they would probably get beaten up badly wherever they went or perhaps just directly die. Only such magnificent and glorious individuals like the Demon Emperor and Emperor Sakya were able to go to the Divine Realm to seek greater lucky chances in hopes that they would be able to surpass the Divine Sea Realm. Senior said just now that the Sky Spill continent's world is blocked by some mysterious strength? Yes. This strength comes from the Sea of Miracles. Every martial artist above the Divine Sea is unable to step into the Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. If it weren't for this reason, then him having applied to be the warden of this planet with his Middle Divine Sea cultivation would have been far too embarrassing. Then what about the Eternal Demon Abyss? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Old Man Good Fortune was slightly startled. You know about the Holy Demon Continent and the Eternal Demon Abyss? This junior accidentally stumbled upon an opportunity and obtained the inheritance of Senior Demon Emperor. I managed to reach the Holy Demon Continent through the transmission array at the Demon God Imperial Palace, and also experienced the Eternal Demon Abyss during my time there. This junior would like to know, just how are the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles related? Lin Ming didn't conceal anything, nor did he need to. He could now see that Old Man Good Fortune was someone that didn't have great ambitions. Otherwise he wouldn't have come down to become the warden of this world. Moreover, there was little within the Demon God Imperial Palace that he would like. Eternal Demon Abyss, Sea of Miracles. Old Man Good Fortune revealed a trace of reverence and awe as he heard these two names. I don't know the specifics as to what happened at those two places, but I do have some speculations. Senior, please speak them. Little friend Lin, I'm not sure whether you know this, but the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent are in fact located on a celestial body, and the shape of this celestial body is that of a sphere similar to the sun in the skies. Sphere. Lin Ming was stunned. Although he obtained some knowledge about celestial bodies from the Divine Realm Supreme Elder's memories, it was a bit strange and magical to suddenly realize that the earth underneath his feet was in the shape of a sphere. The eternal demon abyss and the sea of miracles are directly underneath each other. Does this form any associations in your mind? This is... Lin Ming's mind began to race. Old Man Good Fortune's meaning was that the eternal demon abyss and the sea of miracles were on exact opposites of the spherical planet, each of them both above and below the other. This sort of wondrous positioning caused Lin Ming to feel as if he could faintly understand something, but he couldn't yet put it into words. Old Man Good Fortune took a deep breath and then, with a hint of fear glinting in his eyes, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, the eternal demon abyss and the sea of miracles pass directly through each other, connecting through an unfathomable abyss that runes between them. And the reason for this abyss being formed is likely because a divine realm supreme elder pierced through this planet, thus leaving this path. The Sea of Miracles is much larger than the eternal demon abyss, so my guess is that the Sea of Miracles is the point of initial impact. As for the eternal demon abyss, that should be the exit point of that attack that was left over after it pierced directly through this planet." "What?" As Lin Ming heard Old Man Good Fortune's words, his eyes went perfectly round. His mind boggled. Just how great was the planet that the Sky Spill continent was on? It was unimaginable. He feared that it was over 100 million miles wide in diameter. To pierce through such a massive planet, just what kind of strength was needed for this? This was incomprehensible. Was this done by a legendary Empyrean from the Divine Realm? Old Man Good Fortune said, "The Divine Realm is far too vast, with countless worlds. Those supreme elders of the Divine Realm can simply wave their hands to destroy the heavens, collapse moons, and sink stars. To them, piercing through a planet with a single strike isn't much at all." Lin Ming continued with Old Man Good Fortune all the way forwards. He grasped his red spear as he led the way. As they walked down, the forest that was filled with countless massive umbrella-shaped plants began to become bleak and desolate. The ground started to turn bumpy, covered with holes that revealed bare stones that shined with a blue and black light. Looking up at the sky, crushed stones filled the air, shining and glittering like jewels, as if they were a chain of gems. At this time, a figure unexpectedly appeared in front of them. As Lin Ming locked his eyes on this newcomer, his heart immediately turned cold. This figure was an old woman. Her appearance was ancient and her body was bent with rickets. It had actually turned out to be Xianxia. What is going on here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't fear Xianxia at all, let alone the fact that Old Man Good Fortune stood behind him. But even if he were alone, he would feel no fear at all. Only Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune had entered this space, so it should have been only the two of them here. How did Xianxia make her way here? Had she managed to enter this world through some other entrance? Even if that were true, then what about the other Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists that were with her? As he looked back at Old Man Good Fortune, he was surprised to see him in thought. Old Man Good Fortune only smiled back at Lin Ming, obviously with the intention of letting him handle this situation. At this time, Xianxia's hair was a mess and there were wounds marked all over her body, as if she had just emerged from a catastrophic battle. After she saw Lin Ming, she began to stumble her way towards him, saying, "Don't attack me. There is a horrifying monster in front of us that has swallowed up so many people." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He simply didn't care about her words. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange about Xianxia's body. Once he connected that to the strangeness of seeing her here, his heart suddenly chilled. Something was wrong with this situation. Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. She leapt forwards like a giant caterpillar, stretching out a pair of demon claws as she grasped at Lin Ming's throat. "Who are you?" Lin Ming loudly shouted out as he drew backwards. The red spear in his hands swept out, cutting the Xianxia in front of him in half. With a miserable scream, a purple monster shaped like a fox flew outwards. This creature's body seemed illusory and unreal. Even though Lin Ming's spear had solidly cut into its body, it actually didn't cause much damage. What is this thing? This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen such a monster that was able to use his own memories to create an illusion. After coming to this strange world, and knowing that Yaoshi had also come, it would be very easy to be confused by this scene. If Lin Ming didn't have a silver battle spirit and a formidable will and soul, he would have fallen for this monster's tricks. The purple fox issued out grating screams at Lin Ming, the sharp sounds directly piercing into his eardrums. Even with Lin Ming's strength, this sort of sonic attack still caused his blood to surge, making him feel as if he were about to vomit. At this time, the purple fox took this chance to leap forwards, directly impacting towards Lin Ming. Bang! The surroundings changed. Lin Ming suddenly found himself in a vast and endless purple world. Above him, the phantom of a massive fox overlooked him, its jaws open as if it wanted to swallow him. World of will? This fox monster actually knew how to use will attacks. Lin Ming couldn't help but be startled. A battle spirit was an elusive and difficult concept to grasp. Even humans could normally only comprehend a battle spirit at the Divine Sea realm. But for monsters and beasts this was far more difficult. For instance, Demon Shine would have a nearly zero chance of comprehending his own battle spirit. Lin Ming didn't know how this fox comprehended a battle spirit, nor did he care. In a battle in the world of will, he didn't even fear a late Divine Sea powerhouse. See, the silver battle spirit shot out like a bolt of snow-white silk, turning into a silver sword that reached across the entire world of will, slicing through the boundless skies. How can you have such a powerful will? The purple fox spat out in utter panic and fear. In the next moment, the giant phantom fox's head had been sliced off by Lin Ming's sword of will, a massive amount of blood raining down onto the world. Pong! The purple fox head burst apart, turning into blue smoke that quickly vanished. Lin Ming looked at the blue smoke that filled the air and discovered that this purple fox was an existence that was both material and incorporeal. He simply didn't know what it was. This was his first time encountering such a strange existence. It is a dream-eater fiend. Old Man Good Fortune slowly said, "This is a legendary creature that takes the dreams and souls of others as its food. It can hypnotize human martial artists and specializes in having them dream so that it can swallow them. It can have a person sleep forever, never awakening again. Or perhaps it might just kill them in their dreams. If someone were to be killed by this dream-eater fiend in their dreams, then they really would die in reality. This sort of vicious beast is extremely powerful in will and soul, thus it was able to form its own battle spirit. At the start, I was nearly tricked by it. Dream-eater fiend." Lin Ming repeated this creature's name. Back when he had made his way up the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had encountered a creature named Yen Mo who survived in a spatial slit and lived off of the dreams of others. This sort of creature was naturally familiar with illusions and ghosts, and it was nearly impossible for a human to guard against. Especially for those people that had heart demons lurking within them, it was extremely easy for their mental state to fall to this sort of attack. The boundless universe contained all possibilities and all sorts of strange, vicious beasts. There were countless methods to kill others. If one wasn't careful, then anyone could easily die. Let's continue forwards. These types of dimensional realms are usually interlinked with each other at certain areas. After some time, it is likely that we'll run into other martial artists. Lin nodded and continued forwards. After just an incense stick of time, a finger-thick red line suddenly shot out at Lin Ming's neck. This red line was as quick as a bolt of lightning, forming a red phantom 1,000 feet behind it, leaving one unable to respond in time. Concept of time. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as the flow of time suddenly slowed down around him. His red spear thrust out like a snake, piercing the front of this red line. Pong! A fog of blood burst into the air. Lightning spread along the red line, swallowing it up all the way down. Kill! His spear point swept out, forming a crescent moon. An arc of spear light recklessly shot out, splitting that 1,000-foot red line down the middle. What is this thing? Lin Ming looked at this strange life form on the ground and felt a creepy tingle on his scalp. This finger-thick, 1,000-foot-long roundworm didn't have eyes or ears. It only had a single circular opening at the front that had rows of sharp teeth. These teeth were like barbs and glowed with a ghostly green light. they were obviously poisonous. This should be a vampiric roundworm. It is a type of parasite found in the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are countless desolate ancient beasts with the bloodline of god beasts. These creatures can have bodies 1,000 feet long, with blood vessels as thick as massive trees and thousands of feet long, or even tens of thousands of feet long. This vampiric roundworm parasite specially latches onto the blood vessels of these ancient desolate beasts and sucks their blood with their only mouth. Because they grow in a lightless environment, they have no eyes or ears, and only depend on their sense of smell to feel out the strength of blood vitality. Because your blood vitality is so potent, that is the reason that this creature attacked you. Although its defenses are weak, its speed is extremely quick. It can easily pierce through the heart of someone without them noticing. So it was a parasite? Lin Ming gulped, speechless. This was a 1,000-foot-long parasite. Your concept of stagnation was decent, able to change the flow of time. But in the end you were relying on the entire energy field, and there was no difference in density in your energy field. It was the same all around, resulting in a weakened effect. If you could concentrate this concept into an area and directly launch it towards that vampiric roundworm, then you could have its speed drop 10 times more. Unless it had the strength to break apart your energy field, you would then be able to freely slaughter it. Although Old Man Good Fortune's martial talent was average and he only held the most minuscule role in the divine realm, he had still lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years. With his cultivation, vision, and experience that was even richer than demon shines, even casually giving Lin Ming some pointers was of great benefit to him. No wonder they say that inheritances are the foundation for a sect's existence. With inheritances, walking down one's martial path will become that much easier. Otherwise, without knowing the way to go, even constantly being in seclusion would make it difficult to take even the tiniest steps. With a teacher like Old Man Good Fortune, who was familiar with the laws of space and time, Lin Ming intended to incorporate some space and time laws into his attacks. Old Man Good Fortune could point out some flaws in his abilities, and then Lin Ming would be able to make adjustments accordingly and gain benefits from that. Following this, the more fights he crossed, the easier it became. Evil spirits, demonic wraiths, vicious beasts, all sorts of strange and fantastical enemies fell before Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming fought like this the entire time, tempering himself in true battle. Like this, they continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Because of Lin Ming's strong regenerative abilities, he only needed to rest once. During this time, Lin Ming encountered many tricky enemies and was also injured several times. Even so, he had never needed Old Man Good Fortune to help him. With Old Man Good Fortune's guidance, Lin Ming gained an increasingly profound understanding into the concepts of space and time. He was able to integrate the understandings he had gained from the jade slips into his spear attacks, becoming more and more skilled at doing so. Like this, on the 10th day, Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune passed through a thin space barrier, coming into another space altogether. The heaven and earth origin energy here was extremely rich, and high mountain peaks shot into the skies, extending all the way up. The blue skies were awash with clouds as if they were a painting. The ground was an endless grassland, and there were all sorts of mystical trees and rare flowers growing here. This was not spirit grass that was purposefully planted here, but wild medicinal plants that had naturally bred here because of the amazingly thick heaven and earth origin energy. What great rich heaven and earth origin energy! There should be a top-grade spirit vein here. There might even be several top-grade spirit essence stones that have formed here. A top-grade spirit essence stone was the very source of a spirit essence stone mine. These types of spirit essence stones had nearly vanished from the world. It was already considered very fortunate for a single top-grade spirit essence stone to be extracted from an entire spirit essence stone mine. Moreover, most of them had already been used up. These top-grade spirit essence stones would only appear if new mines were discovered. This was a treasure that would cause even a divine sea supreme elder to go mad with envy for brutally struggling with others for it. It was enormously helpful for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in bottlenecks. Even a dignified divine sea powerhouse like Xianxia had only collected a small piece of top-grade spirit essence stones 1/6 the size of a normal-sized piece. Xianxia had given this piece to Lin Ming to help him cross life destruction. At that time, the tiny scrap of top-grade spirit essence stone had been very helpful to Lin Ming. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an entire high-quality top-grade spirit essence stone wouldn't be much worse than a heaven-step demon god bone. Top-grade spirit essence stone. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that his spirit body had been 100% tempered, he was countless times stronger than other life-destruction martial artists at his cultivation level. His foundation was incomparably solid. As long as he had enough of these top-grade spirit essence stones, then he would be able to make great strides in his cultivation and be able to rapidly break through boundaries. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune continued to walk towards the core of the dimensional realm where the spirit vein source was. On their way, they passed all sorts of divine and magical spirit flowers and trees. Flowing rivers and streams crossed the grasslands like elegant roads of blue jade. These rivers were filled with all sorts of beautiful and exquisite fish. After staying at such a mystic land, these fish had already gained consciousness with the most simple form of intelligence. Silent nether flowers, ghostly fog grass, spotted sky grass. Lin Ming called out the names of several different types of spiritual plants. As an alchemist, he had an extremely high understanding towards various spirit plant materials. These sorts of spirit plants were bred within this spiritual treasure land. The younger ones were several hundred years old, and the older ones were thousands of years old. And this was only because the lifespans of these spirit plants were limited by their grade. Otherwise, with as long as this Temple of Marvels had existed, there might even have been medicinal plants that were over 100,000 years old. These many medicinal plants weren't too precious, but as an alchemist, whether it was for alchemy practice or truly concocting medicines, there would always be a place for medicinal plants of all ranks. The cosmic melting furnace was simply a bottomless pit. No matter how many medicinal herbs Lin Ming threw in, he could refine that many. Lin Ming started to unceremoniously pick up everything around him. As long as they were mature herbs, he would take them all. Lin Ming saw a crimson tree in front of him, his eyes revealing surprise and disbelief. This tree was only 20 feet tall and the roots twisted above ground. From afar, it looked like horned dragons that had locked together in combat. On the crown of this tree there were 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits. And what was amazing was that each fruit beat like a heart, seeming as if they could quicken and suck away one's blood vitality. They were incomparably mysterious fruits. On top of this 20-foot-tall spirit tree, there were fruits that were like hearts. Dragon Heart Tree. Looking at it, it must be over 50,000 years old. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Normally speaking, a spirit tree had a much longer lifespan than spirit grasses. A spirit grass was already considered quite excellent if it grew to 1,000 years old. But to a spirit tree, 1,000 years wasn't anything at all. In the mortal world, there were trees that lived for 1,000 years and some trees that had lived for 2,000 years. That was how things were. But even so, a 50,000-year-old spirit tree was nearly extinct within the Sky Spill continent. In particular, this Dragon Heart Tree was especially beneficial to Lin Ming. The fruits of the Dragon Heart Tree were magnificent medicines for body transformation. They were able to greatly supplement one's blood vitality. When Lin Ming finally began refining the medicine to open up the 5th of the 8 inner hidden gates, he could use these Dragon Heart fruits as the leading material. What a great tree! Unfortunately, I have no way to move it, so I can only take away a few of the Dragon Heart fruits. Lin Ming said with a tinge of regret. The little dimension within his spatial ring could not contain living creatures. No matter how good a spirit tree was, it would slowly lose its vitality after being placed into a spatial ring. Although the roots of the Dragon Heart Tree were also great materials, Lin Ming didn't want to do something so cruel and wasteful as ruining the pond just to get a few more fish. It was not easy for a heavenly treasure like this to form. It needed all sorts of lucky chances and a special environment before it would be bred. If he could move it away, then that would be fine, but if he couldn't and actually destroyed the roots instead, that he would surely suffer some sort of karmic retribution. This Dragon Heart Tree was nearly extinct in the Sky Spill continent. To pick the medicine and not destroy the roots was the unspoken rule of all alchemists. Doing so was also a good deed for himself. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune suddenly spoke up and said, Little friend Lin, old me has several profound spirit pots. I can lend you one. A profound spirit pot can temporarily hold a spirit plant and can also maintain its spiritual nature. As old man Good Fortune spoke, he fished out a palm-sized pot from his spatial ring. Although he called it a pot, it looked more like a rice bowl. Old man Good Fortune extended his hand. The pot spun in the air, rapidly growing larger. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he saw this. Although this sort of pot had limited space, it was actually extremely valuable. Normally, an alchemist from the divine realm would have several of these on them, but in the Sky Spill continent, these sorts of profound spirit pots were far too rare. Just as Lin Ming was about to take the profound spirit pot, his heart moved. He asked, "Senior Good Fortune, wouldn't you like to use it?" Old man Good Fortune said, "I might be able to, but even if I needed to, I wouldn't need this much. As for these dragonheart fruits and other spiritual plants, they are already useless for me. They are better to be used for youngsters like you to break into higher boundaries. As for me, my problem comes from my own fires of life. With my fires of life diminishing, medicines that can help me with breakthroughs are useless. They won't be useful for me. The only type of medicine I want is one kind, and that is the type that can extend my life. Moreover, the quality must be higher than that of a 10,000-year peach pith. A life-extending medicine was the most precious kind, as well as the most difficult to find. To cultivate the martial path was to struggle daily against the heavens. Only by doing that could one extend their life. But, to use medicines to defy the will of the heavens and seize a longer lifespan, that was far more difficult. Over the endless years, there had been countless heroes that were eventually unable to contend with the overflowing river of time. Moreover, the higher level a martial artist was, the higher grade of medicine they would need to extend their life. To someone like Old Man Good Fortune, even a 10,000-year peach pith was no longer effective. After Old Man Good Fortune had brought Emperor Xianxia upwards, he had actually obtained a life-extending medicine, but after that there was nothing else. With such harsh requirements, he would already be thankful to the heavens and earth if he could find just a little tiny bit of medicinal plant that could extend his life. He simply didn't need so many profound spirit pots. Lin Ming wasn't too humble. He took the profound spirit pot and put away the dragonheart tree, as well as taking away the spirit earth around it. He covered the roots of the dragonheart tree to preserve its vitality. At this point, Old Man Good Fortune's mind suddenly chilled as his breath caught in his chest. Lin Ming also went on high alert. As he saw Old Man Good Fortune's sudden response, he maintained absolute vigilance, looking all around himself. However, the vast grasslands were still as they were before. The wind blew through the swaying stalks and the spirit plants were still in full bloom without anything out of the normal. After shutting his eyes for a moment, Old Man Good Fortune opened his eyes and shook his head. Maybe I was being too cautious just now, but I had a feeling that someone was peeping at us. It was only a feeling. I might have made a mistake. Still, we should be careful. In this abundant land, there might not necessarily be no enemies. Lin Ming nodded. Old Man Good Fortune's boundary was amazing. Even a small, baseless idea might indicate extreme danger. Lin Ming increased his vigilance, making sure that nothing was out of place around him. At this time, what Lin Ming didn't know was that outside of the dimension he was in, within an underground chamber, there was a handsome and pretty demon youth sitting atop a bronze ghost coffin. He had a bamboo flute in his hands, and a sly smile was blooming at the corners of his lips. This old man is really vigilant, he? The demon youth played with the flute in his hands as he danced on the bronze ghost coffin. If Lin Ming were here, then he would have recognized that this bronze ghost coffin was the exact same one he had seen at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. This bronze ghost coffin exuded a timeless, simple atmosphere with the breath of the great Tao. This ghost coffin was 30 feet long, and yet its master was actually such a handsome and charming youth. His height was the exact same as a normal human's, and his eyes were a deep purple, as if they contained the endless starry night within them. He had sharp ears similar to the Fey race. His fingers were slender, his nails sharp, and his skin looked like it was carved from white jade. In fact, this made him seem a bit fragile. At the side of this demon youth were 6 black-clothed underworld beings. each of them fierce and dangerous-looking. They were the 6 evil spirits that had pulled the coffin. Each one of them had strength equal to a quasi-emperor from the giant demon race. In front of these 6 black-clothed underworld beings, there was a white-clothed person standing there with a mask covering his face. His voice was deep and low as he said, "With honored sir's strength, solving this old man good fortune shouldn't be too difficult. Humph, a mere late divine sea martial artist, and his life is also reaching its end. He is nothing but garbage. All he is good for is lording his minimal power over the sky spill continent. If I was in my peak state, then I wouldn't even need half a finger to crush him to pieces. But now, since I had to use a special technique to overcome the force field in the Sea of Miracles, I must expend some effort." However, as the curious demon youth spoke to hear, his eyes turned to the young man standing near Old Man Good Fortune. This youth was Lin Ming. The demon youth cackled, licking his lips as he said, "This young seedling you chose is quite good. I never imagined that the sky spill continent would have such a great seedling. 23 to 24 year skeletal age, 2nd stage life destruction cultivation, and he also cultivates in dual body and essence. Besides all this, he even has curious bloodlines on him. This is truly unbelievable. This boy must have some secret on him, otherwise it is impossible to grow to this degree in the sky spill continent with its meager resources and trash-level inheritances. Not to mention everything else, but just his body transformation technique does not exist on the sky spill continent." The masked man was silent. The strange demon youth raised his bamboo flute and then jumped down from the bronze ghost coffin. "I will deal with that old man. Everything else will be up to you." "Good. Oh. It's here. This is the spirit vein source." Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Ming both had some experience in seeking spirit veins. They soon found the core of the dimensional realm, which was also where the spirit vein source was. "Open." Old Man Good Fortune casually waved his hand and all of the surrounded soil divided apart, separated in half by some invisible force and revealing a deep channel that glittered all around. This flowing channel soon led into a cave. This was a skill application of the power of space. One could substantialize space to open up a path. Although Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space was excellent and he could fuse the power of space into his attacks, it was still difficult for him to accomplish such an ingenious method like smoothly carving out a cave by just using the tyrannical and dominating power of space. As they entered the cave, they walked around 100 steps before a light appeared before them. In front of Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune, a jade-green world suddenly appeared. The heaven and earth origin energy here was so thick that it condensed into droplets. This small space was filled with a layer of green mist. Just by casually taking a breath here, one could feel their soul and body be refreshed, saving them several days of hard training. In this green fog, clusters of spirit essence stones freely grew like giant crystal formations, making it seem like a dream. This was a phenomenon that would only appear in a top-grade spirit essence stone mine. In a normal spirit essence stone mine, the spirit essence stones would mix together with the impurities of the earth and would need to be refined several times in order to create an end product. It wouldn't be like now where it was naturally pure. And in the center of this cave, there was a milky white stalactite pillar jutting down from the roof. This pillar seemed as if it were made from translucent crystal, and the interior glowed with a dim green light, as if there were some demon sealed with. This is the source of the top-grade spirit essence stones, the core of the mine. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In this stalactite pillar, he could see that sealed within were top-grade spirit essence stones. Such a massive mine source would be able to produce 20 to 30 top-grade spirit essence stones. This was an amount that the mines of the sky spill continent could never compete with. While Lin Ming was staring at the top-grade spirit essence stones, Old Man Good Fortune's eyes were actually locked onto the stalactite pillar. The crystal-clear stalactite seemed to be made from quartz. After a long time, a single drop slowly condensed onto the tip of that stalactite, gathering and gathering until it gained enough mass to drop down with a light dripping sound. This added onto a milky white pond at the bottom, forming ripples. This pool was similar to the stalactite, faint and otherworldly. It looked as if it were made of milk. 10,000-year stone milk. Old Man Good Fortune's voice was filled with excitement. He was a man with some aspirations after all. Finally, his hard work had paid off. After searching the continent for so many years, he had finally found a type of medicine that could extend his life. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this pond of stone milk was 100,000-year stone milk. This sort of liquid could help revitalize a martial artist's fires of life. As long as a martial artist's cultivation was at the divine sea or below, this sort of material could extend their life by nearly 12 60-year cycles. And now, this 10,000-year stone milk in front of him had accumulated for over 100,000 years. If he could refine it, then it would be enough for Old Man Good Fortune to extend his life by the longest span possible. That would be 720 years of extra life. To Old Man Good Fortune, this was the most precious type of treasure. How could he not be moved by it? He took out an exquisite treasure box from his spatial ring and opened the lid. All of the stone milk gathered into a stream that was completely received into the small treasure box. Lucky. I'm far too lucky. Old Man Good Fortune's face was flushed red with blood in his excitement. This stone milk was even slightly better than the treasures he was rewarded with for bringing Emperor Xianxia into the divine realm. As Lin Ming saw Old Man Good Fortune so ecstatic, he couldn't help but sigh in his mind. To a martial artist, age truly was fearful. One would slowly lose all their strength that they worked so hard for, lose their youthful appearance, and eventually even lose their life. Finally, they could only come to a conclusion that they would never be able to fully explore their road of martial arts. To them, this was truly a painful and heart-wrenching matter. Even someone like Old Man Good Fortune, who didn't have many ambitions, would find it difficult to face old age and death with a calm manner. As Old Man Good Fortune took that stone milk, Lin Ming also mined the spirit vein source that shined with a deep green divine light. It was the size of a head. Such a large chunk of top-grade spirit essence stone was simply unheard of. In terms of just the essence gathering system, even though Lin Ming's process of crossing life destruction consumed far more energy than a normal martial artist's, it might still be enough for him to reach the divine sea. Lin Ming was not greedy. He poured his silver battle spirit into a treasure dagger and sheared off 4/5 of the top-grade spirit essence stone, leaving the other fifth. This leftover piece could serve as the core mind source, and after hundreds of thousands of years, it would condense and accumulate heaven and earth origin energy, eventually returning to its original size. Otherwise, if he were to just take away everything at once, then this mine would immediately lower by a grade, causing all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to be sparse and all the spirit plants to wilt and die. This was not a result that Lin Ming wished to see. Old Man Good Fortune wasn't interested in the 20+ top-grade spirit essence stones. His cultivation was at the late divine sea realm. Another step forwards would be stepping up another great boundary. Compared to entering the divine sea from life destruction, this process was much more difficult. Even if Old Man Good Fortune didn't come to the lower realms and stayed in the divine realm and diligently trained, it would still have been basically impossible for him to further enhance his cultivation. Increasing his lifespan by several hundred years was already excellent. To make a breakthrough in his cultivation, reach the next great boundary and extend his lifespan by tens of thousands of years, that was something that could only happen in Old Man Good Fortune's dreams. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune could have been said to both be satisfied with their harvests. They decided to further explore this tunnel to see if there were other heavenly materials present. But at this moment, the world suddenly trembled around them, and an icy cold divine sense poured onto them like a pot of freezing water. Lin Ming instantly felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. Who is it?